Xi awakened from her slumber, only to find herself transported to a bewildering new world. It was the 8th month following the outbreak of an unknown virus, where hordes of zombies roamed the city streets. Fortunately, a tardy system had equipped her with a grand hotel in the city center, complete with an eager employee. The hotel boasted an endless supply of water and electricity, a comfortable and serene environment, and delectable cuisine that attracted a multitude of guests seeking refuge. Thus, the Cosmic Hotel became the safest sanctuary in this apocalyptic world, a revered haven in the hearts of all. Just as Xi Yue believed she would spend her days in this realm, the system unexpectedly hurled her into the ancient past to manage an inn, thrusting her into a harsh climate to run a hot spring. With determination, she resolved to extend her cosmic enterprise to every desolate world. Chapter 1. A Journey Through Time. Xi Yue remained perplexed by her sudden displacement. She had merely taken a nap, yet awakened in an unfamiliar environment. Her modest single bed had transformed into a lavish double, and her 20-square-meter bedroom had expanded to more than double its original size. As a fervent devotee of novels, her first thought was that she had not merely entered a story but rather had become part of one. Rising from her bed, she surveyed her surroundings before hastily entering the bathroom to gaze into the mirror. To her relief, she still recognized her own visage. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed the dark circles and blemishes from sleepless nights had vanished. Her petite face appeared fair and radiant, her cheeks slightly round, with innocent and docile almond-shaped eyes, and a small rosy mouth, her countenance both foreign and familiar. It seemed as if she had transformed into a beautified version of herself. After refreshing her face, she surveyed the bathroom, which featured a circular massage bathtub, a shower area, and a sauna. The delightful aroma of essential oils and the soothing ambience of the lighting, coupled with a polished floor, elicited a nod of satisfaction from Xi Yue. This was indeed the dream bathroom she had always envisioned. Returning to the opulent bed, Xi Yue began to reflect on her unremarkable life. Having grown up with divorced parents who each formed new families, she was often forgotten by both sides. Raised by her grandmother, she was left with 30,000 yuan and a modest 40-square-meter apartment after her grandmother's passing. Shortly after she entered university, she supported herself by illustrating and writing novels while attending classes. Unattached and without anyone to care for, her existence was of little consequence as long as she could survive. One side of her bed was adorned with a floor-to-ceiling window, veiled only by sheer curtains that lent a hazy view. Approaching the window, Xi Yue drew back the curtains to discover that her room was situated 4 or 5 stories above ground. Outside, pedestrians strolled in small groups, their exposed skin pallid, their gait unsteady. One even stumbled over a severed head. Upon closer examination, the street lay in disarray, littered with abandoned vehicles, while some individuals sprawled on the ground, gnawing on something. This was a zombie apocalypse. The realization sent a wave of weakness coursing through Xi Yue's legs. Whether traversing through time or into ancient eras to earn labor points, or even enduring hardships in tragic tales, she could manage, but how could she possibly survive in this desolation? Sitting on the floor, she glanced at her frail arms and legs. What was she to do? Before her journey, she had been a homebody, preferring to sit or lie down rather than stand. In this apocalyptic world, she could hardly run. Surviving 3 days would be a miracle. After a wave of despair washed over her, Xi Yue stood and began to search for food. This room was a hotel suite, with a living area adjacent to the bedroom, featuring an open kitchen equipped with a double-door refrigerator and a small dining table. The kitchen contained nothing but a pot, and as she prayed while opening the refrigerator, she found it utterly empty. In this vast space, aside from the filtered drinking water in the kitchen, there was not a morsel to be found. Despair gripped her. How long could one survive on mere water? Previously, she had managed to sustain herself, but now in this world of desolation, all she possessed was a beautiful home. Fighting zombies was out of the question. She didn't even dare to open the door. Though she cherished this house, it was utterly impractical for her survival. Perhaps a brief slumber would be best, in hopes that upon awakening, she could return to the enchanting world she once knew, back to her cozy little haven. Xi Yue collapsed onto the bed, wrapping herself in the covers, her mind still buzzing with confusion. She endeavored to close her eyes, counting sheep and taking deep breaths, gradually succumbing to sleep. Upon opening her eyes, moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window. It was now night. She had not returned. Perhaps she could never go back. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound, and a wave of sorrow washed over Xi Yue as her mind wandered aimlessly. Zing zing, hello universe. The system is at your service. A sudden electronic voice jolted her awake, causing her to leap from the bed in astonishment. At last, her golden opportunity had arrived. Chapter 2, The System. Are you the system? Can I go back? I remember merely taking a nap, Xi Yue inquired anxiously. Having perused numerous novels in her previous world, she was well aware that protagonists with systems often thrived, yet she felt like a mere idle fish, unable to carry burdens or shoulder responsibilities. Her aspirations were modest. She merely wished to exist without concern. This system is an interstellar cosmic management system. The host, having succumbed to cardiac arrest, has been bound to the system, leaving behind a replica. Ah, so I am dead. Thank you for saving me. The management system indicates that we are to conduct business in this apocalyptic world, correct? Xi Yue calmly processed the revelation. Given her late-night lifestyle, she occasionally experienced discomfort with her heart. She felt little attachment to her parents, only hoping they would not be too alarmed by her demise. 8 months ago, an unknown virus suddenly emerged in this world, causing humans to undergo mutations upon contact. Most transformed into zombies, while a few remained ordinary, and a small portion awakened supernatural abilities. Flora and fauna were not spared either, undergoing transformations from various directions. The crystal nuclei within the zombies' brains became the primary source for the enhancement of these supernatural beings. The world's water sources and soil have also been contaminated by the virus, rendering the land unfit for cultivation, and the water undrinkable. The host currently resides in the heart of B City, a once thriving tourist destination, now a zombie amusement park. However, fear not, within the confines of the hotel activated by the host, absolute safety is assured. Please bestow a resounding name upon your hotel. Since it's a cosmic management system, let's call it the Cosmic Hotel, Xi Yue mused, finding the name quite appealing and memorable. Yet after 8 months, she pondered whether any survivors remained in this city. Ding. Naming completed. Please take the elevator to the first floor lobby to bind the system panel. Xi Yue stepped outside her suite, the corridor illuminated brightly, her feet sinking into the plush carpet. The elevator stood diagonally across from her exit. Upon entering, she noticed there were a total of 22 floors, including 2 underground parking levels, with her current location on the 5th. The buttons for the floors above the 5th were unlit, while those below, except for the 2nd, gleamed with a white light. The elevator exuded opulence, adorned in gold and glittering magnificence. Pressing the button for the first floor, she arrived at the lobby, which equally radiated grandeur, dominated by a massive crystal chandelier. The entrance featured floor-to-ceiling glass panels, and an extravagant revolving door. As night enveloped the surroundings, the darkness outside contrasted starkly with the ethereal colors refracted by the chandelier within. Approaching the front desk, Xi Yue caressed the immaculate surface, devoid of dust. System panel detected. Would you like to bind it? Yes, no. Silently affirming her choice, Xi Yue beheld a transparent panel materialize before her. Binding successful, a novice gift package has been awarded. You are now a mature host. Please click the panel to commence your tasks. Before her, a transparent panel displayed a gift package labeled Novice, accompanied by celebratory fireworks. With a gentle tap, she unwrapped the novice gift. Congratulations! You have received a self-service instant food blind box machine, 100 crystals, a garage scanner, an LED sign for the hotel, and a room supplies vending machine. Gazing at the instant food machine, Xi Yue recalled that she had not eaten in a day. Amidst the turmoil of emotions, she had forgotten her hunger. Hotel name: Cosmic Hotel, 1 star. Manager: Xi Yue. Superpower: absolute domain, invincible within your operational realm. Assets: 100 crystals. Warehouse: self-service instant food blind box machine, garage scanner, LED sign, room supplies vending machine. Hotel upgrade conditions: host 0, 50 guests. Task: please inspect hotel rooms and host 0, 2 guests. Xi Yue tapped the screen, finally viewing the hotel in its entirety, a 20-story edifice with a grand fountain at its entrance. The area surrounding the hotel was marked in red, indicating her absolute domain as defined by the system. Activating the LED sign, the Cosmic Hotel illuminated the night, a beacon sure to attract attention. Upon entering the lobby, the front desk was positioned to the right, with the room supplies vending machine adjacent to it, and the self-service instant food machine directly across, accompanied by a water dispenser and a lavish sofa set. The second floor housed an unoperational restaurant, while the third and fourth floors featured various configurations of guest rooms. Upon inspecting a double bedroom, she noted the bathroom's separation of wet and dry areas. Inside, a spacious bed awaited, complemented by a dining table and 2 bedside lamps. A wardrobe stood nearby, and a cozy tea table with an armchair graced the floor-to-ceiling window. The double room was merely a variation with 2 beds, while the suite included a living area and a kitchenette, identical to her current accommodation. Xi Yue mused that such rooms would have commanded a hefty price pre-apocalypse, and now, they likely demanded an even steeper cost. She glanced at the pricing. Double bedroom. 2 crystals per night 0.18. Double room. 2 crystals per night 0.18. Single suite. 4 crystals per night 0.8. System. What currency is crystal? Crystals are the primary currency derived from Tier 1 zombie cores in this world. Perplexed by the pricing, Xi Yue scrutinized the single-digit room rates, struggling to comprehend the economic landscape of this world. Detected that the hotel is currently in a low occupancy period. Accommodation prices temporarily reduced to 1/10. Rates will revert to normal once the hotel surpasses this low period. Reflecting upon her allocation of 100 crystals, she found it disheartening that it would barely cover a week's stay at the original rates. With a sigh, she proceeded to install the garage scanner in the underground parking area before approaching the self-service instant food machine. Chapter 3. A visitor arrives. The self-service instant food blind box machine costs 1 crystal per attempt, yielding a random selection. It contained a mix of conventional instant food products from the world, interspersed with luxury items preserved through the system's advanced technology. Xi Yue swiped her card over the machine, rubbed her hands together, exhaled gently, and confirmed her selection, which produced a cup of mushroom chicken-flavored instant noodles. How unfortunate. This is not my preferred flavor, she lamented, feeling the weight of her luck. After contemplating, she decided on a triple draw, resulting in a can of luncheon meat, a tin of 8 treasure porridge, and a self-heating spicy beef hot pot. Satisfied, she withdrew her hand. Using her room card, which served multiple purposes, accessing the elevator and room, displaying time, weather, identity information, and balance, she marveled at its sophistication in this post-apocalyptic world. After boiling water for the self-heating hot pot, and opening the can of luncheon meat, Xi Yue settled on the sofa, gazing through the glass at the outside world. Would anyone notice the hotel's sign? According to the system, zombies were rampant in this city. And with 8 months of apocalypse behind them, could any survivors still exist? With a sigh, she munched her food, the silence in the expansive lobby oppressive, save for the sound of her eating. Uncertain of when guests might arrive, she disposed of her waste and ventured to the entrance. After surveying the hotel perimeter, she activated the ground lights at the entrance. Noting that the fountain had long run dry, within the confines of the illuminated area, a realm of absolute territory unfurled before her. As she approached the periphery, the outside world, cloaked in the eerie glow of moonlight, appeared hauntingly sinister. Abandoned vehicles lay haphazardly along the roadside, and the ground was strewn with a viscous, dark substance. The unsettling sounds of shuffling and wailing zombies echoed in the air. Xi Yue found herself lost in thought, pondering the horrific events that must have transpired on the day the apocalypse descended. Suddenly, a rustling noise broke her reverie. A zombie staggered past her, its foul stench wafting through the air. Xi Yue's heart raced, nearly escaping her lips in a scream, her legs trembling beneath her. Yet, the zombie seemed oblivious to her presence, continuing its slow advance. Having lived peacefully for 21 years, Xi Yue had consumed numerous novels and films about zombies, mentally preparing herself for such an encounter. However, the reality of facing such a monstrosity filled her with an overwhelming dread that left her quaking. Hastily, she retreated to the safety of the lobby, where the bright lights and fragrant incense gradually calmed her nerves. Seated upon the sofa, she began to examine the room supply machine she had forgotten about. The system indicated that upon checking in, she could retrieve room supplies using her identity card. Inside, she found disposable items such as slippers, towels, toothbrushes, napkins, shower gel, and shampoo. The room could be cleaned with a single press of a button on the panel, necessitating that she personally collect these disposables. As she perused the items, a commotion outside drew her attention. Given the hotel's soundproofing, the shuffling and cries of zombies were typically inaudible. Xi Yue rushed to the door, where she discerned the faint sound of a vehicle. She called out, "Is anyone there? Come here. It's safe." In the distance, a car approached, pursued by a throng of zombies. Fearful of attracting more of the creatures, the driver refrained from turning on the headlights. Jiang Weiping and his son Jiang Yu had originally lived at the B City base in the suburbs. On the day the world fell into chaos, The family was dining together when Jiang Weiping fortuitously awakened a power-type ability, enabling them to escape to the B-City base. Shortly thereafter, his son Jiang Yu also manifested a fire-related ability. Their powers, however, were of low rank, restricting them to scouring the outskirts of the base for supplies while the wife and younger son remained behind. Life, though challenging, was manageable until the weather began to turn cold. The younger son fell ill with a sudden fever, and after 8 months of the apocalypse, the nearby towns had been thoroughly ravaged, leaving their stock of medication expired. The drugs exchanged at the base proved ineffective, worsening the child's condition. Desperate, the father and son sought help from many, and one elderly doctor informed them that only a specific prescription could save him. Available solely at the largest pharmacy in the heart of B-City. The city teemed with zombies, especially in the bustling downtown area, making it a perilous venture. Watching his son grow increasingly frail, Jiang Weiping resolved to find the medicine himself, though Jiang Yu was reluctant to let his father go alone. Ultimately, their mother, Xi Yue, decided the family would venture out together. Either they all escaped or stayed behind as one. The four of them drove recklessly, abandoning the car when necessary, and running the rest of the way. Fortune smiled upon them as they switched vehicles 3 times, finally managing to procure the medicine and escape. Exhausted, they took refuge in a small toy store, contemplating their next move when suddenly, they noticed lights flickering in the high-rise buildings outside. The lights shimmered brightly, serving as a beacon in the pitch-black night. Jiang Weiping found another vehicle and directed his family toward that hopeful glow. They barreled through the horde of zombies and debris, while Xi Yue hurried to the hotel entrance, fearful of being caught in the chaos. As the car surged into the illuminated zone, the pursuing zombies seemed to lose their focus, staggering aimlessly before gradually dispersing. The vehicle halted at the hotel entrance, revealing a black Jeep, its surface marred with scratches and grime. 4 individuals emerged, appearing to be a family, their clothes tattered and soiled. The leading man was slender, of modest height. His hair streaked with gray, and he appeared to be around 50. A young boy, seemingly 16 or 17, clutched 2 bags, while a woman, looking utterly worn, held her child tightly, radiating anxiety. The child, frail and weak, stifled coughs behind a hand pressed over his mouth. Chapter 4. Is this paradise? Are you seeking accommodation? You look utterly fatigued. Why not take 2 rooms and rest for the night? Our hotel is exceptionally safe, as you can see. Zombies cannot penetrate here. Let us discuss this inside. If you choose not to stay, you're welcome to rest in the lobby. The child has been coughing and could use some water. Xi Yue's heart swelled with warmth upon seeing living souls. Thank you. May I inquire about the room rates? Jiang Weiping asked, following Xi Yue into the hotel. He felt no fear of her as a potential deceiver. She seemed far removed from the struggles of the apocalypse. 8 months had elapsed. Yet she still appeared immaculate and radiant, her skin glowing with vitality, suggesting she possessed extraordinary abilities to maintain such a state in a zombie-infested city center. What could her family possibly have to gain from deceiving them? Upon entering the hotel, they were greeted by bright lights, the resplendent crystal chandeliers casting a dazzling glow, and the pristine tiles reflecting their images. The fragrant aroma of incense wafted through the air. The family stood at the entrance, awestruck by the dreamlike scene, hesitant to step forward lest they tarnish its beauty. Come, have a seat here and let me introduce you to the rooms, Xi Yue beckoned, patting the lobby sofa. Cautiously, the family approached and sat down, their anxiety palpable. Xi Yue produced a tablet and explained, this is a deluxe room, priced at 2 crystals per night, encompassing all amenities. And you'll find the water is clean. There's a kettle for boiling water. This is a double room, and while the beds differ, the facilities are the same. The suite is 4 crystals per night, offering a larger space with a living room, kitchen, refrigerator, and even a small washing machine. What do you think? Jiang Weiping seemed incredulous. Water sources had become contaminated since the onset of the apocalypse, and at the base, due to the presence of water manipulators, each person was allotted only a meager amount of drinking water daily. If they needed more, it cost 10 primary crystals for a single bottle. The living conditions at the base were dire. His family squeezed into a cramped 15-square-meter room devoid of windows or a bathroom, costing them 200 primary crystals a month. Outside, countless individuals were unable to afford housing, resorting to makeshift shelters in vacant lots, where theft and violence were constant threats. Daily, Jiang Weiping and his son battled zombies, and their expenses only mounted as they sought food, receiving merely 2 small potatoes from the base each day. With the soil devastated, Most food relied on hydroponics, or meager harvests from the few remaining cultivators. 2 potatoes a day barely sustained life. To survive, they needed to barter or purchase sustenance. Let us book 1 double room and 1 deluxe room. Can you arrange for us to stay close together? Jiang, feeling embarrassed, clutched his stomach. Having gone a day without proper sustenance, subsisting only on 2 meager crackers during their escape. Of course. You must be hungry. Here is the instant food vending machine. For just 1 crystal, you can obtain a variety of random foods. Once you've completed your check-in, feel free to try it. After entering Jiang Weiping's information, the machine scanned him, and Shuyu handed him a wristwatch. Wear this. It contains your information and grants access to the elevator and rooms. You will use it for self-checkout at the vending machines. If you need to recharge it, seek me out. Shuyu explained how to navigate the watch's functions. The family gazed in wonder at Jiang Weiping's watch. Name, Jiang Weiping. Gender, male. Age, 38. Ability, level 2 strength. Room number, 3001. Balance, 0. 1 by 1. They eagerly entered their information. Jiang Weiping charged each person's watch with 10 crystals to test the waters. His younger brother, Jiang Sun, waved cheerfully at his brother while wearing a small watch, his eyes crinkled in delight. Task, inspect hotel rooms and accommodate for 2 guests completed. Reward, 1 self-service check-in recharge machine. Upon hearing the notification, Xi Yue collected 2 baskets from the front desk and assisted a family of 4 in obtaining daily necessities from the machine, before proceeding to the instant food blind box machine. After scanning their watches, they selected the quantity and clicked to confirm, resulting in the emergence of their food. This time, Xi Yue retrieved a can of instant bird's nest. To her surprise, they even had this. Perfect for a sweet treat, she joyfully sat down to savor it. The operation of the blind box machine was remarkably simple, and Jiang was the first to give it a try. After confirming his selection, he drew out a self-heating rice dish with beef brisket and potatoes, which was quite commendable. Hence, the entire family began to draw from the blind box. Xi Yue had always enjoyed watching others draw blind boxes in her previous world, although there were no videos to view in this realm. Witnessing the live draws was equally exhilarating. Observing their increasing excitement, they drained their watches of crystals, most of which resulted in instant noodles, stacking a tower of various flavors that towered over them. The luckiest was undoubtedly Jiang Xiaodi, who drew either hot pot or rice dishes, ultimately landing a luxurious family seafood noodle bowl. It was served in a large pot, brimming with various seafood preserved by advanced system technology. Abalone, large prawns, and scallops adorned the top, with a massive king crab nestled in the center. One could tell without tasting that it must be exquisite. After exchanging greetings with Xi Yue, Hiru extracted several large bags from their luggage, filling them with as much as they could carry. The family then proceeded to the elevator in high spirits. The opulent elevator reflected their disheveled appearances. They looked gaunt and grimy, having gone too long without a bath to even recognize themselves. Ding! The elevator reached the 3rd floor, where a plush carpet awaited them. At the elevator entrance stood 2 pots of evergreen plants with broad, vibrant green leaves. For 4-year-old Jiang Sun, the green foliage was a marvel, and these pots were considerably taller than him. He stepped onto the soft carpet and gently touched the lush leaves, exclaiming, "Is this a tree? A green tree?" The couple, Jiang and he, were inwardly astonished. Since the apocalypse, untainted soil had become a rare treasure. These 2 large pots were merely ornamental. Yet considering Xi Yue and the hotel's offerings, what wasn't precious? Following the room numbers, they located their accommodations, 3001 and 3002. Entering the double room first. Upon illuminating the lights inside, the family beheld the tidy, bright chamber. Could this truly be paradise? Such a room was available for merely 2 crystal cores. Chapter 5, Luxurious Family Seafood Noodles. Due to their grimy state, they hesitated to soil their new room. So they set down their luggage and deliberated on bathing before dining. Jiang Xiaodi was still quite young, so Hiru opened a can of 8 treasure porridge, allowing Jiang Yu and Jiang Xiaodi to share it while she and Jiang Weiping took their baths first. Armed with their toiletries, they entered the adjacent room, setting toothbrushes, towels, and combs on the sink. Hiru stepped into the shower. The warm water washed away the grime and fatigue enveloping her, and the bathroom filled with the fragrant aroma of shea butter body wash. After scrubbing for a good 10 minutes, Hiru finally emerged, her skin flushed, as if reborn. After drying her hair, She changed into relatively clean clothes from their luggage. Xi Yue carried a water jug and 2 cups to the next room, where Jiang Weiping was already bathing their younger son. While Jiang Yu had moved next door to wash up, they tidied all their belongings, realizing many clothes required washing while the remaining items were neatly arranged. They still possessed over 200 first-level crystal cores and 4 second-level cores, having spent quite a bit on Jiang Xiaoti's medical needs. Had they still been at the base, paying rent would have left them unable to afford food. Xi Yue boiled 2 kettles of hot water, retrieved 4 bowls from their luggage to wash and warm. The remaining hot water was poured into the cups as she stood by the window, gazing into the pitch-black night, blowing on her cup before taking a sip. The water was scalding, yet it soothed her restless heart. She wondered how long this tranquility would last, yet she truly wished to remain here with her family for eternity. The family of 4, freshly bathed, gathered around the small tea table, placing the bountiful luxurious family seafood noodle bowl on the table. Upon lifting the lid, it appeared identical to the picture, brimming with a layer of large prawns, abalone, and various seafood, crowned by a colossal king crab in the center. Xi Yue took a bowl and began to portion out the noodles, breaking the crab into smaller pieces. As they feasted on the noodles and savored the soup, they were enveloped in a long-lost sense of happiness. Jiang Sun was ecstatic, one hand gripping a large prawn while the other clutched crab leg meat. He could hardly remember the last time he had tasted something so delectable, his mind drifting back to an endless supply of potatoes. This was divine. He wished he could indulge in this every single day. Satiated, and after administering medicine to the younger son, Jiang Weiping took 200 crystal cores downstairs to recharge. After assisting Jiang Weiping with the recharge, Xi Yue noticed the outside had quieted down, and decided to retire for the night, reasoning that even if someone arrived, nothing could be disrupted. Xi Yue lay down with her younger son in the large bed. He was still unwell, and she tenderly stroked his face. Seeing her son's pale features adorned with a smile, she tucked him in and drifted off to sleep. Jiang Weiping and his elder son prepared to venture out to scout the surroundings the next day. They couldn't afford to be idle. The father and son fell asleep in the soft bed, gradually succumbing to slumber. Life in the apocalypse was unbearably monotonous, and Xi Yue, having slept far too much the previous day, arose early. Observing her system panel, she recalled completing her task yesterday and clicked on the information. Hotel name: Universe Hotel 1 star. Manager: Xi Yue. Ability: Absolute Domain, invincible within your managed domain. Assets: 96 crystals. Warehouse: 1 self-service check-in recharge machine. Conditions for hotel star upgrade: host for 50 guests. Task: recruit a qualified employee 1. Xi Yue contemplated what constituted a qualified employee, what requirements must be met, and the daunting star upgrade task that seemed far off. Shaking her head, she decided to relinquish her thoughts and let things unfold naturally. After freshening up, she descended to seek sustenance. She positioned the self-service check-in recharge machine beside the room amenities, and was pleased to stroke its silver-white exterior. Today would be another day of idleness. Hesitating before the blind box machine, she eventually opted for a 5-draw attempt. After confirming, the first item was pickled cabbage. The second a can of lychee, which was quite satisfactory, ideal for a post-meal fruit. The third was a self-heating tomato beef brisket hot pot. The fourth a can of millet porridge, and the last a pack of crab sticks. After consuming 2 bowls of instant noodles, Jiang Weiping and Jiang Yu prepared to explore the nearby vicinity. After resting on the soft bed and inhaling the room's fragrant ambience, both father and son were apprehensive about waking up from what felt like a dream. Descending the stairs, they spotted Xi Yue sipping millet porridge and nibbling on crab sticks. Out so early? Did you sleep well last night? Xi Yue greeted them. It was the most restful sleep we've had since the apocalypse. Thank you, manager. We're planning to explore nearby for a bit to earn some crystal cores, Jiang Weiping replied. No need for formality. You are guests. Just don't wander too far. The areas surrounding the hotel with ground lights are safe. Oh, and the car parked at the entrance, please move it to the underground garage. Understood. Excuse me, dear proprietor. Does your establishment carry laundry detergent or similar items? I find myself with insufficient clothing, inquired Jiang Weiping. Xiao Yu, exasperated, smacked her forehead. Oh dear. I forgot to mention that clothing should be placed in the laundry basket at the end of the corridor, and once washed, you will be notified to collect them. Thank you, esteemed proprietor. We shall take our leave now. Go on, and do take care. Xiao Yu waved her hand, a hint of concern in her expression, as the city center was particularly rife with zombies. Although the hotel's surroundings had seen a significant reduction in the undead, anxiety lingered, for this was the only establishment with guests, and Jiang Weiping was the first person she had encountered in this world. The apocalypse was exceedingly cruel, and Xi Yue wished for the safety of their family. After finishing her breakfast, Xi Yue stood at the hotel entrance, stretching and moving her limbs. The fountain at the entrance had long dried up, appearing somewhat dilapidated. The area was desolate, with wild grasses turning a sickly yellow. The vehicles on the street were rusted, and the ground was marred with dark stains. In the corner lay several mangled corpses, emanating a foul stench. Strolling along the path behind the hotel, she recalled that this area was once part of the hotel's garden, now reduced to a patch of wild grass. Contemplating the food in the vending machine, she mused that one could not subsist solely on such fare. How splendid it would be if this land could yield vibrant vegetables and fruits. The restaurant on the second floor remained inaccessible. Surely, the Cosmic Hotel's dining experience would be extraordinary. Lost in thought, she slowly made her way back. Upon returning to the sofa, Xi Yue pondered how to garner more attention for her hotel. Relying solely on the arrival of guests seemed an interminable task. More patrons would surely expedite the unlocking of her restaurant. Chapter 6. The Enigmatic Business Card. Ding. How could a high-end hotel lack its own business card? Limited time task. Please create a business card for your hotel. Xi Yue opened the panel and began her exploration. There were numerous templates and elements to choose from, and after a considerable time of deliberation, she finally crafted the business card for the Cosmic Hotel. The card featured a black background glimmering with tiny lights, reminiscent of stars scattered throughout the vast universe. The front displayed the hotel's name, the proprietor's name, Xi Yue, and the hotel's address. The reverse illustrated a rough map of the hotel's location, along with a description proclaiming complimentary utilities. The card had a firm texture, cool to the touch, akin to an unknown metallic substance. Xi Yue felt a sense of satisfaction as she admired her creation. Congratulations, host, on completing the card design. Reward: a random issuance of hotel business cards. The host may select the distribution radius, sending out 20 cards at once, which will land in any location within the specified area. The cards possess a minimal protective function against zombie attacks for 3 days, and will dissipate thereafter. Xi Yue felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a remarkable opportunity. She determined that the initial distribution should occur in a densely populated area nearby. Having gleaned information from the Jiang family the previous day, the nearest base was located about 30 kilometers away in the outskirts of B City. Thus, she decided on a radius of 40 kilometers. She hoped the recipients would genuinely come to visit. After leaving the hotel, Jiang Weiping and his son cautiously searched the vicinity. In this world, most ability users had reached level 3, while the top-tier experts had attained level 4. The father and son, who needed to care for their family, refrained from undertaking perilous tasks. Their collected crystal cores were necessary for sustenance. Thus they had only barely reached level 2. Before the apocalypse, this area was bustling with shopping and dining establishments. Due to the hotel's presence, the number of zombies nearby had significantly decreased. The duo entered a clothing store in search of suitable attire, encountering several low-level zombies along the way, but fortunately, they were all of the first tier. After a strenuous search, they prepared to return home for a respite. Watch out! Jiang Yu suddenly shoved his father aside as a zombie lunged from the shadows. Jiang Weiping fell to the ground, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his back as the foul odor assaulted his senses. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet. Clutching the axe tightly, Jiang Yu hurled 2 fireballs at the approaching zombie, which narrowly dodged them, revealing itself to be a speed type with low abilities. Jiang Yu conjured 2 fire serpents to ensnare the agile creature, which staggered momentarily, allowing Jiang Weiping to deliver a decisive blow with his axe, while Jiang Yu swiftly finished it off with another fireball. Exhausted, the father and son paused to catch their breath before resuming their journey home. Fortunately, they encountered only a few more low-level zombies on their way back. Before they departed that morning, they had appeared relatively well-groomed, but upon their return, Xi Yue observed them as though they had fled from a disaster, their clothes tattered and their faces smeared with dark, red streaks of sweat and grime. They greeted Xi Yue briefly before retreating to their room for rest. At the B City base, the elderly Dr. Fang Guohua gnawed on a potato, his disheveled hair obscuring much of his face. Grandfather, have some water, his grandson Fang Xiaojun said, raising a plastic bottle that contained less than a third of its capacity. I'm not thirsty, Xiaojun, you drink it, Fang Guohua replied, patting the boy's head as he reflected on the Jiang family, who had departed the base the previous day. He sighed, contemplating the scarcity of food in this apocalyptic world. Before the apocalypse, Fang Guohua had run a small clinic, and his family of 6 had lived a stable and happy life. Following the outbreak, only he and his 5-year-old grandson Fang Xiaojun remained. Devoid of resources and abilities, they could not even find shelter beneath a roof. In the base, they had secured a patch of land to pitch a small tent, which served as their home. As he thought of his late wife, son, daughter-in-law, and daughter, Fang Guohua resolved to raise Xiaojun, no matter the hardships. Yet, relying solely on the 2 potatoes provided daily by the base was hardly sufficient. He watched as Xiaojun, once a plump infant, now appeared as though he were only 2 or 3 years old, with hollow cheeks and sunken eyes, resembling a large-headed doll. Adults may endure the harshness, but how could a child possibly survive? Fang Guohua sought work and scavenged for supplies, but resources were scarce, often seized by ability users, leaving only a stroke of luck to determine their fate. Even securing enough food to eat was an arduous challenge. As more individuals flocked to the base, having heard that a smaller base near City S had ceased distributing food to ordinary people, the influx to B City increased. Uncertain of how much longer the base could sustain them, Fang Guohua resolved to take each day as it came. Grandfather, what is that? It's so beautiful, Fang Xiaojun exclaimed, crawling from the tent and whispering in his grandfather's ear. Fang Guohua carried his grandson to the edge of the tent, shielding him from prying eyes. There, he beheld a black business card, shimmering like scattered diamonds. It bore the name Cosmic Hotel, with the address indicating the city center. What shocked Fang Guohua most was the notation on the back. Currently offering large bedrooms, double rooms, and suites to choose from, with complimentary utilities. Rooms starting at just 2 crystals. Note: the card can provide protection from zombie attacks within a 1-meter radius for 3 days, after which it will dissipate. The Cosmic Hotel welcomes your visit. Looking into his grandson's innocent, curious eyes, Fang Guohua reflected on how the upper echelons of the base dared not even claim they had access to electricity, let alone the prospect of complimentary utilities, for merely 2 crystals. He knew he ought not to trust such a notion, yet glancing at his frail grandson, he yearned for its authenticity, hoping it would enable him to raise Xiaojun properly, honoring the memory of his departed family. Embracing his grandson, he entered the tent and lay down, closing his eyes. Could such a place truly exist? He had never believed the apocalypse could come to pass, yet here it was. Fang Guohua pondered that tomorrow he would venture out to ascertain the truth, whether or not it was indeed possible to evade the zombies. The mere thought of successfully isolating himself from the undead ignited boundless fantasies within him, causing him to clench his fists in excitement. Meanwhile, individuals from various directions set forth towards the epicenter of this zombie paradise. Chapter 7. New arrivals today. Xi Yue awoke late, plagued by insomnia as thoughts of her guests troubled her mind. Upon entering the lobby, she encountered 2 men and a woman, new guests. Hello, my name is Liang Yi. Are you the manager? The woman, with her neatly cropped hair and sharp phoenix eyes, exuded an air of formidable confidence. Tall and athletic, she donned a sports outfit, carried a hefty bag, and wielded a long knife, embodying a striking presence. Xi Yue smiled and nodded. Just call me Xi Yue. Please follow me. She led them to the self-check-in kiosk, patiently explaining the operation. After the trio completed their check-in, they collected disposable supplies under Xi Yue's guidance. Are you hungry? Over there. We have instant food mystery boxes, 1 crystal for a draw. You might want to give it a try. As Xi Yue glanced at the somewhat barren walls, she contemplated engaging with the system, and thus prepared to return to her room. There's actually a mystery box. After the apocalypse, I've been running around aimlessly. I used to adore drawing mystery boxes and collecting figurines. Xi Yue, don't let my current lean appearance fool you. I was once considered a deadweight otaku by others. This damned apocalypse. Oh, how I lament. Zhou Sheng lamented, a former enthusiast of the anime world, now stripped of all electronic comforts, forced into an unexpected weight loss journey. As Xi Yue approached the elevator, she overheard his mournful cries and found him rather intriguing. Zhou Sheng had arrived with his cousin, Su Qingkong, who wore glasses and appeared quite scholarly. The 2 hailed from a base in C City, neighboring B City, and had initially accompanied an ability team to scavenge supplies on the outskirts of B City. By chance, Zhou caught a card that fell from the sky. Initially dismissing it, they soon discovered that zombies ceased to attack Su Chenkong while he was searching for supplies. The brothers conferred and decided to part ways with the ability team to investigate further. Zhou, possessing Earth-based abilities, cleared the road while Su Chenkong drove forward. Though zombies still pursued them, drawn by the noise of the vehicle. On the road, they encountered Liang Yi, who strolled leisurely along the roadside, wielding a large knife to dispatch nearby zombies. With swift precision, she cleared the area and placed the cart on a platform, waiting for the zombies to gather before resuming her assault. The brothers were left in awe, halting their vehicle to assist in eliminating the zombies trailing behind, ultimately bringing Liang Yi to the hotel. Upon their arrival, the car entered the hotel, leaving the pursuing zombies aimlessly wandering, and the trio swiftly dispatched them once more. Zhou drew first, winning a self-heating beef hot pot. Eagerly, he prepared it with hot water, anticipating the taste. Liang Yi, on the other hand, opted for a staggering 100 draws from the mystery boxes, amassing a mountain of food at her feet, returning to her room twice without a hint of warmth. Oh my heavens! It truly tastes like it did before. I thought I would never experience this again. It's been ages since I've eaten vegetables. The meat from mutated beasts pales in comparison to this beef. I never want to eat mutated meat again. And it only costs 1 crystal. Is this a paradise on Earth? I must bring my parents and grandparents here. I never want to leave. Zhou lamented, clutching his self-heating hot pot, tears streaming down his face. Su Chenkong, after recharging with 2,000 crystals, began his own draws. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked, "Did you notice that the zombies we've encountered thus far are all of a low level? Not a single second-tier zombie in sight. As I understand it, B City has long since fallen, with an astounding number of zombies lurking within. It seems implausible that we would only encounter low-tier ones. Could it be that the manager has eradicated the higher-tier zombies? That is utterly terrifying. Is there a trap here? If we return, will we come back? The food here is too delicious to leave. What will we do if we can't eat this again?" Zhou said, his tears flowing anew. "I secretly utilized my abilities upon entry, and I felt an overwhelming sensation of suppression. Moreover, I sensed that the manager is inscrutable. Either she lacks abilities or possesses an overwhelming strength. But how could she possibly lack powers? Everything here is remarkably priced. If she had ulterior motives, she wouldn't need to go through such lengths, would she? I haven't detected any malice from her," Su Chenkong mused, glancing at his watch. "Transfer all your crystals into your watch. We shall return to the base to exchange the food for crystals, and bring my grandfather and the others here. I have a premonition that this will be the safest location," Su Chenkong declared, gathering the food into his spatial storage. His spatial abilities had reached Tier 3, boasting an impressive area of approximately 60 square meters. Zhou sprang into action. The path they had cleared on their arrival would allow for a swifter return. Exercising caution, they sought out Liang Yi, exchanging food for her card. After organizing their belongings, they climbed into the vehicle, aiming to return within 2 days, wary of any unforeseen circumstances. Shortly after their departure, Xi Yue joyfully descended the stairs, having negotiated a 200-inch television from the system. She mounted the television on the wall opposite the sofa, eager to explore the entertainment industry of this world, which she had yet to experience. Rubbing her hands together in glee, she powered on the television, reminding herself to notify her few guests. After checking in on the occupancy, she called those interested to come and watch. Hiru, holding her young son, entered the lobby and settled onto the sofa. Jiang gazed at the figure speaking on the large screen, his mouth agape in astonishment, eyes wide with wonder. Clutching his mother's sleeve, he exclaimed, "Mama! Look! Mama!" Little Sun recalled his fondness for watching television, reminiscing about the times he would sit mesmerized before the screen, needing his mother's assistance to eat. "Is anyone there? Please save my elderly spouse." A frail, disheveled old man banged on the glass door, crying out in desperation. Xi Yue and her companions hurried outside to investigate. By the fountain lay an elderly couple, the woman urgently inquiring, "Is there water? We need water, please." Without hesitation, Xi Yue dashed back to fetch disposable cups, bringing 2 filled with water to the unconscious elder. She crouched down to offer him a drink, while the elderly woman propped him up. The old man, regaining consciousness, greedily gulped down the water, 1 cup after another, his thirst insatiable, as the woman gently patted his back, urging him to take it slow. Once he had quenched his thirst, Xi Yue rushed to refill the cups and handed them to the couple. The man finished his water in one breath, savoring the droplets that lingered on his lips, gradually regaining his strength. Xi Yue and the elderly woman supported him as he rose, and he bowed in gratitude to Xi Yue and her companions. The elderly woman wiped her tears, repeatedly expressing her thanks as they settled into the hotel lobby. Chapter 8. Mutated plants. Once the elderly couple had taken their seats, they retrieved the hotel's business card from their pockets and began to share their story. The woman introduced herself as He Lifeng, while the man was Sun Mantian. Before the apocalypse, Sun Mantian had apprenticed under a renowned national banquet chef, possessing exceptional culinary skills. Once upon a time, a grand restaurant thrived in S City, where the proprietor, along with his son Sun Hong, had several apprentices dedicated to mastering the culinary arts. However, when the apocalypse struck, they relied on the food reserves from the restaurant and fled with their small family and 6 apprentices to a modest base in S City. Sun Hong awakened his wood-based supernatural abilities, quickly establishing himself as one of the strongest within the base, allowing the family to sustain themselves comfortably. As food supplies dwindled, the daily rations shrank from 2 potatoes to just 1. Rumors circulated of mutated rice discovered in Yin County, near S City. In the wake of the apocalypse, flora and fauna had undergone dramatic mutations due to soil and water contamination, rendering ordinary species unable to survive. Some animals had transformed into zombies, while others evolved to adapt to their altered environments. Certain plants became ferocious and bloodthirsty, while others developed the ability to promote growth. It was said that a powerful individual in the capital possessed a mutated sweet potato capable of rejuvenating contaminated soil within a certain radius, allowing it to yield edible tubers in a shortened growth cycle. Such potent mutated plants were coveted by every base. Yin County, known for its rice production before the apocalypse, became the focal point of an expedition organized by the base to seek out the rumored mutated rice. Due to his high level of ability, Sun Hong was included in the team. A week later, the supernatural beings returned, but instead of finding the coveted mutated rice, they encountered a formidable mutated banyan tree, nearing level 5 in its evolution. The expedition suffered casualties, with many dead, injured, or missing, including Sun Hong himself. The couple, Sun Mantian and his wife, were unable to fathom the reality of their son's fate, yet they had no choice but to confront it. The base ceased its food distribution, and all transactions shifted to reliance on crystal cores. Thanks to their son's high-ranking abilities, the elderly couple had enjoyed complimentary accommodations for several months, amassing a modest collection of crystal cores. However, with their son missing, their residence was reclaimed, and every necessity now required monetary exchange. The couple, both advanced in age, soon found themselves targeted, particularly by those harboring grudges against their son. These individuals covertly schemed against them, making it increasingly difficult for the couple to procure food and water, without expending more crystal cores than others. Had it not been for the thought of their son's lingering friendships, they might have been robbed outright. In the wake of his disappearance, friends who once frequented their home for meals vanished from sight, and the few apprentices who had accompanied them now struggled with their own hardships, resulting in scant communication. With crystal cores and some provisions, Sun Mantian and his wife joined the throng heading to the B City base, steadfast in their belief that their son was still alive. Remaining in their current situation, however, posed an imminent danger. Survival was their only path to eventually locating their child. Discreetly, they informed 2 apprentices to relay their whereabouts to their son should he return, and then they set off with the crowd. Along the journey, they were scrutinized by predatory glances, the elderly couple appearing out of place amid the gaunt figures of the displaced. Even after attempting to disguise their plight, they could not escape attention. To alleviate their burden, they dared not carry excess water or food. At night, sleep eluded them, and they remained alert, battling fatigue. Under the moonlight, Sun Mantian noticed something glimmering at his feet. Reaching down, he felt a cool card, which he discreetly pocketed. As dawn broke, the group resumed their journey, with Sun Mantian, having endured a sleepless night, forcing himself to maintain composure. His wife, He Lifeng, appeared utterly drained from the anxiety of their son's absence, and they gradually fell to the rear of the procession. At that moment, several emaciated individuals approached, demanding their valuable provisions under the threat of being fed to zombies. He Lifeng gripped her husband's hand in fear, while Sun Mantian feigned calmness, pleading, "If you take our belongings, please let us be unharmed." The ruffians, glaring menacingly, retorted, Don't think you can pull any tricks. Hand over your goods. We couldn't care less about your survival. Recognizing that surrendering everything would lead to their demise, Sun Mantiang cautiously unfastened a bag from his back and displayed its contents. Compressed biscuits, several packets of instant noodles, a few potatoes and 2 bottles of water. The bandits' eyes gleamed with avarice, and seizing the moment of their distraction, Sun Mantiang hastily flung the bag to the ground and took his wife's hand, fleeing towards B City without looking back. Though not swift, their age was advantageous. The famished pursuers, weakened from days without sustenance, could not keep pace with the elderly couple. They pressed on, scarcely pausing for breath. Sun Mantiang understood that had they chosen to follow the main group, they would eventually face the same fate. Despite their haggard appearance, they were not so frail as to be overlooked. As they ran, they were suddenly confronted by 2 zombies, shambling towards them with guttural growls. Helifin, exhausted, resolved not to be a burden to her husband any longer. She stopped, urging him to flee while she held off the approaching zombies. Sun Mantiang turned back, embracing her tightly, declaring, "If you perish, I shall not survive either. I refuse to tread upon your remains to live on. How could I ever face our son again?" They clung to one another, Helifin weeping, caught between the terror of death and the profound love of her devoted husband. As sweat rolled down his forehead, she shut her eyes tightly, awaiting the inevitable. The stench of decay drew nearer, accompanied by the chilling howls of the undead. Sun Mantiang held his trembling wife close, watching as the 2 zombies ambled past them, inexplicably choosing not to attack. In astonishment, he widened his eyes and patted Helifin's shoulder. Suddenly recalling the card he had found, he fished it out. "This card can shield us from zombie attacks for 3 days, within a 1-meter radius. The Cosmic Hotel welcomes your patronage," he read aloud, incredulous yet reassured by their recent experience. Firmly grasping his wife's hand, he urged her to press closer to him as they moved toward the direction of the Cosmic Hotel. Having covered significant ground, they felt fatigued and parched. Most of their food and water had been discarded, leaving only a small amount of yesterday's leftover water in the pouch meant for crystal cores. He handed the last few drops to Helifin, insisting she drink it all, as he had quenched his thirst the day before. She, however, understood her husband's thirst too well. With only each other left, she was determined to endure alongside him. After a brief respite, Sun Mantiang and his wife were assisted by Xi Yue in securing accommodation. Upon depositing all their crystal cores, they purchased a few mystery boxes and, supporting one another, returned to their room to rest. After 2 days of arduous travel, Sun Mantiang finally relaxed, the tension in his body dissipating, though fatigue left him dizzy and weak. Xi Yue mused about the existence of such mutated plants, wondering what they might look like. Having previously assumed that any plants surviving in this brutal apocalypse would be as bloodthirsty as zombies. If such beneficial mutated plants existed, perhaps there were also advantageous mutated animals. Seated in a single armchair, Xi Yue lowered his head slightly, revealing his pale jawline, long fingers toying with a crimson crystal core, lost in thought. In the opulent suite, shattered floor-to-ceiling windows exposed the grim reality below. Charred bodies lay scattered across the carpet, mingled with pools of putrid flesh and blood. The once vibrant crimson cores had turned to dust, their energy intertwining with his fingertips. A foul wind swept through the room, and Xi Yue rose, brushing off his hands as he stored the armchair in his spatial pocket. Approaching the broken window, he gazed down upon the desolate city, a sight as repulsive as the apocalypse itself. As he cast a glance back at the foul-smelling room, he mused that it was time to change his residence once more. He leaped down, the wind surrounding him gently guiding his descent. Since his arrival in City B 2 days prior, he had already changed his lodging 6 times. The potent abilities he wielded attracted relentless waves of the undead, whose insatiable greed for energy rendered them utterly oblivious to fear. Within these 2 days, he had decimated nearly all the advanced zombies in the city. Strolling leisurely along the mottled streets, he was trailed by a throng of zombies, relentlessly harvested by the blades of wind. The gusts tousled his slightly long hair, revealing a pair of frosty eyes. Early in the morning, Fang Guohua exited the base, scanning the surroundings for traces of zombies. Due to the influx of scavengers searching for supplies nearby, it had become increasingly difficult to find zombies around the base's perimeter. Expanding his search radius in circles, he finally spotted a lone wandering zombie in front of a dilapidated house. Gripping the wooden stick tightly, he advanced step by step, the zombie seemingly oblivious to his presence as it ambled forward. He approached the zombie's side and struck it down with a single blow. Even after being felled, the zombie continued to crawl forward. With blow after blow, it ceased to move, revealing a white crystal core nestled within its skull. Fang Guohua extracted the core, wiped it on his clothing, and sat down with a chuckle. Eagerly, he gathered his stick and prepared to set off with his grandson. Upon returning to the base, he entered the tent and gently roused his slumbering grandson, packing a few articles of clothing. Gazing at the tent that had accompanied him for so long, he sighed. Large items were cumbersome to carry, and he decided to leave this behind for others. Cradling his grandson, he was approached by neighboring residents, inquiring where old Fang was headed with his belongings, hoping to accompany him if he had found a good place. I scoured the area today, but found nothing. I plan to venture further afield for supplies. I have no choice. I am old and weary, yet my grandson cannot endure alone. I cannot leave him here, so I will take him with me. Fang Guohua's eyes glistened with unshed tears, for his words were heartfelt. He looked at the child in his arms, clad in oversized clothing, limbs so thin they seemed fragile, with a small, gaunt face and a bewildered expression. The onlookers, moved by the sight, struggled to find words and gradually dispersed. Just after his departure, his former tent was swiftly claimed piece by others. He first collected today's rations of potatoes and water before stepping out of the base, only to be called out. "Grandpa Fang, are you leaving too?" The child before him was Qianlele, who had previously camped next to Fang Guohua with his father, after his father set out for supplies and never returned. The others informed him of his father's demise. Left alone, he was soon expelled by the remaining residents who divided his belongings amongst themselves. Henceforth, he was forced to sleep on the ground, and any food he obtained had to be consumed quickly, lest it be snatched away. Consequently, whenever he received supplies, he would hastily shove them into his mouth, glaring fiercely at anyone nearby. Fang Guohua had once seen him shivering on the ground and, recognizing the boy was of a similar age to his grandson, offered him a coat, though he could spare no more. He still had to care for his own grandchild, and there was little generosity left to share. Little did he know that this single act of kindness would foster a bond. Qianlele greeted him whenever they crossed paths, and he would even help when his grandson was bullied by other children. Now clad in the oversized coat Fang Guohua had given him, its filth beginning to clump, his pants missing, revealing thin, dark legs, and his hair matted against his cheek, he appeared skeletal. Despite the scarcity of food and clothing, he persevered, living fiercely in his own way, though he was merely 6 years old. "Grandpa is taking Xiao Jun to another place and won't be coming back." Fang Guohua spoke tenderly, unable to suppress his compassion. "Can you take me with you, Grandpa? I can do anything. I can fight zombies. I can take care of myself. Please take me with you." Qianlele's eyes sparkled with hope, his fervent desire deeply moving. "Grandpa, take my brother too." "Yes, good. Xiao Jun wants to be with his brother." Fang Xiaojun tugged at his grandfather's arm. Fang Guohua cast a long, contemplative glance at Qianlele, aware that they were heading towards the center of City B, infested with zombies. "Do you truly wish to accompany us? We cannot be certain of what awaits us, nor if we will survive. I want to go. Please take me, Grandpa. I promise to be obedient. I will take care of myself and little brother. I can fight zombies." Qianlele nodded vigorously, his determination unyielding as he gazed at Fang Guohua. "Then you must stay close to me. Do not be afraid of anything you encounter, do you understand?" Fang Guohua extended a hand, clasping Qianlele's bony fingers as they ventured toward City B. Qianlele remembered Grandpa Fang's words, adhering closely to him, matching his pace. As they traversed the path, they brushed past zombies time and again. Though fear gripped him, he dared not halt his steps. Passing a children's clothing store, Fang Guohua led the two children inside to gather a large bag of clothing, and also procured a comfortable pair of shoes for Qianlele. As he ambled along, gazing at his new shoes, Qianlele felt tears welling but swallowed them down, tightly clutching Fang Guohua's hem, vowing to treat both the old man and Xiao Jun with utmost kindness. Chapter 10. The Unremarkable Luck of an Emperor. As the trio continued their journey, they suddenly realized that they had not encountered a zombie in quite some time. It was as if the undead had vanished from this area altogether. After walking a bit further, they stumbled upon a scene of dismembered limbs scattered across the ground, surrounded by decaying flesh and bloodstains, the stench overwhelming, as though a brutal battle had transpired here. Fang Guohua had faced numerous hardships in this apocalyptic world, yet he had never witnessed a scene so grotesque, reminiscent of hell itself, sending shivers down his spine. "Grandpa, look." Tian Lele pointed excitedly at a pile of rotting flesh, where something glimmered in the sunlight. Fang Guohua focused his gaze, and was astonished to find a crystal core among the debris. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed several other crystal cores scattered about, astonishingly untouched. Xiaojun Lele gathered the crystals. If you see one, pick it up and put it in the bag. Hold hands and don't let go, understood? Fang Guohua instructed. Tucking a business card into Fang Xiaojuan's pocket before instructing the children, and then setting off to collect the cores. The three of them walked and gathered, discovering not only first-level cores, but also several second-level ones. They spent a considerable time collecting, and remarkably, no zombies emerged. With 3 large bags filled to the brim with cores, their loads heavy, Fang Guohua felt no fatigue. After taking a moment to sip some water and rest, Tian Lele and Fang Xiaojun each carried bags filled with clothes and food. Fang Guohua instructed them to walk closely by his side as they pressed onward. Meanwhile, the Jiang father and son returned home to find an additional television in their living room. After enjoying some time watching with their wife and child, they retreated to their rooms for dinner. Jiang Sun, holding his father's hand, skipped along, chattering joyfully and laughing, prompting his family to join in his merriment. Seeing their happiness, Xi Yue thought to herself how wonderful it was. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was already past noon, and decided to also indulge in a meal, and open some blind boxes. She prayed for rice today, as she had grown weary of instant noodles and hot pot. Finishing them left her feeling unfulfilled. After a series of 5 consecutive draws, she successfully obtained 3 cups of mushroom chicken instant noodles, a self-heating rice box of chicken and mushrooms, and a can of peach slices. Incredible! My luck today is truly remarkable, she exclaimed. Despite not being fond of stewed chicken or mushrooms, her fortune was undeniable. With a puffed-up cheek, she continued with another 5 draws. This time luck was kinder, yielding 2 boxes of self-heating shredded pork rice, a box of snail noodles, a box of hot and sour noodles, and a can of luncheon meat. As Xi Yue savored her fish-flavored shredded pork rice accompanied by luncheon meat, a look of utter contentment graced her visage. Truly, a hearty meal nourishes the soul. After finishing her lunch, she patted her belly and gazed longingly at the delectable canned yellow peaches on the table. I can do this. I am still ready for battle, she declared, as she opened the can of yellow peaches, took a sip of the syrup, and sighed in sheer comfort. In days devoid of beverages, even sweet syrup proved to be a satisfying delight. Slurping on the succulent pieces of peach while watching television, she seemed to hear the sound of a revolving door being pushed open. Turning her head, she saw 3 individuals enter, 1 adult and 2 small children. The 2 youngsters clung to the adult's legs, their eyes fixated on the peach slices at the corner of Xi Yue's mouth, swallowing hard in anticipation. Upon first encountering Jiang Sun, Xi Yue had thought the child was too thin. However, today the older child appeared even more emaciated, as if made of mere paper, easily swept away by the slightest breeze. Observing the cracked, chapped lips of the trio, Xi Yue urged them to take a seat. Rising, she poured 3 glasses of water, noticing the children's eager throats as they swallowed in anticipation. After a moment's thought, she divided the can of peaches into 2 portions and offered them to the children. I just enjoyed this. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. Thank you so much. Fang Guohua responded repeatedly, his demeanor flustered. As he surveyed the opulent hotel lobby, and then glanced at the young lady with her fair complexion and immaculate attire, he mused that the trials of a post-apocalyptic world had evidently never touched her. After receiving their grandfather's consent, the 2 children expressed their gratitude and cautiously began to relish this rare delicacy. Is this the Universe Hotel? How do we check in? Fang Guohua inquired. He led the trio to a machine where they input their information. Crouching down, he asked Tian Lele, do you wish to stay with your grandfather and Xiaojun? Or should he book you another room? I don't want to be separated from Grandpa and Xiaojun. Please don't send me away. Tian Lele murmured, her gaze fixed on her toes, clearly anxious. Grandpa isn't sending you away. He merely inquired if you would like to live with him and your brother. Fang Guohua gently reassured her. If you wish, that would be splendid. Grandpa will take care of you and your brother as you grow. I want to be with Grandpa and my brother forever. I don't want to be apart. Tian Lele exclaimed, overwhelmed by warmth. Unable to hold back her tears any longer, Fang Guohua charged the watch with all the crystal cores, suddenly becoming affluent. After securing a double room for 3 months, he transferred 100 crystals each to Xiaojun and Lele's watches. Xi Yue found the situation quite remarkable. the seemingly frail elder accompanied by two skeletal children possessed such wealth. The Jiang family of four, with two supernatural beings, had assets that paled in comparison to his. Moreover, all three of them were ordinary people, hinting at a fascinating backstory. Noticing Xi Yue's astonished expression, Fang Guohua chuckled and recounted the events of their journey. What a stroke of luck! A horde of zombies was vanquished, and they left behind their crystal cores. How bizarre! After sharing the news, Xi Yue introduced them to the blind box machine, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Fang Guohua took 10 turns himself, then let the two children each take 10 turns as well. Lei, let Xiaojun go first, she suggested. Xiaojun nervously pressed the confirm button, eagerly gazing at the exit, silently praying. The machine dispensed food items repeatedly until it finally released a large pot of contents. Xi Yue marveled, thinking, these children are truly fortunate. Indeed. They had drawn the ultra-luxurious family pack of seafood noodles, an extravagant hidden treasure that Zhou Xing and Su Chengkong had failed to obtain despite thousands of attempts. She imagined how Zhou Xing might faint in the restroom upon hearing of this astonishing luck. As the three gazed at the images displayed, Xiaojun leaped for joy. His small face flushed with excitement and his eyes sparkling. Lei, too, was thrilled, hoping for her own unique draw. Xi Yue shared in their joy, contemplating the nature of hidden treasures. When Lei pressed confirm, she was presented with a remarkable treat, a 10-inch chocolate cake. Encased in transparent packaging, cherries adorned the top, making it a sight to behold. In this desolate world, fruits were a rare luxury, and these cherries looked plump and luscious, delights that were never available in her former life. Truly a splendid hidden treasure from the system. Following the cake, several different rice hot pots emerged, and then another enormous pot appeared, even larger than the previous one. Xi Yue leaned closer, her eyes wide with astonishment, inhaling sharply at the sheer magnitude of this fortuitous bounty. A hot pot gift set brimming with vibrant vegetables and an array of meaty delights. She sighed inwardly, marveling at the system's prowess, while lamenting her own fate of merely enjoying mushroom chicken stew. Finally, the last item emerged, a beautifully packaged fruit basket containing a dozen varieties of fruit. Xi Yue was exhausted, utterly astounded. She could no longer perceive this emaciated child through the lens of ordinary understanding. He was no longer an unremarkable child, but a glowing beacon of fortune. Is it strange to find money on the road? To seek a balanced meal with vegetables and meat? To crave dessert after a meal? To enjoy a bit of fruit during a break? Not in the least, it's entirely reasonable. This is the life of a fortunate individual, as even a vending machine offers fresh fruit. I'll remember you, the unassuming lucky one, Qian Lei. In retrospect, even your name radiates a unique brilliance. This delightful fortune was too grand to keep to herself. She yearned to share it with Zhou Sheng. The stark contrast between his thousands of attempts and their mere 10 was monumental. This family of three, two fortunate souls among them, proved that children are indeed remarkable beings. Chapter 11. The Joy of Sharing Stories. As Fang Guohua beheld Qian Lei's eager and excited gaze, he affectionately patted his head, marveling at how such an abundance of treasures could be so affordable. They would never comprehend that the items they casually drew were surprises that others had failed to obtain despite countless tries. Xi Yue sighed, lamenting her solitary enjoyment of this delightful bounty. The trio first carried some items upstairs, then returned to fetch another load. Their faces were no longer vacant or numb. Fang Guohua wore a smile, while Qian Lei and Sun Xiaojun scurried about energetically, brimming with vitality. Xi Yue watched them, wishing for the two fortunate children to grow up forever happy and joyful. Once back in the room, under their grandfather's guidance, Xiaojun and Qian Lei stripped down completely, shivering as their grandfather ushered them into the shower. Fang Guohua held the shower head, adjusting the water temperature before directing the warm stream over the children. The soothing water cascaded down, and the children squinted their eyes in comfort. They had likely not had a proper wash since the onset of the apocalypse. Layers of grimy water flowed away, revealing their original skin beneath. After scrubbing the children clean and applying body wash, they happily blew bubbles, laughter echoing through the bathroom. With scissors in hand, he trimmed the children's tangled hair. Though his skills were lacking, resembling the aftermath of a dog's chewing, their youthful faces emerged freshly. Fang Guohua felt a sense of accomplishment. After washing the children, he wrapped them in towels and placed them on the bed to rest while he took his turn in the shower. Two children reclined on a pristine bed, gazing at the ceiling while inhaling the sweet scent of milk that enveloped them, their laughter mingling in joyous harmony. Once their mirth subsided, They obediently lay in wait for their grandfather to emerge. Fang Guohua, having completed his bath and tidied his hair, retrieved his cleanest attire, and dressed the children in the new clothes he had found that day. The children delicately touched the fabric, their faces radiating happiness. Having endured a prolonged period of inadequate meals, Fang Guohua prepared 2 boxes of mildly flavored self-heating rice, and opened a can of millet porridge to satiate the children's hunger first. The porridge exuded a delightful sweetness, and as the children savored it, they urged their grandfather to join them, the 3 of them sharing the meal in a delightful exchange. Upon opening the rice, an aromatic fragrance wafted through the air, prompting the children to inhale deeply. The moment it touched his palate, Qian Lele was overwhelmed with tears. Having lived alone for far too long, he could barely appreciate even the blandest potato. This flavor made him feel alive again, reminiscent of the cherished child he once was, enveloped in familial love. Fang Xiaojun nestled closer, embracing his brother Qian Lele, whispering comforting words, "Brother, don't cry, I'm here with you. Don't be afraid." Lele held his younger brother tightly, and under the tender gaze of their grandfather, he finally calmed, savoring the exquisite taste, hoping it would linger just a little longer. After their meal, grandfather began to tidy up, hanging clothes in the wardrobe, placing family photographs in the bedside table, and arranging shoes neatly in the shoe cabinet. Lele and Xiaojun leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, basking in the warm sunlight. This was to be their new home. Qian Lele wished dearly for himself, his grandfather, and his brother to dwell here together forever, never to part. In another room, Xi Yue, having witnessed the appearance of 4 SSRs in the blind box, watched television with satisfaction. Liang Yi descended from upstairs and took a seat on the sofa. Earlier that morning, Xi Yue had informed those in the room about the television in the lobby, and feeling somewhat bored, Liang Yi decided to come down and see for herself. Xi Yue stole a glance at Liang Yi, who was a strikingly beautiful young lady. She had noticed her earlier in the day. Liang Yi exuded an air of confidence, though she appeared somewhat aloof. Now in her sportswear after a shower, she appeared even more graceful. Aside from the sounds emanating from the television, the two remained silent. Finding the atmosphere too quiet, Xi Yue cleared her throat and remarked, "Did you know?" The opening line of Xi Yue's versatile dialogue often began with either "Have you eaten?" or "Did you know?" Observing Liang Ye's puzzled expression, Xi Yue could no longer contain her desire to share and scooted closer, saying, "Just now, 3 new guests arrived. A senior and 2 small children. They were so thin, almost skeletal. They looked utterly pitiful." Liang Yi was not surprised. In this post-apocalyptic world, such figures were ubiquitous, and surviving was no small feat. The courage it took for the elderly man to bring the children here was commendable. Xi Yue gazed at Liang Yi with an expression that suggested she was unaware of the extraordinary nature of these guests. "You have no idea how many hidden items there are in this blind box machine. Even I am not entirely sure. Before today, I only knew it contained lavish seafood noodles, featuring a variety of seafood, and an entire colossal king crab, enough to feed 4 or 5 people." Seeing Liang Yi's mildly astonished expression, as if contemplating the existence of such items, Xi Yue continued, "To my surprise, the younger child drew this seafood noodle in 10 consecutive pulls, and the older child, even more astonishing." Watching Liang Yi's curious gaze, as if urging her to continue, Xi Yue, brimming with enthusiasm, added, "He also drew 10 times, and on his very first attempt, he pulled out a 10-inch chocolate cake. Adorned with plump cherries, it looked absolutely delectable. Then he drew a luxurious family hot pot set. It was substantial enough to satisfy an entire family, packed with fresh vegetables, assorted seafood, and various types of meat. And that's not all. You can never predict the endpoint of a lucky draw. He even managed to pull a fruit basket from the instant food machine, containing a dozen types of fruits. Can you believe it? This family has 2 lucky stars among them. It's quite extraordinary." Liang Yi recalled her own experience of drawing 100 times, mostly yielding instant noodles, with self-heating hot pots and rice being disappointingly scarce. Noticing Liang Yi's expression, Xi Yue seemed to understand her thoughts and reassured her, "You know, after you went upstairs, the 2 brothers who came with you drew nearly 4,000 times together, and didn't he get anything?" A strange sense of comfort washed over Liang Yi, and a smile broke through her previously indifferent demeanor. The television blared with sounds of an argument, drawing Xi Yue's attention as both began to watch the drama intently. The scene unfolded with the female lead and her boyfriend engaged in a heated argument, the lead storming out of the villa, walking alone on the road. Xi Yue confidently declared. At this moment, It's bound to rain heavily, and the female lead will end up crying in the downpour. Just as she predicted, the heavens opened, and the female lead shivered in the rain, her cries echoing in the night. Liang Yi looked at Xi Yue with astonishment, to which Xi Yue responded with a smug glance. This was merely the accumulation of experience from countless melodramatic novels and dramas she had consumed. A car will surely pass by to rescue the female lead, and the one to step out will undoubtedly be the male supporting character, who will inevitably fall hopelessly in love with her, yet always appears just in time, preventing him from becoming the male lead, Xi Yue remarked, reclining on the sofa with her arms crossed. Indeed, the television depicted a car halting beside the female lead, from which a handsome man emerged to offer her an umbrella. Why does timely intervention prevent him from being the male lead? Liang Yi intrigued. Xi Yue employed her signature expression of "you wouldn't know this," explaining, in these cliched plots, the male and female leads must endure numerous trials and tribulations, with various supporting characters constantly appearing. The men are all kind to the female lead, silently protecting her and showering her with care. Yet their backgrounds and abilities will never surpass those of the male lead. The women will invariably fall for the male lead, possessing beauty, noble birth, and exceptional education, pouring out their hearts and resources for him. Yet he dismisses them, considering them mere ornaments. The male lead finds the female lead's ignorance and coarseness to be uniquely charming, while she interprets his arrogance and disdain as possessiveness. This is a classic case of unrequited effort. If you're remarkable enough, you're destined to be a supporting character, Xi Yue critiqued. However, that's just in dramas. In reality, supporting characters should keep their distance. Chapter 12. All meals provided and accommodation included. Liang Yi, seemingly in contemplation, asked, "Do you think those supporting characters are pathetic? Always clinging to the leads?" That's not quite the case. It's merely how the writers have scripted their roles. Xi Yue replied. Many people enjoy seeing fierce competition among women, depicting them battling for a man's affection, culminating in a fight to the finish. It highlights how desirable the male lead is when witnessing a capable supporting character willing to go to great lengths for him. In contrast, the capable supporting characters are often depicted as being constantly thwarted, compared to the female lead, who is always aided by benefactors. Once a supporting character succumbs to darkness after losing everything, the female lead effortlessly declares, "I still choose to forgive you," leading to a happy ending with the male lead. As Xi Yue spoke, her frustration grew. Ugh, such plotlines are so ridiculous that even a dog would shake its head. What is so captivating about female rivalry? Women engaging in open and covert battles is far less interesting. The writers might as well craft palace intrigue instead. I believe if such a situation truly existed in reality, it would either be due to poor judgment or sheer obsession. With so many men and women in the world, why hang on to one tree? Isn't it far better to explore multiple trees? In matters concerning two individuals, unless the actions are egregiously excessive, what right do outsiders possess to pass judgment on their dignity? Upon finishing her thought, she noticed Liang Yi gazing vacantly at the table. Xi Yue mused to herself that Liang Yi, too, was a woman with a story to tell, before turning her attention back to the television drama. The early autumn weather had turned pleasantly cool. By 4 o'clock, the sun began its descent, and the illuminated sign above the hotel flickered to life. Fang Guoping, having rested for a while with his 2 grandsons, decided to venture out in search of supplies before his business card expired. After all, lacking special abilities made venturing into the city rather perilous. One could not simply rely on idle resources. His grandsons insisted on accompanying him, and despite their youthful insistence, the 3 descended with enthusiasm. "Are you really going out now? It will be dark soon," Xi Yue and Liang Yi observed the trio. Taking advantage of the card's validity, they planned to procure some items nearby, promising to return before nightfall. Fang Guohua responded with a smile, leading his grandsons outside. Xi Yue nudged Liang Yi with her shoulder and exclaimed, "2 little lucky charms. Did you see that? I hope they find something significant on their outing." Liang Yi had also been curiously appraising the 2 children earlier. They were utterly unremarkable apart from their astonishingly slender frames. Realizing it was nearly mealtime, Liang Yi bid Xi Yue farewell and headed back. Xi Yue watched her leave and reflected that Liang Ye's initial coldness and strength belied the depth of her character. Such individuals often embody the protagonists of novels. Thus she inquired of the system, "May I recruit Liang Yi?" "No. Liang Yi does not meet the required standards." "What then constitutes the required standards?" Are there no suitable candidates in this hotel? Xi Yue quickly pressed on. The required standards include formidable combat prowess, astute intellect, and the ability to navigate both the drawing room and the kitchen. The hotel has not detected any qualified individuals. Xi Yue listened to the system's response, feeling exasperated. What could the hotel staff possibly offer her? Was the salary exorbitant? What about working hours? Room and board provided. Available 24 hours a day. Amused yet frustrated, Xi Yue retorted, with such high expectations for combat skills and intelligence, why would anyone want to work for you merely for room and board? Eating costs 10 crystals per day, and staying in a suite amounts to 4 crystals. That totals 420 crystals for a month. Let's round it to 500. Which high-powered individual would find such wages appealing? And to be on call 24 hours? This is outrageous. It's impossible for me to recruit anyone under these conditions. Please be patient, host. Xi Yue felt her frustration mounting, recalling the last time she had felt this way. She could no longer concentrate on the television. Meanwhile, Xi Yue lay curled up on the bed, trembling, his body slick with clammy sweat, the corners of his eyes tinged with red. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, revealing a glint of malice. After taking a few measured breaths, he closed his eyes again, regaining his composure. Gazing out at the setting sun, he found the scene to be one of the few beauties left in this apocalyptic world. Abruptly, a light flickered atop a distant skyscraper. Xi Yue approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Observing the massive sign atop the building, which boldly proclaimed Cosmos Hotel in luminous letters, the surrounding lights twinkling enticingly. This was impossible. During his previous life, even when the Zombie King appeared in B City, this hotel had never existed. It was as if it had never been. Yet its sudden emergence intrigued him, and he found himself smiling. He stored the freshly laid sheets and pillows into his spatial pocket and stepped outside. In the pitch-black, silent corridor, his footsteps echoed oddly. Descending the stairs and exiting the building, he looked up at the towering hotel ahead, making his way towards it. The howls of zombies began to echo from all directions, their cries growing closer. The wind scythe claimed wave after wave of zombies, restoring silence to the area once more. Xi Yue sighed as he walked. Having been forced to change sleeping locations several times, these bothersome, greedy creatures always disrupted his tranquility. Upon entering the vicinity of the hotel, he felt a subtle suppression of his powers. Rather than fear, however, a sense of excitement surged within him. He leisurely circled the fountain, catching a glimpse of the opulent lobby through the hotel's glass doors, where the faint sound of a television could be heard. Qualified employee detected. Qualified employee detected. Qualified employee detected. Startled by the system's unexpected enthusiasm, Xi Yue had never before witnessed such excitement from it. It repeated the crucial announcement thrice, its electronic voice slightly faltering. Stepping out of the hotel, she sought the rare qualified individual and spotted a man standing beside the fountain. He wore a gray hoodie and black trousers. His skin was fair and unblemished, and his black hair, unkempt from lack of grooming, slightly obscured his brows. His nose was prominent, and his lips were a vivid crimson. A ray of sunset bathed him in a golden glow, rendering him both soft and languid in appearance. Yet, he seemed rather unconventional. As Xi Yue scrutinized him, Xi Yue was likewise assessing her. The girl emerging from the hotel appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. Her complexion was fair, her face petite and delicate, with refined features, her lips a lovely shade of pink, and her cheeks slightly round. Most striking were her eyes, clear and bright, exuding an innocent charm when they met his gaze. Her hair was styled in a bun, with stray strands dancing in the breeze. She wore a blouse adorned with a bow and a khaki skirt, presenting an image of demureness akin to her appearance. Xi Yue sensed no powers emanating from her. Yet she instilled in him a feeling of suppression, a most curious phenomenon. This individual, so neatly attired, seemed unfazed by the hotel's grandeur. Truly, a person of significance, seemingly unperturbed by anything. Do you wish to check in? Would you like to come in for a glass of water first? Xi Yue broke the silence, finding it awkward to remain standing. Chapter 13, Signing the Contract. Xi Yue followed Xi Yue, inhaling the soothing scent of the hotel's aromatherapy. Xi Yue switched off the television, seated herself beside him, and placed a glass of water in front of him. She then presented her tablet, showcasing the hotel's room layout while detailing the amenities. Xi Yue's plan was to ensure the dignitary settled in comfortably, fostering a good relationship before subtly broaching the topic of employment. She feared that directly offering room and board might make her appear foolish. 2 crystals. Is that for a first-level crystal core? Xi Yue's voice was slightly hoarse from disuse. Xi Yue quickly pushed the water closer, concerned for his throat. As Xi Yue took a sip, he confirmed, indeed, it is a first-level crystal core. We offer exceptionally reasonable rates here. Xi Yue felt a headache coming on. He had slain countless low-level zombies and had no interest in collecting cores below level 3, having absorbed those of a higher tier on the spot. Noticing his silence, Xi Yue felt uncertain about his thoughts. She cautiously glanced at him, her eyes darting as if contemplating a strategy. Xi Yue reclined against the sofa, brushing his hair back from his forehead, revealing his striking features. Xi Yue couldn't help but admire him. His eyes were truly captivating. They were slanted slightly upwards, a delicate amber hue that complemented his entire visage, eliciting a sense of ecstasy for any beauty aficionado. Xi Yue's eyes widened as she gazed at Xi Yue, her own clear and innocent eyes reflecting admiration and envy, her expression animated. Xi Yue was puzzled by the envy he sensed from her. Yet he found himself chuckling at her lively demeanor. I currently lack any crystal cores. May I step out to dispatch a few zombies and return? Xi Yue inquired with a playful smile. Yue felt as though she had been enchanted, and she blurted out, perhaps you might consider working here? Working? What sort of job is it? What are the hours? How is the salary calculated? It involves managing some hotel affairs, she replied, her voice dwindling as her confidence faltered. The salary includes meals and accommodation, and you'll be on call 24 hours. The more she spoke, the more self-conscious she became, her words growing softer. In truth, Yue was uncertain about what the employees actually did. The system had not specified. She reasoned that the staff would still be revolving around the hotel. What is the salary? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you please repeat it? Xi Yue had heard her clearly, but found her demeanor too amusing to resist. Such a girl could not possibly belong to this apocalyptic world. Her eyes bore no trace of gloom, exuding an innocent charm, easily shy. A person who could be read like an open book. Someone like her had clearly never experienced the apocalypse, yet possessed the ability to run a remarkable hotel, while struggling to articulate the staff salaries. This implied that the wages were not set by her. She was likely a mere manager. She was a being from another realm, endowed with qualities beyond the confines of this era. She was either an extraterrestrial, or akin to a character from a novel, traversing dimensions with a system in tow. Yue, feeling awkward, began to scratch her toes against the floor, mustering the courage to say, meals and accommodation are provided. You'll be on call 24 hours. After a moment of contemplation, she added, however, I can ensure your safety within the hotel premises. The entire establishment falls within my domain. You can sleep soundly at night. And although meals are provided, I assure you they are quite delectable. I can guarantee you will have some meat. The more she spoke, the more resolute she became. But can't I just stay at the hotel and enjoy all that? Xi Yue gazed at Yue with a smile, as if to say, what else can you concoct? Yue lowered her head, exasperated with the stingy system. As the owner of the hotel, she had to pay for everything. To propose such meager conditions to a potential employee was utterly ludicrous. Wait a minute, meals and accommodation. Surely she wouldn't be the one footing the bill. Is there a contract to sign? Even in this apocalypse, certain formalities must be observed, right? Xi Yue's words interrupted Yue's musings, and she abruptly looked up, hurriedly asking the system if there was a contract. The formal employee contract has been issued to the front desk. Once signed, it binds for life. The system's proclamation was like a bombshell. Even capitalists wouldn't be this ruthless, offering a paltry salary while demanding 24/7 availability, and expecting a lifetime of service in return. Yue rose to retrieve the contract from the front desk, her legs trembling as she walked. Handing the contract to Xi Yue, she awkwardly remarked, if you sign this, it will bind you for life. You'll be working for a lifetime. Xi Yue studied the contract's terms and chuckled. You can get a divorce after marriage, but signing this contract binds me to you for life. These terms imply I cannot betray you, must obey your commands, and you, Miss Yue, retain ultimate interpretive authority. The more Yue listened, the more embarrassed she became, her head drooping lower as if she wished to sink into the ground. It's signed, take it. Boss Yue. I am your official employee, Xi Yue. Xi Yue extended his right hand. Hiring a qualified employee 1-1 completed. Reward, a task gift pack. Yue immediately stood up, grasping Xi Yue's right hand enthusiastically and shaking it vigorously. Although she was puzzled as to why such a formidable figure would choose to stay. Given that the system's offered benefits seemed trivial and the job exceedingly demanding, she quietly questioned the system. Could he have ulterior motives, perhaps to infiltrate and usurp my position? It was understandable for Xi Yue to be suspicious. Everything was unfolding far too smoothly. Absolutely impossible. Even if he does not sign the contract, he cannot resist within the host's absolute domain. Once the contract is signed, everything he possesses will belong to the hotel, and he will not even harbor a desire for rebellion. Well then, no worries. Xi Yue waved the signed contract triumphantly, convinced he must be a benevolent deity. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? How about mushroom chicken? Xi Yue pointed to the mushroom chicken she had forgotten on the table, alongside self-heating rice. I'm not picky, I'll just have the rice, Xi Yue replied, opening the rice package and filling it with water from the dispenser. In truth, he was unsure why he had signed such a contract. It was merely an impulsive decision. He had no desire to relive his life. Coming to B City was merely to secure a place for retirement, yet he had not anticipated such a turn of events. Having signed the contract, he felt no regret and even began to look forward to his future life. After all, a change in life could be refreshing. At worst, it would still end in death. Xi Yue placed the contract in the drawer of the reception desk and turned to leave. Little did she know that once she departed, the contract was returned to the system's space, resting beside a gaming child. With a line of text appearing at the bottom. The World Destroyer has successfully bound with the hotel. Is your hair bothering your eyes? I have scissors. Can you cut hair? Xi Yue inquired curiously. I can't cut hair, can you? Why not let me cut it for you? Xi Yue said as he unveiled the cooked food. I can't either. I'm afraid I'd ruin your hair. I have some small hair ties. Perhaps you wouldn't mind tying it back? Next time we encounter someone skilled, they can do the cutting. Xi Yue sincerely suggested, eyeing Xi Yue's thick, lustrous hair, fearing that if she were to cut it, it would end up looking like a dog chewed it. Then could you help me tie my hair back? I can't manage it, he replied, lifting his chin as he ate. Xi Yue approached him, using her fingers to gather the hair from his forehead, alternately smoothing it down before tying it back in a small bun. Once she finished, Xi Yue revealed his full beauty, a sight to behold. Fang Guohua returned to the hotel with his 2 grandsons, carrying 2 large bags filled with crystal cores. Fang Xiaojun and Qian Lele sported brand new backpacks and clutched several plush toys. The 3 of them appeared to be brimming with joy. Chapter 14. I have no interest in money. Seeing their return, Xi Yue could no longer admire Xi Yue's beauty and hurried forward, exclaiming, wow, that's quite a haul. Indeed. Ha ha ha, I never expected it. Today felt like a dream. Fang Guohua said as he deposited the 2 bags of crystal cores, chuckling at the balance displayed on his watch. He led the 3 to the sofa, poured them some water, and turned on the television to find a cartoon for the children. Xi Yue had just finished his meal and leaned back on the sofa, observing Xi Yue's elation as he glanced at Fang Guohua and the others, who appeared to be quite ordinary in this apocalypse. Xi Yue introduced Xi Yue to them, and Fang Guohua, sipping his drink, recounted their earlier adventure. In the evening, I took the boys and Qian Lele to search for supplies in the pedestrian street next to the hotel. We stumbled upon a toy store and thought to find some toys for the grandsons. The kids were positively beaming. The shop was small, a bit disheveled outside but clean inside, showing no signs of zombies wandering through. After ensuring it was safe, I let the kids choose their toys. The shelves inside were stocked with toy cars and models, all in their original packaging, appearing quite pristine aside from a light layer of dust. He found 2 backpacks with packaging by the counter, unwrapped them for the children, and after tearing off the toy packaging, stuffed the new toys into the backpacks. He also grabbed 2 plush toys wrapped in plastic bags. Exiting the toy store, the setting sun cast a glaring light, illuminating the row of shops. The brightness was blinding, and Fang Guohua decided to lead the children to a different location. Grandpa, let us go over there. Qian Lele tugged at Fang Guohua's hem, expressing her desire to explore the street diagonally opposite. The trio ambled toward their destination, where a variety of clothing boutiques and gourmet convenience stores awaited. Fang Guohua contemplated venturing a little deeper into the area, reasoning that items found within would be more readily accessible. As they progressed, they stumbled upon a gruesome sight, mutilated corpses strewn across the ground, with blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Fang Guohua was taken aback, incredulous at their luck. They promptly began searching for crystal cores, gathering a substantial haul, 2 bulging bags filled with treasures. Among them were several secondary-level cores and 2 remarkable tertiary cores, which elicited jubilant surprise. One core shimmered a brilliant blue, reminiscent of water attributes, while the other gleamed a resplendent gold, indicative of metal attributes. Feng Guohua carefully stowed them away in his pocket, pondering the potential future use for his grandsons. Casting a glance at his watch, he noted it was nearly 6 o'clock, prompting him to lead his grandchildren homeward. They passed by a clothing store, where he seized the opportunity to procure 2 garments for himself. Tomorrow, he would need to set out early to seek additional attire, as the chill in the air signaled the need for winter wear for the children. "What an extraordinarily fortuitous day you all have had," Xi Yue exclaimed. "You collected several bags of crystal cores on the way here, and now you have even more on your outing. After vanquishing so many zombies, you still found time to gather. Truly, you are a paragon of benevolence. The luck of a true emperor indeed." Her sentiment echoed the incredulity of winning the lottery twice in a single day. As if the heavens were bestowing wealth with abandon. An enviable fortune indeed. Xi Yue observed Xu Yu's face, which shifted from astonishment to furrowed brows, then to a dawning realization. Her expressions a vivid tapestry of emotions. Little did she know that such a benefactor sat beside her, now an employee of hers. One could only imagine the myriad of reactions that might ensue if she discovered the truth. "I must ascend to attend to some matters. Please keep an eye on the lobby and assist any guests with check-ins. There are machines at the front desk," she instructed hurriedly before dashing away. Returning to her room, Xu Yu opened her warehouse to find a task gift pack awaiting her. She clicked on the image, hoping for something splendid. "Congratulations! You have received a self-service beverage blind box machine, 10 self-service transaction machines, a self-service transaction display screen, an everlasting mysterious spring, 1 acre of fertile land, 10 random seeds. Unlock the operating mall, and the title. All expenses at the host's hotel are covered by the system. Oh my goodness! I can cultivate land now, and fresh vegetables will soon be within reach. I wonder if they will mature in a day as in the novels." She pondered the significance of the title. Noting that aside from the blind box machine, there seemed to be no other places for expenditures within the hotel. Xi Yu perused her information panel. Hotel name, Universe Hotel 1 star. Manager, Xi Yu. Ability, Absolute Domain, invincible within your operated domain. Assets, 91 crystals. Warehouse, self-service beverage blind box machine, self-service transaction display screen. 10 self-service transaction machines, everlasting mysterious spring, fertile land, 10 random seeds. Title. All expenses at the host's hotel are covered by the system equipped. Hotel ascension condition. Host 50 guests. After reviewing her information, Xi Yu began to arrange her new acquisitions. She placed the spring outside the hotel fountain, situated the fertile land in the rear garden, and scattered all the seeds across the soil. The 10 transaction machines were positioned beside the hotel's glass doors against the wall, with the display screen mounted above them. The self-service beverage blind box machine was set beside the instant food machine, and finally, she equipped her title. A sudden thought struck her regarding Shen Yu's accommodations. She hastened to inquire with the system. Should the employee dormitory be remodeled? Yes, no? Should the employee identity wristwatch be issued? Yes, no? Xu Yu eagerly pressed yes twice, and a wristwatch identical to her own materialized on the table. As she prepared to leave, she inadvertently pressed a button, and upon glancing down, was astounded. Name Xin Yu. Gender male. Age, 23. Ability, undetectable. Room number, 5000. Balance. How formidable must this individual be if his abilities elude detection by the system? To think such a remarkable talent was her employee filled Xu Yu with delight. System, is 5000 my room number? And what does this balance signify? The employee dormitory is located directly across from the host's room, and utilizes spatial folding to perfectly replicate the host's room. Because the host possesses the title, all expenses at the host's hotel are covered by the system, it follows that the host's employees also need not pay. Thus, it appeared that the manager and her employee were guardians of a grand hotel, yet neither possessed a single crystal. Who would believe such a tale? Xu Yu recalled a wealthy individual from her former world who claimed, "I have no interest in money. I am still penniless. I have never touched money." In the past, she found this notion ludicrous, yet now she resonated with the sentiment. She had never laid hands on a crystal. Since her arrival in this realm, the only wealth she possessed was the number displayed on her wristwatch, and the crystals from her guests were all deposited for credits. She truly had never touched a crystal. I run a luxurious hotel in this post-apocalyptic world. Yet I have never grasped a crystal. As she uttered this thought, a faint sorrow crept into her heart. Chapter 11, Liang. Upon opening her bedroom door, Xi Yue discovered an identical door with a lock opposite her own. Peering inside, she found it to be an exact replica of her room. Truly, the system had engaged in a mere copy-paste. The two rooms shared a common living area and main entrance. Not long after Xi Yue departed, Fang Guohua returned with his grandson for dinner. Xi Yue sat alone on the sofa, engrossed in an animated series, when suddenly, the sound of running water echoed from outside, followed by the arrival of additional machines in the lobby. Xi Yue speculated that Xi Yue had rushed upstairs to manage the new equipment, and he watched her descend, her demeanor betraying a hint of grievance. Leaving him curious about what had transpired, Xi Yue approached, presenting her wristwatch to Xi Yue. As he accepted it and opened his information, he nearly choked with laughter upon seeing the undetectable status. How amusing! Noticing his balance, he inquired curiously. Xi Yue puffed out her chest, cleared her throat, and theatrically proclaimed, I have made you sign an unfair agreement. Henceforth, all expenses incurred by employee Shin shall be covered by Boss Su. Thank you ever so much, Boss Su. Xi Yue replied gratefully. The new blind box contains beverages. Would you care for a cup? He approached the machine, pressed the confirmation button, and out came a steaming cup of matcha latte. On this cool evening, the matcha latte was a delightful indulgence. Let us see if you're truly the lucky one. Who knows what hidden treasures might be contained within? Xi Yue exclaimed eagerly, rubbing her hands together in anticipation. As Xi Yue savored his latte, he discovered a cup of taro bubble milk tea nestled at the bottom. Wow! It's been ages since I had milk tea. This is truly delightful. Xi Yue ekalim. Taking a generous sip herself, the two enjoyed their warm beverages as they wandered to the transaction machine, where the large screen above displayed a task section on the left and a trading section on the right. Xi Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clicked through the options at the transaction machine. Glancing up, she noticed a new offering. Currently available, 4 buckets of mushroom chicken instant noodles, exchangeable for various flavors of instant noodles. Xi Yue chuckled. Do you so despise mushroom chicken noodles? Wasting food is never wise, she retorted, but if someone else enjoys it, why not? Xi Yue then stepped to the entrance to admire her newly enhanced fountain. The spring had revitalized the fountain, now adorned with colorful light rings that transformed the mist into a mesmerizing spectrum of hues. A truly splendid sight. Xi Yue felt a delightful satisfaction in her heart. Although the mystery of the enchanted spring eluded her comprehension, its appearance was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was past 7 and she had yet to dine, prompting her to rush off for a 5-pack draw. The results yielded an assortment of instant hot pot cans and similar fare, but alas, no shiitake mushrooms. Meanwhile, Xi Yue lounged on the sofa, flipping through channels with the remote. I'm heading upstairs. If no one arrives before 9, you should retire to bed as well, Xi Yue declared, gleefully clutching her dinner as she ascended the stairs. Upon returning to her room, Xi Yue selected a box of self-heating hot pot to warm up, and began perusing the system's mall. Clicking on the mall button, a screen materialized, presenting 6 options. Self-service instant food blind box 1,000 coins, self-service check-in recharge machine 1,000 coins, self-service beverage blind box machine 1,000 coins, ever-abundant land 1 acre 10,000 coins, self-service crystal core exchange machine 10,000 coins, mysterious card blind box machine 1,000,000 coins. Checking her balance, she found a meager 436 coins. How does one acquire these coins? She wondered. Guests' expenditures at the hotel yield 10% of their crystal cores as the hostess coins. With her paltry sum of coins, nothing within the mall was within her reach. After closing the interface, she found the mall contained a variety of goods not present in the blind box machine, resembling a grand department store. Xi Yue treated herself to a few clothing items and skincare products, spending 16 coins, humming a cheerful tune as she headed to the shower. The television displayed a movie while Xi Yue languidly reclined on the sofa, absorbed in the screen's glow. The crystalline chandelier cast a dazzling light upon his face, transforming what should have been a picturesque scene into one tinged with an eerie, sinister quality. In the stillness of the night, faint sounds emerged from a shadowy alley. A mutated plant emerged from the darkness, illuminated under the moonlight. The small sapling, approximately 10 centimeters tall, bore a leaf entwined with a card that shimmered with minute glimmers of light, its root system resembling tiny feet pattering along the road. After her meal, Liang Yi reclined on her bed, reflecting on her past as a once pampered princess, leading a life of luxury, now reduced to the role of a supporting character as Xi Yue described. Originally from D City, thousands of kilometers away from B City, her life took a tragic turn when her mother passed away due to illness in her childhood. Her father doted on her, seemingly compensating for the love lost with her mother's absence. Though Liang Yi was somewhat spoiled, she excelled academically and enjoyed a plethora of hobbies. In high school, she began dating Wen Yan, a model student who embodied his name, gentle and pristine. Liang Yi first spotted him in the school's woods, dressed in a crisp shirt and school uniform, engrossed in a book, tall and slender like a young white poplar. She found herself irresistibly drawn to Wen Yan, eagerly uncovering his preferences and fervently pursuing him. Learning of his less fortunate background, she implored her father to sponsor a scholarship for him, tirelessly finding ways to gift him various items. Wen Yan was indeed remarkable, consistently ranking at the top of his class while working part-time to support his family. He often dined on free student meals in the school cafeteria, unbothered by the whispers of others, facing his poverty with dignity, unashamed of his circumstances. Many girls admired him and lavished him with gifts, yet Liang Yi was the most devoted. However, Wen Yan had never accepted any of their offerings, always quietly focused on his studies. In her second year of high school, Liang Yi's life was shattered when her father perished in a car accident, leaving her a considerable inheritance. Consumed by grief and despair, it took her a long time to emerge from her sorrow. Throughout her ordeal, Wen Yan remained a steadfast presence, assisting her with studies, organizing her notes, and providing comfort during her tears. Before the college entrance examination, they became a couple, pledging to attend the same university. They both succeeded in their exams, yet that summer they lost contact. Wen Yan did not respond to any of Liang Yi's calls or messages, and when she visited his home, no one was there. Upon entering university, Liang Yi finally located Wen Yan, but he was accompanied by another girl, claiming she was a childhood neighbor with whom he had reconnected. He explained that his phone had broken over the summer, leaving him too preoccupied with earning tuition to reach out to Liang Yi. Faced with the unfamiliar yet familiar visage of Wen Yan, she sensed a shift. Something had changed, yet some things remained the same. As the apocalypse unfolded, a throng of students took refuge in the school auditorium. Wen Yan awakened his fire-based abilities, emerging as a natural leader among them. Tiansu distributed food amongst the crowd, receiving accolades for her kindness, often being compared favorably to Wen Yan, while Liang Yi, his official girlfriend, felt increasingly invisible. Her suppressed frustrations and simmering anger morphed into public criticism and disappointment from her boyfriend. As they awaited rescue, riding in a truck to a safe zone, she was abruptly pushed from the vehicle, catching a glimpse of her boyfriend embracing Tiansu, who smiled back at her. Chapter 16. The Grand Cake. It was utterly absurd. Liang Yi could hardly believe that the man she had loved for 3 years had transformed so drastically. After being abandoned, she sought refuge from the encroaching zombies, ultimately finding sanctuary in a flower shop, though she sustained injuries. Unwilling to succumb to despair, she yearned to understand how Wen Yan had changed so profoundly. Fortuitously, she awakened her water-based powers and was rescued by a supply seeker from a nearby base. Liang Yi cut her long hair and began to strengthen her physique. In the post-apocalyptic world, water abilities were highly coveted, and she diligently upgraded her skills with acquired crystal cores. Despite a persistent voice within urging her to seek out Wen Yan, she ultimately relinquished that desire, resigning herself to the belief that the gentle boy she once knew was lost forever. As she enhanced her powers and accumulated savings, she embarked on a nomadic existence, drifting aimlessly without a destination or understanding of how to interact with others. Eventually, she found herself here, wishing to savor a moment of tranquility, leaving the future to unfold as it may. Xi Yue leisurely entered the elevator, bearing his belongings, and pressed the button for the 5th floor. Upon arrival, he noticed the number 5000 directly in front of him and swiped his card to enter. Hearing the commotion, Xi Yue slurped from a fruit can and opened the door. "Your room is over there. Our doors look nearly identical." A quick glance revealed the cake Xi Yue was carrying. "Wow. How many times did you draw?" Xi Yue's eyes widened in astonishment. "I was a bit hungry before coming up, so I drew once and it came out. Would you care to share this midnight snack with me?" Xi Yue smiled. "Of course. I've been craving it."
Xi Yue cười, gật tít overlong.
You're so wonderful. Like an angel descended from heaven. Dressed in fluffy pajamas and slippers, Xi Yue padded to the living room sofa and settled obediently. Xi Yue observed her poised demeanor, hands resting on her knees, gazing at him with an expression of eager anticipation, her eyes shimmering with wonder. Xi Yue sat down, unwrapped the cake, and cut a slice to offer to Xi Yue. She eagerly devoured the cherry atop it, which was dark in hue, large and plump. With a mouthful, she squinted her eyes and stomped her feet, exclaiming, "This is so delicious. I could cry." Observing her exaggerated expression, cheeks puffed like a little hamster caught in the act, Xi Yue remarked, "Well, eat plenty then. If you can't finish it, just put it in the fridge. You can enjoy it when you wake up." Xi Yue's eyes, a captivating shade of amber, sparkled under the light like translucent crystal, and his lashes were thick and lush. Xi Yue noticed the amused glint in his gaze as he watched her savor her food, causing her ears to flush crimson. She awkwardly turned her head. "You should eat too, don't just watch me. It's truly delicious." Xi Yue thought to herself how stunning Xi Yue was. Fortunately, she possessed enough self-control to relish her meals while gazing at that captivating face. Lost in her musings, she took a hearty bite of cake. Xi Yue, enjoying her own slice, observed the myriad expressions flitting across Xi Yue's face, noting the warmth returning to her gaze. Despite Xi Yue's earnest efforts to finish her cake, a considerable portion remained. After Xi Yue placed the leftovers in the refrigerator, she noticed the girl darting into the bedroom like a gust of wind. Momentlate. She emerged at full speed. "I ate your cake. Consider this a gift for you. This sleepwear is incredibly comfortable." Xi Yue handed her a matching plush pajama set she had spotted during a recent shopping excursion. The system-branded sleepwear was reputed to provide unparalleled comfort while sleeping. Xi Yue, realizing that Xi Yue had brought nothing with her, decided to purchase the garment for her. As Xi Yue accepted the cream-colored plush pajamas, she marveled at the fact that she had never worn anything quite like it in her life. The fabric looked delightful on the girl before her, reminiscent of a soft, chubby little hamster. She stood there, momentarily transfixed, her thick lashes casting shadows over her eyes, obscuring her expression. "I really like it. Thank you, Bossu." Xi Yue beamed with delight, exclaiming, "I knew you would love it. It's so cozy. Go take a shower and get some sleep. See you tomorrow." After gently nudging Xi Yue into the room, Xi Yue happily retreated to her own quarters, reflecting on how splendid a boss she was. So different from the heartless ones produced by the system. As the bathroom door swung open, steam billowed forth. Wrapped in a towel, Xi Yue emerged from the bathroom, contemplating the plush pajamas on the bed before ultimately deciding to change into them. Lying on the bed, she closed her eyes, relieved to finally be free from any nauseating distractions. At the Sea City base, Zhou Sheng and his cousin Su Chengkong had split up upon returning from B City. Su Chengkong sought to liquidate their goods on the trading market, while Zhou Sheng returned home to discuss their plans for leaving. Their family of 12 had been faring quite well in this post-apocalyptic world, residing in a small villa within the base. "Why is Xiaoxing back so early? Wasn't he supposed to return in the evening? Where's your brother?" Grandfather Zhou inquired, seated at the entrance with a book in hand. Currently, the only electricity available was for meetings among the base's upper echelons, leaving the rest of the houses in darkness. "Grandfather, where are my parents and aunt? I have something important to discuss. My cousin will be back shortly," Zhou Sheng replied, assisting his grandfather to his feet. After Su Chengkong successfully sold all their goods at rock-bottom prices, he hurried home. By the time he arrived, Zhou Sheng had already narrated the day's events. "Chengkong, what are your thoughts?" Grandfather Zhou asked, eyeing the watch Zhou Sheng had removed. "During our excursions, we discovered that the zombie levels in B City are alarmingly low. The highest we encountered was only a level 2. Clearly, something significant has transpired there. The most likely cause is this hotel. I believe we should investigate it promptly." Su Chengkong adjusted his glasses, articulating his thoughts. "Then let's pack our belongings and set off tomorrow," Grandfather Zhou declared, placing his faith in his grandson, convinced that such a mysterious phenomenon would soon attract everyone's attention. Like small blades of grass, the plants continued their rhythmic march along the path, resting by embedding their roots into the soil. 2 leaves clung tightly to a black card, as if savoring some hidden scent, diligently absorbing whatever essence it possessed. Suddenly, a dark figure darted past, opening its mouth to bite down. Beneath the moonlight, the glint of sharp teeth sparkled, saliva dripping down. Chapter 17. I have a dog now. On an early autumn morning, While the sky was still dimly lit, Zhou Sheng's family had already gathered their belongings in preparation for departure. The first vehicle carried Zhou Sheng, Su Qingkong and their grandparents. The second vehicle included Zhou Sheng's parents, Su Qingkong's parents, and Su Qingkong's younger cousin. The final vehicle was occupied by Su Qingkong's uncle and aunt, Zhou Sheng's childhood friend Chen Liming, and his girlfriend Su Kersen. The three vehicles slowly exited the base's gates, led by Zhou Sheng's earth-based abilities and concluded by Chen Liming's wind powers. After Xi Yue awoke, she lingered in bed for a while before washing up, applying skincare products, and donning a new outfit she had purchased the previous day before heading out. She knocked on Xi Yue's door, but receiving no response, presumed she had gone downstairs. What a diligent employee, she mused to herself. Humming a tune, she reached the lobby, where three children sat side by side on the sofa, engrossed in a cartoon. 4 cups of drinks placed on the table. The Jiang family had ventured out with Fang Guohua, while He Ru entertained the children with television. After searching the lobby without spotting Xi Yue, Xi Yue approached the sofa to greet the children before inquiring, "Have any of you seen Xi Yue? The new employee from yesterday, tall and handsome?" Jiang Lele took a sip from his cup and replied thoughtfully, "I saw a tall brother at the door this morning with Grandpa." Xi Yue gently patted his head and stepped outside, finding no sign of Xi Yue. She meandered along the narrow path to the backyard, where she spotted Xi Yue standing with her back to her, clad in a black hoodie and gray sweatpants. "What are you staring at?" Xu Yu asked curiously as she approached him. "Is that a dog?" Xi Yue pointed at an animal curled up on the ground. Its black and white fur tucked into its belly. Xu Yu craned her neck to take a better look, noting the creature's considerable size. "No way, can dogs really grow that big? When did it come here? How did we not notice?" Turning to Xin Yu, she sighed. "Why don't you tie your hair up? Doesn't it feel uncomfortable like this?" "It's quite uncomfortable, but I don't know how," Xin Yu replied, lips pursed as if slightly aggrieved. Xu Yu produced a hair tie from her pocket and instructed, "Bend down." Xin Yu complied, lowering his head. Xu Yu neatly gathered his hair, fashioning a small bun that accented his delicate features. Once she finished, she patted his shoulder, exclaiming, "Your eyes are simply stunning. They look incredible at night, but even more so during the day." Xin Yu touched the small bun atop his head and remarked, "But the owner of these beautiful eyes has to work for Boss Su for a lifetime. Boss Su can admire them both day and night." Xin Yu observed the girl's expressions shift from admiration to astonishment, then to embarrassment and speechlessness, suppressing a smile that threatened to break free. Xu Yu shot him a glare, turning her head away, only to inadvertently lock eyes with the animal, whose icy blue gaze met hers. The creature raised its head, its brow adorned with 3 fiery tufts, and grinned mockingly, as if to say, "You two rascals, disturbing my slumber." Faced with the incredulous sight of the enormous, sarcastic husky, Xu Yu found herself at a loss for words. The husky remained motionless, gazing at them as Xu Yu chose to ignore it, and examined the seeds she had sown the previous day. "Look, the seeds I planted yesterday have already sprouted," Xu Yu exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a cluster of tender green shoots emerging from the dark soil. One particular sprout towered over the others, catching her attention. Curious, Xu Yu and Xin Yu approached for a closer inspection. "What kind of plant do you think this is? It's growing so fast. And it doesn't look like a tree," she wondered aloud, counting the sprouts before suddenly standing upright. "Wait a minute. I planted 10 seeds yesterday. How is there an extra one? Could it be this large one?" She frowned, pondering the anomaly. "It looks like a type of grass, not a vegetable. Should we pull it out?" Xin Yu suggested, observing the peculiar plant before them. The blades of grass trembled as if stirred by the wind. "Shall we relocate it to the other side? It seems to be thriving, and there is ample space in this plot," suggested Xi Yue, as she prepared to till the soil. "Allow me, such trivial matters should not trouble the owner," replied Xin Yu, gently pulling Xi Yue back from her crouch. Though this plant appeared indistinguishable from ordinary grass, if it were not for the seeds sown by Xi Yue, it could very well be a mutated specimen. Its seemingly innocuous appearance stood in stark contrast to the bizarrely transformed flora that emerged in the aftermath of the apocalypse, necessitating a degree of caution. Bending down, Xin Yu pinched the stem of the plant between her fingers and yanked it from the earth, walking over to the side where a husky lingered. She cast a deliberate glance at the creature before replanting the grass into the nearby soil. The husky, sensing Xin Yu's gaze, shrank back its ears, while the uprooted mutated plant quivered slightly from the rough handling. "What should we do with this dog? It seems to be a mutated animal, But I wonder how it got here, mused Xi Yue. Although she harbored a fondness for small creatures, her previous nocturnal endeavors in sketching had left her incapable of caring for one, prompting her to relinquish the idea. The husky before her, with its sleek and shiny coat, must surely appear majestic when standing upright. Xi Yue felt a flutter of excitement. Within the confines of the hotel, she feared not the possibility of the dog attacking, but questioned whether it had an owner, and if it would be amenable to staying. Do you wish to keep it? You could inquire. Mutated animals are quite intelligent, and can comprehend human speech. Although it is a husky, having undergone mutation, it should at least understand a bit, Xi Yue pondered, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Arg arg arg. The husky seemed to grasp Xi Yue's reprimand, swiftly rising to unleash a torrent of barks. Ha ha ha. Is it cursing? It appears it truly understands. How delightful. Xi Yue laughed heartily. Xi Yue cast her a resigned glance, choosing silence over further comment. Do you wish to stay here? Xi Yue beckoned to the husky. The dog strutted over with an air of arrogance, pausing beside Xi Yue to offer a derisive glance before lying before Xi Yue, exposing its belly in a display of submission. It even wrapped its tail around Xi Yue's hand, as if urging, pet me. From now on, you shall be called Xiaoha. I must prepare some food for you, and a cozy doghouse as well, Xi Yue said, petting Xiaoha's head and belly while browsing selections in the marketplace. Ultimately, guided by the system's recommendations, she splurged on an opulent doghouse that was both spacious and comfortable. Xi Yue exhibited no desire to conceal her extravagance before Xi Yue. After all, having signed the contract, Xi Yue was the only person she could trust in this world. A gentle tap on the screen materialized the luxurious doghouse at the edge of the field. Chapter 18. A wave of guests. Gazing at the doghouse and the expanse of land, Xi Yue recalled the farming game she had played, pondering whether she would need to raise chickens and ducks in the future. The doghouse was exceedingly spacious, resembling the size of a room, with two grand doors flung open. Xiaoha's eyes sparkled with joy as it eagerly sniffed about inside. Xi Yue poured the dog food he had brought into the automatic feeder within the house. Thankfully, the dog food was quite affordable. Otherwise, given Xiaoha's stature, they might have struggled to keep it fed. What do mutated animals eat when they fend for themselves? If they grow so large, they must surely starve. Xi Yue inquired with curiosity. Not every animal grows larger like Xiaoha. Most retain their original size post-mutation. Whether herbivorous or carnivorous, they adapt to seek out human food, hunt mutated beast meat, or even resort to cannibalism. Those with owners fare better, but the survival conditions for solitary mutated animals are far harsher than for humans. Xi Yue replied with calmness. Xi Yue struggled to find words, feeling a pang of sorrow at Xi Yue's account, and gently stroked Xiaoha's head. Let us not dwell on such matters. This land is vast, yet only 10 plants have been sown. Are there no seeds available? She recalled perusing the marketplace for seeds yesterday, only to find the prices astonishingly high. One single potato seed cost a staggering 1,000 gold coins. She dared not even glance at the prices of other seeds. The system has iterated countless versions of seeds. How could they possibly be priced comparably to yours? Xi Yue shook her head in despair. There are no seeds left. Observing her animated expression, Xi Yue smiled. I shall venture out shortly to procure some seeds. Is there anything else you desire? I can bring it back as well. Really? As long as there are seeds, I have no other wants. Xi Yue's spirits lifted, and she exclaimed, have you had breakfast? I have yet to eat. Let us hurry and eat. Upon returning to the hotel lobby, they encountered the Sun couple, who were chatting with Hiru, while 3 children chattered excitedly before the television. Upon noticing Xi Yue and Xi Yue's arrival, Li Fin eagerly inquired, how do we post a task on this screen? Can we search for people? Our son is missing, and we wish to ascertain whether he is alive or deceased. After assisting them in entering the self-service trading system, Xi Yue declared, it is done. The task has been posted. Should anyone have information, you will receive a notification on your watches, and you may inquire with that individual. The Sun couple expressed their gratitude profusely. Sun Hong? He is a wood element ability user, though I wonder if it is indeed the same person. When I last encountered him, he was already an 8th level ability user. If it is the same individual, it certainly makes things intriguing, Xi Yue mused, glancing at the search information on the screen, a smile creeping onto his lips. Sensing the attention, he turned to find 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. The 3 children, skinny bodies with pale faces, stared wide-eyed, one even gaping in awe. Xi Yue offered them a smile, prompting the eldest Feng Xiaojun to widen his mouth further. "Brother, you are so handsome. Your eyes shine like stars," exclaimed Jiang, with the other two children nodding in agreement. After assisting the elderly couple, Xi Yue chimed in, "I think so too. This big brother is the most handsome person I have ever seen." Xi Yue and the children lavished praises upon Xi Yue, showering compliments from head to toe. Even after living 2 lives, Xi Yue found himself somewhat overwhelmed. "Aren't you all hungry? Once you've eaten, I shall head out to find seeds." As Xi Yue laughed, Xi Yue led her to purchase blind boxes. Sipping on his milk tea, Xi Yue strolled through the disheveled streets. Following his earlier cleaning efforts, the area surrounding the hotel was now relatively devoid of zombies. As he passed a clothing store, he spotted the Jiang father and son, along with Feng Guohua, whom he had encountered that morning. Acknowledging them with a nod, he continued on his way. At the end of this street once stood a large shopping mall, now a ruin marked by shattered glass and disarray in the luxury jewelry store at its entrance. As he walked past, something seemed to strike him, prompting him to turn back and enter the jewelry store. Meanwhile, seated at the reception desk and perusing the check-in information on her tablet, Xi Yue hoped for an influx of guests today, wondering if the Zhou brothers, Zhou Sheng and Su Chenkong, would return. Just then, the sound of an approaching vehicle reached her ears. "Speak of the devil," she thought, peering through the glass to see Zhou Sheng disembarking from a car, followed by 2 more vehicles. She hurried outside to direct them to the parking garage, instructing the others to follow her for check-in. As the group entered the hotel, they beheld the brightly lit lobby, adorned with opulent decor, and the animated show playing on the television. Everything felt like a scene from a dream. The crowd dispersed, some accompanying Zhou Sheng to the self-service check-in machine, while others followed Xi Yue to complete their registrations. Once they received their watches, they eagerly poured their crystal cores into the system, before rushing to draw from the blind boxes. As waves of blind boxes were drawn, Xi Yue's eyes sparkled with delight at the prospect of her accumulating gold coins. This time, 12 guests had checked in, and with just half the hotel occupied, an upgrade was tantalizingly close. She wondered if the restaurant would be opened after the upgrade. The instant meals were already quite delectable, so the restaurant's offerings must be even more exquisite. Anticipation bubbled within her. After the guests dispersed, another disheveled patron arrived. Their gender was indiscernible, cloaked in a heavy, grimy coat that obscured its original hue, and burdened with a tattered luggage bag. Dust settled on their pants and shoes with each step. Their unkempt hair was matted and unevenly cut, and aside from a pair of striking black and white eyes, the rest of their face was obscured by dirt. The hands that emerged were darkened, with grime lodged beneath the nails. Xi Yue momentarily faltered in addressing this individual, but after assisting with the check-in, she learned the person's name was Lin Shuyu, a female. Despite her disheveled appearance, she was surprisingly a level 4 healer. Among the hotel guests, only Zhou Sheng and Liang Yi also boasted such rarity. After Lin Shuyu completed her check-in and hurried upstairs with her belongings, Xi Yue mused that she must be someone with a story to tell. 3 more groups of guests were received. A pair of youthful siblings, a relatively tidy young man, and a mother-daughter duo supporting each other. Once they all ascended, Xi Yue checked her own information. Hotel name: Universe Hotel, 1 star. Manager Xi Yue. Ability: Absolute Domain, invincible within your domain of operation. Assets: 91 crystals. Warehouse: none. Hotel upgrade condition: host 30-50 guests. Task: please host a cute little creature. 01. Just 20 more guests were needed for an upgrade, filling Xi Yue with joy. Yet upon seeing the task, she suddenly recalled the system. Why hadn't this task been completed? Wasn't the little husky adorable? The mutated husky does not qualify as a small creature. What kind of body discrimination is this from a system? Xi Yue frowned, pondering what sort of small animal might meet the system's criteria. The Jiang father and son, alongside Feng Guohua, returned, their arms laden with bountiful harvests. After summoning the children engrossed in cartoons, they all ascended for dinner. Glancing at the clock, Xi Yue noted it was nearing midnight. Why hadn't Xi Yue returned yet? Despite knowing Xi Yue was capable, a flicker of worry crossed her mind. Chapter 19. Mutated Rice. Xi Yue contemplated the system's warning about the city's dangers, her thoughts consumed with concern for Xi Yue. With a heavy heart, she pressed the button on the blind box machine. After a tenfold draw, the machine revealed a pot-shaped item, a luxurious hot pot gift package. She had struck gold, An unexpected stroke of luck. Elated, she carried the hot pot back to her room, planning to surprise Xi Yue that evening. Exiting the elevator downstairs, she spotted Xi Yue entering, both hands filled with bulging paper bags. Xi Yue rushed forward, asking, "Why were you gone for so long? Did you encounter any trouble? Let us drop off the things and eat first." Xi Yue, noticing the concern in her eyes, shook his head, handing her 2 bags of seeds. "I went to the farmer's market for seeds. It was quite a distance, which is why I took longer. Next time, if I'm late, you should eat first. Don't starve yourself. How could I eat without you? The outside world is so perilous. I worry something might happen to you." "You're my only employee," Xi Yue replied, biting her lip, feeling awkward. She moved to the sofa saying, "Let us eat." "What do you want?" "Whatever the boss provides, the employee will consume." "You know I'm not picky," Xi Yue responded with a smile. Xi Yue rolled her eyes at him. "What do you mean you're not picky? Hurry up and prepare something yourself. Do you expect the boss to serve you?" Xi Yue caught the lively expression on her face and fought to suppress a grin, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "If I upset the boss, that would be unfortunate." After dinner, Xi Yue took the bags upstairs. Xi Yue looked at the pile of items, assuming they were clothes or such, and did not inquire further. Upon opening the bags, she found them brimming with various seeds, vegetables, grains, and even fruit and flower seeds. After selecting her favorites, she asked Xi Yue which ones he liked. And after a discussion, she planted the seeds with a single command. Having finished planting, she visited the shop and purchased a massage chair to place at the front desk. Patting the newly acquired chair, she urged Xi Yue, "Come sit. You're the first to try my new massage chair. You've worked so hard today." Once Xi Yue settled in, Xi Yue dashed off to buy 2 refreshing drinks. After setting them down, she remarked, "You know, many guests arrived after you left. One was particularly strange. She was very dirty and dressed in rags, which isn't surprising in the apocalypse. Yet, she turned out to be a level 4 healer. I find it puzzling." Frowning, Xi Yue expressed her confusion. As Xi Yue reached for the drink, she handed it to him. After taking a sip, he closed his eyes and spoke slowly. "Healing abilities are not offensive. It's not unusual for one to take such precautions for self-preservation. While healers may be deemed precious by ordinary folks, some see them merely as tools. When tools become unwieldy, their fate can be worse than death by a zombie bite." Xi Yue gazed at Xi Yue, suddenly feeling a profound unfamiliarity with him. She wondered what experiences he had endured. At just over 20, he should be stepping into society from school, yet he radiated an inexplicable loneliness. After a prolonged silence, Xi Yue opened his eyes and noticed her lost in thought. He turned off the massage chair and sat up. "What's wrong?" Snapping back to reality, Xi Yue shook her head. "It's nothing. Just some thoughts I haven't quite processed yet. I'll be fine." Xi Yue stared at her intently, as if wishing to say something, but remained silent. Once she gathered herself, Xi Yue commented, "I'm going to rest upstairs for a bit. You stay here for the guests." Back in her room, Xi Yue sat on the edge of her bed, pondering the system. What had he truly experienced? Why? Words eluded her as she struggled to articulate her recent emotions. The host must explore on their own. Very well, it seemed he had changed since their first meeting. Undoubtedly, many stories lay hidden within him. Xi Yue whispered softly to herself as she leaned against the headboard. Huangliang Yimeng, the system shop has randomly listed items. One can witness Xi Yue's story in dreams. A qualified manager must understand their employees' past as well. Is this something I can view? How many coins for Huangliang Yimeng? Upon hearing the system's words, Xi Yue hesitated, fearing she might spend too much and not have enough coins left. He signed a contract, so it is indeed accessible. Huangliang Yimeng costs 100 coins. Xi Yue glanced at her balance. She had spent quite a bit today, buying items for the little husky and the massage chair. Fortunately, a surge of guests had come, yielding a substantial amount of crystal cores, leaving her with the remaining balance of 472 coins. All right then, starting tomorrow, I'll check the shop every morning. Xi Yue silently resolved. After resting in her room for a while, she ventured back downstairs. Approaching the front desk, I greeted Xi Yue, who was lost in thought while seated in her chair. I'm off to see Xiaoha. Don't daydream during work hours, Xi Yue. As Xi Yue watched Xi Yue ascend with a sulky expression, she soon returned with a smile, unable to suppress a chuckle. Xiaoha, I've come to play with you, Xi Yue called out as she made her way to the back garden. Hearing her voice, Xiaoha bounded out of the doghouse, wagging his tail with exuberance. Standing before the imposing dog, Xi Yue was astonished to see that he was nearly at her neck height. Ruffling his fur, she exclaimed, "Xiaoha, you are truly magnificent. You are the most striking dog I have ever encountered." "Oh." Xiaoha seemed to respond, casting her a proud glance as if to say, "You have exquisite taste." Xiaoha lay on the ground, and Xi Yue absent-mindedly stroked his fur, her gaze drifting towards the earth, seemingly uncertain of something. "Xiaoa, do you remember where Xi Yue moved the little grass this morning? I believe it was right by where you were lying," she pondered aloud. Noticing it felt as though the position had shifted, even though it was in the same row. Xiaoha, basking in her affection, squinted his eyes and gently wagged his tail, as if he had not heard her at all. Suddenly, Xi Yue recalled something. System. Was that plan a mutated one? Mutated rice. Why wasn't he notified when Xiaoha and the mutated rice entered the hotel premises? What if dangerous animals or plants harm the guests next time? All beings within the host's domain cannot attack, and the mutated husky and rice have been detected as very gentle, thus permitted entry into the hotel. That's a relief. This rice must be the one that Sun Hong, Sun Montian's son, sought after. I can't believe it's ended up here. Xi Yue gazed at the mutated plant basking in the sun, its leaves gleaming with a vibrant green. Chapter 20, Little Cuties. Xi Yue crouched beside the mutated rice and gently touched its leaves, but it remained still. "Alright, I know you're a mutated plant, no need to play coy." The mutated rice began to tremble lightly, extending a leaf to brush against Xi Yue's palm. "Did you come from Yin County?" The mutated rice swayed its leaves up and down, as if nodding in affirmation. "Yin County must be quite far. How did you make it here all by yourself?" Xi Yue was filled with curiosity. The mutated rice shook its body and pulled itself from the soil. Its brown roots entwined into little feet as it took small steps in the earth. After demonstrating, it pointed its leaf toward Xiaoha. "Are you saying you walked for a while, and then came with Xiaoha?" The little rice nodded. At that moment, Xiaoha ran to the spot where he had previously lain, began digging, and retrieved a black card, tapping it with his paw. "Did you come because you saw the hotel business card? You two are quite clever to be able to find your way." Xi Yue was taken aback that these two adorable beings had followed the hotel business card here. "Oh." Xiaoha shook his head and lowered his nose to the card, as if sniffing for a scent. "Did you find your way here because of the scent on the card?" Xiaoha grinned and nodded. Speaking of which, last night, the mutated rice had grown weary and decided to take root in the ground to rest. Suddenly, a massive shadow lunged at it, and under the moonlight, all it could see was a set of sharp teeth. Terrified, it clutched the card tightly, trembling, fearing it would be devoured. The shadow landed before the mutated rice, but its wide-open mouth was not to eat it. Instead, it snatched away the precious card, enraged at having its treasure stolen. The mutated rice didn't care about its ability to fight back. It used its powers to hasten the growth of its leaves, and unleashed a flurry of strikes at the robber before it. The shadow turned out to be the mutated husky, who yelped in pain and promptly rolled onto its back. Though the blows from the little rice were indeed painful, the husky had undergone mutations during the apocalypse, greatly enhancing its defenses. It emerged from the encounter unscathed. Nonetheless, instinctively sensing the pain, it surrendered. Feeling relieved after venting its frustration, the mutated rice retrieved the card with its leaves. Hearing the commotion, the surrounding zombies began to converge. The little rice quickly climbed onto the husky's back, and together they charged through the horde of zombies, escaping unscathed. Xi Yue picked up the hotel business card from the ground and inhaled its scent. Apart from the earthy aroma, there was nothing else. She recalled that during its creation, there hadn't been any discernible scent. Perhaps only mutated animals or plants could sense it. Thinking of the seeds Xi Yue had brought back, which included some rice seeds, she had previously been uncertain whether they could be planted here. Now, observing the mutated rice appearing quite comfortable, she inquired, "I have some rice seeds. If you wish to stay here, could you help me take care of them?" The mutated rice nodded eagerly, its leaves flailing wildly, as if trying to convey something. Noticing Xi Yue's puzzled expression, it finally ceased its frenzied movements and formed a heart shape with its leaves, as if assuring her, "Do not worry." With a formal gesture, Xi Yue extended her left hand towards the mutated plant and said, "Little rice, welcome to the Cosmic Hotel. I look forward to your guidance." The mutated rice lowered its heart-shaped leaves, seemingly flustered, before wrapping a leaf around Xi Yue's left hand and shaking it up and down. "Please host a delightful little creature. 1-1. Task complete. Reward. 1 task package. Reflecting on her previous inquiry to the system regarding why Xiaohao was not considered a task target, the system had indicated that Xiaohao was not a little creature. Upon testing, it became clear that the little rice indeed qualified as a delightful little being. System. Does the land here require watering? Xi Yue glanced around, noting the absence of any water source. The only pond present was completely dry. The fountain has been modified by a mysterious spring, paired with perpetually fertile soil, allowing plants to grow in optimal humidity forever. Such a combination is nothing short of perfection. It's an exquisite match, akin to a celestial pairing. After scattering the rice seeds into the soil, she bid farewell to her two little companions and prepared to return. Just as she took a few steps, an epiphany struck her. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Xiaohua, have you not had any water? I forgot to pour you some. She urged, come on, let us hurry and remedy that. Xiaohua looked at Xi Yue, tilted his head, and then raised his paw, causing a stream of water to emerge from it. Though there were several guests with powers in the hotel, this was Xi Yue's first encounter with such abilities. As if to showcase its prowess, Xiaohua transformed the water stream into a sphere, then into an arrow of water, and finally into a swirling water dragon that circled around Xi Yue. Oh my goodness! Xiaohua, you are simply incredible. You were already cool, but now you have powers. You are undoubtedly the most formidable dog in the world. Xi Yue gushed, causing Xiaohua's head to rise ever higher, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, the watching little rice expressed its discontent, hastening the growth of its leaves in a flurry. In a spectacle, Xi Yue's freshly sown rice seeds began to sprout tender green shoots, swiftly growing taller until they bore lush rice ears. The little rice paused its leaf movements, returning to its original height, seemingly fatigued, as its once erect stem now drooped slightly. Xi Yue crouched down and gently caressed the tips of its drooping leaves. You're doing wonderfully, little rice. I have never witnessed plants growing at such an astonishing rate. The little rice plant must be the most formidable of all. Upon receiving the praise it yearned for, the rice plant trotted contentedly back to its previous spot, embedding its roots and basking in the sunlight. After bidding farewell to little Ha, Xi Yue dashed to the front desk. Xi Yue, seated leisurely with a book in hand, noticed Xi Yue's spirited entrance, her expression shrouded in mystery. Did you know? Little Ha is a supernatural dog. It just performed for me, and it was incredible. It transformed water into water balloons and arrows, even forming a long stream that circled around me. Xi Yue exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. And do you know what that new plant is? The one that looks like grass. Pushed to the side? You wouldn't believe it. It's a mutated rice plant. It just waved its leaves a few times, and the rice seeds I scattered sprouted instantly, yielding grains. They are simply remarkable. This is the first time I've seen such powers. As Xi Yue spoke animatedly, she observed the astonishment in Xi Yue's eyes, her flushed face radiating excitement. Xi Yue placed her book on the table, extended her hand, and opened her palm. A stream of water materialized within her grasp, transforming into a flower. Gradually, the flower began to freeze, morphing into an ice bloom. Soon after, the ice flower melted, revealing a luminous flame flower that flickered, raising the temperature in the vicinity. Finally, the flames extinguished, giving rise to a flower shimmering with electric light. Xi Yue's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. Her cheeks flushed as if she were a startled little rabbit. Xi Yue withdrew her hand, observing Xi Yue in silence. Xi Yue's lips moved, unsure of what to articulate. After puffing her cheeks in contemplation, she finally gave Xi Yue a thumbs up before turning her attention to the television. Chapter 21. A golden rose. As she watched Xi Yue's retreating figure, Xi Yue's gaze was clouded with confusion, a sense of disappointment washing over her. Was her supernatural ability not captivating enough? Not even a single compliment? Was she truly outshone by a foolish dog and a mere plant? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xi Yue stretched languidly on the sofa. In truth, she hadn't absorbed any of the television's plot, her thoughts lingering on Xi Yue's demonstration of the 5 elemental abilities, still reeling from the experience. After the morning rush, the afternoon had seen no customers. Attempting to gather her thoughts, she contemplated heading upstairs for hot pot, wondering if someone could remind her should a customer arrive. Yes. Upon receiving the response, Xi Yue went to summon Xi Yue for dinner. Let us go eat. In recognition of your hard work, the boss has decided to treat you to a grand feast. Returning to her room, Xi Yue emerged with a luxurious hot pot package. With a slight puff of her chest, she declared, I hit the jackpot today. I drew this in one go at noon. Xi Yue replied with a smile. I appreciate the acknowledgement from my superior. I shall strive to work diligently and not disappoint you with this feast. Stop joking around and come help me. Xi Yue shot him a playful glare, unpacking the hot pot and asking him to wash the vegetables. The hot pot was meant for 6, but Xi Yue measured out portions for 2. Pouring in the spicy beef tallow base and the chicken mushroom broth, then adding water to boil. She had purchased an array of utensils from the mall, arranging beef rolls, lamb rolls, pork belly, various meatballs, and egg dumplings on plates. A colorful assortment of seafood, including fish, shrimp, and crab, was also neatly arranged, and of course, no hot pot would be complete without essential ingredients like beef tripe and beef stomach. Once Xi Yue finished washing the vegetables, Xi Yue prepared the last of the tofu products. At that moment, the pot began bubbling vigorously, filling the room with a tantalizing aroma. Hurry up and prepare the dipping sauce. Let us eat, Xi Yue urged, her appetite peaked. Since her arrival in this world, she had subsisted on instant food, and now, at long last, she could savor something fresh. The dining table featured a bubbling hot pot at its center, surrounded by an abundance of ingredients. Oh no, we're out of drinks. I'll run down to buy some. You can start without me. Xi Yue stood up and headed downstairs. Upon returning with 2 chilled beverages, he found Xi Yue gazing longingly at the steaming hot pot. Why aren't you eating? You look absolutely ravenous. I'll wait for you to return. I wouldn't dream of indulging without you, she replied. The drinks are still cold. You're quite lucky, Xi Yue exclaimed, accepting the beverages with delight. Xi Yue had managed to gather 7 or 8 cups of hot drinks, finally securing 2 cold ones, though he kept that detail to himself. As he settled down, Xi Yue raised her drink. Life needs a sense of ritual. Cheers. Here's to our fortune growing. May we win hot pot every day. Xi Yue chuckled as he clinked his glass against hers. May my superior's wishes come true. Xi Yue dipped lamb into the chicken broth for a few seconds, then coated it in sesame sauce, eagerly popping it into her mouth. The tender, juicy lamb combined with the rich sesame sauce was indescribably divine. In that moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. She added fresh spinach, baby bok choy, and corn to the pot. The vibrant vegetables were a feast for the eyes. The corn was irresistibly sweet, bursting with juice upon biting into it. The succulent shrimp, crispy tripe, and an array of fresh seafood were simply delightful. Each bite prompted a new exclamation of joy from Xi Yue, as she felt she had reached the pinnacle of culinary bliss. Xi Yue watched her as she savored her meal. She resembled an adorable little hamster, cheeks stuffed and eyes squinting with delight. Although Xi Yue was not particularly fond of spicy food, she simply craved that flavor. For the spicy hot pot was simply too enticing. She alternated between enjoying the spicy beef and sipping her drink, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and nose. Her eyes slightly reddening, her lashes dampened, while her lips appeared plump and rosy. In contrast, Xi Yue remained unfazed as he indulged in the spicy hot pot, only his lips showing a hint of redness. His eating pace was unhurried yet remarkably graceful. Xi Yue, who had started off with great enthusiasm, found herself retiring from the battlefield after consuming less than a quarter of the meal, patting her round belly as she slumped back in her chair, watching Xi Yue effortlessly finish off the remaining 3/4. To her surprise, despite his slender appearance, he could eat so much. There's enough for another 2 meals in the fridge. We can continue tomorrow. Xi Yue wiped his mouth with a napkin, thoroughly satisfied with his meal. After the apocalypse, relying on his wood-based abilities allowed him access to fresh vegetables, but such a sumptuous feast was something he couldn't replicate on his own. He stood and returned to the bedroom, handing Xi Yue a paper bag he had brought back. For me? What is it? Xi Yue inquired curiously, opening the bag. Inside lay a jewelry box, and upon opening it, she discovered a stunning ruby necklace. The delicate chain adorned with a dazzling ruby sparkled under the light, resembling a pulsating heart. This is breathtaking. Where did it come from? Xi Yue marveled, gently touching the gem. I passed by a jewelry store on my way out today. It was a zero-cost purchase, Xi Yue replied nonchalantly, fiddling with a gold bracelet that transformed into a golden rose in his hand. Xi Yue gazed up, mesmerized, as Xi Yue offered her the flower, slowly extending her hand to accept it. After a refreshing shower, Xi Yue donned a cozy, plush bathrobe and lay in bed, admiring the golden rose in her hand. The flower is exquisitely delicate, its rose petals and the intricate veins on the leaves rendered with lifelike precision. Reflecting on the moment she received the golden flower, a profound silence enveloped the two. Xi Yue silently turned to tidy the table, while she herself could scarcely recall how she made her way back to the bedroom. This is astonishing. Xi Yue remained in trance for quite some time, marveling at the exceptional talent of the employee the system had procured for her. How could one possess such an abundance of skills? Yet why a rose? That golden bracelet was equally splendid, at least it could be worn. After pondering fruitlessly for a while, Xi Yue simply relinquished her thoughts. At that moment, the sudden chime of the doorbell interrupted her reverie. Xi Yue opened the bedroom door to find Xi Yue already at the entrance. Qian Lei stood at the doorway, holding the hand of Feng Xiaojun, a bag of fruit in his grasp, visibly heavy enough to leave marks on his palm. Brother, this is what Grandpa asked us to bring you and sister. He said he was worried it might spoil, so he wanted us to deliver some. Qian Lei cast a timid glance at Xi Yue. Lei and Xiaojun, have you eaten yet? You needn't bring us anything, keep it for yourselves. Xi Yue said as she approached the door, bending down to regard the two slightly anxious children. Grandpa is still waiting for us to return for dinner. We're having seafood noodles today. He insisted on giving you some, thanking you for letting us stay here. As soon as food was mentioned, the children's faces lit up with excitement, clearly looking forward to the evening meal. Yes, we must definitely give it. Feng Xiaojun chimed in eagerly. You two are truly well behaved. Please express our gratitude to your grandpa and hurry back for dinner. Xi Yue said, gently ruffling their little heads before accepting the bag. Upon hearing this, Qian Lei and Feng Xiaojun sighed in relief, waved goodbye, and dashed towards the elevator. Xi Yue took the bag from Xi Yue and closed the door behind them, inquiring, is that child named Lei? Indeed, his name is Qian Lei. Their family's luck is extraordinary. They found a plethora of crystal cores on their way here, and then collected even more that afternoon. I recall you were there too. They returned with 2 full bags of cores. I wonder what terrifying entity they vanquished, leaving all those cores behind, Xi Yue recounted. Moreover, Qian Lei has an impressive knack for drawing from blind boxes. Among 10 items, he manages to pull out cakes, hot pots, and fruits. A thoughtful expression crossed Xi Yue's face. Chapter 22. The little antagonist Qian Lei. Why isn't Qian Lei sharing the same surname as them? Xi Yue casually inquired. Xi Yue regarded her with an expression that conveyed surprise at her curiosity, then replied, it seems there is no blood relation. I remember they arrived together. Grandpa Feng allowed Qian Lei to choose whether to live separately or together, and he opted not to part from them. It appears he has no family left. Although I have not lived on the outside, seeing the adults in such disarray, it is indeed remarkable for a 4 or 5-year-old child to survive. But now, with Grandpa Feng's care, he will surely fare much better. Xi Yue expressed with a hint of melancholy. Initially, Xi Yue had overlooked Qian Lei's emaciated appearance until Xi Yue called him Lei, which sparked a fragment of recognition as she scrutinized his features. Confirming his identity as Qian Lei, Xi Yue too felt a pang of sentiment. The Qian Lei she had encountered previously possessed a cold, hollow gaze and a ruthless demeanor, having decimated half of B City's base at such a tender age. Yet now, he resembled a typical child, capable of laughter and delight, relishing animated shows. It was truly enviable. Qian Lei had found a family here. Could she too someday possess a family of her own? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she glanced at Xi Yue. Come over. What are you dawdling at the door for? Isn't that bag of fruit heavy? Xi Yue beckoned from the sofa. Xi Yue smiled softly, approaching to place the fruit on the coffee table. Upon opening the bag, Xi Yue revealed a small bunch of bananas, 2 large mangoes, a box of blueberries, 2 apples, 2 peaches, a cluster of green grapes, and astonishingly, a small watermelon. Grandpa Feng is truly generous to have brought so much fruit. Perhaps we should return some. This is far too much. Although Xi Yue longed for the fruits, she felt awkward accepting such a lavish gift. Let it be. It is their heartfelt gesture. Fruits are prone to spoilage, and next time we receive some, we can send a portion back to them. Noticing Xi Yue's evident fondness for the fruits, Xi Yue contemplated using her abilities to procure some that evening. That works. If I cannot draw any, I will just buy some snacks for the children. Xi Yue mused, feeling satisfied with her plan as she cheerfully proceeded to wash the fruits. Xi Yue, which one do you wish to eat? And we must also finish the cake from the fridge today, Xi Yue said as she prepared to put away the uneaten fruit. Discovering the leftover cake from the previous night in the refrigerator, patting her slightly bulging stomach, she mused that indulging too much was indeed a sweet dilemma. Just take whatever you desire. I have no particular cravings. How about we share an apple? I'm still quite full and merely wish to savor the taste. Xi Yue replied as she accepted the washed apple from Xi Yue, effortlessly splitting it in half. Meeting Xi Yue's wide-eyed gaze, he affectionately ruffled her unruly hair, chuckling. I'll go downstairs to keep watch. You rest upstairs. You can come up after 9. There won't be many people around, Xi Yue added. Xi Yue nodded in understanding, then descended the stairs, munching on the apple. At the Sea City base, the base leader sat in his chair, examining a self-heating hot pot in his hands. This item had suddenly appeared in the trading market today. Alongside the hot pot, there were self-heating rice and various instant noodle cans. The emergence of such an abundance of supplies was not surprising, considering the apocalypse had only unfolded 8 months ago. It was plausible that someone had discovered an undiscovered supermarket or warehouse. However, what was perplexing was that the production date on these food items was marked as yesterday. After 3 firm knocks, someone entered the room. The newcomer appeared to be in his 40s, clad in a somewhat worn military uniform. Have we uncovered anything? Bang Li, the leader of the Sea City base, inquired of his secretary Xi Yue. This batch of goods was sold to the trading market by the space ability user Su Chengkong yesterday afternoon for 10 crystal cores each, totaling 34,000 cores. With immediate settlement, Su Chengkong, along with his 12 family members, the wind ability user Chen Liming, and the water ability user Su Kersen, left the base early this morning. Su Chengkong is a level 3 space ability user, and yesterday he and his cousin, a level 4 earth ability user Zhou Sheng, went to search for supplies around B City. After verifying the information at the base entrance, they returned by noon. I inquired with the ability users who went out with them yesterday. Someone reported seeing them driving into B City. Should we investigate any prior movements of their family for potential schemes? Xi Yue presented the identity information of Su Chengkong's family to Wang Li. Wang Li perused the details, contemplating for a moment. No need to investigate further. He made a grand spectacle of selling these, clearly waiting for us to discover it. Have Qin Yu and his team scout the situation in B City. Winter is approaching. The clothing to be distributed to the ordinary populace should be sent out tomorrow. If anyone attempts to seize goods, they will be expelled from the base. Hold off on the team preparing to trade sweet potatoes in the capital. Let us await news from Qin Yu's return. After delegating these matters, Wang Li dismissed Xi Yue, who exited the room. As the apocalypse descended, chaos engulfed the city, prompting many to seek escape. Yet, Wang Li, leading the troops stationed in City C, did not retreat. Instead, he remained in the city to rescue survivors. After establishing a base, the influx of people inevitably led to numerous issues, both large and small. Some individuals, emboldened by their supernatural abilities, sought to wield privilege and looked down upon the ordinary populace. Others, feeling disillusioned by the end of the world and unsure of their survival, began to succumb to criminal inclinations. With an iron fist, Wang Li quelled these malevolent forces, purifying the atmosphere of the base. A soldier at heart, he embodied the essence of defending home and country. Although the nation was in disarray and the concept of home had faded, he continued to safeguard the inhabitants of the base in his own way. Despite his esteemed position, Wang Li did not indulge in the finest resources. He subsisted on potatoes and sweet potatoes alongside everyone else, reserving the best provisions for those on the front lines of defense. His steadfastness and reliability earned him the respect of his subordinates, even in the absence of supernatural powers. Upon receiving their mission, Qin Yu and his team set off under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Xi Yu had purchased yarn from the marketplace. In the former world, she had learned to knit sweaters and scarves from her grandmother. After her grandmother's passing, she moved out of the school dormitory to live independently, honing her culinary and knitting skills through online tutorials. The yarn in her hands felt exceptionally soft and comfortable, prompting her to contemplate crafting something to pass the time. Chapter 23. The Joy of a Haircut. As Xi Yu pondered the design of her sweater, the doorbell chimed. She approached the door to find Zhou Sheng and Su Chengkong waiting outside. Is there something you need? Don't just linger at the door. Come in, she invited, moving aside to let them enter. Dressed in a plush off-white pajama set, her hair cascading freely, her fair complexion glowed, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with innocence, making her appear charmingly adorable. Once seated on the sofa, Zhou Sheng, who had previously seemed somewhat awkward in a girl's room, appeared more at ease, while Su Chengkong directly stated their purpose. I would like to inquire whether the blind boxes in the machine downstairs are limited in quantity. Can we purchase them in bulk for resale? After receiving confirmation from the system, Xi Yue replied, as long as you are patrons of the hotel, I can assure you that I have ample stock regardless of your purchase quantity. What you choose to do with them afterward is beyond my concern. Understanding her implication, the two expressed their gratitude and prepared to leave. Brother, let us return to the base tomorrow and share this good news, Zhou Sheng exclaimed, thrilled that the base in City C was among the more fortunate in the apocalypse. Their family held great admiration for selfless soldiers like Wang Li, the base commander. Initially, Zhou Sheng intended to relay this news to the base yesterday, but his cousin Su Chengkong advised against it, suggesting they should first ascertain whether the hotel had sufficient supplies to avoid premature jubilation. This was merely an excuse to deter Zhou Sheng, given Su Chengkong's cunning. Had he wished to inform them, he would have asked Xi Yue about the supplies during their previous visit. Furthermore, the mere existence of Xi Yue and the hotel was a remarkable phenomenon. He simply preferred not to divulge this information to the base himself. There's no need to return. They should be on their way here. Su Chengkong adjusted his glasses. After selling a significant quantity of supplies the previous day, it was certain that the higher-ups would notice the discrepancy. Su Chengkong harbored admiration for Wang Li's selflessness, having dedicated everything for the sake of the nation. However, unlike Wang Li, he was inherently selfish, focusing solely on the well-being of his family during these dire times. Should he inform the base, any potential disputes between the hotel and the base would put his family in jeopardy. The optimal course of action was to allow them to discover it independently. Why would they come here? Zhou Sheng pondered, perplexed. With so much food for sale, and having left the base today, they are bound to investigate. Su Chengkong looked at his naive cousin with a hint of exasperation. Oh, should we head downstairs to wait for them? Wait for what? Do you know when they'll arrive? If they do you think they need your hospitality? You'd be better off returning to your room to absorb crystals and level up to level 5 sooner. Alright, I'll head back to my room, Zhou Sheng conceded. Meanwhile, Xi Yue sat on the sofa, knitting away as she speculated about Su Chengkong and his companions possibly engaging in the resale of blind boxes. This could be advantageous. If they purchased in bulk, she would receive a substantial influx of gold coins. Perhaps it would even attract more guests to the hotel. The thought of her impending wealth filled Xi Yue with delight. Downstairs, Xi Yue, having used his spiritual energy at the door, realized someone was searching for Xi Yue and had entered. He felt restless, eager to uncover who sought her out at such a late hour. Xi Yue had grown somewhat obsessive, wishing to shield their space from any presence aside from his own and Xi Yue's. Gripping the book in his hands, his gaze turned icy, radiating an aura of rage. As the clock struck 9, Xi Yue returned. Upon entering, he found Xi Yue seated on the sofa, busily knitting. Home again. Did we have any guests? Xi Yue asked without looking up. None. What are you making? Xi Yue sat beside her, knitting a sweater. The weather is getting colder, so I'm preparing some garments. Feel how soft this yarn is. She continued, by the way, Zhou Sheng and Su Chengkong came looking for me. It seems they're planning to resell the items from the blind boxes. You might not have met them. They previously bought several thousand blind boxes. That one Su Chengkong has spatial abilities, so they simply stored all the boxes in his space and left. Earlier today, when you went out, they visited with their whole family. When you returned, they had already gone back to their room, so you missed them. Do you know what's most amusing? I saw them buy thousands of blind boxes, yet not a single hidden item appeared. Today they bought even more and still, nothing. Ha ha ha, they probably don't even realize hidden items exist. The more Xi Yue spoke, the funnier she found the situation. As Xi Yue toyed with the ball of yarn in his hands, he watched Xi Yue, small and cozy on the sofa, her hands swiftly knitting as she chattered excitedly. The tension within him gradually dissipated, and his expression softened. It must be very soft. A scarf made from it would surely be comfortable, especially in winter. Absolutely. And I know many patterns. It will look stunning. Xi Yue replied with a hint of pride. Xi Yue deliberately referred to scarves instead of sweaters, as if hinting at something, but unfortunately, Xi Yue remained oblivious. I smell like hot pot. I'm going to take a shower. Go ahead. Save some cake for me when you return. After his shower, Xi Yue emerged wearing attire identical to Xi Yue's. Wow, Xi Yue, you look so cute like this. All soft and cuddly, though your hair is getting a bit long. I'll have to find a barber tomorrow. You're too handsome not to have the best hairstyle. Why don't you cut it for me? I actually don't like anyone else touching my hair. If you mess it up, it won't matter, Xi Yue replied. Looking down with a pout, his tone imbued with a hint of vulnerability, akin to a child seeking affection. Who could possibly resist such an adorable plea from Xi Yue? Certainly not Xi Yue. She set aside the yarn and diligently selected hair-cutting tools from the mall. Xi Yue moved a chair to the bathroom, secured an apron around himself, and then sat down on the chair. Xi Yue held the scissors, hesitating as she hovered them above his head, unsure of how to proceed. It's perfectly fine. Just cut as you please. You've already said I look good. Even if your cutting isn't perfect, I want to look ugly, he reassured her. This reasoning struck Xi Yue as sound. Indeed, a person of good looks could even carry off a bald head with charm. Of course, she had no real intention of leaving Xi Yue bald. Grasping a lock of hair at his forehead, she steeled herself and snipped decisively. After the first cut, her movements became more fluid, circling around Xi Yue as she continued to chop away. The sound of the scissors echoed, gradually revealing his exquisite features. Once finished, Xi Yue brushed off the stray hairs and inspected his appearance from various angles, finally breaking into a relieved smile. My skills are quite commendable, though I must credit your good looks. This was her first time cutting someone else's hair, and she felt it deserved to be documented. After a quick search in the mall, Xi Yue purchased an instant camera. Chapter 24. Visitors to the base. Do you mind if I take a photo for keepsake? Xi Yue asked, waving the instant camera. Not at all. May I take a picture with my hairdresser? After all, that would make it more meaningful. Xi Yue replied as he removed the apron and used his wind-based powers to clear away the clippings from his body, sweeping the hair on the floor into a trash bin. Xi Yue had grown accustomed to witnessing Xi Yue wield his powers. After all, he was a recognized powerhouse certified by the system, so it was hardly surprising that he possessed multiple abilities. You're right. Let us head to the living room for the photo, Xi Yue exclaimed, cheerfully racing to the living room and patting the sofa to signal Xi Yue to join her. After a brief discussion on how to use the camera, Xi Yue took on the role of photographer for this endeavor. Dressed in matching outfits, they cozied up on the sofa. 1, 2, 3. With a flash of light, the camera produced a photograph. Xi Yue eagerly grabbed it and shook it, both of them leaning down to watch as the image gradually developed. The photo captured their heads close together, with Xi Yue smiling brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped, while she playfully gestured with her hand. Xi Yue's face was adorned with a gentle smile, his hair looking neat and fresh. One hand tucked behind his back as they leaned closely together. This turned out beautifully. I must keep it safe. Xi Yue beamed at the photograph. As the one whose hair was cut, I believe I should keep the photo, Xi Yue stated, for the first time not yielding to Xi Yue's wishes. She pouted in reply, that's not fair. I'm the one who cut your hair. Then let us take more pictures. I'll keep half and you keep half, suggested Xi Yue. That works for me. I'll go grab a cake. I want to capture myself eating it. Xi Yue was absolutely delighted. When I open my mouth, you just take the picture, she instructed Xi Yue, who had become her personal photographer, holding a plate of cake up to her mouth. Xi Yue gave an okay sign with his hand before lifting the camera. Looking through the lens at Xi Yue's whimsical expressions, his eyes sparkled with uncontainable laughter. Not only did he take solo shots, but he also leaned in to capture numerous candid moments of them together, each shot exuding warmth and tenderness. All right. You enjoy your cake and I'll photograph you. Xi Yue took over the role of photographer, finding herself increasingly engrossed in the task. Such a model was simply photogenic. After they finished taking photos, they also devoured the cake. With only 10 sheets of film in the instant camera, Xi Yue purchased an additional 40 sheets from the mall. After capturing 50 photographs, they finally paused to admire their creations. As Xi Yue gazed at the images of Xi Yue, it was the first time she had seen him so genuinely happy. This version of Xi Yue was truly wonderful. She wished for his happiness to last forever. As night fell, an off-road vehicle appeared on the outskirts of City B. After stopping, 4 individuals disembarked from the vehicle, and the leader waved his hand, causing the vehicle to vanish. Boss, according to their statements, they searched near this imported supermarket yesterday. Cheng Shangyun observed the desolate supermarket illuminated by the moonlight. Boss, should we enter the supermarket? Wang Qing inquired. The supermarket has been stripped of anything valuable months ago. There's nothing worth seeing. Let us look around for any signs of vehicles that may have entered, Qin Yu replied, striding off to the side as the others began to disperse. Sensing the presence of living beings, zombies began to shriek and swarm from all directions. A crackle of electricity surged, and silence returned. Scattered crystal cores lay on the ground, with zombies either reduced to ash by lightning or charred to bits by fire. Boss, something's off. Why are there only first-level zombies here? Wu Zhongdao exclaimed, using his wood-based powers to summon vines to collect the crystal cores. When we were at the Sea City cultivation base, we encountered several third-level zombies. Even though this is the outskirts, it makes no sense for there to be no second-level ones, Cheng Shangyan concurred, finding the situation illogical. We'll know once we go inside. The four of them proceeded along the road. They encountered numerous zombies along the way, but curiously, none were of a high level. The moon shone brightly above them, and as they walked, they noticed that the road ahead appeared remarkably rejuvenated compared to the streets they had seen before. The remnants of cars and debris had been pushed to the sides, creating a clear path for vehicles to travel freely. It seems this is the route they took. Zhou Sheng, a soil-based ability user, noted. Qin Yue's fingers brushed against fresh soil particles on a car wreck. Get in. Let us take the off-road vehicle from storage and proceed along this wide path. What is that? Cheng Shangyun, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly leaned forward, pointing to the right. In the distance, a tall building stood proud, its bright lights atop becoming increasingly conspicuous against the dark night. Wow, that building has lights on. Could it be the place we're heading to? It looks like a signboard. How impressive. They marveled. Can you believe someone dares to live in City B and flaunt it so boldly? Wu Zhongdao exclaimed, recalling his frustrating experiences in the capital, where they were overcharged for basic supplies. Exactly. If only we hadn't lost our grain depot in Sea City to whomever got there first. With the reserves we had, we wouldn't need to beg for their measly sweet potatoes. Cheng Shangyan replied, equally disgruntled. I just hope everything goes smoothly this time. Wang Cheng sighed as he gazed out the window. Host, guests are about to arrive. Just as Xi Yue and Xi Yue finished admiring their photos and tidying up to retire for the night, the system alerted her that guests had arrived. You go ahead and sleep. I'll check on the guests, Xi Yue said, heading toward the door. I'll come with you. How can the staff rest while the boss is working? Xi Yue smiled, following closely behind her. They stood at the entrance of the lobby, listening to the cacophony of zombie howls and the roar of engines outside the hotel. As the off-road vehicle pulled into the hotel, the zombies outside lost their target and howled as they regrouped and left. The vehicle circled the fountain and came to a stop at the hotel entrance, where four individuals emerged from the car. Xi Yue stood at the entrance, observing the four individuals clad in camouflage attire. The man who emerged from the passenger seat appeared refined and exuded a warm demeanor. In stark contrast, the two individuals disembarking from the back seat presented a rather jarring comparison. One was slender and of modest height, while the other towered like a bear, nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular arms accentuated by a short-sleeved camouflage shirt. Finally, the driver stepped out with an imposing presence. His sharp brows and piercing gaze marked him as a striking figure, tall and athletic with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, exuding an aura of coolness and charisma. Beside Xi Yue, Xi Yue's expression darkened momentarily as she contemplated something upon seeing them. As the four entered the hotel, they began to survey their surroundings, noticing that the zombies had inexplicably halted at the entrance, as if they had lost their purpose. The hotel was ablaze with light, with the fountains and ground illuminated. After exiting the vehicle, they noticed two individuals at the entrance, dressed identically in beige fleece jackets. Their youthful faces were striking. Cheng Shangyan observed that when the girl glanced at their leader, the boy beside her visibly soured. Indeed, they appeared to be a couple dressed in matching outfits. Xi Yue welcomed the guests inside, while Xi Yue, trailing behind, regarded their attire with an icy gaze. Wow, he just glanced at me, and my legs nearly gave way. Cheng Shangyan exclaimed, startled. Me too. How frightening. Wu Zhongda chimed in. Qin Yu, his eyes narrowed, remained silent as he strode indoors, prompting the others to follow. The hotel's opulence was evident, accompanied by a faint fragrance wafting through the air. If you wish to check in, please register with me or allow Xi Yue to assist you at the self-service machine. Xi Yue indicated towards Xi Yue, who was stationed by the self-check-in kiosk. Cheng Shangyan intended to say he would register with her, but upon opening his mouth, he caught Xi Yue's nonchalant glance and reconsidered. We won't trouble you. The self-service is quite sufficient, he laughed awkwardly, pulling Wang Cheng and Wu Zhongda towards Xi Yue. Touch the screen, input your information, select your room type, recharge here, and simply insert the crystal core, Xi Yue succinctly instructed, pointing to the slot beside the machine. Cheng Shangyan began to follow Xi Yue's guidance, but suddenly felt a chill emanating from the person beside him. Following his gaze, He noticed their leader had quietly approached the front desk and was conversing with a young woman. Xi Yue retrieved a box of self-heating rice from his space and inquired, "Is this from here?" Xi Yue nodded, gesturing towards the two machines directly opposite the front desk. "Those are blind box machines. You can purchase items there after checking in. 1 crystal core per transaction. Registration, thank you." After Xi Yue completed his check-in, he turned to see his 3 companions gazing at him with forlorn eyes. "You all handle this. We're heading up to rest," Xi Yue declared as he walked to the front desk, taking Xi Yue by the wrist. "Leader, you're here checking in while we're freezing over there," Cheng Shangyan lamented. "That guy named Xi Yue must be at least level 7 in psychic abilities. When he glanced at me earlier, I was instantly immobilized. And that girl, I tested her a bit, and my own abilities were suppressed just by thinking about it. She might be even stronger than Xi Yue." Xi Yue expressed his trepidation. Everything here was utterly unfathomable. The zombies were kept at bay, electricity was abundant, and residents were provided with wristwatches, alongside recently produced food, clearly beyond the capabilities of mere powers. The most alarming aspect was the ridiculously low prices. Cheng Shangyan mused while gazing at the watch on his wrist. Why overthink it? As long as the people in the base are well fed, that's what matters most. Besides, our leader just spoke with a girl. That guy hasn't harmed us, which is already quite friendly, Wu Zhongda remarked unfazed. Although not particularly clever. He sensed no malice from the couple. Can you believe this fruit tea is only 1 crystal core? Wang Cheng marveled silently as he approached the beverage blind box machine. I want one too. I'm festy. Cheng Shangyun and Wu Zhongda hurried forward to purchase their drinks. What is this? Longan and red date syrup? Me, a grown man. Drinking this? Wu Zhongda expressed his bewilderment at his luck. Don't knock it. It's surprisingly good, he admitted, feeling his stomach warm up, despite his complaints. After all, in the apocalypse, water was precious, and a sweetened drink with longan and red dates was a rare delight. Who would genuinely complain? Let us buy 100 cups and save them. We can use the rest for food, and head back early tomorrow, Xi Yue thought, maintaining his aloof demeanor while succumbing to temptation, sipping a cup of latte. Meanwhile, Xi Yue and Xi Yue returned to their room, his hand still clasping her wrist. Xi Yue glanced down, prompting Xi Yue to quickly release her. What's wrong? You didn't seem happy to see them, she noted, sensing something amiss in Xi Yue's demeanor. Nothing. We should keep our distance when we go downstairs in our pajamas. It wouldn't be good to get contaminated. Xi Yue replied, lost in memories of the past which he felt uncertain about sharing with Xi Yue. Those memories were not pleasant and might frighten her. Don't worry. I promise no zombies or viruses can get in here. You looked so serious earlier. I thought something was wrong. Xi Yue reassured him with a smile and a shake of her head. Don't concern yourself. If anything happens, I'll definitely let you know. Xi Yue felt a wave of warmth from Xi Yue's concern. After exchanging goodnights, they retired to their respective rooms. Xi Yue, upon returning, turned off the lights and sat at the edge of his bed, enveloped in darkness. The military is hypocritical and disgusting. After a while, he switched on the light and retrieved strawberry seeds from his space. The seeds germinated in his palm, transforming into strawberry seedlings that rapidly blossomed and bore fruit, growing larger and more enticing until they turned a luscious red. He plucked the strawberries and placed them in a dish, repeating the process, filling the room with the sweet fragrance of strawberries. As the early autumn sunlight streamed into the room, Xi turned over and opened her sleepy eyes, rubbing them awake. She propped herself against the window and opened the shopping mall interface. Each time she accessed the mall, a menu would pop up. Self-service instant food blind box machine, 1,000 gold coins. Self-service check-in recharge machine, 1,000 gold coins. Self-service beverage blind box machine, 1,000 gold coins. Eternal Fertile Land, 1 acre 10,000 gold coins. Gene modification liquid, 10,000 gold coins. Gene modification liquid, 10,000 gold coins. Aside from the previous options, the crystal core exchange machine and card blind box from yesterday were nowhere to be found. System, do these change daily? She inquired. Yes. So, the dream you mentioned yesterday also refreshes here? Yes. Xi Yue had initially thought the items randomly appeared in the mall, which was filled with a plethora of goods. She had planned to wake up early to explore, but this arrangement was much better. She could see everything at a glance and still enjoy a bit of extra sleep. With a smile, she glanced at her balance, instantly waking up fully as she nearly jumped out of bed. Balance, 43,233 gold coins. Hastily, she checked the status of rooms 4012 and 4011, where the four had stayed, and indeed, it showed that the rooms were unoccupied. Oh my goodness! The god of wealth visited last night. They spent over 400,000 Tier 1 crystal cores in just one night. Xi Yue gazed at her balance and, wrapped in her blanket, broke into a foolish grin. She reopened the online store and, without hesitation, ordered a self-service instant food blind box machine and a self-service check-in recharge machine. Her eyes then fell upon the gene modification liquid, which seemed to stir with anticipation. Chapter 26. The Enigmatic Hotel Shuttle. System. What exactly is this gene modification liquid? The gene modification liquid is a magnificent invention of the interstellar age. It can enhance physical constitution and awaken latent abilities. If the host does not utilize the gene modification liquid, they will never become an ability user in their lifetime. Those who awaken their abilities through the gene modification liquid will forever be inferior to those who awaken them naturally. Individuals who have already awakened their abilities independently will become even stronger and reach greater heights after consuming the gene modification liquid. The system's words did not dishearten Xi Yue. She was an ordinary person and had never contemplated the awakening of extraordinary powers. Of course, the mere prospect of awakening abilities was appealing, even if it could not compare to the prowess of those who had awakened naturally. After all, having something was better than having nothing. Ecstatic, she placed her order. Will I immediately possess abilities after using this transparent modification liquid? Xi Yue wondered, her curiosity piqued. Consumption of the gene modification liquid may induce excruciating pain. The host is advised to proceed with caution. Xi Yue exclaimed. You only tell me this after I've made my purchase. Will it pose a risk to my life? A tinge of fear began to creep in. She did not wish to sacrifice her life, which the system had so graciously restored, merely for the sake of gaining power. It will not endanger your life. The pain will persist for 5 minutes. Clutching the gene modification liquid tightly, Xi Yue found herself at an impasse. Never mind, I'll drink it tonight. I've already bought it anyway. As long as it doesn't threaten my life, 5 minutes should be manageable. After refreshing herself and changing into a new outfit, she stepped outside. The living room was suffused with a delicate fragrance of strawberries, where a plate of large, ripe strawberries lay on the coffee table before the sofa. Xi Yue was arranging some canned porridge and self-heating rice on the dining table. Turning around, she caught sight of the recently awakened Xi Yue. I've already eaten this morning. You can choose what you like from these. You're up so early. Where did these strawberries come from? I summoned them with my abilities. Give them a try and see how delicious they are. They look utterly delicious. The wood-based abilities are truly remarkable. You can summon whatever you wish to eat. Xi Yue felt a surge of desire, hoping to awaken wood-based powers herself. Little did she know that aside from Xi Yue, the current wood-based ability users could hardly conjure such a bountiful plate of strawberries. Being able to grow a few small, non-acidic fruits would be quite an achievement. Xi Yue picked a strawberry from the plate and took a generous bite, the rich sweetness exploding with juice in her mouth. Her eyes widened in delight. This is unbelievably delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite strawberries in my life. Not a hint of sourness, just an overwhelming aroma of strawberry. She was practically bubbling with joy. Xi Yue approached and also picked one. It is quite delicious. Xi Yue, you must be an angel. How do you manage to do everything so well? I feel incredibly fortunate to have an employee like you. Hurry and finish your breakfast. I'm heading downstairs. Xi Yue nodded and waved, still munching on her strawberry. System. Can Xi Yue use the gene modification liquid? All living beings are eligible to use it. Receiving her answer, Xi Yue took a sip of millet porridge. As she drank, it dawned on her that she had forgotten something. Oh no. I still haven't claimed the task gift pack from yesterday. Curse my dreadful memory. She hurriedly rubbed her hands together, accessed the warehouse, and clicked on the task gift pack. Congratulations. You have received a magical hotel shuttle. Congratulations. You have obtained a mysterious seed. Congratulations. You have acquired an acre of eternally fertile land. Congratulations. You have received 10 bags of fertilizer that all plants adore. Congratulations. You have a small animal farm. What on earth is a magical hotel shuttle? Is there really magic in interstellar products? And why do all the rewards seem related to farming? Am I truly destined to run a farm? Resigned. Xi Yue opened her information to check. Hotel name, Cosmic Hotel, 1 star. Manager Xi Yue. Ability, Absolute domain, invincible within your operational domain. Assets, 91 crystals. Warehouse, 1 self-service instant food blind box machine, 1 self-service check-in recharge machine, 1 magical hotel shuttle, 1 mysterious seed, 1 acre of eternally fertile land, 10 bags of fertilizer that all plants adore, 1 small animal farm. Hotel upgrade requirement. Host 43 to 50 guests. Tasks, none. Tasks will be issued after hotel upgrade. She needed just 7 more guests to upgrade. It seemed today would bring quite a few visitors. System, what exactly is this magical hotel shuttle? How do I use it? The host simply places it at the hotel entrance, and the shuttle will travel to any desired location, bringing guests back to the hotel. Xi Yue recalled a globally popular magical film from her previous world, which featured a wizard's bust that would appear at the wave of a wand. The hotel shuttle was adorned in a sleek black and gold, with the words Cosmic Hotel emblazoned on both sides. Upon opening the interior of the shuttle, she discovered a small machine in the driver's seat, which dispensed a small bottle of water and a pack of cookies. Above was a display screen. Further inside, there were 2 rows of seats, and astonishingly, 10 sleeping berths in the back. The bus even had a restroom. Goodness! This even comes with sleeping accommodations. After admiring the shuttle for a moment, Xi Yue placed it at the hotel entrance and set it in motion. She divided the eternally fertile land to fill the hotel's flower beds and scattered seeds within. The small animal farm was positioned in the backyard, adjacent to the wall. Xi Yue gulped down her millet porridge, grabbed 2 strawberries, and headed downstairs to check on the small animal farm. As she stepped out of the elevator, she noticed a lively atmosphere in the lobby, with many people seated on the sofas, watching television and chatting. Some unfamiliar faces gathered around the blind box machine, purchasing blind boxes. Passing the front desk, she saw Xi Yue assisting guests with registrations and waved before making her way to the backyard. Woof woof woof. As she walked, she heard the excited barks of Xiaoha, who seemed to be barking at something intently. She quickened her pace. Xiao. Xiaoha. Upon arriving, she spotted Xiaoha barking frantically at the small animal farm, with Xiao Shui Dao peeking nervously from behind it, likely startled by the sudden appearance of the farm. It's okay, it's okay. This is something I created. I must have startled you. I'll be more careful next time. Inside the small animal farm, there were 4 chickens, 4 ducks, and 2 rabbits, along with 6 tiny houses, a feeding trough, and a water trough. Xi Yue took a quick glance before leaving with Xiaoha and Xiao Shui Dao. The black soil was lush and verdant. The seeds she had planted yesterday had grown remarkably tall, appearing ready for harvest. At the field's edge, rows of golden rice stood neatly, replanted after Xiao Shui Dao's harvest. Isn't it a bit exhausting to hasten the growth of the rice this quickly? You don't need to work so hard. Xi Yue knelt to gently touch the leaves of Xiao Shui Dao. Xiao Shui Dao shook its leaves vigorously, as if to say it was not burdensome at all. Xi Yue pondered for a moment, and retrieved a bag of fertilizer she had received today. Upon seeing the small bag of fertilizer suddenly appear in Xi Yue's hands, Xiao Shui Dao leaped with joy, burying its body in the bag, its leaves stretching out to embrace it, before scampering back to its little earth pit. Watching Xiao Shui Dao's exuberance, Xiaoha sniffed curiously and sneezed, casting a disdainful glance at them. Xi Yue gently patted Xiaoha's head. Having purchased an enormous pet bone treat from the market, Xiaoha's eyes sparkled with delight as he excitedly trotted back to the doghouse. Xi Yue glanced down at the rice plants at her feet and harvested them with a single click, transforming them into a sack of feed and over 30 pounds of rice. Chapter 27. The agonizing Xi Yue. She placed the feed in the breeding facility and returned to the hotel. Now free, Xi Yue was absorbed in her reading. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Liang Yi emerged, wielding her long blade. Liang Yi, I didn't see you yesterday. Are you heading out now? Xi Yue greeted her cheerfully. Liang Yi nodded. I've been exhausted lately, resting in my room all day yesterday. I'm going out today to gather some supplies. All right, take care. After bidding her farewell, Xi Yue set the rice she was holding on the front desk. Today, I acquired a breeding farm with chickens, ducks, and rabbits. This rice is from the small paddy I cultivated, and the vegetables in the field are nearly ripe. We will soon enjoy fresh meals. Xi Yue smiled at the starry-eyed Xi Yue, who was indeed a little foodie. Qin Yu and his companions had procured over 400,000 worth of food, returning to the base early in the morning. Reporting, Qin Yu announced as he knocked twice at the open door. Wang Li, examining the materials in his hands, pressed his throbbing temples, gesturing for him to enter. After saluting Wang Li, Xi Yue retrieved a bucket of instant noodles and a cup of hot coffee from his space, placing his watch on the desk. Don't stand there, sit down and speak. It seems you found the source of that food yesterday, am I correct? Wang Li observed the production date on the instant noodles, and then picked up the watch on the desk. Report, Commander. We discovered the route cleared by Zhou Xing in City B yesterday. Following that path, we found a hotel. After entering, the zombies that had been pursuing us in the vehicle did not follow, as if they had lost their target and scattered. Moreover, none of the zombies we encountered were of a high level, they were all below level 3. We suspect this is related to the hotel in City B. The hotel was brightly lit, and the floors were immaculate, indistinguishable from the world before the apocalypse. When we arrived, we saw no other guests. A man and a woman welcomed us at the entrance, both neatly dressed and looking rosy-cheeked, seemingly around 20 years of age. The man, named Xi Yue, appears to be a level 7 or higher psychic ability user. The woman, Xi Yue, gave me a strong impression, though I couldn't discern her ability. The hotel charges only 2 crystal cores for a room, and the accommodations are identical to those before the apocalypse, complete with water and electricity. Instant noodles and coffee like these are dispensed from a blind box machine, costing just 1 crystal core. The watch you have was issued upon check-in, used to unlock rooms and make payments within the hotel. So everything Su Qinkong brought back came from this machine? And it only costs 1 crystal core? Wang Li expressed disbelief, recalling that the Shuguang base charged 1 crystal core for even 2 small sweet potatoes, and they were planning to increase prices. Indeed, we were underprepared and returned with over 400,000 worth of goods. Good. Tomorrow, gather enough level 3 crystal cores to total 5 million and procure another batch. For today, rest well. With these supplies, there will be no need to return to Shuguang base. Wang Li, who had been worrying about the dwindling food supplies, finally felt a sense of relief. Xi Yue donned the watch from the desk and stood up to leave, suddenly remarking, "Don't you find this hotel rather mysterious?" Indeed it is mysterious, but what of it? As long as it benefits us and ensures the base has enough to eat, that's all that matters. You worry too much. Hurry and find a partner. Your parents have been nagging me incessantly. Wang Li teased with a relaxed smile. Commander, you've been single for nearly 50 years. And yet you mock me? Xi Yue retorted as he reached the door. Brat. A level 6 zombie king has appeared in City Y. Both City B and City Y were major tourist destinations before the apocalypse, so take care tomorrow. Wang Li called out as Xi Yue exited. Understood. Came the reply from outside. Wang Li shook his head, chuckling to himself. Now at last he could rest easy. For he truly did not wish to deal with the Shuguang base, where prices continued to soar. When the capital established the Shuguang base, it attracted countless ability users, hoping to unite and end the apocalypse together. Yet now, the Shuguang base not only failed to unite against the zombies, but also suppressed other bases and ability users, engaging in high-priced transactions for food and supplies. The base had devolved into a factionalized, chaotic environment. Recently, there were rumors that Shuguang's personnel were continually recruiting healing ability users. It was a source of great concern. After a morning influx of guests, they were just 3 patrons shy of leveling up the hotel. Yet by nightfall, no new guests had arrived. Xi Yue lay in bed, staring at the 2 vials of genetic modification liquid in her hand, encouraging herself. She decided to first experience it herself before asking Xi Yue if she would like to drink it. Once mentally prepared, Xi Yue uncapped the vial, closed her eyes, and downed its contents in one go. A wave of searing pain, akin to being burned by fire, surged through her body. She writhed in agony on the bed, drenched in cold sweat in an instant. Xi Yue, what's wrong? Xi Yue, I'm coming in if you don't respond. Xi Yue, who should have been resting in her room, knocked frantically on Xi Yue's door, engulfed in the torment of her flesh being torn apart. Xi Yue was oblivious to the calls at her door. After waiting a moment with no response, only muffled groans of pain, Xi Yue swiftly opened the door. Upon seeing Xi Yue on the bed, pale and drenched in cold sweat, tears streaming down her face, he rushed to her side. She was biting her lip fiercely, her fists clenched, veins standing out on her hands and forehead. Not knowing what had transpired, Xi Yue noticed that Xi Yue's lip, which she had been biting, was now bleeding. He quickly pried her mouth open, and, as she struggled to cry out in pain, inserted his arm into her mouth. Another wave of agony, as if her bones were being shattered and reformed, swept over Xi Yue, sending her into a fit of convulsions. Xi Yue embraced her from behind, urging her to remain still. One hand held her mouth, while the other grasped her left hand, channeling healing abilities into her. Gradually, as the energy flowed in, Xi Yue's convulsions subsided. Though the pain persisted, her consciousness began to clear, and she tasted a metallic tang in her mouth. It's too tight. Let go. Xi Yue weakly protested, pushing away Xi Yue's arm that he had placed in her mouth. As Xi Yue's tense body gradually relaxed, he released his hold on her. In his embrace, Xi Yue gasped for breath in small sips, her eyes falling upon the deep bite mark on his arm, blood still trickling down. I'm so sorry. Sob, I'm so sorry. After the pain had subsided, Xi Yue's damp hair clung to her pale face, and she gazed at the distressing wound, tears streaming down her flushed cheeks. It's all right, don't cry. I have healing abilities, you'll be fine soon. Can you tell me what happened? Xi Yue comforted her, stroking her hair. The moment the healing energy enveloped her arm, the bleeding ceased, the wound healed, leaving only a faint pink bite mark. Xi Yue, witnessing the transformation before her, gradually halted her tears. She extended her finger, stammering, "Look, I have abilities now." Chapter 28. The hotel levels up. Look, I have abilities now. A charming little sprout emerged from the tip of Xi Yue's finger. So, you did this to awaken your abilities? Xi Yue asked in a remarkably calm tone. Having utilized the genetic modification serum, I am now capable of awakening extraordinary abilities. While there is no inherent danger, the experience may entail a brief period of discomfort lasting approximately 5 minutes. Xi Yue felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, the process of pain could lead to unforeseen mishaps, especially without anyone present to oversee the situation. What if you had injured yourself in a state of confusion? She admonished, stepping away from Xi Yue. I didn't consider the risks deeply. I thought the pain would be brief, and then I could startle you with my newfound powers. Noticing Xi Yue's somewhat pallid complexion, she quickly reassured him, there won't be a next time. Safety comes first. This genetic modification serum will enhance the abilities of those like you, who awaken through sheer willpower, she continued, but the pain is indeed quite intense. You should use it in my room, I will keep watch over you. Xi Yue retrieved the remaining serum, and handed it to him. She understood that Xi Yue's abilities were already formidable, yet an enhancement could only prove beneficial. After all, a capable employee brings comfort to their employer. I'll fetch you a towel. Hold it in your mouth during the process. Just be careful not to bite your tongue. I should have been better prepared. Before she could finish her sentence, Xi Yue tilted his head back and consumed the serum in one swift motion, grasping Xi Yue's hand tightly. Taken by surprise, she instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but his long fingers tightened around hers, and she felt him begin to tremble. The pain was commencing. Consequently, she gently rubbed his back to soothe him. At that moment, Xi Yue's eyes were shut tight, his body quivering slightly, his lips pressed together. Yet his forehead remained devoid of perspiration, a detail Xi Yue failed to notice. This sensation was familiar to Xi Yue, having endured it countless times in a previous life. With the benefit of his healing abilities, he experienced only a modicum of suffering. Sensing that the time was nearing its peak, he released Xi Yue's hand, appearing exceedingly weakened. I apologize for earlier, he murmured, his face ashen, eyes cast down, words caught in his throat. It's all right, I understand. You were in considerable pain, and gripping something may have helped. Xi Yue rose to wash her face in the bathroom, returning shortly with a damp towel. Wipe your face. It will bring you some relief, she offered, handing him the towel. As he accepted it and dabbed at his face, a hint of color returned to Xi Yue's complexion. How do you feel now? Has your ability changed? She inquired. It seems somewhat enhanced. I believe an upgrade is imminent. Is that so? That's splendid news. Just look at my wood-based ability. Soon I will be able to hasten the growth of fruit. Xi Yue admired the small sprout that had emerged from her index finger, curious about its species. In truth, while Xi Yue's abilities had not intensified, he had acquired an entirely new and rather peculiar power. A gurgle from Xi Yue's stomach interrupted their conversation. Embarrassed, she clasped her abdomen. I'm a bit hungry. Xi Yue, observing her flushed cheeks, chuckled. I'm hungry too. Let us have a late-night snack before heading to bed. The two casually indulged in 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, with Xi Yue lounging on the couch, blueberry in her mouth, which Xi Yue had prepared for her. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The hotel has met the criteria for star upgrade. Would you like to proceed? Yes. No. Xi Yue immediately sat upright, excitement coursing through her. The hotel can be upgraded. It seems guests have arrived downstairs, she exclaimed to Xi Yue. The upgrade requirement is based on the number of guests? For now, yes. Reaching 50 guests will trigger the upgrade. I wonder if future upgrades will depend on the same criteria. As she spoke, she mentally reiterated yes. Hotel star upgrade complete. First floor supermarket opened. Second floor Chinese and Western restaurants opened. 6th and 10th floors operational rights granted. Hotel security range expanded by 500 meters. Suyu opened the hotel's real-time map, noting a new supermarket on the left side. The previously hazardous area, marked in red, had receded by 500 meters. Commercial pedestrian streets flanked the hotel, with office buildings and shops situated in front and upscale apartments behind, all now within the safety perimeter. System, there are no light indicators in the safety zone. What should we do if we venture outside? Suyu silently pondered. The hotel wristwatch will provide notifications. Oh, and what about the zombies that were previously outside? What of the contaminated viruses? All will be automatically purified. What does automatic purification entail? All will vanish. This system is truly remarkable, Suyu mused. If only the hotel's safety range could continue to expand until there were no zombies left in the world. The system seemed to suggest her thoughts were far-fetched. Upon exploring the hotel's interior, she discovered the addition of family rooms and business suites. Each floor now boasted 2 extra rooms, giving the hotel a more robust appearance. The second floor had opened its Chinese and Western restaurant areas, but the rest remained gray and inaccessible. We have a restaurant now, but we lack a chef, she exclaimed. The restaurant is equipped with simulated robots, so there's no need for concern. Then my meals with Xi Yue will be complimentary, right? Indeed. And the supermarket? Shopping there is also free. Suyu was positively elated. Yes, all expenses within the hotel's confines are complimentary for the host. With uncontainable joy, Suyu sprang from the couch. Observing her animated gestures, Xi Yue watched as she pointed at the air, occasionally furrowing her brow, then smiling brightly, until she finally leapt with glee. What has you so jubilant? We can dine at the restaurant tomorrow. There's a supermarket downstairs where I can shop for free, and the hotel's safety range has expanded by 500 meters. I'm eager to explore outside. It feels stale within these walls. I'll accompany you tomorrow. Let us turn in early tonight? Absolutely. I'll rise early. Suyu was filled with anticipation for their outing the following day. Back in her room, Suyu lay on her bed, examining her information. Hotel name: Cosmic Hotel, 2-star. Manager: Suyu. Abilities: Absolute Domain, invincible within your domain. Mutated Wood ability, level 1. Assets: 91 crystals. Warehouse: 1 mysterious seed, 9 bags of fertilizer adored by all plants. Hotel upgrade criteria: cumulatively host 20,000 guests in the restaurant. Task: host 3 different mutated plants. Mutated Wood ability? Never mind. I'll rest first and inquire with Xi Yue in the morning. Meanwhile, Xi Yue, with damp hair, reclined on his bed, observing the swirling black mist emanating from his palm. An eerie and sinister phenomenon that had never occurred in his past life. After toying with the strange mist for a while, he utilized his abilities to evaporate the excess moisture from his hair, then extinguished the light and lay down. Tomorrow, he resolved to venture out early to experiment with his newfound powers. Chapter 29. The plunder of abilities before 7 o'clock in the morning. Suyu emerged from her cocoon of blankets. Squinting, she accessed the marketplace. Excellent. She hadn't succumbed to a fleeting dream. To her surprise, she found a reception robot available for 10,000 coins. She promptly purchased it. After completing the transaction, she placed it in the hotel lobby. Perusing the system panel, she discovered a new feature allowing her to send notifications to all guests' wristwatches. After a moment of contemplation, she crafted a notification and clicked send. As dawn broke, Xi Yue stood at the hotel entrance, releasing his mental energy as if searching for something. Soon after, he vanished from sight, reappearing in a narrow alley several kilometers away from the hotel. Xi Yue had not encountered zombies above level 3 since his arrival in B City. Today, he chanced upon a zombie that had recently ascended to level 5 after a couple of days of brutal combat, only to fall into his grasp. After subduing the creature with his mental prowess, Xi Yue summoned a cloud of black mist, which drifted towards the dazed zombie before him. The mist enveloped its head, and he observed as its level began to plummet, one tier after another. Withdrawing the black mist, he wielded a wind blade to slice off half of the zombie's cranium, confirming his suspicion that it contained no crystal core. As he felt the energy flowing from the mist into his body, he found it utterly fascinating. Should he label this ability as deprivation or plunder? Perhaps plunder was more fitting. Xi Yue pondered this as he sought out new curiosities. Upon receiving a message from Xi Yue, Xi Yue was in the midst of cleaning his hands, which were smeared with the vibrant green of a crystal core. Noticing that Xi Yue had risen early today to prepare for their outing, he swiftly reappeared at the hotel entrance. After freshening up, Xi Yue donned a pastel yellow hoodie and a pleated skirt, tying her hair into a bun. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, radiating youthful vitality, and was immensely pleased with her appearance. Upon stepping out of her room, she found Xi Yue already waiting for her on the sofa. Let us go, let us go. We must have breakfast at the restaurant. Xi Yue exclaimed eagerly as she dashed out, with Xi Yue following closely behind, a smile adorning his face. Upon reaching the second floor, they exited the elevator to find a Chinese restaurant directly ahead, while a Western dining establishment lay to the right. After entering the Chinese restaurant, a waiter guided them to their seats. Once settled, they were presented with 2 tablets for ordering. The screens displayed a plethora of delectable options, all reasonably priced. A serving of wontons cost merely 2 crystal cores, and a bowl of congee with side dishes was similarly priced. Although the costs matched those of their lodging, such prices would be unattainable outside. Xi Yue, dazzled by the choices, hurriedly inquired, "What do you wish to eat? Everything looks so appetizing." Naturally, Xi Yue acquiesced to Qi Yu's whims, and in the end, they opted for a Cantonese breakfast, selecting a variety of dim sum. Their table was soon brimming with steamed siu mai, shrimp dumplings, char siu buns, rice rolls, steamed chicken feet in black bean sauce, molten custard buns, and braised tripe in sauce. They in. If it's not enough, we can order more. Qi Yu urged as she eagerly grabbed a shrimp dumpling and stuffed it into her mouth. Each dumpling contained 3 plump shrimp, causing Qi Yu's cheeks to puff out. The shrimp was delightfully springy, bursting with a sweet, savory broth. After savoring the shrimp dumpling, she proceeded to sample the chicken feet, which were rich in flavor and melted in her mouth. One by one, she relished each dish, while Xi Yue mirrored her selections. Observing the satisfaction on Qi Yu's face made the food even more delectable. After finishing their feast, they ordered 2 bowls of boat porridge to savor. As they exited the elevator, they noticed small clusters of guests hurrying outside. Curiously, the adjacent supermarket was devoid of patrons. Where are they all rushing off to? Qi Yu wondered aloud. They're likely seeking supplies. This area is a safe zone, Xi Yue replied nonchalantly. Oh, my zero-cost shopping, she exclaimed, momentarily disregarding the supermarket as she tugged Xi Yue outside. When she first arrived in this world, Qi Yu had peered out the door, noting the ground strewn with filthy, dark red stains, remnants of dismembered limbs, and the pervasive stench of decay in the air. Now the foul odors and stains had vanished, leaving behind a landscape littered with refuse and dilapidated vehicles. Sparse figures wandered the streets, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Strolling leisurely along the commercial pedestrian street, Qi Yu and Xi Yue observed the once bustling thoroughfare now eerily vacant. At the end of the street stood a large shopping mall, and they entered a luxury clothing store at the entrance. The absence of lighting rendered the store dim and shadowy. Qi Yu purchased a solar-powered long-lasting lamp from the system marketplace, and upon activation, the entire store was illuminated in an instant. After more than 8 months of apocalypse, the garments hung in dust-laden disarray. The bags displayed in the corner remained pristine, and Qi Yu selected 2 that caught her eye, placing them into a shopping bag. Venturing into the stockroom, they discovered a collection of spring and autumn attire, perfectly suited for the current season. Struggling to manage the 2 bags, Qi Yu was amused when Xi Yue took them from her, the bags vanishing from his grasp in an instant. Stunned, Qi Yu gazed at him, her lips pouting in contemplation. "It's not that I intended to withhold this from you. I simply saw how delighted you were carrying them," Xi Yue remarked, affectionately ruffling her hair. "What else do you fancy? We can take our time exploring. If you find anything you dislike, there are countless shops to peruse, and I'll ensure you bring back whatever you desire." Qi Yu felt a surge of excitement at his words, eagerly rummaging through the clothing in the warehouse. She selected a large and small item according to her size preferences, and handed them to Xi Yue without looking back. With the illuminating lamp in hand, they leisurely wandered through the deserted mall, visiting each store in turn. "Zero-cost shopping is truly the epitome of joy," Qi Yu exclaimed. Meanwhile, at the Sea City base, Xi Yue was engaged in his morning exercise when his watch vibrated. Upon checking, he found a notification. The hotel has opened the supermarket on the first floor and the restaurant on the second floor. A safe zone extends 500 meters around the hotel. Upon seeing the message, Xi Yue hurriedly sought out Feng Li. When we checked in yesterday, we were limited to rooms on the 3rd to 5th floors. Yet the elevator displays up to 20 floors. This implies that the hotel will continually open new levels, and perhaps the safe zone will expand as well, he pondered gravely. You go inform the others. I'll accompany you. We must leave immediately. Feng Li contemplated the message on his watch before preparing to join him. Back with Xi Yue and Xin Yu, they strolled leisurely, taking whatever they fancied, reveling in their joy. On their way back, they spotted Feng Guohua with his 2 grandsons and Jiang Weiping's family of 4 just emerging from a chain snack store. Due to the long shelf life of the snacks, many had not yet expired. They had somehow procured a shopping cart from the supermarket. Tossing an assortment of snacks and drinks inside, the contents piled high. The adults were laden with numerous bags, while the children clutched their arms full, all wearing radiant smiles. Chapter 30. The story of Wen Yan, a disheveled man with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard, ambled aimlessly along a quiet path. He was unsure of his destination, or whether the person he sought still existed in this world. His name was Wen Yan. Wen Yan's parents divorced when he was 10. Compared to his taciturn nature, his mother favored his sweet-tongued younger brother, Wen Hua, and thus took him to form a new family. Wen Yan and Wen Hua were identical twins, indistinguishable in appearance. When standing side by side, neither classmates nor parents could tell them apart, save for their contrasting temperaments. One was outgoing and sunny, while the other was reserved and introspective, which made identifying them much simpler. Wen Yan lived with his father, who ran a modest eatery with lackluster business, barely scraping by. He maintained a close bond with his brother, and after their mother established her new family, they occasionally communicated through phone calls and letters. Upon entering high school, he encountered a girl he admired. One afternoon, while reading in the school's grove, a girl with a high ponytail, slightly upturned eyes, and exquisite features passed by. It was the first time when Yan laid eyes on her, yet he was acutely aware that this girl, or rather, no one in the entire school, was a stranger to him. Her name was Liang Yi. Conversations surrounding her perpetually swirled around Wen Yan. Discussions ranged from the musical instruments she mastered, the languages she spoke, to the dance forms she practiced, not to mention the brands of clothing she donned, the vehicles she drove, and the suitors who professed their affections for her on a daily basis. During the day, Wen Yan attended classes, and in the evenings, he took on part-time jobs to alleviate his family's financial burdens. He never felt inferior about his family's economic situation. Observing others sporting designer sneakers and purchasing the latest gadgets evoked no envy within him. In truth, numerous girls harbored affections for him, yet he remained indifferent. However, when faced with Liang Ye's relentless pursuit, he found himself utterly helpless. Their circumstances were worlds apart. He could not even offer her the simplest companionship. Such a radiant sun was beyond his reach, prompting him to decline her advances time and again. Wen Yan confided his innermost thoughts to his younger brother, Wen Hua, for aside from his studies, he devoted all his spare time to work, leaving him devoid of friends. Year after year, Liang Yi continued to appear before him in various forms until the second year of high school, when he learned that she had been absent from school due to her father's passing. When he finally encountered Liang Yi again, he could scarcely believe his eyes. The once proud little princess had transformed into a shadow of her former self, her countenance haggard and her gaze hollow. He relinquished his part-time job to quietly support her, tutoring her and providing her with class notes. During her moments of despair, he remained by her side, offering solace. Another year slipped by, and on the eve of the college entrance examination, Wen Yan and Liang Yi found themselves together, pledging to attend the same university. He shared his joy with his brother, revealing that he had developed several software applications and sold them for a handsome profit. Once in university, he vowed to work even harder to provide Liang Yi with everything she desired. Both of them excelled academically, and as anticipated, their examination results secured their admission to prestigious institutions. That night, upon receiving the acceptance letters, Wen Yan's father wept tears of joy, repeatedly expressing his desire to return to their hometown with the acceptance letter to honor their ancestors, so that his grandparents could witness their grandson's achievements. After the formalities were settled and the acceptance letter in hand, Wen Yan and his father returned home to pay their respects. However, during the journey back, a piercing horn echoed through the air, and Wen Yan was engulfed in darkness. When he awoke, he found himself in a hospital bed. A nurse informed him that he had been in a coma for over 2 months, while his father had tragically perished at the scene. His mother had initially visited with his brother, but had not returned since. The nurse explained that a truck, driven by a fatigued driver, had collided with them. But he need not worry about medical expenses. Only recently awakened, Wen Yan's head throbbed painfully, rendering him unable to process this deluge of information. He borrowed a phone from the nurse to call his mother, seeking details regarding his father's funeral. She informed him that all arrangements had been completed and mentioned compensation matters, ultimately revealing that his acceptance letter had been taken by his brother. Due to uncertainty surrounding his recovery and Wenhua's underwhelming performance in the entrance exam, his brother had replaced him at the university. As he absorbed his mother's nonchalant tone, a buzz echoed in his mind. But what about Liang Yi? Was she aware of his situation in the hospital? Would Wenhua inform her of his replacement? Just as he contemplated calling Liang Yi, a nurse with an unsettling gait entered the room. Her complexion was pale, and her neck bore the marks of what appeared to be a savage assault, blood trickling down. In a panic, he seized the forestand, and as the nurse lunged towards him, he summoned all his strength to fend her off. After a fierce struggle, he managed to push her out of the open window. Thanks to the compensation from the trucking company, he was assigned a private room. Leaning on a cane, Wen Yan locked the door behind him, then rushed to the restroom to secure that door as well. He leaned against it, gasping for breath, listening to the anguished cries and screams outside. Gradually, he felt a feverish heat rising within him, his consciousness beginning to blur. Glancing at the wound he had sustained during the altercation with the nurse, he slowly closed his eyes, resigning himself to the thought that he might never see Liang Yi again. When he awoke once more, a surge of strength coursed through his body. The injuries from the accident had miraculously healed. With a mere thought, his hands shimmered with a metallic hue. He had awakened to his metallic abilities. Harnessing this newfound power, he escaped the hospital, commandeered a vehicle, and set out in search of Liang Yi. With his unsteady driving skills, Wen Yan traversed the roads towards the school, then proceeded to various bases in search of his brother, Wenhua. However, Wenhua delivered devastating news. Liang Yi was dead. Refusing to accept this grim reality, Wen Yan embarked on a relentless journey over the course of 8 months, visiting numerous bases in search of any trace of her. How could Liang Yi possibly be gone? As he dispatched a zombie that lunged at him, he continued onward. Suddenly, the sound of an approaching vehicle caught his attention. Turning around, he was astonished to see a brand new black and gold bus pull up beside him, emblazoned with the words Cosmic Hotel. The narrow road, barely wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side, seemed an unlikely place for a bus to navigate. The bus door swung open, revealing a perplexing sight. There was no driver's seat. A slender, driverless bus appeared on the secluded road, creating an eerily surreal scene. Yet, for reasons unknown, Wen Yan found himself boarding the vehicle. Once inside, he retrieved a bottle of water and a packet of cookies, surveying the interior before settling onto one of the beds at the rear. The bus roared to life, and outside the window, the world outside morphed into a mere blur. The display screen within the vehicle illuminated, providing information about the Cosmic Hotel. Suddenly, a missing person notice for Sun Hong flashed across the screen, igniting a spark of hope in Wen Yan's eyes. Chapter 31. Despair of Mo Xiaoyu. 2 off-road vehicles navigated the streets of B City, pursued by a horde of zombies. As the vehicles entered a relatively clear stretch of road, the zombies abruptly ceased their chase. Boss, the zombies can't get in at all. This is incredible. Qing Shangyan marveled, finally witnessing the barricade that kept the undead at bay. The road was devoid of any remnants of gore. Wang Qing murmured in disbelief, while Wang Li, seated in the passenger seat, gazed thoughtfully out the window. The 2 vehicles came to a halt in front of a hotel, and 7 individuals disembarked. Xi Yue and Xi Yue emerged from a nearby supermarket, spotting the newcomers. You're back. Xi Yue greeted. Indeed, this is our base leader, Wang Li. And this is the hotel owner, Xi Yue, Qin Yue introduced. Xi Yue observed the man before her, appearing to be in his 60s, with graying temples and clad in military attire, standing tall and straight, exuding an air of discipline. Hello, Miss Xi Yue. I have some matters to discuss. If you have the time, Wang Li inquired earnestly. Of course, let's head to the hotel. Xi Yue responded, nodding as she led them to the lobby. Today, I noticed the information on Xi Yue's watch indicated that the area within a 500-meter radius of the hotel is secure. I wanted to inquire about the plans for the outer perimeter, Wang Li asked, taking a seat on the sofa. Xi Yue felt a twinge of nervousness. Wang Li's demeanor was quite serious. My ability is a domain, which allows me to defend against zombies within its confines. I merely wish to manage the hotel. So I have no involvement with matters outside its perimeter. If I may be so bold, would you mind if I relocated the Sea City base here? Wang Li posed the question. Not at all, as long as it doesn't affect my hotel operations. However, I must emphasize that within my domain, I am invincible. He warned. If anything were to affect me, I would promptly expel him. Shuyu understood that it was imperative to articulate her stance clearly at this juncture. Rest assured. If such an event were to transpire, I would be the first to ensure he faces the consequences. Thank you for your willingness to allow us to relocate here. Wang Li rose to offer Shuyu a respectful salute. Xi Yue and the others also stood to pay their respects. There is no need for such formalities. Shuyu quickly interjected, waving her hands in modesty. In her previous world, she held a profound admiration for soldiers, who dedicated themselves to safeguarding the nation. In this world, there still exist valiant military personnel devising paths for ordinary people. Regardless of the circumstances, I remain grateful. We shall take a look around and not impose further. Upon exiting the hotel, Wang Li retrieved a satellite phone to contact He Yanqin, requesting him to assemble a group of supernatural beings, prioritizing those with metal abilities. They then began surveying the surroundings, contemplating how to best utilize the available spaces. Guests within the hotel were busily transporting their spoils, scouring the area for resources, their faces alight with joy. As noon approached, Shuyu set down her knitting needles and gently massaged her aching neck. Are you hungry? I suspect you should be, she remarked. Xinyu, placing her book aside, observed the individual who had been incessantly munching on snacks since their return with a smile. I am indeed a bit hungry. Shall we go dine? Absolutely. I shall accompany you. To be honest, I am not excessively hungry at the moment, she replied, having gathered an array of delightful snacks unseen in her original world, which she began sampling eagerly. However, snacks hardly suffice as a proper meal. Upon reaching the restaurant, they found it already occupied by 7 or 8 diners, all engrossed in their meals. Shuyu ordered a dish of marinated goose and a bowl of spinach and broth, while Xinyu opted for a plate of pickled fish. The marinated goose appeared a rich, dark brown, glistening with a subtle sheen of oil. The spinach and broth, with its golden liquid paired with tender green leaves, looked utterly delectable. The pickled fish emanated a tantalizing sour aroma, its soup base a creamy white, complementing the 3 dishes. Shuyu devoured 2 bowls of rice, feeling quite full. Ultimately, it was Xinyu who assisted her out of the restaurant. A contingent of supernatural beings from the Sea City base arrived, with Wang Li organizing them to clear the streets. Spatial manipulators gathered the remnants of vehicles and large debris, while wind users blew the remaining refuse into manageable piles, which were then bundled by wood users, rendering the road remarkably clean in an instant. Meanwhile, Xinyu, accompanied by metal users, methodically provided keys for the apartments behind the hotel. Using metal to probe the locks, they employed their abilities to craft matching keys. The metal users were utterly taken aback to find themselves acting as locksmiths. The individuals from the Sea City base were fervently engaged in planning constructions, while the hotel guests busily scavenged for supplies. Everyone was immersed in a whirlwind of activity, yet their spirits remained high. Where did everyone go? That wretched girl is remarkably swift. Damn. It hurts like hell. Stop talking. Search every inch of this area. We cannot allow her to escape. Otherwise, we are doomed. Xi Yue pressed her mouth shut tightly, hiding beneath a small counter in a shop. This vicinity near the Dawn base had long been cleared of zombies. The goods here had been thoroughly pillaged, even the removable metal doors and windows taken away. If not for the cumbersome nature of the counter, it too would have been spirited away. At merely 12 years of age, Xi Yue had initially traveled from the coastal H base to the Dawn base with her brother and sister-in-law to trade for sweet potatoes. After days of arduous travel, they reached the Dawn base, eager to exchange their goods and depart. However, the Dawn base had raised prices exorbitantly, demanding 350,000 for sweet potatoes instead of the agreed 300,000. Naturally, her brother and sister-in-law were reluctant to comply, resulting in a standoff. Today, while her brother and sister-in-law ventured out to negotiate, she and her sister Lin Shan had decided to peruse the free trade market. only to faint as they turned a corner. Due to her healing abilities, she regained consciousness shortly thereafter, only to find herself perched on a man's back. Having exited the dawn base, 3 men conversed as they walked, and seizing the opportune moment, Xi Yue thrust a concealed dagger from her sleeve into the man carrying her. Taking advantage of his momentary pain, she deftly slipped away. Thanks to her speed ability, she quickly distanced herself from them. Yet, being young and of low rank, she needed to find a place to hide. She pondered anxiously about Lin Shan's fate, and whether her brother had realized she was missing. Hearing those men speak of sending her to a laboratory filled her with dread. She knew that entering such a place would mean never seeing her brother and sister-in-law again. Tears streamed down Xi Yue's cheeks as she tightly covered her mouth. Search here. We've already checked over there. She must be around. This area is spotless. There's nowhere for that wretched girl to hide. Hearing footsteps enter the shop, Xi Yue's eyes widened in despair. So this is where you are. You can run quite well, can't you? Exclaimed the man in the jacket, tugging at Xi Yue's hair as he yanked her outside. Let me go. What do you want from me? She cried, utterly distraught and struggling against him. Found her. She's right here. The men discovered Xi Yue cowering in the corner of the cabinet. Let us take her back and tie her up. We can't let her cause any more trouble. Xi Yue bowed her head in hopelessness, knowing she could not escape this time. Just then, a gleaming black and gold bus screeched to a halt before them, accompanied by a horn. The sight of the pristine vehicle and its sudden appearance left them hesitant to approach. As the front door swung open, they peered inside to find the driver's seat transformed into a machine labeled water and biscuit retrieval. The shortest of the 3 hesitantly approached, wanting to see inside, but found himself unable to enter, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. Damn, am I seeing things? I can't get on. The man with a pockmarked face chuckled, pushing him aside. Let me try. Hey, I can't get on either. What kind of trick is this? The pockmarked man exclaimed in disbelief. Can you 2 not manage to board a vehicle? This is ridiculous. You think you're so clever? You try it, and if you get on, I'll call you Grandpa. The man who had been tugging at Xi Yue's hair was eager to give it a shot. Releasing her hair and grabbing her wrist as they approached the door, he waved his left hand forward, finding nothing obstructing their path. You 2 are just messing with me. There's nothing blocking the way. Are you scared? Let me show you how it's done. His irritation grew. With a firm grip on Xi Yue's wrist, he pulled her toward the door. Take a couple of steps up and see. Hurry. Xi Yue hesitantly stepped onto the bus, and as she did, the door ominously began to close. The man in the jacket rushed to pull her back, but found he lacked the strength to do so. Hurry. I can't move her. The other 2 quickly unleashed their abilities against the bus, yet their powers dissipated the moment they neared, leaving no mark on the vehicle, which continued to shine in the sunlight. As the door threatened to crush the man's hand, he had no choice but to release his grip. Once the door shut, the bus vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. What shall I do? Murmured the short man, watching the bus disappear into the distance. That pockmarked face gave that jacketed man a severe beating. What else could I have done? That fool actually let that wretched girl board the bus. Damn it. If the higher-ups find out, none of us will escape unscathed. I just saw the words Cosmic Hotel on the bus. It might be a vehicle capable of blocking supernatural powers. Perhaps they won't hold us accountable, said the jacketed man, his swollen face stained with blood, eyes gleaming with hope. It's our only option. We must hurry back to the laboratory, he added, despair etched across his features. Xi Yue, leaning against the railing, sat on the steps, taking deep breaths. Gazing at the peculiar bus, she felt as if she had just escaped a wolf's den only to stumble into a tiger's lair. Rising to her feet, she approached the edge of the bus, observing the rows of beds at the back. It appeared that someone lay on the last one. Hello. May I ask where we are headed? She inquired cautiously of a disheveled man who bore the marks of hardship. It should be the Cosmic Hotel, he replied, gesturing towards the screen at the front, which repeatedly showcased an introduction to the Cosmic Hotel in B City. Panic surged within Xi Yue. Can I get off? My brother and the others must have noticed my absence, and are surely worried about me. I cannot go to B City. I don't know. I've never disembarked. The man stated blandly. In a state of anxiety, Xi Yue took a seat beside the man. The Cosmic Hotel seemed to evoke a sense of longing, distinctly different from the frightening atmosphere of a laboratory. She felt a mix of relief at having escaped yet harbored concerns about how to reach her family. With B City lying 1,000 miles from the Dawn base in the capital, and H City being even farther, what was she to do? Meanwhile, Mo Feng and Qin Yitzi had spent a considerable sum on sweet potatoes when Lin Shan informed them that Mo Xiaoyu was missing. It's all my fault for taking Xiaoyu out. If I had known this would happen, I would never have taken her, no matter how much she pleaded. Lin Shan lamented, her eyes swollen with tears and guilt. Stop crying for now. Did you catch a glimpse of the person who took Xiaoyu? Mo Feng asked as he stepped out to inquire among the traders about his sister. Chen Yitzi consoled Lin Shan, trying to keep her calm. I don't know. I was knocked out immediately. When I woke up, Xiaoyu was gone. It's all my fault. She cried again, regret and self-reproach filling her eyes. Calm down. Try to remember, did anyone follow you, or did you encounter any suspicious individuals while you were out? Chen Yitzi pressed. I don't know. I can't recall. We wandered around the trading market, and I fainted at a corner, Lin Shan replied, her voice shaky. Were there any people near that corner? Did anyone witness who knocked you out? Chen Yitzi inquired earnestly. There was no one. It was deserted, Lin Shan answered hesitantly. Then why did you choose to go there in the first place? Chen Yitzi's voice rose sharply as she fixed her gaze on Lin Shan. I don't know. Xiaoyu wanted to explore, and she dragged me along. I truly didn't know. Lin Shan's face was filled with fear, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Rest for now, stop crying. I'll check if Mo Feng has any updates, Chen Yitzi said, turning to leave. I asked the traders about the situation. Some mentioned that several healers have gone missing from the Dawn base in recent months. I should never have brought Xiaoyu here, Mo Feng lamented, pulling at his hair in anguish. Chen Yitzi felt a deep sorrow as well. Having been with Mo Feng for 8 years, and having helped raise Mo Xiaoyu, she had spent more time with her than Mo Feng himself, serving as both sister-in-law and a surrogate mother. Lin Shan is suspicious. It was Xiaoyu who insisted on where to go, but she has never been that assertive. When we're not around, she simply waits for us obediently. She would never seek out a less populated area on her own, Chen Yitzi remarked. Mo Feng's eyes blazed with anger as he listened to her words. Ready to confront Lin Shan. Stop. We must first get her away from here. The disappearance of several healers is not something that just anyone can orchestrate, Chen Yitzi cautioned. Mo Feng clenched his fists, his gaze burning into the ground. That detestable Dawn base. Chapter 33. The mask slips to Hua, Mao Zi, and I are returning to the base with the sweet potatoes. Mo Feng will stay to search for Xiaoyu, Chen Yitzi stated upon her return, addressing the tear-streaked Lin Shan. That won't do. I want to stay too. I failed to look after Xiaoyu, and I must wait for news of her, Lin Shan insisted. Tears streaming down her face once more. The base is expecting supplies, and as a water elemental, you can't just stay behind. What will you do on the journey back? Chen Yitzi said, gently patting her shoulder. Don't blame yourself. The wrongdoing lies with those vile individuals, not you. Let Mo Feng gather information. It's not safe for a young girl like you to remain here. Fine, Lin Shan replied, lowering her head in resignation, oblivious to the hatred reflected in Chen Yitzi's eyes. Not long after the four had left the Dawn base, Chen Yitzi pointed to the empty street ahead. The sun will set soon. We still have some instant noodles. Let us eat before continuing our journey. Once the vehicle halted, they quickly set up a stove by the roadside. Chen Yitzi retrieved pots and bowls from her storage space, instructing Lin Shan to pour in water before starting to cook the noodles. I'm going to the restroom nearby, Lin Shan whispered to Chen Yitzi. Go ahead. But be careful, Chen Yitzi replied. As Lin Shan entered a narrow alley, she contemplated that this was her best chance to escape. If she returned to H base, all her efforts would be in vain. With that thought, she quickened her pace. Where are you going? Chen Yitzi's voice called from behind. Lin Shan hesitated, turning to see Mo Feng standing beside Chen Yitzi, his expression dark. Her face paled, and she turned to flee but was struck down by a bolt of lightning. Where is Xiaoyu? Mo Feng demanded, gripping Lin Shan by the neck as she lay on the ground. Lin Shan's face turned ashen from the shock, her fear palpable. I don't know. I truly don't. As Mo Feng's grip tightened, his power surged, sending tremors through Lin Shan's body. I really don't know. They made me take Xiaoyu there. She screamed, her voice filled with terror. Mo Feng released her, stepping back. Who are they? You'd better come clean. Chen Yitzi approached Mo Feng, clutching his trembling hand. On the day we arrived at the Dawn base, I inquired how to join. Someone approached me, asking me to bring Xiaoyu to the trading market. assuring me I could stay here and lead a good life. Lin Shan recounted slowly, her voice breaking. I can't remember what that person looked like. They must have been a mentalist who clouded my memories. After taking Xi Yue there, 3 men knocked her out and took her away. I genuinely don't know where she went. What did those 3 look like? One was very short with a pointed chin. Another had a face full of pockmarks and was a metal elemental. And the last was tall and thin. So you sold out my sister just to stay here. She called you sister, and is only 12 years old. Why would you treat her this way? Mo Feng's body shook with rage, his eyes burning with fury. I didn't want to. But is it wrong to want a better life? You have no idea what life is like in H City. As a water elemental, I could thrive anywhere. Why should I stay there, eating sweet potatoes and potatoes with you? Lin Shan tilted her head and spoke through gritted teeth. Every woman at the Dawn base, even those without abilities, enjoys better food and clothing than I do. What is wrong with wanting to stay here? If you wish to remain, no one is stopping you. Why must you harm my sister? Mo Feng roared in anger. She has always called me sister. She adores me. What is so wrong about sacrificing a little for her? Lin Shan's face twisted in a grimace, feeling that there was no need to disguise her feelings any longer. As her brother and sister-in-law, you show no support for her. Expecting an outsider like me to care for your child. How absurd. Were it not for your high status in the base, who would bother to curry favor with a child daily? Aren't you treating me as just a nanny? Lin Shan scoffed, her expression disdainful as she regarded the 2. Chen Yitzi remained silent, retrieving a knife from her storage space and severing Lin Shan's Achilles tendon. The alley was soon filled with frantic and helpless screams. Let us go. Whether she lives or dies is up to fate now. We must hurry to find Xi Yue, Chen Yitzi urged, pulling Mo Feng away. Are you suggesting that a driverless car suddenly appeared and whisked away Mo Xi Yue? The speaker's voice was hoarse, his head bowed as he fiddled with a gun, obscuring his expression. A man with a pockmarked face, sweat trickling down his forehead, replied respectfully, yes, that car was quite extraordinary, adorned with the words Cosmic Hotel. The pockmarked man noticed the man before him released the safety on his gun, and quickly shifted his narrative, but it wasn't the car that rescued her. It was Wang Bo who pushed her inside. Then the car closed its doors and left, undeterred by our attacks, leaving no trace whatsoever. A sudden gunshot rang out, and the man in the jacket collapsed, a bloody hole marking his forehead, blood oozing as his wide eyes expressed disbelief. All right, take him away. If there's another incident, you know the consequences, the man stated while gesturing towards the fallen jacketed figure with his gun. The pockmarked man and the short man wiped the sweat from their brows, respectfully carrying Wang Bo's lifeless body out. Once outside, the 2 slumped weakly to the ground. The pockmarked man, Ji, glanced at Wang Bo's corpse resigned. If he had not died, they would all have perished together. At the very least, he could still retrieve his body. Xi Yue was already on his way back, coordinating the arrival of people in batches. Yes, let the elderly and children come first. Make sure to communicate the rules clearly. Under no circumstances should anyone provoke the hotel owner. All right, goodbye. Wang Li, sitting by the roadside after finishing a call with his secretary, gazed at the fiery sunset. A rare smile gracing the face of this stern soldier. Fang Xiaojun, carrying a solar-powered lamp purchased from the supermarket, skipped along happily, calling back, brother. Grandpa. Look. It's so bright. I see it. Just walk a little slower. Fang Guohua replied with a smile as he held on to Qian Lele. Little friend. May I ask if this lamp was procured? Wang Li inquired softly, eyeing the dazzling illumination even though the sun had not yet set. Fang Xiaojun, feeling nervous in the presence of the unfamiliar elder, timidly ran back to Fang Guohua. Noticing the child's apprehension, Wang Li approached to clarify, this must be your grandson. I was merely curious if this lamp was among the supplies you collected. My apologies, it's just that the brightness is quite remarkable. Ha ha ha, no worries. My grandson is just a bit shy. This lamp was bought at the hotel supermarket for 5 crystal cores each. It charges via solar power, and is said to illuminate for an entire night with just a few minutes of sunlight. With it, searching for supplies has become much easier. Fang Guohua shared joyfully. Indeed, this is a marvelous item. I shan't keep you any longer. I shall also visit the supermarket, Wang Li responded. All right, take care. Fang Guohua smiled, leading his grandchildren away. Chapter 34. The Mysterious Seed. The supermarket operated on a self-service basis. Upon entering, baskets lined either side. With a detection gate directly ahead, and a self-recharge machine beside it. Items intended for purchase could be placed in the baskets or one's pockets or storage. Exiting through the detection gate would automatically deduct the costs. If the balance was insufficient, the system would alert the individual to recharge. Those unwilling to comply would face coercive measures. Any concealed items would automatically return to the shelves, and the person would be blacklisted, barred from entering the entire safe zone. As evening descended, the supermarket bustled with activity, with everyone returning triumphantly, dining on the second floor, taking leisurely strolls through the supermarket, and then venturing out to scavenge for supplies were the typical plans of all. Wang Li and several ability users made their way to the supermarket, as they had arranged accommodations while constructing safety barriers earlier in the day. The supermarket, though not particularly large, boasted a plethora of goods, except for the fresh produce section, which remained empty for the time being. Upon locating the energy-saving section, the group, initially intent on purchasing solar-powered lamps in bulk, stumbled upon another remarkable item. They have solar-powered wind turbines here. One ability user exclaimed. What's that? For generating electricity, the description indicated that this device could harness solar and wind energy, and if neither was available, it possessed a battery capable of storing enough energy to supply 200 households for a week. This is incredible, the ability user exclaimed, reading the details aloud. How many crystal cores does it cost? Wang Li inquired, his tone imbued with excitement. One set costs 1000 crystal cores. That is quite reasonable. I believe we should buy 300 sets. Everyone should tally the numbers, and those with spatial abilities can store them directly, Wang Li concluded. After spending 300,000 crystal cores, they procured the 300 energy systems. Wang Li quickly directed his team to begin installation in the apartment and commercial buildings. By around 9 o'clock that evening, the first batch of survivors from City C finally arrived at the safe zone. The elderly, children, and families gazed in awe at the brightly lit skyscrapers, their earlier anxiety transforming into hope and longing. Come disembark here. Those getting off should stand by the roadside. Do not wander off. Allow the vehicles to exit first. Jiang Weiman shouted repeatedly through a megaphone. Once over 10,000 elderly and children had disembarked and stood neatly on the road behind the hotel, he reiterated. As secretary he informed you earlier, I must emphasize once more. While living here, never provoke the owner of this hotel. Your safety from zombie attacks and access to electricity are solely due to this owner. Do you understand? Jiang Weiman bellowed, pointing towards a towering building. We understand. We will be obedient. Various voices responded from the crowd. Silence. Now, according to the information from the base, we will arrange your accommodations. Maintain order. Follow your seating arrangements and do not stray. When your names are called, step forward. Those not called, remain patient. Everyone will have a place to stay. Do not create chaos and inconvenience for others. After delivering his instructions, a team of ability users began to call names from their lists. Once a list was completed, individuals would be escorted to the apartments. Those residing in the apartments were families whose children had not yet arrived, having already spent crystal cores on their accommodations. The families of ability users were arranged in a nearby commercial office building for ease of access, when the users were called to missions. After over 2 hours had passed, all arrangements were finally completed. Wang Li observed the busy abilities users who had toiled throughout the day, and encouraged them to take a well-deserved rest. The remaining personnel at the base would arrive in batches tomorrow, resulting in an even busier atmosphere. After finishing her shower, Xi Yue lay on her bed and accessed the interface for the back garden. Although her interface allowed her to cultivate vegetables, it lacked the intelligence to harvest them with a single command. Upon locating the tree seeds awarded by the system in the storage, Xi Yue attempted to plant one, only to discover that the seed could not be sown in fertile soil. She filled the feed for the small animal farm, and retrieved the mysterious seed from the warehouse. The seed was roughly the size of a fingernail, its surface a rich brown adorned with concentric golden patterns, exuding an unusual aura. Suddenly recalling her mutated ability, Xi Yue knocked on Xi Yue's door. The door opened promptly, revealing Xi Yue, with damp hair indicating that he had just bathed and was preparing for bed. He regarded Xi Yue with a puzzled expression. I have a few inquiries to make. Xi Yue stepped aside to let her in. It was Xi Yue's first time entering his room. The layout was identical to her own, but unlike her chaotic bedding and scattered belongings, his space appeared untouched, with not a wrinkle on the bedspread. Seated in a chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, Xi Yue began, My ability is a mutated wood type power. Do you know how it differs from the ordinary wood type? Mutated wood type? I have not heard of such abilities since the apocalypse began. See if you can absorb this crystal core. Xi Yue furrowed his brow as he retrieved a first-level crystal core from his spatial storage and handed it to Xi Yue. She grasped the core in her palm, and soon, a fine powder began to fall from her hand, accompanied by the sensation of subtle energy entering her body. Take my hand and try to channel your ability to me, Xi Yue instructed, extending his left hand. Xi Yue clasped his hand, initiating the transfer of her power, and a faint white light emanated from their joined palms. It seems your wood-type ability is intertwined with a hint of healing energy, although it is too feeble. Perhaps you should elevate its level and revisit this. After a moment of concentration, Xi Yue produced a handful of colorless and green crystal cores for Qi Yu's benefit. Are these for me? Qi Yu exclaimed, astonished by the cores Xi Yue offered. I'm uncertain how much energy is required for your mutated ability to upgrade. These are all below level 3. Absorbing them should suffice for your advancement. My goodness. This employee not only receives no salary, but is also willing to provide financial support. Qi Yu mused, overwhelmed by Xi Yue's generosity. I've grown weary of this conversation. Where did you find this little angel? Oh, by the way, have you ever seen a seed like this? It simply cannot be planted in the back garden. Qi Yu recalled the mysterious seed, which possessed tremendous vitality, yet yielded no response when her ability was channeled into it. Xi Yue, endeavoring to stimulate the seed with his energy, found that it sank into oblivion without effect. Why not give it a try? Your abilities might prove useful. Following Xi Yue's guidance, Qi Yu directed her powers into the seed. After a moment, the golden patterns on its surface began to emit light. However, it was merely luminescence. Observing Qi Yu's pale visage as she appeared to exhaust her energy, Xi Yue hastily urged her to cease. As she halted, the seed reverted to its original state. The glow extinguished. After all that effort, it only glowed for me? Qi Yu lamented, feeling like a fool, burdened with what seemed an insatiable pit of a system reward. It appears your abilities are indeed valuable. Focus on leveling up, Xi Yue replied, suppressing a smile at her irritated demeanor, while gently ruffling her tousled hair. Returning to her room with a disheveled head of hair, Qi Yu pondered aloud, system, what on earth is this seed? How should I plant it? The host must discover that for themselves. Then I shan't plant it. Understood. Qi Yu was exasperated with this unyielding system. Her insatiable curiosity compelled her to uncover what this seed could potentially grow into. Despite the system's obstinacy, she remained resolute. As she turned off the light and lay down, Qi Yu gradually drifted into slumber. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the darkness had given way to illumination, with the neighboring commercial buildings ablaze with light as the personnel at the Sea City base busied themselves within. Ever since the hotel guests learned that an entire base would be relocating to Sea City, they had become increasingly diligent in their search for usable supplies. Many guests, clutching illumination lamps, prepared to scour the area throughout the night, only finding satisfaction once their rooms were filled to the brim with their findings. While hotel patrons busied themselves, the newly arrived elderly and children were equally determined. Upon discovering that this area was safe, they too scoured for supplies, doing so throughout the night. Chapter 35. This moment is called a reunion. As the sun slowly ascended, the streets bustled with individuals cradling their newfound possessions. Clothing and bags in the once dusty boutiques, along with damaged trinkets in retail stores, were eagerly embraced by all. When the bus cautiously rolled into the safe zone, Wen Yan and Mo Xiaoyu beheld this scene. The tidy streets were filled with elderly individuals and children, interspersed with a smattering of young adults, all halting to curiously gaze at the vehicle. Feeling the weight of numerous eyes upon them, the two passengers found the situation rather peculiar. Why are there so many elderly and children here? There are hardly any young adults. The bus came to a stop at the hotel entrance, and the rear door swung open, allowing them to disembark. The hotel buzzed with activity, guests hurriedly transporting their belongings while abilities users discussed breakfast plans. Qi Yu yawned while knitting, recalling a dream in which she was pursued by a seed demanding energy, causing her to run frantically, drenched in sweat. Hello, I arrived here on the hotel bus. I would like to inquire about how to post the missing person notice displayed on the bus. Qi Yu looked up at a disheveled man before her, who informed her that one must be a hotel guest to post a notice. Do you need to check in? Check in? Is it with crystal cores? Are these sufficient? Wen Yan said, pulling out a collection of variously sized and colored crystal cores from his pocket. A double room requires only 2 first-level crystal cores. This is more than enough. Would you like assistance in processing them? Xi Yue, surprised by the man's apparent disarray, realized he was indeed a figure of significance. Noting that among the cores he produced were even 5th-level ones. Then you'll need to register your name and ability as well. Just process them all. My name is Wen Yan, 5th-level gold type, he stated promptly. Xi Yue smiled as she handed him the tablet. It's all automated. There's no need to verbalize it. Please select the room you'd like to stay in. Seated nearby, Xi Yue watched in astonishment as the man filled in his details. It dawned on him that this man was Wen Yan. After completing the registration, Xi Yue passed a wristwatch to Wen Yan and stepped out from the front desk. Waving him over, the two approached the self-service transaction machine, where Xi Yue explained the posting process. Her curiosity piqued. What is the name of the person you are looking for? Liang Yi, her name is Liang Yi. She is my girlfriend, Wen Yan replied softly, his tone imbued with tenderness. Liang Yi. Xi Yue's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice rising an octave. Is there something you need from me? As Liang Yi returned from outside, burdened by an unknown load, she happened to hear Xi Yue calling her name loudly. Approaching her, she inquired, do you need something? Before Xi Yue could respond, the man beside her suddenly lifted his head. Liang Yi gazed at the disheveled figure before her, obscured by unkempt hair, and for reasons unknown, her heart ached, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She set down her burden and wiped her eyes, trembling as she stepped forward to push aside the hair that concealed the man's face. Observing the emotional reunion between the two, Xi Yue took a step back, feeling like an unwelcome third wheel in their poignant narrative. Liang Ye's tearful recognition of the familiar visage brought forth an outpouring of grief. Wen Yan, at a loss for words, yearned to express how long he had searched for her, how his absence from school was unintentional, and so much more. Yet he could only open and close his mouth without uttering a sound. Seeing the girl he had longed for, now with her beloved long hair cut short, weeping inconsolably, Wen Yan ached to comfort her, but his own soiled appearance held him back. As if sensing his internal struggle, Liang Yi collapsed into his embrace, releasing all her fears, insecurities, sorrow, and grievances in tears. The more he sought to console her, the more her cries intensified, leaving Wen Yan momentarily helpless, only able to hold her tightly. Ah, this is what we call a broken mirror rejoined, a perfect reunion, Xi Yue mused wistfully, observing the two entwined in each other's arms. Xun Yu, eyeing Wen Yan's disheveled state, chimed in, indeed, who would have anticipated such a transformation? Who could have guessed that a man once impeccably dressed in white shirts, maintaining an immaculate appearance, would now appear so disheveled? Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable, she lamented. Where on earth have you been? Why didn't you seek me out? Who is that person? Liang Yi cried, her voice thick with emotion. Upon seeing the true Wen Yan, with his gentle and loving gaze, she instantly recognized that the one at school was a mere imposter. Despite their identical appearances, the warmth and affection in Wen Yan's eyes were unmistakable, never tinged with doubt or disappointment. Wen Yan recounted the events following his accident, eager to share the experiences of the past few months. However, noticing the many curious eyes in the lobby, Liang Yi hastily pushed him away, exclaiming, "You need to shower. You smell dreadful. Tell me your room number, so I can fetch you some clothes." With a smile, Wen Yan complied, retreating to his room at her insistence. As Liang Yi turned, she caught sight of Xi Yue, whose eyes were wide with astonishment. "Stop staring, or your eyes might pop out." Liang Yi claimed, her demeanor now brightened by the recent emotional storm. "Previously when we conversed, you seemed so expressionless and cold. Now, it's as if you've transformed entirely. The magic of love is indeed extraordinary," Xi Yue remarked, observing the blush in Liang Ye's cheeks and the smile gracing her lips. "I owe my gratitude to you." When Yan mentioned it, "If it weren't for the hotel shuttle, I might not have seen him for ages," Liang Yi earnestly expressed, acknowledging that without the hotel business card, she might have remained in the dark about their initial misunderstanding, perpetually missing out on Wen Yan. "Isn't this your destiny? So, does this mean you've truly reunited?" Xi Yue inquired. "Perhaps. I must return to find him some clean clothes. I shall treat you both to dinner on the second floor tonight," Liang Yi declared. "Sounds wonderful. Hurry along." Xi Yue waved her off. "Isn't it lovely that lovers can always find their way back to one another?" Xi Yue reflected, watching Liang Yi radiate joy. "Indeed." Xun Yu echoed, though it's a pity that when they first met in their past lives, one had already turned into a zombie. Chapter 36. Finally established contact. Mo Xiaoyu stood forlornly in the bustling lobby of the hotel, uncertain of her next steps. Sister, may I ask if there's a way to contact H-base here? Having seen a brother inquiring at the front desk earlier, she approached with trepidation. I'm sorry, little sister. I cannot reach H-base. However, there are many from City C base here. Perhaps you can inquire among them. They might have a solution, Xi Yue suggested, noting the girl's slightly disheveled yet well-cared-for appearance. Seeing Mo Xiaoyu's hesitant gaze scanning the crowd, Xi Yue called out to a direction, Qin Yu. Spotting Qin Yu and Cheng Shangyan entering through the doors, she waved eagerly. Is there something you need? The four approached, inquiring. This girl wishes to contact H-base. Do you have any ideas? Ashbaz? That's by the seaside, right? Cheng Shangyan pondered. Do you know Mo Feng? Qin Yu scrutinized Mo Xiaoyu closely, sensing familiarity. I know him. Yes, my brother. Do you know him? Mo Xiaoyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Mo Feng is your brother? We met at Shuguang base. He is a lightning-type ability user, just like our leader, Cheng Shangyan recalled, remembering the camaraderie shared during their stay at the temporary accommodations near the base. Their leader had since advanced to level 5. It was uncertain whether Mo Feng remained at level 4. Yes. My brother is now a level 5 lightning-type ability user. Mo Xiaoyu beamed with pride. In this post-apocalyptic world, where elemental abilities like metal, wood, water, fire and earth prevailed, the rarity of a level 5 lightning user was remarkable, representing the pinnacle of human combat capability. Rest assured, I have kept in touch with your brother. As long as he has his satellite phone, you can reach him. Have you eaten yet? We're about to have breakfast. After that, you can come with me to make the call. Yes. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. Thank you all. Mo Xiaoyu sighed in relief, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Go join your brothers for breakfast, Xi Yue said, patting her head. Mo Feng and his companions had been stationed near the entrance of the Shuguang base since the previous day, watching the comings and goings of people, their eyes weary from the strain of vigilance. Fearing to alert their quarry, they dared not investigate the three individuals directly, but opted for this rudimentary method of waiting at the gate. Lin Jiehua and Mao Chong had managed to rest for a while, while Mo Feng and Chen Yitzi had not closed their eyes the entire night. I'll keep watch here. You should take a rest, Mo Feng suggested, noticing Chen Yitzi's exhausted appearance. With so many people coming and going, every pair of eyes counts. Don't worry. If I get too tired, I will rest, Chen Yitzi replied, her gaze fixed on the crowd, scanning diligently. Look, isn't that person pockmarked? The short one with the sharp features. Chen Yitzi pointed out, rubbing her sore eyes as she identified two figures approaching the entrance. Mo Feng immediately focused on them, intent on capturing them no matter what. Whether or not it's them, we'll take them away. He charged toward them as he spoke. Chen Yitzi hurriedly called for Lin Jiehua and Mao Chong to follow. Upon getting closer, Mo Feng swiftly incapacitated the two with a jolt of electricity, catching them effortlessly. As Lin Jiehua and Mao Chong arrived, each assisted in lifting one of the unconscious figures. Such occurrences had become routine at the base entrance, where countless individuals had previously succumbed to exhaustion. Thus, the hurried passers-by paid no heed to the few individuals present as they made their way past. After escorting two people onto a vehicle, they departed from this place. Are you saying you were kidnapped? Cheng Shangyan inquired while sipping his kanji. Yes. I was knocked unconscious after my sister Lin Shan, and I turned a corner within the base. When I awoke, I found myself being carried away from the base. Mo Xiaoyu nodded, swallowing the bun in her mouth. Do you know why they wanted to capture you? Qin Yu asked, perplexed. If their intention was to abduct solitary girls, then why had they only snatched a 12-year-old child while sparing another adult? I overheard them mention something about going to a laboratory, and they said it has become increasingly difficult to find healing abilities lately. But my healing ability is only at level 2, Mo Xiaoyu replied. Although the Dawn base is rife with chaos, they still managed to recruit some researchers to study a zombie vaccine. However, that laboratory has always been within the base, heavily guarded. I've never heard of any laboratory outside, Cheng Shangyan remarked, also feeling puzzled. I don't know either. The three who captured me made me feel uneasy. They looked at me as if I were a corpse. Had it not been for the hotel shuttle, I might never have seen my brother and sister-in-law again. Mo Xiaoyu said, tears welling in her eyes once more. Stop crying, eat quickly. Once you're finished, Let Qing Shangyan help you contact your brother. I have something to attend to and must leave. Xi Yue stated, sensing that someone within the Dawn base might be conducting human experiments. And he needed to inform Wang Li as soon as possible. I have heard that the Dawn base has been recruiting healers lately. It seems related to the zombie vaccine. But according to that young girl, things here are becoming increasingly complicated. I had previously contacted other bases, and they are already en route here. The situation in the capital was previously untenable, but regardless of what occurs there, do not concern yourself with it. Since the apocalypse, we have lost far too many comrades. All I desire is for you to live well and to avoid further sacrifices, Wang Li said, gazing out at the bustling crowd outside. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette. All right, the next group will be arriving shortly. You should hurry and assist, don't linger here. Qin Yu touched his nose and turned to leave. Mo Feng and his companions drove to a secluded location, where they pulled the unconscious individuals from the vehicle. Mao Chong approached and slapped the scarred face of He Ji twice to rouse him. As He Ji slowly regained his senses, he instinctively activated his metal ability to attack. There was no need to ask further. It was evident that the individuals before him had taken Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Feng unleashed a bolt of lightning, severely injuring He Ji's hand, and then stepped forward to press his foot against his head. Where is my sister? Where did you take that little girl yesterday? Montag Feng demanded. I don't know what you're talking about. I am a member of the Divine Temple Guild. You better think twice before provoking me. He Ji replied defiantly, refusing to answer. Losing patience, Mo Feng kicked the other unconscious individual awake. Chapter 37. The Peculiar Tri-Elemental Ability User. Mo Feng tugged at the clothing of the other person, dragging him beside He Ji. I am asking you now, listen carefully. Where did you take my sister yesterday? If you refuse to answer, this will be your fate. With that, he struck He Ji's arm with lightning, reducing it to charred remnants. Listening to He Ji's anguished cries, Li Dong trembled in fear and hastened to divulge information. We captured a little girl yesterday, but she got into a strange vehicle halfway through and escaped. What kind of vehicle? Who was driving it? No one was driving. There was no driver's seat. The vehicle had the words Cosmic Hotel emblazoned on it, and as soon as that girl got in, it vanished. Are you fabricating a story? Why did you capture my sister, and where did you take her? Mo Feng's eyes blazed with fury, a mass of black electricity gathering in his palm, ready to strike at Li Dong. I didn't. It's true. Because we lost your sister yesterday, Wang Bo has already been killed. Li Dong exclaimed hastily. Why did you capture my sister? Your sister is a healer. Lu Cheng, the second in command of the Divine Temple, ordered us to capture several healers. Whenever we apprehend them, they are sent to the laboratory, but I don't know what happens afterward. What is the laboratory used for? I truly don't know. I'm just a lowly underling and dare not inquire further. I've told you everything I know. Please let me go. Li Dong knelt on the ground, too frightened to lift his head. At that moment, Chen Yixi's satellite phone began to ring. Hello. Xiaoyu. Is that you? Where are you now? All right. I'll have your brother take the call. Chen Yixi hurriedly passed the phone to Mo Feng. Xiaoyu. Where are you? All right, I understand. Your brother will come to find you right away. Please let Qing Shangyan take the call. Thank you all for taking care of my sister during this time. I will rush over immediately. I am immensely grateful. Returning the phone to Chen Yixi, Mo Feng said. You and Dahua should first take the food back to the base. I will go find Xiaoyu. Very well, let us find a vehicle. And you can plan how to get there. Once the four of them were back in the vehicle, only 2 charred remnants remained at the scene. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoyu, having finished her call with her brother, felt a wave of relief wash over her. With her burdens lifted, she began to observe the hotel with keen interest. Everything around her was astonishing, and her curiosity led her to approach the front desk to ask Xi Yue, sister, how many crystal cores does it cost to rent a room? She had seen her brother take out a large handful of crystal cores, but she only possessed 2 level 2 cores that her brother had given her for upgrades. She felt that she could not afford such a luxurious hotel. But her curiosity got the better of her. A large bedroom costs 2 level 1 crystal cores per day. Xi Yue replied with a smile. Can you help me book one? Mo Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, pulling a level 2 crystal core from her pocket and placing it on the counter. Of course. I can help you load the remaining balance onto your watch. Is that all right? That works. The watch is the one that can be used for payment at the restaurant, right? Yes, you can use it to buy blind boxes in that area, dine at the restaurant, or purchase items at the supermarket outside. Xi Yue pointed to the blind box machine across the way. This place is incredible. Sister, are you the owner of the hotel? Mo Xiaoyu gazed at her with wide eyes. Upon seeing Xi Yue nod, Mo Xiaoyu's eyes glistened as she said, "Thank you, sister. If it weren't for you, I would have been captured by bad people and taken to the laboratory Wu." Nearby, Xi Yue perked up at the mention of the laboratory. A laboratory? Why would they want to capture you? The mere mention of a laboratory conjured images of grandeur, but when associated with abductions, it evoked thoughts of human experimentation. Yet, Xi Yue couldn't fathom why someone would target a little girl who seemed well protected by her family. It would be far easier to abduct someone more vulnerable and destitute. I don't know. It seems to be because I am a healer. Speaking of healing abilities, Xi Yue recalled a hotel guest who had arrived in a disheveled state, looking utterly destitute, yet was actually a level 4 healer. They are indeed conducting human experiments, a sultry voice chimed in. The woman who spoke had cascading hair that fell to her shoulders, skin as pale as snow, and an exceedingly beautiful visage. She wore a fitted tank top paired with jeans, topped with a long trench coat that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Xi Yue turned to her, her eyes widening in astonishment. Such a stunning beauty. I sincerely apologize for eavesdropping on your conversation. I am Lin Shuyu. You must be the one who astonished Xi Yue that day. Indeed, the disheveled individual you see before you is none other than myself, Lin Shuyu replied with a smile. My knowledge on the matter is rather limited. All I am aware of is that these events are connected to the Temple Guild at Dawn Base. My cousin Lin Shuyu awakened her abilities of foresight, spatial manipulation, and mutated water abilities. 2 weeks ago, our group arrived at Dawn Base. After encountering someone, she hurriedly left the base with them. A couple of days later, she returned with a person they referred to as Dr. Guan, and shortly thereafter, she joined the Temple Guild. It was only a week ago that I learned she intended to turn me over to the laboratory, prompting me to disguise myself and escape. Your cousin, how shocking. Xi Yue was at a loss for words. After the apocalypse, she seemed like a different person entirely. However, it's fortunate that our relationship was always rather ordinary. Had it not been for our parents urging me to look after her, I might have distanced myself from her long ago. Lin Shuyu spoke with a tone of casual lightness. You mentioned this Dr. Guan. Could it be Guan Huaisheng? Xi Yue suddenly interjected. It seems that was indeed his name. Do you know this doctor? Xi Yue inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on Xi Yue. Xi Yue had never mentioned his family or past, and this was the first time Xi Yue heard an unfamiliar name from his lips. I have heard that name before. Xi Yue mused, lost in thought. It seems this doctor is quite well known. Ah, your cousin possesses abilities in 3 different domains. What is foresight? What does mutated water ability entail? Xi Yue was exceedingly curious about her cousin's extraordinary powers, wishing to comprehend the nature of her water abilities. Her water manipulation is unlike others. She cannot control water or utilize it for combat. Occasionally, she can condense a few droplets, which harbor immense healing energy. Her foresight allows her to glimpse future events. We both hail from City C, and after the apocalypse began, she would often bring me along to stay at various bases for a time. Each time, she would make new companions or save someone in need. As Xi Yue listened, a sense of strangeness enveloped her, and she asked with a peculiar expression, does she possess any sort of ring, jade pendant, or bead? Chapter 38. Xi Yue's departure. Lin Shuyu was taken aback by Xi Yue's question, momentarily stunned before replying. She wears a safety pendant. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing, just my curiosity. Xi Yue chuckled awkwardly. After bidding farewell to the 2 lovely ladies, Xi Yue began to ponder. Foresight, rebirth, mutated water abilities, spatial spirit spring. My goodness. This sounds like a tale of a reborn woman traversing the apocalypse with a spirit spring. Yet this reborn woman does not seem to be a virtuous character. Xi Yue observed the myriad expressions flitting across Xi Yue's face with amusement. Her thoughts always manifested so vividly. It appears that Guan Huaisheng was indeed rescued by someone. And that foresight ability, how absurd. Xi Yue, do you believe in rebirth? Xi Yue resolved to discuss the matter of 3-domain ability users with Xi Yue. Upon hearing Xi Yue suddenly mention rebirth, Xi Yue's heart sank for a moment. Before he could respond, Xi Yue continued. I once read some novels of a similar genre, where the protagonist, having suffered a tragic demise in their past life, is reborn, often acquiring a spirit spring space. Such spaces are typically vast, housing a spring capable of refining one's essence. Generally, These spaces are found within jade pendants or rings, recognized by a drop of blood. Does that sound somewhat familiar? Xi Yue hesitated momentarily, her eyes fixed on Xi Yue, awaiting his thoughts. With the apocalypse upon us, is anything truly surprising anymore? Perhaps your cousin has indeed been reborn, Xi Yue speculated. Xi Yue was taken aback as this was the first time Xi Yue had called her name with such seriousness. He usually teased her with the name Boss Qi. I need to leave for a while to handle some matters. Xi Yue recalled Xi Yue's earlier reaction. He, who usually showed little concern for anything, had mentioned Dr. Guan's name. The matters he needed to attend to were undoubtedly connected to this doctor. Xi Yue bit her lip. When will you leave? Right now. So urgent? Then you should grab something to eat on the way. You have space, so take a bit more. Xi Yue pulled Xi Yue toward the self-service snack machine, ordering 100 consecutive draws. Just as she was about to confirm the order, Xi Yue swiftly intervened. He chuckled lightly, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I'm only going out for a few days. There's no need for so much. Xi Yue shot him an incredulous look. You have space, so what's the harm in taking a little extra? With that, she resumed her operation, buying the snacks, and then rushing to the beverage machine to repeat the process. After Xi Yue stored the items in his space, they walked to the hotel entrance, where Xi Yue anxiously reminded him. I know you're formidable, but still be cautious. If you encounter danger, make sure to flee, understand? Seeing the worry and reluctance reflected in Xi Yue's round, glistening eyes, Xi Yue pinched her slightly chubby cheek, smiling. I understand. I must return early to work for the boss, after all. Xi Yue swatted his hand away, puffing her cheeks in feigned anger. Hurry and go. If you return too late, I will withhold your meals. Watching his figure grow distant amidst the bustling crowd, Xi Yue touched her cheek where he had pinched her. Feeling a sense of emptiness within, Xi Yue navigated through the lively streets, exuding an aura of detachment, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. System, will he face danger? As Xi Yue sat back at the front desk, her unease deepened. Ever since Xi Yue arrived, they had scarcely been apart. Although their time together had been brief, Xi Yue had grown exceedingly reliant on him, unable to detect. However, Xi Yue possesses the highest combat prowess in this world. Though unable to ascertain any danger, the system's endorsement of Xi Yue as the strongest provided Xi Yue with a measure of reassurance. Picking up her knitting needles once more, she hesitated, ultimately losing interest in her project, and wandered to the backyard. Woof woof woof. Little Ha sensed her presence, swiftly wagging its tail, and dashing over to seek affection. Little Ha, I'm truly sorry for not visiting you yesterday. Xi Yue embraced its furry head, showering it with affection. Little Rice Seed scampered over, tugging at Xi Yue's pants with its leaves, as if trying to convey something. Little Rice Seed, what is it? Xi Yue squatted down, gently stroking its leaves. Little Rice Seed gestured wildly with its leaves, and seeing that Xi Yue didn't understand, it dashed to the rice patch it had cultivated, running in circles before stopping to draw a small circle with its leaves. Then, pointing to itself with one leaf, it made a sweeping gesture to indicate a larger area. Are you saying your planting area is too small? You wish for it to be larger? Little Rice Seed nodded eagerly and then formed a heart shape with its leaves. Xi Yue opened the marketplace, purchasing an acre of fertile land and placing it adjacent to the current patch. Is this too much for you? Xi Yue hesitated, worried that Little Rice Seed might exhaust itself trying to hasten the growth of the plants. Little Rice Seed leaped for joy, shaking its head vigorously before happily bounding off to the fertile soil to frolic. Xi Yue transformed the piled-up rice into neatly packaged bags of rice, then clicked to list them for sale. The vegetables and grains harvested yesterday and today appeared on the supermarket's fresh produce shelves. Upon reaching the small animal farm, she collected the chickens, ducks, and rabbits as well. After a single click to harvest, she received 4 clean chickens, 4 ducks, 2 rabbits, and a total of 40 eggs from the chickens and ducks. In the bustling marketplace, after purchasing duck, chicken, and rabbit chicks, Xi Yue proceeded to stock these meat and egg products on the supermarket shelves. Ever since the establishment of the restaurant, she had indulged in the hotel's culinary offerings, never once contemplating the act of cooking for herself. Outside the hotel, waves of survivors disembarked from vehicles. With the revelation of the hotel's extraordinary nature, anyone possessing even a modicum of wealth flocked in to secure a room, depositing their crystal cores into their account. In no time, the hotel was fully booked. A notification chimed. The hotel is fully booked. One self-service identity registration machine awarded. Detected that the hotel has surpassed its low period, effective immediately. All rooms revert to their original prices. Startled by the alert while playing with Xiaoha, Xi Yue immediately opened the hotel information to inspect. Deluxe room, 20 crystals per night. 40 double room, 20 crystals per night. 40 single suite, 40 crystals per night. 20 family suite, 60 crystals per night. 10 executive suite, 100 crystals per night. 8. Astonished by the swift return to original pricing, she pondered the fate of those guests who had previously extended their stays. The watch will remind daily for extensions, but does not support consecutive renewals. What exactly is this self-service identity registration machine? Detected potential customer demand around the hotel. The self-service identity registration machine requires no check-in. Simply deposit and recharge 10 crystals to obtain a hotel watch. Chapter 39. The Sourness of Love. How marvelous. Truly. The system is remarkable. Guests must spend their money here regardless of their ability to afford a stay. As long as one possesses 10 crystals, none can escape the allure of the hotel watch. Xi Yue adjusted the panel and positioned the machine prominently at the hotel entrance. Then exchanged brief pleasantries with Xiaoha and Xiaoshui before returning inside. Goodness! In just a short time since the machine was set up, a queue had already formed along the glass doors to the left of the hotel, extending towards the fountain. Qin Yu and other ability users from Sea City maintained order, directing those wishing to collect watches to line up at the left entrance and exit through the right. Upon entering through the revolving door, Xi Yue was met with a bustling lobby, filled with animated voices. After waves of people collected their watches, they hurried to line up at the blind box machine. Xi Yue accessed the marketplace to purchase today's offerings of instant food blind boxes and beverage blind boxes. The appearance of the two additional machines sparked astonished discussions among the crowd. Wow. They just appeared out of nowhere. Shoo. Keep your voice down, or we might get kicked out. Who runs this hotel, anyway? Could it be aliens? Hard to say. Nothing here seems ordinary. Exactly. That fountain at the entrance is exquisite. I tried to get closer to touch it, but it felt like an invisible barrier was blocking me. Who cares who runs it? As long as we can stay here. What difference does it make? Hurry and buy something. My wife and kids are waiting for me in the restaurant. Navigating through the lively crowd, Xi Yue aimed to dine in the restaurant, only to find upon squeezing into the elevator and arriving on the second floor that both the Chinese and Western restaurants were at full capacity, with many waiting outside for a table. During these apocalyptic days, most people had not enjoyed a hot meal for quite some time. Naturally, those with abundant crystal cores would not miss the hotel's dining experience, while those with less would band together to order a couple of dishes to share. With a sigh, Xi Yue returned to her room. After consuming a bowl of instant noodles, she took out the crystal core that Xi Yue had given her the previous day and began to absorb its energy. Feeling invigorated, she started to stimulate the seedling, pausing her absorption once her energy felt nearly depleted. After 2 cycles, the seedling continued to glow with energy absorption, but reverted to its original state when she ceased. Discouraged, Xi Yue raised her hand to closely examine this seemingly cursed reward. The smooth tip of the seed appeared slightly protruding, as if on the verge of sprouting. Instantly revitalized, Xi Yue exclaimed, "Shen Yu, look." Silence enveloped the living room. It dawned on her that Shen Yu had already departed. She wondered where he might be now. Not long after leaving the safe zone, Shen Yu boarded an off-road vehicle heading towards the capital. In his past life, he had undertaken a mission alongside over 30 others to rescue Guan Huixing. Yet, in the end, he was the sole survivor, having risked his life to bring Guan Huixing back to the base, only to be met with hellish torment. Awakening in this life on the path to rescue Guan Huixing again, he had directly abandoned the group. He could not fathom why he was granted a second chance at life. He had long grown disgusted with this world and wished to sever all ties. Thus, he journeyed to B City, taking refuge in this city of the undead. If he ever felt he had lived long enough, he would take this city down with him, considering it his final contribution to humanity. As for Guan Huixing, the debts of vengeance had been settled in his previous life. It was nearly impossible to survive without attempting to rescue him. Unexpectedly, he was saved by a precognitive ability user and dragged into human experimentation. He wished to eliminate these abhorrent entities that might disturb his life in the future. With the continuous arrival of survivors, the scene outside the hotel grew increasingly lively. Earth-type ability users transported the dismantled walls from the Sea City base and rebuilt them here, leaving 2 entrances. The hotel was now surrounded within a 500-meter radius. Most survivors carried minimal belongings, hastily gathering their essentials before exploring their new living environment. There's rice in the supermarket. And eggs. Hurry! A gaunt elderly woman, bundled in a large coat, hurriedly returned home with her recently purchased rice and eggs, encountering an old neighbor along the way. Due to Xi Yue's stocking of rice and vegetables, everyone had been preoccupied with registering at the hotel and purchasing blind boxes, paying little attention to the supermarket's offerings. Perhaps those who did notice were like the elderly woman, making discreet purchases without fanfare. Xi Yue, let us go. Remember, you promised to have dinner with me tonight. Liang Yi approached and rapped on the front desk. Xi Yue set down her knitting needles, looked up, and replied okay. Unlike her usual casual attire, Liang Yi now wore a black hoodie paired with cropped pants, presenting a fashionable and appealing appearance. Xi Yue recognized the hoodie from a luxury store in the mall, recalling that Liang Yi had likely purchased 2 of them. Indeed, women's aesthetics tend to align. What about that handsome guy who was with you? Isn't he joining us? Liang Yi curiously scanned the surroundings, having observed Xi Yue and that man inseparable since she moved into the hotel. You mean Xi Yue? He left to attend to something. Upon mentioning Xi Yue, Xi Yue's mood visibly darkened. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with him? Liang Yi said, observing Xi Yue's demeanor. I'm a bit worried about him. Oh, don't fret. That Xi Yue is incredibly strong. Every time I see him, I feel like he could crush me at any moment. It's hard to describe, but he definitely moves freely in this apocalypse. Alright. Let us go eat. Wen Yan has already secured a table at the restaurant. Liang Yi placed her hand on Xi Yue's shoulder, half embracing her as they headed towards the elevator. The restaurant was just as bustling as it had been at noon, with a crowd waiting outside for available tables. Liang Yi pulled Xi Yue into the restaurant and took a seat opposite Wen Yan. Handsome guy, who are you? Xu Yu gazed at the man across from her, her expression a blend of bewilderment and disbelief. The man was strikingly handsome, clad in a white hoodie reminiscent of Liang Yi's style. Haha, you wouldn't recognize him, would you? This is Wen Yan. He used to look so disheveled. Liang Yi la fait de. I had been searching for you, Liang Yi, and neglected my appearance. Please excuse me. Darling, I missed you terribly. I'm so glad you found me, Xu Yu said, her eyes wide with incredulity. A girl who seemed so cool and aloof could refer to her partner as darling? Wen Yan responded gently, from now on, we shall never part again. As they spoke, they intertwined their fingers on the table, their gazes locked in an intimate embrace. Ahem. Chapter 40, The Dawn of Power. Observing the almost tangible connection between them, Xu Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her toes instinctively digging into the ground, as if the table's underside was her rightful place. Ahem. Should we perhaps order some food? Xu Yu cautiously interjected, interrupting the couple who were inundating her with their affection. Yes. Order whatever you desire. I must thank you again. Otherwise, I would have remained trapped in my misconceptions about him. Xu Yu swiftly ordered 2 dishes and handed the tablet to Liang Yi. Did you 2 argue before the apocalypse and end up separated because of it? Liang Yi took the tablet, sighed deeply, and began recounting the tale. You could never anticipate the plot of this story. His brother was incredibly audacious. I've heard of substitute literature, but this is truly a case of replacement literature. And then what? Did you not notice any differences? They look so alike, and his brother even deliberately mimicked his personality. Yet, to say there were no discernible differences would be false. Wen Yan, after 3 years of high school, had no friends, while his brother made a whole group of friends within half a month of school starting. Faced with such a situation, I merely thought he had changed his mind after 2 months. Who would suspect it was someone else? Xu Yu couldn't help but express her own surprise. Indeed, who could have foreseen such a twist? Who pursued whom in the beginning? Upon hearing Xu Yu's question, Liang Yi finally found an outlet for her emotions. I fell for him at first sight in high school, and pursued him for nearly 3 years before he finally agreed to be with me. Yet today, I discovered he had liked me all along. I was smitten with Liang Yi at first glance, but at that time, I was juggling studies and a part-time job, leaving me no time to be with her, which made me hesitant to accept her feelings. Wen Yan felt a pang of discomfort as he spoke of those times. In high school, witnessing classmates flaunting their new phones and sharing tales of their vacations abroad never made him feel inferior or envious. However, when peers discussed gifts for their girlfriends or dinner plans, He instantly suppressed his desire to explore a relationship with Liang Yi. Seeing Liang Ye's reproachful gaze, Wen Yan chuckled. We lost so much time. I apologize for the heartache I caused you in the past. From now on, I will accompany you in whatever you wish to do. And I will heed your every request. Shuyu observed the two, their eyes about to become overly sentimental, just as their dishes arrived. The trio had ordered 3 dishes and a soup, sweet and sour ribs, a trio of vegetables, steamed grouper, and a pot of chicken with hazelnuts. The sweet and tangy flavor of the ribs rekindled Liang Ye's spirit as she eagerly picked up a piece of the reddish-brown meat. This is delicious. I didn't even notice the restaurant yesterday, and today I couldn't get in line. Finally, I can savor this. Watching Liang Yi squint her eyes in bliss, Wen Yan served each of them a bowl of chicken soup. You should eat too, it's absolutely delightful, Liang Yi urged, offering him a piece of rib. Shuyu sipped her chicken soup, which was simmered to a golden hue, so fresh it nearly made her eyebrows rise in delight. This is truly what normal people should eat. The taste of mutant beast meat is beyond description. Curiously, Shuyu lifted her head and asked, can we eat mutant beast meat? What does it taste like? Some mutated animals become quite intelligent and possess abilities, while many more turn savage and aggressive. The latter is our current source of meat. It's tough and refuses to soften no matter how you cook it. And it has an unbearably sour and bitter taste that no seasoning can mask, Liang Yi explained, shivering as if recalling a memory. Quickly sipping her chicken soup to calm her nerves. I once visited a small base where a man was attacked by zombies, and a mutated cat saved him. Later, when he was starving, he killed and ate that affectionate cat. Upon returning to the base, he claimed that the meat of mutated animals was not only delicious, but could also enhance one's abilities. Consequently, the inhabitants began capturing these mutated creatures. Wen Yan frowned as he spoke. Such a person is truly repugnant. Shuyu thought of Xiao Ha, who seemed to have little wariness towards people and appeared rather foolish. Sensing the atmosphere had grown somber, Liang Yi swiftly changed the subject. By the way, when did that Xi Yue arrive? I don't think I saw him when I was here before. He's an employee I recruited later, arriving just a day after you. Mentioning Xi Yue, Shuyu felt her appetite wane. Oh, is that so? Why do you seem so down since he left? Liang Yi asked, her curiosity piqued. It's not that. I'm just a bit worried about him being out there alone. I can relate. When I first fell for Wen Yan, I couldn't help but think about him when he was absent, always finding ways to catch a glimpse of him. I see you have a similar sentiment now. And that Xi Yue, every time we converse, I notice he's always paying attention to you. But I've only known him for a few days. And he is my employee, so it's only natural that I worry about him being out there, Shuyu replied, having never experienced the feeling of liking someone. Remaining blissfully unaware of romantic sentiments. Oh dear, time will reveal everything. You two seem to be in a good place now. Liang Yi recognized Suyu's naivety regarding relationships, knowing she had never been in love. By the way, have you heard of the temple? Shuyu suspected Xi Yue's recent outing was related to Dr. Guan, as their conversation mentioned that the doctor was rescued by the temple. It's the temple from Dawn Base, right? I know a little about it. Wen Yan set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Dawn Base was an emergency refuge established by the government when the apocalypse struck. Initially, because the radio could still receive some signals, Dawn Base sent invitations to all the ability users who could receive messages. At first, everyone worked together to end this apocalypse. But as the ability users grew stronger, people's hearts began to change. The base, having sacrificed too many personnel to save lives and search for supplies, gradually lost control of the situation. When I visited Dawn, I found it was governed by 3 factions. One was the government, which placed its hopes in the rescued scientists, overseeing the laboratories within the base and the rations of ordinary people. Beyond that, they could do little. The second was the Zongheng Guild, formed by the Lei family from the capital, a guild of ability users. Initially, the Lei family was part of the base's higher echelons, but as the ability users grew stronger, they led their people to independence and established their own power. They controlled the free trade within the base. Many individuals from other bases went to Dawn to trade for sweet potatoes, and the one who owned the mutated sweet potatoes belonged to the Zongheng Guild. Lastly, there was the Temple Guild, which, compared to Zongheng's high-priced grain trade, looked down upon other bases and gained a truly notorious reputation. Chapter 41, The Iron Wall. Initially, the president of the temple, Zhou Lijun, led a group of subordinates into Dawn Base. As time progresses, the abilities of the extraordinary individuals have grown increasingly formidable. With Zhou Lijun standing as the most powerful among them in the Dawn faction, he, along with his subordinates, has summoned numerous others to establish the Temple Guild. Within the confines of the base, his followers are both the most numerous and the mightiest. The temple has committed every conceivable atrocity imaginable in this post-apocalyptic world. Were it not for the upper echelons of Dawn and the Zongheng Guild collaboratively suppressing the temple, Dawn would have long been a mere puppet of the temple. When I first arrived at Dawn, it was the 5th month since the onset of the apocalypse, and Zhou Lijun had already attained the status of a level 5 mental type ability user. He may well have reached level 6 or 7 by now. When Yan meticulously recounted the details he knew. How impressive! Xi Yue murmured softly. Liang Yi cast a worried glance at Xi Yue and said, "What if the temple discovers our location? Would they come here?" "That does not concern me," Xi Yue replied with unwavering confidence in the system. "As long as they dare to cause trouble, they won't leave unscathed." After dinner, Xi Yue watched 2 individuals depart hand in hand, radiating sweetness, before returning to the front desk to resume her knitting. Outside, the sky had darkened, and she began to ponder the whereabouts and safety of Xinyu. "Miss Xi Yue, I must trouble you again." She heard a cheerful voice and looked up to see Wang Li standing at the front desk, a smile on his face. "Hello. Is there something you need?" "Indeed, the entire Sea City base has relocated today. Since we have left Sea City, I was thinking of renaming the base. Would you be willing to assist in naming it?" "Me? Come up with a name?" Xi Yue felt a tinge of anxiety. She couldn't even think of a name for her hotel, having relied on the system for that. It truly felt like a daunting task. Noticing her hesitation, Wang Li chuckled and suggested, "We held a meeting today and thought of renaming it the Cosmic Base. What do you think?" "I have no objections," Xi Yue replied with a smile, although inwardly she wondered if calling it Cosmic was overly grandiose. "Thank you so much. Without you, there would be no base as it stands today." "It's a relief to finally set some burdens down," Wang Li said, his eyes reflecting a sense of ease. After everything was settled today, he could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. "By the way, this is for you." Wang Li handed a bag to Xi Yue, who opened it to discover an array of colorful crystals. "Consider this our protection fee. We will contribute this monthly. Living in such a secure place, we cannot simply express our gratitude without offering something in return," Wang Li explained with a knowing smile, having seen Xi Yue's surprise. "Then I shall graciously accept it." Xi Yue felt content with this arrangement. Although she had not anticipated receiving anything in return, she would not refuse their earnest gesture. "System. Do you have anything suitable for the base? I wish to present a housewarming gift. Customized iron wall." "What is this? How many coins?" 500 coins. The iron wall will expand as the secure area increases." "Excellent. That will do." Xi Yue had glanced at the various levels of crystals in the bag, estimating their total to be several tens of thousands. Spending 25,000 crystals on a gift seemed more than reasonable, especially since much of her coinage had originated from their contributions. "As a housewarming gift, I have exchanged for a wall for the base. I hope you will like it." Wang Li, brimming with excitement, exited the hotel to see what the newly acquired wall looked like. He knew that Xi Yue's gift would be extraordinary. Wang Li walked along the street, illuminated by street lamps, toward the base entrance, greeted by many smiling faces. As he proceeded, he heard astonished voices up ahead. "Incredible! How was this accomplished? It feels entirely metallic." Wang Li soon caught sight of the towering wall, approximately 10 meters high, standing under the streetlights. The wall appeared pure black, gleaming with a metallic sheen in the light. Hastening forward, he was immediately recognized by the guard abilities. "Base leader, this wall just suddenly appeared with a loud crash. The wall we were building transformed into this. Indeed, this is beyond extraordinary. It seems entirely made of metal." Wang Li urged them to quiet down as he approached the base gate. The entrance consisted of 2 wide roads, with 2 large doors tightly shut, featuring 3 smaller doors. One door had 2 small entrances for pedestrians, while the other was larger for vehicle access. Typically, the large gate remained closed unless a convoy was entering or exiting. Beside the wall stood a small room containing the control panel. Wang Li entered, followed closely by the other abilities. The control panel housed the opening mechanisms for the various doors and the surveillance system for the main entrance. The cameras could adjust direction and distance, providing a clear view of scenes outside, even at night. "Excellent. Truly excellent." Wang Li was enamored with the gift Xi Yue had provided. With this wall and the secure area, it was akin to possessing dual layers of protection. After all, the base could not rely on Xi Yue for everything. It was already past 11 at night, and Xi Yue reclined against her bed, continuing her knitting. Lost in thought, she unconsciously worked the needles. The gray-pink sweater, after days of effort, was beginning to take shape. Pausing to check the time, she realized it had already passed. Xi Yue opened the system marketplace to browse the day's offerings. Self-service instant food blind box machine 10,000 coins. Self-service beverage blind box machine 10,000 coins. Ever-fertile land 1 acre 100,000 coins. Self-service communication processing machine 100,000 coins. System. Why have prices increased? Xi Yue was ready to purchase everything, but upon noticing the extra zeros, she felt a wave of dismay. Hotel in a downturn, the host's coin earnings are low, and the marketplace is also experiencing a downturn. What does this mean? The system was essentially suggesting that she now had money to indulge herself. Gazing at her balance of over 700,000 coins, spending just 240,000 seemed acceptable. How ridiculous. Previously, it would have cost only 24,000. And now it demands 10 times that amount. Xi Yue lamented, feeling a pang of regret for not having purchased more before. Suddenly, an idea struck her. System. Can the ever-fertile land be used outside the hotel? Yes, it can be used within the host's territory. Oh, I could become a landowner and hire people to farm. Chapter 42. The Little Genius Children's Watch. Xi Yue purchased 4 blind box machines and placed them in the hotel lobby. Knowing these machines would be a significant source of her coin revenue, she also acquired the ever-fertile land, planning to discuss business with Wang Li the following day. What is this self-service communication processing machine? Upon seeing the word communication, Xi Yue thought of making phone calls. Could it allow calls via a watch? Using the watch at the processing machine, you can activate services for a monthly rental fee of 5 crystals, which grants you 120 minutes of talk time each month. Indeed, it was a phone service. This watch had evolved from a mobile wallet into a Little Genius Children's Watch. What if I exceed the 120 minutes? Exceeding 120 minutes incurs a charge of 1 crystal per minute, applicable to both outgoing and incoming calls. In this apocalyptic world, who wouldn't wish to maintain a line of communication with their family while venturing outside? With 100,000 gold coins equivalent to 1 million crystal cores, this machine will undoubtedly recoup its costs within months. Purchase it. Once acquired, the machine was prominently placed next to the registration area for the watch machine in the lobby, making it highly noticeable. Quite satisfactory. After completing her tasks, Xi Yue contentedly lay down to sleep, her mind lingering on the thought that it would be wonderful if Shen Yu could leave today, allowing for communication between them. On an autumn morning, the sun illuminated the bustling streets. Xi Yue stepped into the office building opposite the hotel, where the spacious lobby had been partitioned into several rooms, with people bustling in and out cleaning. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed a tall man carrying a table out of one of the rooms. Wu Zhongda also spotted Xi Yue and approached, setting down the table. Manager, is there something you need? Are you looking for our boss or the base commander? I can take you there. I would like to see Base Commander Wang Li if you don't mind, Xi Yue replied. Wu Zhongda led her to the right side of the building. At the very back, a small room housed Wang Li's office, conveniently situated with ample light on the ground floor. After knocking on the door and receiving a response, Xi Yue entered. Miss Xi Yue, please come in and take a seat. What brings you here? Wang Li greeted her with a hint of surprise. Base Commander, you can just call me Xi Yue, she said. I have a plot of land that can be cultivated with any plant, maturing in just 2 to 3 days. I wanted to inquire if you might be interested. Wang Li's heart raced at her words. Of course we're interested. What are the terms? I wish to lease this land to you. You provide the seeds, and regardless of what is planted, I will take 40% of the yield. Absolutely. Wang Li replied immediately. In this post-apocalyptic era, arable land is exceedingly precious, and the prospect of soil that allows plants to mature in 3 days is truly remarkable. Xi Yue's offer of only 40% was exceptionally generous towards the base. Base Commander, please designate a spot, and I will transfer the land. Excellent. Wang Li eagerly stood up and led Xi Yue outside. Upon placing the fertile soil in the designated area Wang Li had marked, an elderly man beside Wang Li hurried over to grab a handful of the dark, rich earth. Wonderful. I've never encountered such high-quality soil. Please excuse him. He is an esteemed old expert from our Agricultural Research Institute in City C, Wang Li explained. Xi Yue watched the old man clutching the dark soil, tears of emotion streaming down her face. No need to apologize. I only have this one plot for now, but I will inform you if more becomes available. I must take my leave. Very well. I shall not see you out, Wang Li replied. Having initially thought that securing a single acre of such extraordinary land was a rare feat, only to be surprised by Xi Yue's indication of future availability. The thought of everyone at the base being well-fed brought a mist to Wang Li's eyes. Upon returning to the hotel, Xi Yue had just reached the front desk when Fang Guohua arrived with his 2 grandsons to bid her farewell. Manager, thank you for your care during our stay. We are moving to the apartments at the back. Fang Guohua's face radiated joy, his recent days of comfort invigorating his spirit. Thank you, manager sister. The 2 children chimed. Their faces now much healthier than when they had first arrived. You're welcome, Xi Yue replied with a smile, gently ruffling the boy's hair before looking up at Fang Guohua. Have you arranged your new residence? Everything is settled. We've moved our belongings. This visit is primarily to say goodbye. I still have some savings left. And my only wish is to raise these 2 children well, he replied contentedly. After bidding farewell to the grandfather and grandsons, many other guests came to say their goodbyes, having also relocated to the back apartments. In a moment, the hotel that had been bustling with activity was now considerably emptier. Xi Yue, let's exchange contact information. Liang Yi and Wen Yan had just completed their communication setup and approached Xi Yue. After activating the friend mode on their watches and tapping them together, they established a connection. Are there any suites available now? Liang Yi inquired, her smile bright but unembarrassed. Yes, would you like to stay in a suite? Xi Yue asked. I plan to move into a suite with Wen Yan. Liang Yi responded cheerfully. Sister, your progress is astonishingly quick. Xi Yue exclaimed, her surprise evident as she assisted them in changing their room. Oh, don't be so surprised. Wen Yan and I have only each other now. Enjoying the present is what matters most in this apocalypse, Liang Yi declared sweetly, gazing adoringly at Wen Yan, who returned her look with fondness. Xi Yue watched the affectionate pair, feeling somewhat numb. Who would have thought that the once aloof and cool girl would become so enamored? Outside the base, 5 vehicles parked at the entrance, and a dozen individuals disembarked. Gazing at the grand walls emblazoned with the words Cosmic Base, they were left in awe. Wow. Old Wang is impressive. How did he manage to construct such formidable walls? One exclaimed. It seems his claims about the Cosmic Hotel were true. Otherwise, why would the base's name have changed? One person approached the steel wall, giving it a pat. With this kind of defense, zombies won't stand a chance. Where do you come from? Don't leave your vehicles at the entrance. Come over for registration. An ability user beckoned from the enormous steel gate, which opened 3 smaller doors. Entering the base requires the exchange of supplies or crystal cores. If one is staying at the hotel, they can process their checkout and request a refund in the office building across the street. After explaining their purpose, the group watched as the gatekeeper lifted his left hand and pressed twice on his watch, holding it to his ear as if making a call. 3 individuals from the base are coming over, stating that the base commander has sent for them to purchase supplies. Understood, he replied, lowering his hand. Continue down this road for 500 meters. The base commander will be waiting at the entrance. Is that a phone you have? One person curiously asked. Feeling the weight of their collective gaze, the gatekeeper blushed slightly. This is what we set up in the hotel. Once you activate the communication service, you can make calls. Chapter 43. The Disappearing Grain Storage. The group traveled along the broad, clean road, soon spotting Wang Li and others waving at them from the roadside. At first, you told us we didn't need to go to Dawn for food. You found a better place. Now you're not just trading supplies, but have actually moved the entire base. Indeed. Had I not spoken with you on the phone earlier, I would have been startled to find a base where the hotel was supposed to be. Your base's walls are extraordinary. How did you manage to construct such a structure? This amount of metal must have taken considerable effort to acquire. I knocked and it's solid. Why are there so many people in line? What are they doing? The crowd began to chatter, prompting Wang Li to call for silence. This hotel is where I mentioned you could exchange supplies. I will first take you to register your identities, he said, gesturing towards the Cosmic Hotel before leading everyone towards the road. One individual hurriedly called out, "Hey, aren't we supposed to go to the hotel? Why are we heading outside?" Wang Li pointed to the line that had formed on the sidewalk, saying, "We're queuing for identity registration." What is this registration for? How long will we have to wait? It is this hotel watch, which can be obtained by depositing merely 10 crystal cores. Today, the communication function has been activated. With this, a satellite phone becomes unnecessary. Wang Liang raised his left hand and declared. At this moment, everyone obediently formed a queue, ceasing their complaints. After enduring 2 to 3 hours of waiting, a dozen people finally received the watch, only to discover that activating the communication function required yet another queue. Gazing at the throngs of people, a sense of despair washed over them. Base leader, do you require assistance with the communication setup? I'm in no hurry. You may take my place. Indeed. I'll yield my spot as well. I can always return another time. I'm not in a rush. Observing Wang Liang standing with a group at the side, those at the front of the line readily concurred, leaving the queue without waiting for his response. Wang Liang is an exceptionally benevolent person, safeguarding them both before and after the apocalypse, earning the deep respect of all who remain in the base. A vast space at the front opened up, and those behind remained still, all eyes focused on Wang Liang. You all should proceed with the process, he urged, waving his hand, prompting 3 individuals from the base to fill the vacant spots and begin their operations. Observing the once vacant, hollow eyes in the crowd, now adorned with a hint of relaxed smiles, one might ponder if this was perhaps the essence of one's existence. Emofeng, weary from his journey, had arrived here after a grueling 20-hour trek, having been on alert for too long. After exchanging his crystal cores, he inquired about Xi Yue's whereabouts from the gatekeeper, who, after a brief glance at him, raised his left hand and pressed it to his ear. Captain Qin, there is someone at the entrance seeking you. His name is Emofeng. Understood. The gatekeeper laid down his hand, instructing, please wait here. Captain Qin will be with you shortly. What is this? Emofeng exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the watch on his wrist. The gatekeeper, filled with pride, straightened his chest and offered an explanation. When Qin Yu, Cheng Shangyun, and Mo Xiaoyu arrived, they found Emofeng leaning against the car, his eyes reddened with fatigue. The stress he had held since his sister's disappearance finally eased upon seeing Mo Xiaoyu, overwhelming weariness flooding over him, rendering him weak. Brother! Mo Xiaoyu gazed at her exhausted sibling with tears in her eyes, hesitant to leap into his embrace, instead carefully taking his hand. What's the matter with you? It's nothing. I've just been without rest for too long. I'm a bit tired. Emofeng gently ruffled Mo Xiaoyu's hair as Cheng Shangyun helped him into the car. Qin Yu started the vehicle, driving toward the hotel. As Emofeng gazed out the window at the bustling streets, his mind wandered to the grand gates of the base, curiosity bubbling within him, prompting him to speak. Cheng Shangyun, seemingly aware of his thoughts, interjected, what you need most is to rest well. Anything can wait until you awaken. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Qin Yu and Cheng Shangyun assisted Emofeng inside, while Mo Xiaoyu hurried to the front desk. Sister Qi, my brother has arrived. Please arrange a room for him. Qi looked at Emofeng, who was supported by Qin Yu and Cheng Shangyun, and handed her tablet to Mo Xiaoyu. Choose a room for him. What's going on? My brother has been searching for me. He hasn't rested in too long. Mo Xiaoyu, filled with concern, gratefully accepted the tablet from Qi and quickly led the 3 into the elevator. Don't forget to call your sister-in-law and let her know I've arrived. Emofeng reminded Mo Xiaoyu before he could no longer withstand the fatigue, closing his eyes in deep slumber. Once outside the room, Mo Xiaoyu borrowed a satellite phone from Qin Yu to contact Qin Yitzi. Sister-in-law, my brother has found me. He is extremely exhausted and just fell asleep. After returning the phone to Qin Yu, she bowed in gratitude, thanking Qin Gij and Cheng Gij for their continuous support. From a young age, Mo Xiaoyu had been well protected by Emofeng, and after enduring numerous trials, arriving alone in a strange place, even one as welcoming as this, left her anxious about her family. Now, having reunited with her brother, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. There's no need for such gratitude. It was merely a small favor. Even strangers would lend a hand, Cheng Shangyun replied, playfully ruffling Mo Xiaoyu's hair, while Qin Yu, though silent, shared the same sentiment. Come on. Aren't you going to get something for your brother to eat? He will surely be hungry when he wakes. The restaurant will likely be crowded. With her disheveled hair, Mo Xiaoyu nodded, her eyes glistening, and followed them downstairs. Old Wang, how did you discover this place? It's miraculous. Indeed. With this, we never have to eat sweet potatoes or potatoes again. They stood before a row of blind box machines, watching as food was dispensed in batches. My nearby base recently visited Dawn, and told me upon their return that the asking price there skyrocketed to 500,000 crystal cores. Last time it increased by 200,000. They truly perceive us as fools. They also shared some news. The temple is selling rice. But the price is outrageous. Rice. Is that for real? What's the price? 1 million crystal cores for 8 tons of paddy. Paddy? Unmilled. That price is only affordable to ability users. Did the temple discover mutated rice? Why is it paddy? It shouldn't be. He has seen what the temple has produced. It's not fresh grains. They must have found a granary. Speaking of granaries, Wang Liyang felt helpless. City C, a major rice-producing area, should have at least 1 million tons of grain in its granaries. However, upon their arrival, they found all the granaries completely empty. Other bases, large and small, might still locate granaries to sustain them, but their base truly struggled. Yet they still persevered in distributing food to the ordinary people. Consequently, under such circumstances, waves of ability users departed with their families from the base, while some ordinary individuals felt hopeless about remaining, leading to mass exoduses. Ultimately, only 60,000 people remained in a city base, fewer than the populations of smaller bases, who could manage to swiftly relocate hundreds of tons of grain. Chapter 44. Arrival at the laboratory. The 3 bases collectively purchased 30 million worth of food, and with Wang Liang's recommendation, they also shopped for numerous solar power systems. What's this for? As the spatial ability user loaded the power systems, they noticed several elderly individuals hurriedly jogging forward. After lunch, Xi went to check on Little Ha and Little Rice. After harvesting the accumulated paddy from Little Rice, she stocked it in the supermarket. Thanks to Little Rice's ability, a single acre yielded 70 bags of 30-pound rice. Observers in the supermarket's fresh produce section noticed the suddenly stocked shelves filled with bags of rice and quickly called for help. Wang Liyang found their behavior quite peculiar, prompting several of them to follow and investigate. They trailed the elderly individuals to the fresh produce and oil section, where they saw them clutching bags of rice, some even carrying 3 or 4. It was indeed rice. Wang Liyang was taken aback. He had previously visited this area and found it barren. However, remembering the magical land that Xi had presented, it suddenly made sense. Once the elderly dispersed, the shelves returned to their empty state. There's actually rice here. And you didn't even inform us. Observing the fresh produce area, he wondered if vegetables and meat were also available. Heavens! This bag of rice is only 20 crystal cores. It contains 30 pounds. As an accompanying Esper took advantage of the bustling scene of elderly patrons in a frenzied shopping spree, he stealthily snatched a bag for himself. Upon reaching the entrance and completing the transaction, he was astounded to discover that only 20 crystal cores had been deducted from his account. The crowd eagerly opened the bag of rice, revealing grains that were plump and exuded a faint jade hue, accompanied by a refreshing aroma reminiscent of freshly harvested rice. This was indeed high-quality new rice. Its freshness was unmistakable. Such rice would surely yield an exquisite fragrance when cooked. Old Wang, how ungracious of you to keep such a treasure hidden away. This was my first realization that given the sparse appearance of the place, there was likely little stock remaining. Sai, what manner of person is the proprietor of this hotel? How could one possess such extraordinary items without sharing their tales with us? The owner of the hotel is a young girl, her ability encompassing a domain in which she reigns supreme, rendering zombies unable to breach her territory. The current expanse of my base is but a fraction of her domain. As for the origins of these miraculous goods, Wang Li hesitated before stating that he was uncertain. The proprietor remained an enigma. But does that truly matter? The fact that zombies cannot enter here is indeed splendid. Were it not for the limited space, I would have considered relocating my base here. Our previous base suffered an incursion by a zombie endowed with mental abilities, resulting in numerous casualties. Noticing the grim expressions on the faces of those around, I recalled the incident. When my subordinates first visited this place, the owner's domain encompassed only the hotel itself. But it has since expanded to its current size. I suspect her domain will continue to grow, and in due time, we may be able to reach out to her. Excellent. When that moment arrives, I shall relocate here and entrust the management of the base to you. Indeed. That way, I can finally relinquish my burdens. Off you go. Whoever wishes to manage can do so. I have no desire to be involved any longer. Let us move along. Let us check if that area is ready. As dusk approaches and we must return to base, Will you not stay the night? Stay for what? There are numerous matters awaiting my attention back at the base. Had I not come to witness for myself whether this place is as splendid as you described, I would have sent the Esper team instead. Indeed. The daily grind is overwhelming. Enough of that. After bidding farewell to the 3 base members, Wang Li gazed at the receding silhouette of their vehicle, pondering when he might meet these old friends again. Xi Yue, adhering to the directional signs, accelerated along the highway towards the capital. Whenever he encountered obstacles in the road, he utilized his abilities to clear them. If he found himself unable to do so, he would disembark and proceed on foot, resolutely refusing to deviate from his path, for he was unfamiliar with the route. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, he finally arrived at the capital. Xi Yue chose not to head to the dawn base. Instead, following Mo Xiaoyu's advice, he released his mental energy to search the vicinity of the dawn base, ultimately honing in on a specific direction. It led him to a construction site, where a grand edifice had just been erected. As the workers busily dismantled the scaffolding, the apocalypse struck. The site was strewn with sand and soil, various tools and bricks lay scattered, and a towering structure loomed, devoid of windows and doors, exuding an eerie emptiness. Given the vast desolation, it was evident that scavengers would hardly venture here. Xi Yue's mental energy detected movement beneath the building. After bypassing a series of concealed cameras, he cautiously made his way into the pitch-black underground parking garage. The silence was palpable, punctuated only by the sound of his footsteps, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Upon reaching the stairwell of the garage, he noticed a faint light below and continued his descent. Liu Yi. Where did our guild acquire such a bounty of rice? It fills an entire warehouse. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you, a man rasped coldly, poised to reprimand the inquisitive junior when he heard footsteps echoing from the corridor. Who goes there? He sprang to his feet. As the vice president of the temple, Lu Cheng, a pinnacle level 5 ice esper on the verge of reaching level 6, felt more than capable of overseeing this laboratory, especially with several capable subordinates at his side, deterring any unwelcome intruders. Yet this time was different. He caught sight of a solitary foot emerging into view, and before he could discern the individual, a sudden ringing in his ears rendered him momentarily incapacitated, leaving him standing there in a daze. Xi Yue entered the underground parking garage, where 5 immobile figures stood, illuminated by dim lighting above. Behind them rose a metallic wall formed by gold-based abilities, secured by a tightly shut door. Xi Yue navigated around the 5 rigid sentinels, and pushed open the door. As the door swung wide, a laboratory bathed in blinding light unfolded before him, where 3 or 4 individuals clad in lab coats and masks busily recorded observations at a glass door. The laboratory was starkly rudimentary, with a pitiful array of equipment and researchers, and the space could easily be surveyed in a single glance. Who are you? Did we not make it clear that entry is prohibited without Dr. Guan's permission? Leave immediately. One masked man barked upon noticing Xi Yue's entrance. Xi Yue sidestepped another of the stern figures, and approached an elderly man engrossed in his work at the experiment table. The man, with disheveled gray hair and a slight frame, was fixated on a test tube before him, his bloodshot eyes alight with fervor and excitement. Suddenly, the glass test tube before him shattered as if struck by an unseen force, spilling azure liquid across the table. Who? Chapter 45. Ruining the laboratory. Who? Guan Huixing glared furiously over his shoulder. Was it you? Who are you? Who allowed you to enter? Xi Yue offered no response, merely fixing his gaze intently upon him. Guan Huixing rose, scanning the surroundings. The guards at the door remained still, while his assistants and researchers stood frozen in place. The entire laboratory echoed with the sounds of machinery, devoid of any other noise. He scrutinized the silent figure before him, a man with exquisite features and an impassive demeanor, his striking amber eyes unforgettable, instilling a sense of fear within Guan Huixing, who had never seen him before. The crystalline clarity of those eyes shimmered with unrestrained malice and violence, causing Guan Huixing to instinctively retreat 2 steps. Xi Yue paid him no heed, and leisurely approached the glass door where the 3 lab-coated individuals stood. Within, a zombie was chained, thrashing violently against its restraints, its grotesque visage marred by dark veins, and its crimson eyes ablaze with hatred, thick yellow saliva dripping from its mouth. This zombie bizarrely retained vestiges of human emotion. Its eyes betrayed not mere hunger, but a profound animosity. Seeing Xi Yue disregard him, Guan Huixing dashed towards the exit. Yet despite the door being wide open, he found himself colliding with an invisible barrier, Unable to escape, Xi Yue suppressed the fury boiling within him, turning to observe Guan Huaixing desperately pounding against his mental barrier. A sight both comical and absurd. Unbeknownst to him, Guan Huaixing felt his limbs growing heavy and unresponsive, compelling him to stride toward Xi Yue. What do you intend to do? I am the foremost biologist. Only I can develop a vaccine to combat the virus. Without me, the world will never return to normalcy. You must be conducting human experiments. These sacrifices are essential for the vaccine. By sacrificing a few, I can save many. What do you truly desire? I am on the brink of developing a virus vaccine. You cannot kill me. Guan Huaixing's frantic pleas fell on deaf ears, failing to halt Xi Yue's unyielding control over him. Awake and acutely aware, he could only watch as he opened the door to the observation room and approached the zombie. Upon noticing Guan Huaixing's seemingly uncontrollable advance, the zombie instantly ceased its struggles, its eyes narrowing into a menacing glare. Guan Huaixing halted just 2 paces away, prompting the zombie to resume its frantic attempts to lunge at him. Silence enveloped the room. The deep, mellifluous voice of Xi Yue soothed the creature into stillness. Yet, for Guan Huaixing, that voice sent a chill coursing through his veins. He was bewildered by how he had provoked such a formidable adversary, and pondered how to persuade this man. Xi Yue entered, wielding 3 syringes filled with bizarrely colored substances. No. Please no. Guan Huaixing's face contorted in terror as he beheld the items in Xi Yue's hand, cold sweat and tears streaming down his face. I do this for humanity. I will succeed soon. Xi Yue paid no heed to his protests, plunging all 3 syringes into his neck, the eerie, frigid liquid slowly coursing into his veins. Instantly, Guan Huaixing's face contorted in agony, veins bulging as if they might rupture at any moment. He emitted a heart-wrenching scream, clawing at the ground until his fingers were bloodied and torn. Kill me. Just kill me. End my suffering. The excruciating pain drove Guan Huaixing to the brink of unconsciousness. Yet Xi Yue refused to relent, deriving pleasure from his torment while administering healing powers to keep him awake. The small observation room resonated with Guan Huaixing's agonizing cries, which gradually diminished. Lying on the floor of the observation room, the once great biologist found his veins bursting, transforming into a grotesque figure soaked in blood. The relentless torment caused his body to convulse slightly, and his piercing screams faded into barely audible whimpers. The zombie, shackled by iron chains, gazed quietly, its mouth unable to contain the foul yellow drool, its blood-red eyes glimmering with a mix of pain and hatred. Xi Yue, expressionless, looked down at the pitiful mass of flesh emitting faint groans, then raised his hand, snapping the chains binding the zombie, before turning to exit the observation room. Seated at his desk, Xi Yue perused the experimental records. Over the course of 12 days, this laboratory had captured 4 healers and 13 others with various abilities. Initially, they targeted low-level, solitary ability users, knowing their disappearance would go unnoticed. However, after infecting these individuals with the zombie virus and administering the serum developed by Guan Huaixing, none survived beyond 2 days, all succumbing to ruptured veins. On the 4th day of the experiment, a level 2 healer was brought in. After receiving the serum, his innate healing powers enabled him to endure for 3 days before ultimately succumbing to the transformation. This provided a glimmer of hope for Guan Huaixing, who requested that the temple send him only healers, ideally of higher caliber. In the following days, 3 healers were delivered, and Guan Huaixing tirelessly refined his serum. While these healers bore the torment, they too ultimately transformed into zombies. Yet the last one was different. Although it became a zombie, it did not succumb to the mindless hunger typical of its kind. It harbored emotions, its eyes reflecting hatred. Xi Yue scoffed, discarding the repugnant experimental records. Others might have believed Guan Huaixing could achieve a breakthrough, but Xi Yue understood that he would never develop a vaccine. His creations only hastened death. The emotional zombie was merely a remnant of its previous identity as a healer, its powers clashing with the virus, yet it would eventually lose all rationality. Xi Yue destroyed everything in the laboratory, and as he surveyed the 4 bewildered researchers, he chose not to kill them but instead shattered their minds with his mental prowess, condemning them to a life of idiocy. Returning to the observation room, the zombie knelt on the ground, gnawing on something, while blood splattered across the pristine white ceiling and walls, and the floor lay strewn with dismembered flesh. Upon hearing a sound, the zombie turned its head, letting out a roar as it attempted to charge, but ultimately restrained itself, gazing at Xi Yue with a pleading expression. After tossing a fireball into the observation room, Xi Yue departed the laboratory. As he passed by Lu Cheng and others, he subtly gestured, and dark mist enveloped the area. The inferno engulfed the observation room, consuming the fallen zombie's head, its grotesque visage seemingly adorned with a hint of relief. Emerging from the garage, Xi Yue lifted the mental control from below and vanished from the construction site in an instant. Chapter 46. The Transmigrated Female Protagonist. Within the Dawn base, Lin Shuyu emerged shyly from Zhou Lijun's room. Once an ordinary university graduate, she had found herself idle at home, engrossed in novels and video games due to her pickiness in job hunting. Just before her transmigration, she had completed a post-apocalyptic novel detailing how the female protagonist awakened her healing powers and accidentally unlocked a spiritual spring, saving many who aided her along the way, ultimately becoming the goddess of the apocalypse. Throughout the narrative, the male lead never appeared, and all the supporting characters were left yearning for the female protagonist. Lin Shuyu was particularly aggrieved by one supporting character named Zhou Lijun. The novel did not elaborate on his life before the apocalypse, only noting that he responded to the capital's call, bringing a group of followers to the Dawn base, where he built the most formidable temple guild from scratch, and became the foremost ability user within the base. However, after an accident, he fell madly in love with the female protagonist after she saved him. Zhou Lijun was powerful and handsome, yet also cold and unfeeling. Initially, the temple he founded committed numerous atrocities, but upon encountering the female protagonist, he was willing to change for her, caring for no one but her. Yet, the female protagonist continually rejected him, and later he fought against half-zombies for humanity's safety, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Upon learning of his fate, the female protagonist merely uttered a nonchalant "deserved it." Lin Shuyu was captivated by Zhou Lijun's strength and deep affection, while simultaneously harboring disdain for the female protagonist, believing such a saintly character was unworthy of being the main lead, let alone possessing a golden finger and the adoration of the masses. In a fit of anger, she typed an impassioned review on her computer, but in her fervor, she accidentally knocked over a cup of water, causing an electric short that rendered her unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, she had transformed into the novel's cannon fodder, Lin Shuyu. Her character had only made one or two brief appearances. She was the female protagonist's cousin, raised in her home after being orphaned. When the apocalypse struck, both the cannon fodder and the female protagonist's parents turned into zombies, thereafter only appearing in the female protagonist's memories. Lin Shuyu glanced at the time, and realized that the apocalypse would arrive that afternoon. Seizing the moment while the house was empty, she rummaged through drawers until she found a safety pendant that the female protagonist's mother had purchased for her birthday, a gift that would only be discovered by the female protagonist after the apocalypse. Hastily, Lin Shuyu procured a needle, pricked her finger, and smeared the blood onto the pendant. The crimson liquid soaked into the verdant jade, slowly absorbed. Witnessing this scientifically implausible scene, Lin Shuyu was exhilarated, grasping the now more translucent pendant and intoning her wishes. After a prolonged attempt, she remained in place. But upon testing the space, she discovered it could indeed hold and retrieve items, with an exceptionally vast capacity. As she envisioned extracting the spiritual spring water, moisture began to gather at her fingertips, and after considerable effort, she managed to produce a single drop. In the narrative, the female protagonist possesses the ability to traverse dimensions freely. However, upon her acquisition, this ability inexplicably diminishes. Initially, she is endowed with a miraculous spring, capable of yielding copious amounts of water daily, yet in her hands, it dwindles to a mere drop. Lin Shuyu feels a surge of indignation, yet upon reflection, she recognizes that she has seized the protagonist's golden opportunity, and in that realization, her spirits begin to lift. Armed with cash from her household, Lin Shuyu ventures to the granary in City C, a location described in the novel. Following the apocalypse, the inhabitants of the City C base thrived due to this granary, even managing to sell surplus provisions to Dawn. Despite attempts by the temple to win them over, they remained dismissive, repeatedly disregarding General Zhou Lijun's overtures. Lin Shuyu contemplates exploiting the ensuing chaos to deplete the granary, contemplating how the City C base would retain its audacity to confront the temple thereafter. As the apocalypse unfolds, Lin Shuyu skillfully disguises herself and infiltrates the granary. Amidst the panic and chaos, she discreetly accumulates supplies into her space. After successfully gathering a substantial amount of resources, she returns to the protagonist's residence, only to find her parents transformed into zombies. Summoning her courage, she swings a baseball bat to fend them off and swiftly locks herself in a room. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies lack classification. Their movements are sluggish and their strength minimal, rendering them relatively manageable. Timing her actions, she awaits the return of the female lead. After the protagonist, in a moment of despair, confines her zombie parents within the house, Lin Shuyu quietly opens the door. Upon beholding the protagonist, her eyes brim with envy. The female lead, with her fair complexion, striking beauty, and long legs, possesses a captivating allure that could easily eclipse even the brightest stars of Lin Shuyu's era. Suppressing her jealousy, Lin Shuyu rushes into Lin Mayan's embrace, tearfully recounting her parents' final wishes for her to take care of herself. Moved by the thought of Lin Shuyu's loss at such a tender age, and recalling how her own parents had instilled in her the value of selflessness and care for her cousin, Lin Mayan harbors no suspicion, albeit feeling a pang of sorrow. As Lin Shuyu expresses her desires, the duo's entourage begins to expand, accumulating a talented chef, a boy awakened with ice abilities, a retired special forces soldier endowed with metal powers, and twin sisters who narrowly escaped a heinous assault. Together, they traverse the desolate landscape, rescuing others along the way. With those saved showering Lin Shuyu with gratitude, scarcely acknowledging Lin Mayan's true healing abilities. Lin Mayan remains unfazed, welcoming the growing number of companions, as it hastens her own departure. Ultimately, Lin Shuyu informs Lin Mayan of her intention to travel to the capital's Dawn base, expressing her desire to stay indefinitely. Lin Mayan, intent on fulfilling her parents' wishes by ensuring Lin Shuyu's safety, accompanies her to Dawn. Upon their arrival at the grand gates of the Dawn base, Lin Shuyu's heart swells with anticipation at the prospect of meeting Zhou Lijun, whom she has long admired. After considerable effort, Lin Shuyu finally encounters Zhou Lijun, who embodies the striking features and aloof demeanor depicted in the novel. Captivated by his presence, she believes fate has brought her to this world to redeem him. Vowing to end the apocalypse together, she feigns having triad abilities and urges Zhou Lijun to rescue Guan Huixing, the sole individual capable of developing a vaccine against the virus. The base's previous attempts to save him resulted in failure, with the last awakened individual perishing in the endeavor. Aware of Guan Huixing's gratitude, Lin Shuyu asserts that he would remain at the base to assist the higher-ups in research. In an effort to gain Zhou Lijun's trust, she presents her potent healing spring water, and reveals confidential information regarding Zhou Lijun's undertakings in establishing the temple. After a moment of contemplation, he dispatches a team to accompany her to the research facility. Unbeknownst to her, both the temple and the Zongheng organization aspire to establish their own laboratories. Yet the formidable scientists remain under tight surveillance by the upper echelon of the base. No one anticipated that after 7 months of the apocalypse, Guan Huixing would still be alive and seeking aid from the base. The temple, eager to procure him beforehand, faces the challenge of locating the research facility, a secret known only to the base's elite. Utilizing her knowledge of the novel's plot, Lin Shuyu adeptly navigates the treacherous terrain, evading mutated flora and fauna to successfully rescue Guan Huixing. Shortly thereafter, the base receives alarming news that all awakened individuals dispatched to locate Guan Huixing have vanished without a trace, and he too has become unreachable. This incident showcases Lin Shuyu's capabilities, leading to her eventual relocation to Zhou Lijun's villa. Upon moving in, however, the reality falls short of her expectations. Zhou Lijun often neglects to return, leaving her yearning for his presence. In her spare time, she diligently maintains relationships with the 10 individuals she rescued, understanding their potential value in the future. When she learns of Guan Huixing's initiation of human trials, she feels no discontent, believing that success often necessitates sacrifice, and recognizes Guan Huixing's brilliance as a leading scientist. Lin Shuyu resolves to eliminate Lin Mayan, wary of the possibility that Zhou Lijun may develop feelings for her. Seizing a fortuitous opportunity when Dr. Guan requests a healer, Lin Shuyu orchestrates for the temple to capture Lin Mayan and send her to Guan Huixing. Unfortunately, her plans fail, allowing Lin Mayan to escape, which stirs a sense of unease within Lin Shuyu as she hopes for the female lead to remain far from them, ideally forever. Noticing Zhou Lijun's indifferent demeanor towards her despite her inclusion in his guild, Lin Shuyu reveals her stockpile of food, claiming to have secured an entire granary's worth. Consequently, Zhou Lijun's attitude begins to shift, and the residents of the villa increasingly regard her with respect. Recently, Zhou Lijun even gifted her a set of exquisite jewelry. Convinced that such an exceptional man will inevitably fall in love with her, Lin Shuyu returns to her room, filled with glee and self-satisfaction. As she hums a tune while entering the meticulously prepared bedroom, she is suddenly confronted by a shadowy figure. Instinctively, she attempts to scream and flee, but finds herself paralyzed. Unable to produce sound or movement, her eyes wide with terror. Precognition ability? The voice emanating from the shadow is deep and melodious. Yet Lin Shuyu is engulfed in fear, consumed by thoughts of summoning Zhou Lijun for salvation. You may speak. No one outside can hear you. Recognizing the gravity of her situation, Lin Shuyu refrains from defiance. Understanding that this intruder's silent entrance into her room without Zhou Lijun's awareness places her in a precarious position. Yes, I possess precognition abilities. At this moment, she can only respond cautiously, hoping to glean insights about the future of this world. Lin Shuyu has already discerned that since facilitating the rescue of Dr. Guan, events in Dawn have diverged from the narrative she once knew, possibly due to the butterfly effect. Yet faced with the mysterious figure's inquiry, she cannot afford to withhold information. After a moment's contemplation, she decides to recount the story as she remembers it from the novel, uncertain of what reality may unfold. I foresee the emergence of a formidable being, a hybrid of man and corpse, who will claim numerous lives. Humanity, gathering its most elite warriors, will invest years in vanquishing him. Feeling the intense pressure emanating from the shadow, Lin Shuyu swallowed hard and continued, explaining that after his defeat, humanity would be gravely weakened, struggling to fend off the onslaught of the zombie king leading an army of the undead. Yet, in the end, humanity would prevail, exterminating the zombie king and securing victory. Ha! The shadow scoffed. Where is this half-man, half-corpse? I do not know, Lin Shuyu replied. I only foresee the arrival of this hybrid. His name and origin remain a mystery to me. As she spoke, she pondered which character from the novels could possibly align with the shadow. To move freely in Zhou Lijun's villa, he must possess power surpassing even that of Zhou Lijun himself. Such a formidable figure should surely have appeared in literature. Yet she found no one fitting the description. Moreover, his voice sounded youthful and melodious. He likely possessed an appealing appearance and seemed to be approaching her directly. Could this be a destined connection? A flicker of delight sparked within Lin Shuyu, dispelling her fear of the mysterious figure's control. I have awakened a mutated water ability, imbued with potent healing powers. Do you require it? Oh, is this what you speak of? What? Immersed in thought, Lin Shuyu failed to notice that the safety pendant hanging around her neck had been removed. It was only when the mysterious figure spoke that she glanced over, discovering him holding something aloft with wooden vines, which shimmered under the moonlight. It was her safety pendant. No, please. That is the only relic my mother left me before she became a zombie. It is my sole connection to her. I would give anything for it. Please? Return it to me. Terrified and drenched in cold sweat, Lin Shuyu could only plead, her body immobilized. The shadow derisively chuckled. You were orphaned at a young age. How could you possibly have a zombie mother? The mysterious figure knew of her parents' demise. Could he be someone familiar with her? Mi spooka. My mother passed away before leaving it to me. I beg you, do with me as you wish, but do not take it. Bathed in moonlight, Lin Shuyu's face was streaked with tears, evoking deep sympathy, her words laden with implication. You are quite unattractive, yet your jade pendant is commendable. It is now mine. With that, the shadow vanished from the room. No, please. Once Lin Shuyu regained her mobility, she immediately turned on the lights, only to find the room devoid of any presence. It was over. What would she do without her golden key? All her possessions resided in the space. Would Zhou Lijun disregard her if he learned of her loss? No, she could not let him know. What should she do? It would be all right. She understood the trajectory of the novel's plot. With her foresight, Zhou Lijun would still value her. Surely, all would be well. Sitting on the floor, her face streaked with tears, Lin Shuyu mumbled to herself, appearing somewhat unhinged. Boss, this is bad. Lu Qing rushed back to the villa with his subordinates, immediately seeking Zhou Lijun. Without knocking, his impatience was palpable. What is wrong with you? What has happened to your abilities? Zhou Lijun, engaged in discussions with his subordinates, furrowed his brow upon seeing Lu Qing barge in without a greeting. However, upon noticing the fluctuations in Lu Cheng's abilities, which seemed to have plummeted to a level between 3 and 4, he felt a sense of urgency. Chapter 48. The Lies of the Bookish Woman. We were engulfed by a cloud of black mist, and afterwards, we discovered our abilities had diminished. What black mist? Show me the laboratory. Where is it? The laboratory has been destroyed. What of Guan Huixing? He is dead. Who caused this? How did he die? What black mist? Can you not articulate your thoughts clearly? Zhou Lijun shouted at Lu Qing in frustration. People often found Lu Qing intimidating due to his perpetually somber demeanor, but in truth he was rather dim-witted. If not for his high level of ability and unwavering loyalty, Zhou Lijun would have little interest in him. After establishing the sanctuary, Zhou Lijun had given Lu Qing a nominal title of vice president to placate him, allowing him no real authority. To mask his lack of intelligence, Zhou Lijun often assigned him menial tasks while limiting his speech. This time, Lu Qing had been assigned to oversee the laboratory due to his sufficient strength and lack of need for critical thinking, yet he had failed miserably. As Lu Qing observed his boss seething with anger, he took a deep breath and said, "I never even laid eyes on that mysterious person. My mind was a blank. I knew where I was, but I couldn't see or hear anything, nor could I move my body. When I finally regained my senses, we were surrounded by a cloud of black mist. As we ran into the laboratory, the mist dissipated, but the place was ablaze, with all the tools and instruments shattered. The researchers sat dazed on the ground. When we attempted to extinguish the fire using our powers, we discovered that my abilities had regressed by 2 levels, and Xiao Gua and the others had also dropped a level. It must be connected to that mist." As Zhou Lijun listened, he contemplated the shocking revelations. "Are you saying you didn't see what that person looked like? Only a foot clad in canvas shoes, previously quite expensive," Lu Qing muttered increasingly softly. Zhou Lijun cast a cold glance at him, causing Lu Qing to tremble. "Have you ever heard of an ability that emits black mist? One that can diminish a person's powers? Never heard of it. Should we summon Miss Lin to inquire?" The true acting vice president of the sanctuary, Yuan Tai, sat in a chair adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. In his 40s, he had a plump physique and always wore a smile, making him quite likable. Before the apocalypse, Yuan Tai had amassed considerable wealth, managing thousands of employees. After the world ended, money had turned to waste paper, and his awakened mental abilities had yet to progress. However, his charming demeanor and exceptional communication skills ensured he did not fall into dire straits. It was only after Zhou Lijun recognized his managerial talents and established the sanctuary that he became the second in command. That infatuated girl stares at the boss the moment she arrives. Lu Qing frowned upon hearing Yuan Tai mention Lin Shuyu. Due to his status as a high-level ability user, Lu Qing had grown accustomed to various beauties throwing themselves at him during the apocalypse. Lin Shuyu, with her merely fair appearance and unremarkable figure, had the audacity to pursue their boss. Every time he saw her in the villa, she carried herself with an air of superiority, as if she were the lady of the house. Lu Qing, who considered himself rather dull-witted, was baffled by her unwarranted sense of superiority. Yet, he could not deny that she had brought forth substantial rations and had foreseen Guan Huixing's fate, though she exhibited no signs of possessing any abilities. Lin Shuyu, her face ashen and anxious, followed Lu Qing into the room. When Lu Qing knocked, she had been deep in thought, contemplating strategies to cope with her lost space. However, upon hearing that Zhou Lijun sought her, she steeled herself and accompanied Lu Qing. The laboratory had been destroyed, and Guan Huixing was dead. As soon as she entered, Zhou Lijun hurled a bombshell at her. How could this be? Guan Huixing lived for 4 or 5 years in the novel. Lin Shuyu could hardly believe it. Was it truly due to her butterfly effect that all events were altered? After losing her spiritual space, was her foresight also rendered useless? Observing Lin Shuyu's pale complexion and her flickering gaze, Zhou Lijun inquired, "Miss Lin, do you know of an ability that emits black mist? One that can lower a person's powers?" Yuan Tai smiled as he asked, rising to offer Lin Shuyu a seat. "Today in the laboratory, I found my level had unexpectedly dropped by 2 ranks. Lu Qing recounted the events of the day, his gaze fixed on Lin Shuyu as he awaited her response. Under the intense scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes, Lin Shuyu felt quite uncomfortable, until a sudden flash of inspiration sparked in her mind, leading her to a strategy. The individual Lu Qing described was someone I too had encountered, a man who had abruptly appeared in my room, forewarning me of significant events to come. He enveloped me in a shroud of black mist before vanishing without a trace. Once the mist dissipated, I discovered I could no longer access my spatial abilities. My water-based powers were rendered ineffective, and even foreseeing events related to him induced a throbbing headache. I was just about to seek you out when Lu Qing arrived. Tears streamed down Lin Shuyu's pale face as she spoke pitifully. Was it just now at the villa? Zhou Lijun, visibly shocked, could no longer maintain his indifference. With his level of ability, it was inconceivable for him not to sense an intruder unless that person vastly surpassed him. Yes, it was indeed at the villa. He surrounded the entire room with his mental force, leaving me only the ability to speak while he completely immobilized my body. Lu Qing urgently inquired, "What about your space? Are the resources inside still there?" "I can sense that the space remains, but I cannot access it now," Lin Shuyu replied, tears welling up anew. "Do you have any idea what that black mist might be?" The three pairs of inquiring eyes intensified their scrutiny, quickening Lin Shuyu's heartbeat. "I do not know. I foresee that he is an 8th level practitioner with abilities in 5 different elements: mental, wood, fire, space, and that black mist. Beyond that, I cannot predict." The enigmatic figure had controlled her with his mental abilities, while Vines had usurped her space. The capacity for spatial teleportation, along with the fire and black mist, aligned with Lu Cheng's description of this individual. Even Zhou Lijun at level 6 had been completely unaware of his presence. Thus, the assertion of an 8th level was undoubtedly accurate. Lin Shuyu felt her narrative was flawless, devoid of any loopholes. 8th level? An 8th level practitioner with 5 elemental abilities? Zhou Lijun remained in a daze. As the foremost authority in Dawn, he prided himself on being the strongest in the apocalypse. Even the zombie king that emerged in Y City had only reached level 6 after him. While he outwardly displayed no reverence or admiration for others, internally he felt a swell of pride. The revelation that someone possessed abilities 2 levels above his own, freely traversing his villa, was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Unless Lin Shuyu was lying. Yet, gazing into Lin Shuyu's eyes, which radiated unmasked affection, Zhou Lijun realized she had no reason to fabricate a story about her abilities vanishing. Her love for him was evident. The resources within her space, including food and healing water, were her means of support by his side. The loss of these would have left her in utmost distress. "Please take some time to rest and recover your abilities. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct my subordinates," Zhou Lijun said gently to Lin Shuyu. Moved, Lin Shuyu nodded gratefully before exiting. Upon returning to her room, Lin Shuyu felt utterly drained, collapsing to the floor. Who had stolen her jade pendant space? This person knew her origins. Could they be an admirer of Lin Mayan? Damn that protagonist. How could she have let him escape? Lin Shuyu gritted her teeth, contemplating her next course of action. Chapter 49. The mutated wheat and the little fat bird. She stretched languidly under the covers, rubbing her bleary eyes. She opened the marketplace to see what treasures the day might yield, only to discover her balance had surged to over 4 million gold coins. Heavens! I am rich. Xi Yue sat up abruptly, grinning at her balance for quite some time. Phew. Today, I managed to acquire 3 blocks of fertile soil for a mere 300,000 gold coins. What a steal! Buy. She swiftly purchased a self-service communication machine, a self-service identity registration machine, and a self-service instant meal mystery box machine. Buy. After securing her random items, Xi Yue began to explore the marketplace. Silky satin pajamas for 666 gold coins? Purchased. Premium skincare products for 1888 gold coins? Buying with my eyes closed. Stylish autumn and winter clothing and shoes? Buy. Not only did she indulge herself, but Xi Yue also procured numerous items for Shen Yu, spending tens of thousands of gold coins in her quest for financial freedom within the marketplace. Overjoyed, she sat amidst her bounty, watching sunlight stream into her room, while the occasional shadow of a bird flitted by. What a splendid day! Wait, a bird? Where did that bird come from? She hurried to the floor-to-ceiling window, but by then the bird had vanished. After freshening up and changing her clothes, Xi Yue casually grabbed a can of 8 treasure porridge from her desk and headed to the back garden. The hotel lobby was bustling with activity. Despite the addition of 2 machines, a long queue still formed. In the flower bed at the entrance, a plethora of multicolored roses bloomed vibrantly, their rich fragrance attracting a crowd of practitioners who paused to admire them. They stood about a meter away, marveling at the flowers, and should anyone venture too close, they would be quickly reprimanded. Look at those flowers. I haven't seen fresh blooms in ages. They're stunning, and the scent is divine. Hey, what are you doing? Don't get too close. We have no soil to grow food, and yet they can cultivate flowers. What nonsense are you spouting? They allow you to stay here. And you dare to take advantage of their generosity. Exactly. They can use their resources however they please. Just think of how you lived before. I was just making an observation. No offense intended. I won't say anything more. Xi Yue chose not to linger and instead made her way to the back garden. The base housed all sorts of individuals, and while most maintained a sense of propriety, she paid little mind to the sour remarks, as long as they kept their distance. She was unconcerned. She had always believed in reciprocating kindness, but should anyone approach her with moral coercion, she wouldn't hesitate to show them that she was not one to be trifled with. The back garden was abuzz with excitement, with a small grass patch and young rice plants in a fierce tussle, their leaves swaying wildly. Upon her arrival, Xi Yue witnessed the scene. Little Ha was wailing behind the young rice plants, while a small white bird flitted about, chirping encouragement. What are you all doing? Little Ha, upon hearing Xi Yue's voice, abandoned the commotion and scampered over, tail wagging in delight. The young rice plant, sensing Xi Yue's presence, immediately ceased hostilities and tugged at her pants. Xi Yue affectionately patted Little Ha's fluffy head before squatting down to examine the young rice plant. It presented a damaged leaf to her, then pointed accusingly at the grass patch, as if to lodge a complaint. The grass patch, unwilling to back down, dashed over to Xi Yue, displaying its own leaf, which had also suffered a break. A couple of dewdrops glistened on the grass patch's trembling leaves, reminiscent of tears. Xi Yue felt a pang of sympathy and gently caressed its torn leaf. Seeing the grass patch's dismay, the young rice plant's leaves bristled with anger, and it lunged forward to confront it. Xi Yue swiftly interjected, "What's wrong, young rice plant? Why are you fighting?" The grass patch clung to Xi Yue's hand, nuzzling against her palm. "Look how well behaved it is. Let's all coexist in harmony and not fight, shall we?" The young rice plant, irate, gesticulated wildly with its leaves. "This green tea grass had its leaves broken when the bird brought it here. It has nothing to do with me. I merely approached out of concern. And it struck me several times, damaging my beautiful leaves. Now it's playing the victim." Unfortunately, no matter how earnestly the young rice plant gestured, Xi Yue remained utterly oblivious to its plight. Perhaps realizing that Xi Yue could not comprehend its significance, the petite rice seedling dejectedly drooped its leaves, embodying a sense of despair. Observing the rice seedling's forlorn demeanor, Xi Yue retrieved a pouch of All Plants Love Me fertilizer and presented it to the little rice. Instantly revitalized, the rice seedling perked up, clutching the fertilizer and striding back to its plot with a triumphant gait. As it passed by the small grass, it proudly allowed it to catch a whiff of the fertilizer's scent. "What kind of plant are you?" Xi Yue amused, watching the rice seedling depart, when suddenly a small white bird flitted toward her. Xi Yue recognized this charming creature, with its fluffy plumage and rotund body resembling delightful glutinous rice dumplings. Known scientifically as the silver-throated long-tailed tit, it was reputed to be the most adorable bird in the world. Upon hearing Xi Yue's inquiry, the bird cocked its head. Utterly adorable. Indeed, it lived up to its title as the most delightful of birds. Xi Yue placed her hands over her heart, nearly overwhelmed by its cuteness. After tilting its head, the little chubby bird approached Xi Yue, while the grass beside her extended its leaves, mimicking a gesture of reaching out. In response, Xi Yue swiftly extended her left hand, and the little bird dropped a yellow object into her palm. Examining this item, it resembled a grain of wheat. "Are you a mutant wheat? Do you wish to stay here?" Upon hearing its name, the grass leaped joyfully and nodded in agreement with the nearby bird. Inspired by the charming little tit and the wheat, Xi Yue resumed her shopping in the market, preparing a cozy abode for the small bird, complete with a water dispenser and feeding station, while also arranging fertilizer and nutrient solutions for the wheat and rice seedlings, alongside snacks for the little canine companion. She purchased an assortment of items. Placing an acre of fertile soil beside the rice field, Xi Yue declared to the wheat, "This land will belong to you from now on." The wheat danced joyfully upon its new territory, while the neighboring rice seedling disdainfully flicked its leaves. The little bird's dwelling was positioned next to the canines, and once everything was set up, the gifts were presented to the adorable creatures. With all arrangements completed, the little ones were elated to receive their presents. Xi Yue harvested the vegetables and rice from the field, placing them on the supermarket shelves. The system provided 10 random seeds, of which 2 were ready for harvest, blueberries and cherry tomatoes. Xi Yue sampled both. The blueberries were sweet and not tart, while the cherry tomatoes were rich in flavor, thin-skinned, and juicy. The remaining 8 plants appeared to be small trees, leaving her curious about what they would eventually grow into. She was filled with anticipation. Chapter 50, Mutant Wheat 2. System. Can the seeds of blueberries and cherry tomatoes be planted? Relishing the sweetness from earlier, Xi Yue thought how wonderful it would be if such delectable fruits could be cultivated from seeds, allowing her to enjoy them indefinitely. Yes, the random seeds have been enhanced through interstellar modification, greatly improving their taste and yield. Xi Yue found this information vaguely familiar, as if a memory was surfacing. Seeds in the marketplace. She recalled that the cheapest potato in the market costs 1,000 gold coins, a significant sum for her at the time, but now as a wealthy individual, it was merely pocket change. Quickly, she accessed the system's marketplace, where the description indicated that the interstellar modified grains would yield significantly higher production and improved flavor. If paired with the ever-fertile soil, they could achieve a harvest in just 3 days. 3 days. It was astonishing to think the time had been halved. Xi Yue bid farewell to her adorable companions and swiftly prepared to find Wang Li. Just as she departed, the mutant wheat stealthily followed behind her. The rice seedling, keenly observing its rival, abandoned its fixation on the fertilizer and hurried to catch up, determined to see what this green tea grass was up to. As the two little companions ventured out, Xiao Ha and the little bird also trailed behind them. Unbeknownst to Xi Yue, a small entourage followed her into the office building. Survivors at the base watched as the mutant plants, with their root systems transformed into little feet, trotted along. Some recognized the rice and wheat, their eyes widening in excitement. However, despite their fervent gazes, they dared not approach the mutant plants, merely observing with rapt attention. Today I have 2 acres of land available. Under the same conditions as last time, I possess new seeds, with higher yields and better taste. When paired with the soil I provide, we can achieve a harvest in 3 days. Are you interested? Absolutely. What terms of trade? Upon hearing about the higher yield and rapid growth, Wang Li's facial muscles twitched in excitement. I can only offer a limited quantity of seeds. Initially, I will take 6 and you will take 4. Once you cultivate enough to plant an acre, we will revert to the original agreement. I will take 4, and you will take 6. Agreed. Shall we head to the planting area now? Before Xi Yue could respond, a knock echoed at the door. Wang Li approached to open it, revealing a husky the size of a cow. The corridor was filled with a throng of eager onlookers. What are you all doing? Have you never seen a mutant animal? Wang Li found himself bemused by the fervent interest directed at the husky. Even his secretary appeared enthralled. He Yanqin among the crowd, pointed at the husky's feet. Wang Li looked down and noticed 2 vibrant green shoots. This grass looks like. One is rice and the other wheat? Wang Li looked at He Yanqin, confused. He Yanqin nodded affirmatively. Wang Li's face flushed with excitement as he gazed fervently at the 2 seedlings, utterly enamored. Xiao Ha, how did you get here? How did the rice and wheat come along? The little bird perched atop Xiao Ha's head, chirping in protest, as if expressing its dissatisfaction at Xi Yue's lack of acknowledgement. Oh, and the little bird is here too. What's going on? So many people? Are these your mutant plants? Wang Li spun around, his fervent gaze startling Xi Yue. They are currently residing in the hotel's back garden. I suppose you could say they are mine. Everyone disperse. Get back to what you were doing. Wang Li ushered the little ones inside and shouted back at the door before closing it. Qiyu, are these wheat and rice? Wang Li rubbed his hands together, beaming at the 2 little plants. Yes, base leader. Is there a problem? Xi Yue, somewhat perplexed, wondered why everyone was so fixated on the rice and wheat. Was it due to their rapid growth capabilities? After all, the seeds she had brought also matured quite swiftly. Don't you know? Mutant plants can thrive in contaminated soil. I truly was unaware. Mutant plants, like humans, can utilize their abilities and absorb crystal cores to evolve. As their levels increase, the area they can cultivate expands, and the time required for growth diminishes. The mutant sweet potato at Dawn Base is a level 5 plant. It can manage over 10 acres and matures in 5 days without needing water, which is why so many sweet potatoes are available for sale there. So that's how it is. Xi Yue had previously worried that the rice might tire from excessive growth, unaware that it was beneficial for its development. She had no idea that plants also required crystal cores. I'm truly inadequate. Do you think the mutant rice and wheat could assist us in accelerating food production? We can provide crystal cores. We wouldn't want them to toil for nothing. Bang Li, feeling a bit embarrassed, acknowledged he had already troubled Xi Yue with many matters. Yet for the survival of the base, he had no choice but to press on. Is there truly such an expanse dedicated to cultivation within the base? As long as the diminutive rice and wheat consent, I have no objections. Xi Yue found it rather peculiar. The hotel is enveloped by a safe zone extending 500 meters in every direction, yet accommodating over 60,000 individuals has rendered it exceedingly cramped. Beyond the confines of buildings and roads, uncovering fertile land for cultivation is no simple feat. Where could one possibly find such ample space for planting? Fear not. We shall devise a plan. Upon hearing Wang Li's response, Xi Yue placed the small rice and wheat onto her desk and sought their opinions. The mutated wheat nodded in agreement. Being an astute plant, it was already intended to collaborate with humans, well aware of their fondness for its kind. It had visited several bases with the chubby little bird, yet found the environments unappealing. After wandering for quite some time and narrowly escaping capture on multiple occasions, it had finally discovered this hotel, instantly falling in love with the place. Xi Yue treated it exceptionally well, and in turn, it would earn crystal cores for their sustenance, while Xi Yue and the chubby little bird would ensure they looked splendid. Thus, it followed Xi Yue in search of employment, and as fate would have it, before it could even showcase its talents, opportunities presented themselves. The wheat was immensely proud, feeling quite useful compared to some rice that merely consumed fertilizers. The small rice, sensing the wheat's disdainful gaze, also nodded in acknowledgement. Approaching the table, it curled a piece of paper with its leaves and presented it before Wang Li. Curiously, Wang Li observed its actions, pondering if it was an indication of a desire to sign a contract. The small rice nodded affirmatively, dismissively waving its leaves at the wheat. Oh, you wouldn't understand the intricacies of signing a contract, would you? Wang Li drafted 2 contracts, reading the terms aloud as he wrote. The agreement stipulated that the small rice would assist them in cultivating a batch of crops in exchange for 40% of the equivalent crystal cores. Unable to comprehend the contract, the small rice listened as Xi Yue reiterated the terms. Subsequently, the small rice pressed its leaf onto a red seal, leaving an imprint of a crimson plant vein upon the contract. Chapter 51. Mutated Wheat 3. Observing the small rice's triumphant demeanor, the wheat became incensed. It rushed to Wang Li, gesticulating fervently, and in the end, Wang Li drafted 2 identical contracts for it as well. After applying its leaf print, the wheat rolled up its contract and handed it to the chubby little bird, which effortlessly devoured it, vanishing without a trace. It was indeed a manifestation of spatial abilities. Xi Yue had long believed that the grain the chubby little bird produced was merely a morsel it had tucked away. Little did she know it had been retrieved from the spatial realm. Unwilling to be outdone, the small rice presented its contract to Xiaoha, who promptly conjured a ring of water to envelop the contract without dampening it. The 2 plants appeared to be in a silent competition, as if ready to engage in a skirmish at any moment. Ultimately, it was Wang Li and Xi Yue who pacified the 2 adorable beings, with Wang Li providing them with 2 bundles of crystal cores as a form of earnest money. Xi Yue purchased 2 exquisite flower pots from the marketplace, filling them with the glimmering crystal cores that sparkled under the sunlight. Enchanted by the pots brimming with cores, the 2 little darlings rushed forward to embrace them, instantly forgetting their earlier quarrel. Upon opening the office door, a hushed silence enveloped the crowd waiting at the entrance, as if anticipating something momentous. Bang Li, meeting their expectant gazes, smiled and nodded, prompting a thunderous cheer to erupt. As Xi Yue and the little darlings traversed the corridor, onlookers flushed with excitement gazed at the 2 plants. The mutated wheat, cradling its flower pot, extended a leaf to gently tap the hand of a nearby admirer. Such fervent fans. It was evident that the wheat was indeed the most cherished among them. After instructing the little darlings to return to the garden, Xi Yue and Wang Li proceeded to the newly established planting area. Guarded by individuals with abilities, the experts from before stood by the verdant fields, captivated by the lush greenery, seemingly insatiable in their admiration. Upon noticing Xi Yue and Wang Li's arrival, they approached eagerly. Are you here to inspect the crops? Everything is thriving. In just a couple of days, they will be ripe for harvest. How wonderful. An elderly expert beamed, tears glistening in his eyes. Xi Yue has come to allocate 2 more acres of land for us. Really? Is there anything we can assist with? Xi Yue smiled and shook her head, designating the fertile land on the periphery. Once established, she handed a small bag of seeds to Wang Li, containing a few sweet potatoes, some rice, wheat, and various legumes, an expenditure of over 30,000 gold coins. Wang Li accepted the bag, his hands trembling slightly. I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. Truly, thank you for restoring our hope for survival. Uncertain how to respond to such weighty thanks, Xi Yue merely smiled and shook her head. If you wish to express your gratitude, cultivate them diligently. This way, I too shall receive a greater share of the harvest. By the way, where will the mutated plants be cultivated? We are still in the planning stages. Xi Yue will be responsible for transporting them and ensuring their safety. Does that sound agreeable? Absolutely. Once the plans are finalized, just let me know, and I shall take my leave for now. After bidding farewell to Wang Li and the others, Xi Yue strolled leisurely along the sidewalk back to the hotel. A bus gradually emerged from the hotel, its black exterior shimmering with flecks of gold in the sunlight. The magical bus, having rested for 2 days, was ready to set off once more. Passers-by paused to admire the luxurious bus emblazoned with the hotel's name. Their discussions filled with awe and excitement. As the magical bus passed by Xi Yue, it honked its horn, as if greeting her. After a busy morning, Xi Yue had just returned to the hotel when she spotted Liang Yi, brandishing a long knife, escorting Wen Yan out the door. Where are you two headed? Ah yes. Liang Yi replied, gesturing toward the large screen where the base had issued a task, exchanging seeds for crystal cores or food. Wen Yan and I are planning to venture out. Is the base now capable of cultivation? I've noticed many discussions about the grand collection of seeds. Indeed, the base shall no longer suffer from food shortages. How splendid! Wen Yan and I have observed this base over the past few days. It is remarkably well managed, devoid of those who would cause trouble. We plan to join the base. Really? Are you moving out? Not at all. Your accommodations here are quite comfortable. Why would we leave? We merely intend to join the base and participate in some of the tasks for those with abilities to earn a little extra. Oh dear. We mustn't linger. We have appointments to keep. The two bid farewell to Xi Yue and hurriedly exited. It was already noon when Xi Yue grabbed a self-heating rice meal from the front desk. In truth, she could have summoned room service just like those residing in the executive suites, but ever since Xi Yue's departure, dining alone in the tranquil room felt too isolating. Her favorite dishes lacked companionship. Despite having lived alone for many years in her previous world, the brief companionship of Xi Yue had rendered her unaccustomed to the profound loneliness that seeped into her very being. By 3 in the afternoon, the sun began its gradual descent. Reclining in a massage chair, Xi Yue knitted a scarf. Knitting a sweater was far too tedious. At her current pace, by the time winter arrived, she might not even have the chance to wear her new sweater, so she opted for a relatively quicker and simpler scarf instead. We're here to fetch the mutated rice and wheat. Cheng Xiangyun and Qin Yu arrived at the front desk, both appearing somewhat disheveled, their clothes speckled with mud. What happened to you? Xi Yue observed their disarray with surprise for the first time. Cheng Xiangyun, following Qi Yu's gaze, lowered his head to pat his clothes, revealing a dazzling smile. We are transporting soil. It's not as if we lack land. We have excavated the earth and relocated it to the rooftop. All the rooftops have been lined with soil, and now we await their arrival. Incredible. What astonishing speed. Within just a few hours, a plan was devised, and all the rooftops were organized. Such remarkable execution. Come with me, he beckoned. Qi Yu silently marveled as she led them to the back garden, summoning forth 2 mutated plants. I cannot believe this hotel has such a hidden gem, Cheng Xiangyun exclaimed, gazing in awe at the verdant oasis. It is not yet open to the public, so you cannot enter on your own. Just call them out at the entrance each day, and after you're finished, return them here. Qi Yu cradled the 2 plants, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the surroundings before handing them over to Cheng Xiangyun. The mutated wheat looked at the duo, extending its leaves to gently tug at Qin Yu's collar. This fan seems rather indifferent. They must not have spent time with me yet. Watch how I charm him. Qin Yu cautiously accepted the mutated wheat, resting it on his shoulder. Though he appeared cold and taciturn, his gaze towards the plant was imbued with tenderness and affection. Meanwhile, Xiao Ha and Xiao Feijiu peeked curiously from the side, eager to join in, playfully cooing at Qi Yu. Cheng Xiangyun, observing the impressively large Xiao Ha, felt a twinge of excitement. Why not let them accompany us? It has been a while since we've seen ordinary animals. Then I must trouble you, he replied. Oh, not at all. It is we who have been a bother to you, Cheng Xiangyun insisted, waving his hands dismissively. With a smile, Qi Yu walked with them out of the back garden, watching them depart. Chapter 52. The story of Xi Yue. As evening descended and the sun set, the sky darkened. Liang Yi and Wen Nian returned, laden with bags, and noticed Xi Yue, who seemed lost in thought as she prepared to open her self-heating rice. Hey, sister. Liang Yi tapped the reception desk, startling Xi Yue back to reality. Don't eat that. Today we made a small fortune. Come on, let's head to the restaurant. It's on me. Being dragged to the restaurant by Liang Yi, they found it bustling as ever, with many waiting outside. Liang Yi frowned. With so many people, how long will we have to wait? Let us order takeout and eat in our room. This time it's my treat, and you can invite me next time. Great. Takeout is perfect. Let us have it delivered to our room. Wen Nian can tidy up, Liang Yi declared without hesitation. After a brief discussion, they ordered their meals and left Liang Ye's room number before heading upstairs. You two go ahead. I'll join you shortly, Liang Yi said as she and Wen Nian switched to a room next door to Xi Yue's. Not wanting to disturb them as they unpacked, Xi Yue decided to freshen up herself. All right, we'll just take a shower. Knock on the door when you're ready. Upon returning to her room, Xi Yue began absorbing the crystal cores given to her by Wang Li. After consuming several, she felt as though she had reached the threshold of a breakthrough. Noticing that time was passing, she brushed the residue from her hands and went to find Liang Yi. Liang Yi, clad in pink pajamas and wearing a cat ear headband, swallowed her food before exclaiming, "We visited a farmer's market today, and surprisingly, there were hardly any zombies. We gathered a multitude of seeds. Don't be fooled by our bags. We've already traded once across the street. Is there only one farmer's market in B City?" Xi Yue recalled that Xi Yue had also mentioned visiting a market a few days prior. I believe so, it was quite a trek for us today. It seemed they had ventured to the same place as Xi Yue. As Xi Yue absent-mindedly ate, she pondered whether Xi Yue was currently on his way back. What's wrong with you lately? You seem so downcast. I don't know, I just feel a lack of energy sometimes. Given that the drive from here to the capital took about 30 to 40 hours, if he were swift he might be returning now. Wen Nian, serving food to Liang Yi, casually remarked that since that day Xi Yue inquired about the temple, they had suspected Shen Yu might be seeking trouble with it, which explained her concern. After finishing their meal and chatting for a while, Xi Yue returned to her room. After midnight, still awake, Xi Yue accessed the marketplace. Huang Liang Yimeng 1,000 gold coins self-service fast food blind box machine 10,000 gold coins self-service fast food blind box machine 10,000 gold coins self-service beverage blind box machine 10,000 gold coins ever fertile land 1 acre 10,000 gold coins. Huang Liang Yimeng. Xi Yue could hardly believe her eyes. Finally, she had stumbled upon Huang Liang Yimeng. Without hesitation, she purchased it and clicked to use, a prompt appearing for selecting a person within a 10-meter radius. System. Does using Huang Liang Yimeng have a distance requirement? Yes. The bound individual must be within 10 meters. It seemed she would have to wait for his return. Xi Yue felt a tinge of regret as she closed the interface, unaware of the line beneath the usage instructions. Both parties can see each other's past. After purchasing all random items and arranging the machines, Xi Yue gazed at the moonlight spilling onto the carpet before drifting into a deep slumber. Her sleep was restless, and during a half-awake state, she felt a dryness in her throat. Blinking awake, she glanced at the clock on her bedside table. It was 3:24 a.m. Yawning, she rose to fetch a glass of water. Upon opening her door, she was startled to find the living room lights still on. Remembering that she had turned off all the lights before returning to her room, her sleepiness vanished, and she hurried to knock on Xi Yue's door. Before she could knock, the door swung open. Xi Yue stood there in cream-colored plush pajamas, his hair still damp. Xi Yue, seeing Xi Yue for the first time in 2 days, noticed the bloodshot veins in his beautiful eyes and the weariness etched on his face. He clearly hadn't rested. They exchanged glances in silence for a moment, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words. Finally, Xi Yue broke the silence with a soft laugh. Why are you still awake at this hour? Did I disturb you? Hearing Xi Yue's gentle inquiry, Xi Yue pouted. I didn't sleep well and came out for some water. When I found the lights on, I thought I'd check on you. After a moment, she added, you didn't disturb me. I didn't even hear you come back. You look exhausted. Have you not rested at all? Yeah. I wanted to return earlier, worried that I'd be absent too long and get fired by the boss. Xi Yue's voice, tinged with fatigue, had a languid and slightly husky quality that was rather enchanting. Xi Yue shot him a knowing glance, her unexpressed longing dissipating with his words. Make sure to rest. Get a good sleep and be ready for work, alright? No more taking leave. As you command. Xi Yue returned to her room with a smile. The gloom of the past few days lifted. Finding Huang Liang Meng in her storage, she selected Xi Yue from the list of bound individuals. Watching as it changed to in use, she sweetly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Xi Yue, having dried his hair, succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep as well. Farewell. Xi Yue found herself in a hospital after drifting into sleep, where a doctor emerged from the operating room, expressing condolences to an elderly man in black. A nurse then handed a child to the elderly man. Xi Yue was perplexed as to why she was in this place. As the people around her seemed oblivious to her presence, she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, eager to explore, only to realize she could not stray far from the elderly man, or more precisely, from the child nestled in his arms. Gazing at the wrinkled, ruddy-faced infant, Xi Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be Xi Yue? She leaned in to scrutinize the peculiar little one, examining every angle, yet found no resemblance whatsoever to Xi Yue. Accompanying the elderly man as he departed the hospital, she hailed a cab that whisked them back to an old neighborhood. Oh dear. Old Shen, where on earth did you find this child? As they entered the community, a throng of elderly women surged forward, startling Xi Yue into retreat. This is Chi-Chi's child. Today the hospital notified me to come. Chi-Chi is gone wailing. Her body still at the hospital. Her mother left too soon. I struggled to raise Chi-Chi, and now she has left me behind, sobbing. The neighborhood was filled with familiar faces, neighbors who had shared their lives for decades. Upon hearing such shocking news from the elderly man, they could no longer remain seated. What? How could Chi-Chi? Oh, what a wonderful child. Where is the father? Was Chi-Chi deceived? I don't know. Chi-Chi never shared anything with me. I have been a most incompetent father. I know nothing. Enough, enough. We shall take care of the child. Let old Liang and old Ma accompany you to the hospital. We cannot leave Chi-Chi all alone there. One of the elderly women took the child, while two older men followed old Shen as he departed. Xi Yue observed the kind-hearted women offering their grandchildren's formula, collectively caring for the little one. Shortly after old Shen returned, he began organizing Chi-Chi's funeral. The photograph displayed a remarkably beautiful young woman, her slightly upturned phoenix eyes strikingly reminiscent of Xi Yue. She watched as old Shen emerged with a list provided by the elderly women, heading out to purchase numerous baby supplies. In the dim light, he clumsily tended to the child and once the infant was asleep, diligently pored over a dictionary. Joy, happiness, delight. With a red pen, old Shen circled a word. Deciding upon the child's name, Xi Yue, he hoped that this child's future would be filled with joy and happiness. In the tender care of old Shen, the once wrinkled, ruddy infant blossomed into a strikingly beautiful child. Old Shen taught the precious Yue to speak and read, taking him to parks and amusement areas for play. He endeavored to provide everything that other children had. Under the abundance of love from old Shen and the doting neighbors, little Yue grew up. Though precocious, he never questioned the absence of parents, for he had old Shen, who adored him. Unlike others who called their grandfathers grandpa, he simply addressed him as old Shen. For a grandfather is merely a title, while old Shen was irreplaceable, the most significant presence in his small life. Time passed swiftly, and soon little Xi Yue was preparing to enter elementary school. Having received meticulous care from old Shen, he appeared fair and delicate, with exquisite features and a cherubic face. His amber eyes, though feigning seriousness, seemed to melt the hearts of those who met his gaze. Xi Yue was utterly enchanted by little Xi Yue. In the blink of an eye, years had flown by. She watched him transform from a tiny infant into a handsome young boy, while old Shen aged day by day. Accompanying Xi Yue daily to school, she noted how beloved he was by teachers and classmates alike, his beauty and intelligence making him the most popular child in the school. Yet it seemed that Xi Yue possessed a naturally solitary disposition. Despite accompanying him through 6 years of schooling, Xi Yue never witnessed him forge friendships. He remained perpetually independent, kind yet distant. As he entered middle school, the charming young man became a figure of intrigue. His striking appearance and outstanding grades made him the prince of the campus in the eyes of many female classmates. Yet he also attracted the ire of certain boys. Have you heard? Xi Yue seems to have no parents. He only has a grandfather. I knew him back in elementary school. His parents were never seen at parent-teacher meetings. Did you know? Xi Yue was picked up by his grandfather. No. I heard his mother had him with some random man. Is that true? His mother can't possibly be that kind of person. Who knows? Xi Yue is an illegitimate child. Ha ha ha. It was unclear who initially spread the rumors about Xi Yue's lack of parents, yet he quickly became the focal point of gossip at school. inundated with malicious speculation daily. Xi Yue, accompanying him during meals and in the classroom, frequently overheard whispers from others. Due to Xi Yue's brilliance and allure, some self-important girls boldly professed their feelings, as if believing they could be his salvation. Xi Yue, let us be together. I don't mind what they say. Xi Yue, I believe in you. I want to listen to them. Xi Yue, I've liked you for a long time but never had the courage to tell you. Faced with these confessions and the venomous remarks directed at him, Xi Yue grew increasingly weary. Previously, he had merely kept others at arm's length, but now, he became more aloof with each passing day. Some unruly boys, feeling that the malicious speculation had not gone far enough, began to corner Xi Yue after school. Isn't this the top student and campus heartthrob? Turns out he's just an unwanted wild child. Ha ha ha. Who knows which family he broke up? I heard his mother is a prostitute. Wonder if his grandfather knows. Of course he knows. He's using the money from selling his daughter to raise his grandson. Ha ha. Xi Yue listened in horror to their increasingly vicious taunts, her anger boiling as she longed to intervene. Yet her attempts to strike out always fell short, unable to touch any of her dreams. Desperate, she called out to Xi Yue, let us go home. Ignore them. They are so wicked. Old Shen is waiting for you at home. We must hurry back. With his head bowed and fists clenched, Xi Yue sought to push past the crowd until he heard one boy curse old Shen to hurry up and die. Unable to contain himself any longer, he swung a fist. Seeing Xi Yue strike out, the remaining 4 boys immediately charged at him, delivering blows. It seemed as if he felt no pain from the strikes. Filled with rage, Xi Yue grasped the collar of the boy beneath him, delivering punch after punch. Someone pull him away. He's gone mad. Ming is going to be killed. Hurry, pull him away. The 4 boys were momentarily stunned by Xi Yue's ferocious assault. Witnessing the bloodied face of the boy beneath him, they quickly attempted to detach him. Just as in the dramas, the police often appeared last. In reality, their fight ended with the arrival of a teacher. Both Xi Yue and one of the troublemakers were taken to the hospital. The troublemaker suffered only minor facial injuries and a bit of blood from his nose, while Xi Yue sustained a mild concussion, numerous bruises, and a few fractured ribs from their assault. Due to the severity of the incident, the school promptly contacted the parents. The elderly old Shen arrived at the hospital, tears streaming down his face as he learned the details, and he chose to report the incident to the authorities. In the end, the troublemaker's families compensated for medical and nutritional expenses, and they were expelled from school. After Xi Yue was discharged, old Shen found an appropriate moment to share the truth regarding his mother, Xinqi. Xinqi was a child he had at the age of 36. But within a few years of her birth, his beloved wife passed away. Old Shen endured countless hardships to raise his daughter, Xinqi, who in turn did not disappoint her father and consistently excelled, ultimately gaining admission to a prestigious university in the capital. After graduating, Xinqi chose not to remain in the capital, but returned to M City to be with her father. A few months into her job, she relocated to a place closer to work, and from then on, the father and daughter maintained their connection solely through phone calls, with Xinqi busy with her job, discouraging her father from visiting her. Due to her obedient and understanding nature, old Shen always complied with her wishes. But he never anticipated that what awaited him in the end was a notification from the hospital. During the days spent arranging his daughter's funeral, he reached out to some of Xinqi's colleagues and university friends. From her classmates, he learned that Xinqi had once been involved with a wealthy young man during her university years, but it seemed they had broken up shortly before graduation. Colleagues informed him that a man from the capital frequently picked Xinqi up and dropped her off from work, but after she resigned, he lost track of that man. Old Shen began to suspect that this man from the capital was indeed the rich young man and consequently, Xi Yue's biological father. However, he could not uncover any information about him. Listening to old Shen's narrative, Xi Yue felt as though it resembled a tale of a wealthy young man falling in love with a beautiful student, enjoying true love, only to return home to marry someone else. It must be said that Xi Yue's extensive consumption of novels and television dramas had not been in vain, for it indeed mirrored such a story. After hearing this, Xi Yue expressed a desire to remain uninformed about the man's whereabouts, focusing solely on studying and accompanying his grandfather. Upon returning to school, perhaps due to the expulsion of a few delinquent boys or the fading of gossip, he no longer heard any rumors, and the glances from his classmates were filled with apprehension. Left undisturbed, Xi Yue's life regained its tranquility, a state he relished, continuing his solitary existence. Within 2 years, Due to his outstanding academic performance, Xi Yue was granted a place at M-City's finest high school. Old Shun was elated, hosting a grand feast for the elderly neighbors. Xi Yue observed the young man surrounded by admirers, his eyes sparkling and a gentle smile gracing his face, his ears flushed with color. How radiant Xi Yue was. Chapter 54. The Story of Xi Yue 3. Just when it seemed life would continue in this calm and stable manner, an unexpected disruption occurred in Xi Yue's third year of high school. Upon returning home after school, he found old Shin collapsed on the floor and quickly dialed for emergency assistance. Regrettably, old Shin had suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, and by the time he was discovered, it was too late. His body had grown rigid. This dear old man would forever remain at the age of 78. And no one would ever again call Xi Yue. With old Shin having no relatives other than Xi Yue, the elderly neighbors, upon hearing the news, rushed to assist Xi Yue in arranging old Shin's final rites, from the wake to cremation, and ultimately to burial. Throughout this period, Xi Yue did not shed a single tear. He merely thanked those who came to pay their respects to old Shin, remaining silent and increasingly gaunt. After old Shin's burial, Xi Yue sat alone before the gravestone, keeping vigil for an extended time. Xi Yue gazed at the lonely boy before her. Since old Shin's passing, he had scarcely slept, his eyes bloodshot. Xi Yue, old Shin loved you dearly. Go home and get some rest. Do not torment yourself like this, Xi Yue said. Her voice choked as she gently patted Xi Yue's shoulder. Leaving the cemetery, Xi Yue returned to his neighborhood in a daze. Grandpa Shin treated him so well, and he didn't shed a single tear. I've always said, that pretentious person is just an ingrate. My grandma keeps telling me to learn from him. Pfft. Look at him. He barely interacted with any of the neighborhood children growing up. Now that he's in high school, he still has no friends. Who knows? He probably doesn't want to associate with us commoners. Hearing the gossip from two boys at the entrance of the neighborhood, Xi Yue felt enraged. What do you know? People like you can only gossip behind others' backs. Who cares to associate with you? Xi Yue hasn't had a moment of rest these days and has lost so much weight. You truly are blind. She spat. However, Xi Yue appeared completely oblivious, ignoring the astonished and embarrassed gazes of the two boys as he walked straight home. After submitting the materials to close his household registration, Xi Yue emerged from the local police station and sat at the entrance, flipping open the household registration book. The head of the household had changed to Xi Yue, while the previous head, Xi Yue, had vanished along with his departure. A single drop of water fell onto the page, soaking Xi Yue's name. He could no longer contain his emotions, clutching the household registration book as he trembled and wept. The sorrow, helplessness, despair, and confusion of the young man transformed into mournful cries. Xi Yue enveloped Xi Yue in her arms, gently patting his back as her cheeks streamed with tears. Without old Shin, Xi Yue became even more indifferent and solitary, no longer displaying even a hint of a smile. Xi Yue often spoke to him, pouring out her heart, hoping to comfort him in her own way, even if Xi Yue could not hear her. After the college entrance examination, Xi Yue, with his remarkable achievements as the top science student in M-City, was accepted into a university in the capital. Bidding farewell to the elderly neighbors who had cared for him, and taking with him the 100,000 yuan that old Shin had saved along with the prize money for his top score, he left the city that no longer contained old Shin, and boarded the train to the capital. Upon entering university, surrounded by male dormitory mates, Xi Yue could only wait outside Xi Yue's door to keep him company. The dormitory was an 8-person room, and while most of his roommates were decent, they noticed Xi Yue's somewhat aloof demeanor, but chose not to comment. After all, Xi Yue was exceedingly polite, always willing to assist with small favors. It was merely his somewhat distant nature that posed no significant issue. In his first year of university, Xi Yue rejected the affections of girls who admired him, and earned his first pot of gold through the development of a small game. In his second year, relying on that initial success, he moved out of the dormitory to enjoy the quiet life he preferred. However, in his third year, his tranquil existence faced yet another interruption. In his third year as a prominent figure in the school, after delivering a speech to the freshmen, Xi Yue found himself pursued relentlessly by a girl. I've been chasing you for 2 months now. Don't be so ungrateful. Being with me means you'll never have to worry about anything. Xi Yue was exasperated by this relentless Lei Baozhu, who had been blocking Xi Yue's path since that freshman speech. Not only did she publicly declare Xi Yue as her future boyfriend, but she also warned and threatened any girl who dared to express interest in him, and privately set many traps for Xi Yue. Although Xi Yue was cold towards others, He never spoke harshly or disrespectfully when rejecting someone. Lei Baozhu was the first person to evoke his disdain. Leave me alone. Go away. I am the eldest daughter of the Lei family. What could possibly be wrong with being with me? I've looked into you. You have no parents or relatives, and you've only earned a little money from your games. Being with me means you'll never have to struggle for the rest of your life. Go away, don't disgust me. No one can refuse me. Just wait and see what happens. With another harsh retort, Lei Baozhu turned and left. After a month of calm, Xi Yue's game was finally on the right track. Just when Xi Yue thought Lei Baozhu had finally given up, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was a beautiful day, and Xi Yue sat in a cafe near the school, working on his thesis. You must be Xi Yue. I am your father, Su Qihua, and I would like to have a word with you. The newcomer, dressed in understated yet luxurious attire, was mature and handsome, bearing a slight resemblance to Xi Yue. Xi Yue ignored him and continued writing his thesis. The man sat down across from him and began speaking without invitation. You have your mother's eyes. I met your mother at Capital University. She was beautiful and exceptional, and I was her senior. We dated for 3 years but broke up due to certain circumstances. A year later, I returned to City M to manage the affairs of the branch, and fate led me to encounter her once more. At that time, I was deeply in love with your mother, and we had made a promise to marry. However, our family business faced a severe crisis and reluctantly, I had to part ways with your mother and return to an arranged marriage. I was entirely unaware that she was pregnant. Had I known of your existence, I would never have abandoned her. The man gazed nostalgically into Xi Yue's eyes, acknowledging the suffering she had endured over the years. You have the right to claim your heritage, and I vow to make amends for the past. Xi Yue scoffed derisively, retorting, I have not suffered. And kindly refrain from claiming me as your son. Ah, but your eyes bear the hue of my mother's, and your visage mirrors my own. I understand your resentment. But do not hastily dismiss this opportunity. The youngest daughter of the Lei family has been quite troublesome for you, hasn't she? Should you choose to return, she will be your cousin, and will no longer pursue you. I have a son and a daughter now. Your younger brother is a year your junior. Somewhat unruly and of little consequence. You must have heard of Tian Sheng Company. Ultimately, the company will be entrusted to your care. Su Qihua felt a sense of smugness, convinced that no one would refuse such an enticing proposition. Yet, Xi Yue displayed no reaction, expressionless as she closed her laptop and exited the room. Bah, despicable scoundrel. Xi Yue spat, hastily following after her. After their unpleasant departure, Su Qihua never sought her out again, and Lei Baozhu ceased her relentless pursuit. Chapter 55. Xi Yue's Tale 4. After graduation, Xi Yue remained in the capital and established her own game studio, amassing considerable wealth. Happy New Year. A new year. Wishing you happiness and health. May everyone enjoy a joyful new year. Outside, the air was filled with jubilant well-wishes, as households celebrated with great fervor. Xi Yue prepared a bowl of frozen dumplings and sat down to eat in the dimly lit living room, her silhouette cast by the light, evoking a profound sense of solitude. Today was not only the new year but also her birthday. Yet, she had not even prepared a decent meal for herself. Happy birthday, Xi Yue. May the new year bring you joy. Xi Yue, you're already 23. This year, I will finally meet you. As the impending apocalypse loomed, she reminded herself to stock up on provisions. Though Xi Yue heard nothing, Xi Yue continued her incessant chatter. 10 days later, the train station and airport were bustling with workers returning to their jobs. It was amidst this clamor that the apocalypse unexpectedly struck. On this day, Xi Yue had just exited her studio, intending to grab a meal. What is that? Get away. Don't bite me. Help. A monster. Oh my God. There's been a murder. Call the police. The cacophony of screams and the blaring of car horns collided in chaos. Xi Yue, hurry home. Run. Upon hearing these frantic calls, Xi Yue realized that the end had begun, her anxiety mounting. Xi Yue stood on the street, witnessing a figure with ashen skin and crimson eyes rise and pounce upon a nearby person, sinking its teeth into their neck, blood gushing forth. The victim trembled and convulsed before rising in a grotesque manner, joining the fray. Xi Yue's heart raced, and he sprinted towards home, relieved that his rented apartment was not far from the studio. As he neared the building, he spotted an elderly man walking with a child of about 3, only to see a grotesque woman pursuing them. Run! Xi Yue shouted, horrified by the woman's bloodied visage, and rushed forward. The old man, hearing the commotion, turned to see a disfigured face rushing towards him, clutching his grandchild tightly. Quick, go home. Don't come out. The elderly man, eyes tightly shut, sensed no attack, but opened them upon hearing the voice. A handsome young man had kicked the woman away. The old man expressed his gratitude profusely before hurriedly retreating indoors. The monster, having been struck, rose again in a bizarre stance and lunged at Xi Yue. Perhaps the noise had attracted another creature. Xi Yue fought off the two monsters, kicking them down, and dashed into the apartment building, locking the main door behind him. Finally back home, Xi Yue collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, he rose to wash his hands, stained with the blood of the creatures he had fought. Xi Yue. Xi Yue's voice trembled as she anxiously observed the beautiful, elongated hands of Xi Yue, noticing a small cut on his knuckle. Xi Yue also spotted the wound. Raising his hand to examine it, realization dawning upon him as he clicked his tongue softly. Returning to the living room, he nonchalantly boiled a cup of instant noodles and turned on the television, which was broadcasting reports about the monsters outside, identifying them as zombies and warning against being bitten. Xi Yue listened intently, not bothering to lift his gaze. After finishing his meal, he diligently washed the dishes and returned them to their rightful place. Once in his bedroom, he locked the door and lay down, drifting into a heavy slumber. As he lay there, his lips pale and his cheeks flushed, sweat beading on his forehead as if he were burning with fever. Xi Yue, anxious and helpless, could do nothing but weakly grasp his hand, praying for his swift recovery. Though she knew he would ultimately awaken his powers, witnessing Xi Yue feverishly mumble, "Don't leave me," filled her heart with a bittersweet ache. After 3 days of fever, Xi Yue finally stirred from his stupor. Upon awakening, he felt ravenous and, with great effort, retrieved frozen dumplings and instant noodles. As he boiled the dumplings, he absent-mindedly chewed on the noodle block. After consuming a couple of pieces, he finally alleviated his hunger and regained some strength. Xi Yue ventured into the living room to check the latest news on television, only to discover the power had gone out. Pulling back the curtains to peer outside, he found the community eerily silent, with only a few wandering zombies visible. Once the dumplings were ready, Xi Yue sat on the sofa to eat, suddenly realizing that his wound had vanished. He went to the bedroom to check his digital alarm clock, astonished to find he had slept for 3 days. After finishing his meal, he assessed his pantry supplies, changed into fresh clothes, slung a backpack over his shoulders, and sought a suitable stick as he prepared to venture outside. Xi Yue, you've awakened your powers. Feel for them. Xi Yue recalled that he possessed various abilities. Could it be that he had yet to realize them? Residing on the 3rd floor, he cautiously descended the stairs, opened the floor door, and slipped outside, executing each movement with utmost silence. Along the way, he dispatched 3 zombies before arriving at the convenience store at the entrance of the community. The store was disheveled and empty, as if hastily ransacked. Armed with his stick, Xi Yue collected all the food he could fit into his backpack, along with several bottles of water and drinks, until he could carry no more. You have a spatial ability. Try to see if you can store things within. Xi Yue wondered why he seemed oblivious to his powers. She had felt hers immediately upon awakening. Had he perhaps awakened too many abilities? Safely returning home, Xi Yue had barely settled when he heard voices outside. He immediately lifted the curtain to look. "Gugu, you're incredible. We all rely on you." "Indeed. So impressive. This is superhuman ability." 3 men and 1 woman cautiously followed a man, showering him with compliments. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at them, and the leading man hurled a small fireball, which instantly ignited the undead creature. He then dispatched it with a swift blow of his club. Witnessing the man conjure a fireball seemingly out of thin air, Xi Yue's pupils constricted, as if she sensed something awakening within her. A flicker of flame appeared at her fingertips. "Ah, Xi Yue, you have finally sensed your extraordinary power. Feel it again. You also possess abilities of wind, water, thunder, ice, wood, space, and healing," Xi Yue exclaimed joyfully, spinning in circles upon seeing the flickering flame at Xi Yue's fingertips. Regrettably, aside from her fire affinity, Xi Yue was unable to sense any other abilities. In the days that followed, she practiced controlling the flames in her room, while venturing outside to scavenge for food. After encountering a water manipulator, Xi Yue awakened her water abilities. Later, after meeting a young man wielding vines, she also discovered her affinity for wood. A sense of wonder enveloped Xi Yue as she realized that Xi Yue's abilities seemed rather extraordinary. Chapter 56, Xi Yue's Story 5. Thus, after a fortnight passed, a voice resonated throughout the community. The capital has established the Dawn base. The country has not forsaken you all. All survivors, gather your food and necessities and board the vehicles within 30 minutes. We shall not wait for the tardy. The rescue team from the capital has arrived. Xi Yue glanced at Xi Yue, who was lost in thought, and soon after he rose to gather some belongings and descended the stairs. Finally you have come. Why did it take you so long to rescue us? We have been starving for 3 days. The country has not abandoned us. Thank you. My husband went out to find food. Could you please wait for him? If you had come sooner, my family would not have perished. A throng of people gathered below. Their voices a cacophony of cries, complaints, and expressions of gratitude. Silence. Gather your belongings and board the vehicles quickly. If you continue to shout, we shall depart without you. A man in military uniform commanded, brandishing a megaphone. How can you silence us? We are taxpayers. The crowd erupted in renewed outcry, hurling accusations at the man. The commotion attracted the attention of zombies, prompting the soldiers on the truck to open fire. The crowd fell silent, swallowing their words, and obediently queued to board the vehicles. Half an hour later, the leading soldier signaled for departure. My husband hasn't returned. My father and others went out for food. What will happen to my son? Those waiting for their loved ones refused to board, surrounding the leader with inquiries. The Dawn base is located in the outskirts of Jingu. You may drive yourselves there. We are pressed for time and cannot wait, he stated before boarding the vehicle. Once outside the community, 3 overcrowded trucks diverged from the others and headed toward the Dawn base. The fortified walls of the base, constructed in just half a month, towered impressively, guarded by soldiers wielding firearms, while numerous personnel conducted inspections at the entrance. After disembarking, men and women were directed into separate rooms for a strip search, checking for bite marks. Once the inspections were complete, they emerged to register their names and abilities. Naturally, Xi Yue could not bear to watch a multitude of men disrobe, so she remained at the registration desk, awaiting Xi Yue. While loitering at the entrance, she heard gasps and a gunshot from within. Surely, no one has mutated. The doors swung open, and soldiers dragged out a corpse with a ghastly pallor, followed by the others emerging from the room. Xi Yue registered his water abilities, and the attendant respectfully inquired if he wished to join the base's search and rescue team, to which he declined, opting instead to exchange supplies for a single room. The housing coordinator led Xi Yue to inspect his rented accommodation. They traversed a narrow, dimly lit corridor until the staff opened the door to his room. Inside, there were no windows, only a single military cot, a narrow walkway beside it, and a small cabinet at the foot of the bed. Nothing more. Xi Yue gazed at the sparse living conditions acquired through food exchanges, taken aback by its stark simplicity. Xi Yue received the key and stepped inside. Due to the cramped space, his suitcase could only be placed by the door. Congratulations on your new abode, Xi Yue. Just endure a little longer. And once you encounter Boss Qi, you shall surely reside in a grander dwelling. Xi Yue encouraged him. After a few days at the base, Xi Yue occasionally joined others in scavenging for supplies or sold water to the base in exchange for food. Most of the time, however, he remained in his confined quarters, honing his abilities. As time progressed, some began to notice exquisite, radiant gemstones within the heads of zombies. Those zombies possessing such gems exhibited swifter movements and sharper reflexes than ordinary ones. Eventually, it was discovered that these gemstones could enhance an ability user's powers, leading to their designation as crystal cores, which subsequently became the primary currency for trade among humans. Besides the base's search and rescue team, various self-organized ability squads emerged, allowing those unwilling to join a team to undertake individual missions. Xi Yue refrained from joining any squads, opting instead to accept scattered tasks, accompanying ability teams to eliminate zombies or scavenge for supplies. During this period, he witnessed someone effortlessly vanishing supplies from a supermarket with a mere wave of their hand, prompting him to awaken spatial abilities. Observing another person whose skin hardened like metal, he subsequently awakened his metal abilities. When someone pierced a zombie's head with earthen spikes, he acquired earth abilities as well. Remarkably, upon awakening these abilities, he found himself on par with those who had awakened them. Wow! What remarkable abilities are these? Xi Yue exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Is this not akin to a copying adhesive? After living at the base for over 4 months, Xi Yue awakened all elemental abilities, frequently venturing out alone to seek crystal cores for upgrades. Throughout this period, numerous events unfolded at the Dawn base. the most significant being the division of power among the upper echelons, leading to the emergence of two guilds, the Temple and the Zongheng. The leader of Zongheng, Lei Hao, was the son of Lei Jingming, the third in command of the base, and the brother of Lei Baozhu, a level 4 water and earth ability user. He commanded many water, wood, and space manipulators, overseeing the base's trading operations, and recruiting a peculiar individual with mutated sweet potatoes, distributing them to numerous bases. The Temple's leader, Zhou Lijun, a level 5 psychic ability user, was the highest known ability level. He commanded a multitude of offensive ability users, seizing a significant portion of the base's rental income, and hoarding supplies obtained from the base like a true bandit. Due to the upper echelon's preoccupation with searching for granaries, rescuing scientists, and acquiring experimental equipment, they lost many soldiers. Those remaining, apart from those lured away by the guilds, were soldiers who could not awaken abilities or elevate their ranks. The upper echelons were sustained by a few loyal level 4 ability officer, and the armory, ultimately reaching an agreement that neither Zongheng nor the temple would interfere with the base's laboratory, ensuring that the basic rations for civilians were not disrupted while also sharing power within the base. After the internal turmoil, it seemed as if nothing had changed, except for Shen Yu's cramped quarters, which now astonishingly demanded a payment of 300 crystal cores monthly. How dare they? Even the most luxurious hotel room I would consider only costs 600 a month. These people are relentless in their greed. Xi Yue fumed indignantly, until Shen Yu went out one day and returned to the base, only to be told that he had to surrender 1/3 of the supplies he had gathered. Xi Yue could scarcely believe her ears. Was the temple truly in such dire straits? Just wait. Don't let me see you at the hotel. Xi Yue was so furious she could hardly contain herself. Had it not been for Shen Yu stowing most of their belongings in his space, she might have fainted from rage. Although Shen Yu had awakened to possess all elemental powers, he maintained a remarkably low profile, merely claiming to be a water-type ability user, seldom upgrading his water abilities, and always keeping them a notch below the base's elite. As the apocalypse reached its 6th month, the scoundrel Su Qihua came knocking once more. Chapter 57. The Tale of Shen Yu 6. Xi Yu found it perplexing. In such a vast base that had undergone several expansions, housing millions of survivors, how on earth did this shameless father locate Shen Yu? You live in such a tiny place. Come back with me. I have spoken with your aunt, and she will treat you like her own son from now on. Your aunt is the biological aunt of Lei Hao, the president of the alliance, and the Lei Baozhu who pursued you before is his sister. Although your abilities are not particularly high now, I will find a way to procure crystals to enhance your powers. Before the apocalypse, my company encountered some issues, which prevented me from coming to find you. But I resolved the matter with Lei Baozhu who has been pestering you. After the cataclysm, I searched for you for a long time. At last, we can reunite as a family. The last time Su Qihua appeared, he seemed like a dashing gentleman, but this time he looked considerably older, his spirit dimmed. Yet his words remained as repulsive as ever. Xi Yu felt nauseated by his incessant references to father. Oh heavens! Who on earth gave him the audacity? Shen Yu wore a grim expression, evidently disgusted by this man as well. He simply pressed his lips together and told him to leave before shutting the door. From that moment on, Su Qihua shamelessly approached Shen Yu several times, each time spouting shameless rhetoric, only to be sent away again. Perhaps Shen Yu's cold indifference to his heartfelt words left him utterly unmoved, his eyes perpetually filled with disdain. Gradually Su Qihua ceased his visits. The base buzzed with rumors that a level 6 zombie king had emerged in City B, and it was said that such a creature was capable of thought. A zombie king in City B? Xi Yu was utterly bewildered. She had no idea such a neighbor existed, and it seemed she would need to advise caution upon returning. No, the capital was aware of the zombie king's presence. How could the hotel staff remain oblivious? It must have left shortly after her visit. As the apocalypse stretched into its 7th month, a zombie king also appeared in City Y, coinciding with a distress signal from Dr. Guan Huisheng. He was a renowned biologist before the apocalypse, and could significantly contribute to vaccine research. Consequently, the upper echelon decided to dispatch an ability team for rescue. That day, Shen Yu ventured out alone in search of supplies. Over the past few months he had kept his water abilities at level 4, a modest yet competent level. His other abilities were all at level 5, while his mental powers had just recently broken through to level 6. In comparison to Zhou Lijun, who wielded abundant resources, Shen Yu, acting independently, was indeed extraordinarily formidable. Wow! This place has an abundance of food. We struck gold this time. Xi Yue followed Xi Yue to a household, where the owner had likely been a reviewer before the apocalypse. The room was filled with streaming equipment, and another room was stacked with boxes upon boxes of snacks, beverages, and instant meals. Xi Yue packed some snacks and drinks into his backpack, while storing the rest in his space. Though his expression remained impassive, Xi Yue sensed that his spirits were high. Exiting the neighborhood, Xi Yue wielded a baseball bat smeared with blood and slime, walking along the desolate street, followed by a bouncy Xi Yue who hummed a cheerful tune. After a short while, a military truck approached, and to Xi Yue's surprise, it came to a halt beside him. He continued on his path, devoid of curiosity. After a brief conversation, the military truck began to reverse, pulling up alongside him. Do you remember me? We've worked together on missions before. We are currently on a secret operation for the base, and the rewards are substantial. Would you like to join us? An ability user in the passenger seat called out to Xi Yue. Due to the urgency of the situation, the base's leaders had researched the location of Dr. Guan Huixing's lab, which was situated in a remote area likely devoid of zombies. They promptly dispatched a level 5 Earth ability user, and over 30 others with levels 3 and 4 to proceed. What secret operation? Xi Yue inquired as he approached the vehicle. The occupants exchanged glances with the driver, and upon receiving a nod of approval, one of them disembarked and whispered, "We are heading to the research facility to rescue Dr. Guan Huixing." He was a prominent biologist before the apocalypse, and with his knowledge, the base might finally be able to develop a vaccine. This mission is confidential, but I know you prefer working alone, which is why I wanted to invite you to join us. Xi Yue pondered for a moment before agreeing to join the mission. Taking a seat in the back of the military truck, rescuing Dr. Guan Huixing? Wasn't he the same individual that the temple and the suspected reincarnated woman were attempting to save? Wasn't Dr. Guan involved in human experimentation? Xi Yue's mind was awash with questions, sensing that events were taking an unexpected turn. Rest assured, Captain, I've encountered this kid numerous times. Although his water ability is only at level 4, he has devised many techniques and is not necessarily inferior in combat to a level 5. Moreover, he is truly a lone wolf. I've invited him multiple times, and he has always declined, never having seen him interact with anyone else. Apart from you, the rest of us in this vehicle possess comparatively low levels, so we need some assurance. At critical moments, we can use him as a shield. What a disgusting scheme. Xi Yue's anger flared as she listened to the passenger's words. Glancing at Xi Yue, who sat with his head bowed in the vehicle, she knew he must have heard those remarks, given his mental abilities. Could this mission be the reason Xi Yue ventured to City B? Little Shun. In just 2 weeks, you'll secure a stable position. Make sure to protect yourself. We'll withdraw shortly. Let us not play with them, all right? The truck rattled and bumped along for a day, with Xi Yue standing atop the vehicle, gazing at the mountains beyond, their once verdant foliage now withered, appearing barren and gray. As the military truck ventured deeper into the mountainous terrain, Xi Yue finally spotted a tall electric fence. They were nearing their destination. To her astonishment, Xi Yue had not left midway but had followed them to the research facility. Why was this happening? Confused and brimming with questions, she watched as they began to disembark. In the valley overrun with wild grass, the stark white building stood out prominently, marked by a sign indicating it was the XX Research Institute. As the sun began to set, they resolved to locate Dr. Guan before darkness enveloped the mountain. With Xi Yue and 3 level 3 ability users stationed at the entrance on lookout, the leader led the remaining 30 ability users into the research facility. Xi Yue surveyed the eerily silent surroundings, her heart heavy with unease as the situation deviated from expectation. After a tense 15 minutes, the usually reticent Xi Yue seemed to sense something amiss. He abruptly exclaimed, "Bring the vehicle in for extraction. A horde of mutated rats is approaching. Hurry." With that, he dashed towards the facility. The lookout, realizing Xi Yue was not jesting, hastened to start the vehicle. Xi Yue entered the research facility, using his mental prowess to locate the fleeing ability users. Run. There's a swarm of mutated rats behind us. Behind them loomed a horde of enormous rats, their crimson eyes glinting menacingly as they pursued relentlessly, accompanied by the distant, harrowing screams of those endowed with supernatural abilities. The leader bore the weight of a disheveled old man upon his shoulder, hastily erecting an earthen barrier while making a swift escape. Xi Yue unleashed a psychic assault upon the mutated rodent swarm. Upon being struck, the creatures reeled in agony, momentarily faltering. Yet, the sheer number of rats rendered this effort futile, as those in the rear trampled over their slowed comrades without hesitation. Xi Yue conjured walls of flame and ice to impede their advance, facilitating a retreat towards the military vehicle stationed at the exit. Out of 30 supernatural beings who entered the research facility, only 7 managed to emerge. Chapter 58. The Story of Xi Yue. The military vehicle sped away from the institute, its occupants gasping for breath as they lay sprawled within. I am profoundly grateful for your timely rescue, old man that I am. Had it not been for the significant progress in my research, I would never have sought assistance from the state, especially after the loss of so many innocent lives. Guo Huaixing lamented, his voice thick with emotion as he clutched a box tightly to his chest, his lab coat sullied and tattered. Xi Yue regarded the frail, haggard figure before her, struggling to reconcile the sincerity of his words with the notion that he was a scientist capable of conducting inhumane experiments. The surviving supernatural beings gazed eagerly at the box in his grasp. Doctor, have you developed the vaccine? The leader inquired with palpable excitement. Not yet. The institute lacks numerous essential components. I have discerned a promising direction, but further experimentation is imperative, Guo Huaixing replied, removing his glasses to wipe them clean. Upon hearing this, the leader promptly assured him, state your needs. We shall endeavor to accommodate them upon our arrival at the base. Are there others at the base? Is Dr. Fu Jiaxing present? Or Academician Wu Qiu or Academician Su Guoying? Regrettably no. We rushed to the Capital Research Institute first, but none of them were found. The current head of the base laboratory is Dr. Wang Yan. Alas, if only they were here. Wang Yan is still inadequate, Guo Huaixing sighed, shaking his head as he polished his glasses. Suddenly, the vehicle screeched to a halt, causing the occupants in the rear to lurch forward. What in the world is happening? Why the abrupt stop? The leader shouted, pounding on the partition. A resounding crash reverberated as their military vehicle was violently struck. A mutated tiger. Run. Cries of terror erupted from the front. The group disembarked hastily to assess the situation. The driver's seat was crushed inward, the driver reduced to a grotesque smear. The attacking mutated tiger towered 2 stories high, dominating the narrow mountain road, its blood-red eyes and razor-sharp teeth making it clear that it would not engage in reason, it would only attack relentlessly. The leader immediately retaliated with earthen spikes. But to his dismay, his 5th-level abilities were effortlessly shattered by the beast. This is dire. I may not stand a chance against it. Get the doctor to safety. I shall buy some time, he declared, launching himself at the creature to divert its attention. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining members swiftly ushered the doctor past the distracted tiger. Observing the leader's valiant efforts, Xi Yue refrained from revealing her own abilities, opting instead to flee with haste. In that moment, the sound of something piercing flesh echoed ominously. 2 tendrils, as if animated by a life of their own, pierced the hearts of the ability user carrying Guo Huaixing and his companion, draining their life essence. Xi Yue's pupils dilated in alarm as she severed the tendrils with a gust of wind, catching the falling Guo Huaixing just in time. Surrounding them, deep green vines rapidly encircled their forms. Xi Yue and the other supernatural beings fought desperately against the invasive tendrils. Yet one by one, they succumbed, their vitality siphoned away. Xi Yue, while engaging the enemy, employed her psychic abilities to seek the source of the tendrils, all the while safeguarding Guo Huaixing. When the battered leader finally arrived, Xi Yue entrusted Guo Huaixing to him, announcing her intent to confront the blood-sucking vines. In a final act of desperation, Xi Yue unleashed her powers to incinerate the malevolent vines, revealing a verdant 6th-level crystal core. After stowing the core in her spatial storage, she hurried back. Exhausted, Xi Yue arrived just in time to witness the leader's self-sacrifice against the mutated tiger, while Guo Huaixing cowered in a corner, clutching his box. After securing the nearly 6th-level crystal core from the slain beast, Xi Yue hoisted Guo Huaixing onto her back and pressed onward. Navigating the treacherous mountain terrain, they encountered a myriad of obstructive mutated flora and fauna, though thankfully, their levels were not as formidable as the vines or the tiger. Xi Yue guided Guo Huaixing safely to a nearby county. Dragging her weary body, she procured a vehicle and set off for the capital. How could this happen? How could you be the one to save him? Xi Yue exclaimed, her heart heavy upon witnessing Xi Yue, bloodied and pale. Xi Yue, disregarding the need to conceal her spatial abilities, prepared sustenance for Guo Huaixing. Her mind solely focused on returning him to safety, desperate to conclude this apocalyptic ordeal. After a day of relentless travel, they finally reached the heart of the capital. The vehicle sputtered its last drop of fuel, and Xi Yue, summoning her remaining strength, carried Guo to the base entrance. Upon sighting the gates, she finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. Upon regaining consciousness, "Come find me in B-City. Live a stable life as a worker, and do not overexert yourself," Xi Yue gently urged, patting Xi Yue's shoulder, her voice a whisper. At that moment, she remained blissfully unaware of the underlying tension, astonished that Guo Huaixing was the one Xi Yue had fought so fervently to save, explaining her earlier reaction. Following the timeline, once he recuperated, he would soon embark on his journey to B-City. The higher-ups at the base, upon receiving the news, promptly emerged to welcome Guo Huaixing. Paying no heed to the unconscious Xi Yue on the ground. "Is the laboratory prepared? Get him inside," Guo Huaixing commanded, gesturing toward Xi Yue. His tone, formerly imbued with earnestness and kindness, now bore an air of arrogance that rendered him almost unrecognizable. "What is the meaning of this? Where are they taking Xi Yue?" Xi Yue knelt beside Xi Yue, her heart racing with disbelief at Guo Huaixing's words. In short order, Xi Yue was placed upon a stretcher and covered with a white sheet. In the face of curious onlookers, the base announced, "Dr. Guan, who holds the greatest promise for developing a vaccine, has been rescued, but the rescue team suffered total casualties. The last supernatural being perished after bringing Dr. Guan back, prompting the base to decide upon a proper burial. What are these scoundrels babbling about?" Xi Yue seethed with fury. Unfortunately, the oblivious crowd, lacking any insight, assumed Xi Yue had died, bowing their heads in solemn tribute. Accompanied by several individuals, they entered a heavily secured laboratory. Upon opening a large door, a base official stated, "This is the laboratory we've prepared for you. Please let us know if you require anything. We will do our utmost to assist you." The spacious, pristine laboratory was replete with research equipment, featuring a surgical table at its center, alongside facilities for the researchers to wash and rest. "Leave me 2 assistants and place him upon the surgical table. You may all exit now," Guo Huaixing instructed, opening the metallic box he had brought. Revealing an array of vividly colored injectables within, he retrieved a transparent vial of serum and, with a deliberate motion, injected it into Xi Yue's neck. He then ambled towards the lounge. After freshening up and donning a new outfit, Guan Huaixing, wearing his frequently polished glasses, emerged from the resting area. He instructed 2 assistants to secure Xi Yue on the operating table, and with a series of audible clicks, the restraints were fastened. Guan Huaixing approached Xi Yue, whose limbs were immobilized, and administered another injection with a pale blue syringe. Chapter 59. The Story of Xi Yue 8. As the fluid coursed through his veins, Xi Yue's blood vessels began to writhe grotesquely, pulsating in a disturbing rhythm. That vile creature! Xi Yue stared in a daze, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xi Yue's vessels burst, transforming him into a ghastly figure drenched in blood, which flowed incessantly off the table. How could this be? Was this the torment Xi Yue had once endured? Xi Yue's eyes reddened as she gazed at him, trembling hands gently caressing his mangled face, whispering softly, "It's all right. It's all right. You will surely recover, you will escape to City B, and no one will ever harm you again." As she spoke, her voice cracked, and she began to sob uncontrollably. Xi Yue was not easily moved to tears. She would cry over novels and films, but those pale in comparison to the scene before her. The gentle and serene companion she once knew lay here, subjected to unimaginable agony, a sight that was simply unbearable. Guan Huaixing observed the ruptured vessels of Xi Yue, and to his astonishment, the wounds began to heal gradually, his eyes alight with madness and exhilaration. In the ensuing days, Xi Yue remained unconscious, yet his injuries slowly mended. Guan Huaixing procured a piece of metal from the laboratory that could nullify supernatural abilities, crafting a collar and a pair of handcuffs from it. Those who had been restrained by it could no longer wield even a shred of their powers, and he happily affixed it onto Xi Yue. Upon awakening, Xi Yue found himself in an observation room, waves of pain coursing through his body, while a figure behind the glass observed him, documenting something. Lowering his gaze to his shackled hands, he realized he could not access his abilities, and he hung his head, concealing his thoughts. Xi Yue watched him, uncertain of what to say, and could only gently embrace him, patting his back in silent comfort, even though he remained oblivious to her presence. Days passed, and the laboratory personnel merely brought meals and continued to observe Xi Yue, administering no further injections. Since awakening, He had not uttered a single word, his exquisitely handsome face marred by numerous ghastly wounds. Each time food was served, he diligently consumed every morsel. Yes. Only by eating can we gather strength to escape. Those wretched fools, I hope I never see them in the hotel. Xi Yue tirelessly encouraged him daily, even if Xi Yue could not hear her. As the next experiment commenced, Guan Huixing instructed his assistants and then departed. Xi Yue felt an ominous premonition and decided to follow one of the assistants to discern his intentions. I truly hope this experiment succeeds. Let us swiftly bring an end to this apocalypse. Indeed, it has been 9 months since the onset of this calamity, and in 2 months, the new year will arrive. How nostalgic it is to remember the celebrations of the new year. 9 months. Xi Yue stood frozen, listening to the conversation between the two assistants. Hadn't Xi Yue encountered her just over 8 months ago? How could it possibly be 9 months now? The laboratory was as bright as day, and Xi Yue could not stray too far from Xi Yue, and being an observer, she had lost all sense of time, though. This is something that happened in a past life. No matter how reluctant she was to believe it, the undeniable truth was laid bare. Xi Yue had indeed been reborn. Guan Huixing awaited at the operating table, calling out to his assistants, "Bring him out." "Yes, doctor." One assistant hurried to the observation room and escorted Xi Yue out. This assistant, possessing superhuman strength, effortlessly dragged Xi Yue along. Strangely, Xi Yue offered no resistance, complying willingly. He lay on the operating table, turning his head to quietly observe Guan Huixing. "Do not look at me like that. I am doing this for humanity. You must possess abilities of every kind. You are the perfect subject for my experiments. If I develop the vaccine, you will be hailed as a hero. All you need to do is cooperate with me." Ignoring the derision in Xi Yue's gaze, Guan Huixing took the syringe from the assistant and injected it into Xi Yue's neck. As Xi Yue slipped into unconsciousness, the assistant removed his restraining collar and handcuffs, securing him to the operating table with the apparatus. Guan Huixing produced a sinister black syringe and injected it into Xi Yue's bloodstream. As the liquid surged forth, Xi Yue began to convulse, his veins darkening, the inky tendrils creeping swiftly up his body until they reached his face. One side of his visage was overtaken by the blackened markings, while the other remained pristine, and soon he began to expel black blood, writhing violently on the table before gradually coming to a halt. "Doctor, what is happening?" The assistant hesitated, gazing at the horrifying scene before him. "It has failed, partially. He has transformed into a half-human, half-corpse. I must revise the serum. Take him back for observation." The assistant resecured Xi Yue in handcuffs and the restraining collar, returning him to the observation room. Indeed, upon awakening, one of Xi Yue's eyes had turned a ghastly red, casting an eerie glare upon those who gazed at him. System. Will he die like this? Xi Yue's mind was a blank as she beheld Xi Yue's half-corpse state. Not yet. This implied that he would continue to endure torment for a prolonged period, did it not? Yes. In the subsequent 2 years, Xi Yue bore the weight of all living experiments within the laboratory, enduring one brutal trial after another. Guan Huixing was unable to discern the cause of Xi Yue's transformation into a half-human, half-corpse, and the modified serums proved utterly ineffective, leading him to gradually spiral into madness. Time and again, he would dissect Xi Yue's heart, contemplating whether Xi Yue would perish without it. Just days prior, Xi Yue had overheard him instructing an assistant to prepare the instruments, intending to open Xi Yue's skull to ascertain whether the half-human, half-corpse possessed a core. Xi Yue had exhausted her tears over the past 2 years, each time collapsing in despair to embrace Xi Yue, pouring out her heart to him as if her words could somehow lessen his suffering or alleviate her own. Perhaps Guan Huixing had finally resolved to proceed with his deranged plan to open Xi Yue's skull. The assistant, dragging the emaciated, filthy Xi Yue, prepared to inject him once more. Placing him on the operating table, he removed Xi Yue's handcuffs and restraining collar, and as he readied to fasten the locks of the table, a pale hand landed upon his arm. The assistant turned to meet a pair of cold, piercing eyes. Before he could utter a scream, his neck was twisted, ending his life instantly. Over the past 2 years, Xi Yue had been subjected to powerful anesthetics, and his body had gradually developed a resistance. Seizing the opportunity, he broke free from the shackles of the restraining collar, finally able to access his abilities. Silently, he snapped the neck of another assistant and approached the deranged Guan Huixing from behind. Using his mental prowess, he restrained Guan Huixing to the operating table, pouring various colored serums into his mouth. Guan Huixing's eyes widened, filled with shock and desperation. Xi Yue observed him with a smile, relishing the sight of his futile struggles. Amidst Guan Huixing's anguished expressions, Xi Yue brandished a scalpel and sliced open his heart. The vibrant red organ continued to beat vigorously. Xi Yue gazed intently for an extended moment, his voice hoarse as he uttered the first words he had spoken in 2 years. Yes, it is black. Guan Huixing, after enduring excruciating torment, met his demise with wide-open eyes. Xi Yue obliterated everything within the laboratory, charging out the door, leaving a trail of blood and bodies in his wake, his cold gaze brimming with unrestrained malice. Chapter 60. The tale of Xi Yue. Xi Yue dispatched every individual who dared to impede his progress, transforming the research facility into a gruesome tableau of blood and corpses. Xi Yue, we must leave. We need to get out of here. Xi Yue felt a surge of relief as Xi Yue managed to escape the laboratory, deriving a perverse satisfaction from witnessing his torment of Guan Huixing. However, as she observed him leisurely traversing the institute, her concern grew that skilled adversaries would soon converge upon him. Xi Yue methodically slaughtered his way through one laboratory after another, ultimately leaving behind an eerie silence. He unleashed several fireballs, igniting the research facility before departing from that accursed place. In this world, 2 years later, the city lay desolate and decayed. Xi Yue wandered aimlessly alongside Xi Yue, burdened by the zombie virus coursing through her veins, enduring daily agonizing struggles. This man, who could withstand having his heart exposed, remained unflinching even as the virus inflicted relentless suffering upon him. He tirelessly exterminated zombies, striving to enhance his abilities, while the dark patterns on one side of his face crept ominously across to the other side. Have you heard? Dawn has unleashed a half-zombie, obliterating the entire base research facility. It is said that this half-zombie was once a creature of the undead, transformed by Dr. Guan Huixing's 2 years of research into a half-human, half-zombie, yet he ultimately succumbed to madness. Alas! What shall we do now? What of those scientists? All perished. The capital has issued a warrant for the extermination of this half-zombie. If it weren't for this damned half-zombie, perhaps the vaccine would have already been developed. Now? All hope is lost. How utterly detestable these zombies are. Must humanity truly face extinction? It seems that the zombie king in City Y has reached level 7. I wonder if the deity of Dawn has also upgraded, as the zombies grow increasingly formidable. Listening to their conversation, Xi Yue turned away in disdain. How shameless they are. To label you a zombie and pursue you. Xi Yue's face flushed with anger as she absorbed their words. Xi Yue remained unfazed by their taunts, seeking out zombie-infested areas to continue his pursuit of power. Months passed, and at long last, Xi Yue's mental prowess reached level 7, while his other abilities stood at level 6. Only his healing ability, which had previously regressed to level 4, had barely ascended to level 5, marking no further progress. Half-zombie. At last I have found you. A group of ability users suddenly materialized, encircling Xi Yue. One among them, clad in a pristine white shirt and black trousers, stood out for his remarkable cleanliness. He was Wen Yan. What brings Wen Yan to hunt Xi Yue? Xi Yue was taken aback, scanning the surroundings for Liang Yi. But to no avail. It dawned on her that they had encountered each other at a hotel, which was now non-existent, leading to their separation. Half of Xi Yue's face was obscured by hair, yet the visible portion was strikingly handsome, his eyes glistening like precious gems. At that moment, he cast a cold glance at the encroaching figures before unleashing his powers upon them. One by one he hurled the ability users aside, leaving only Wen Yan, a formidable level 7 metal user, standing. Wen Yan attacked Xi Yue with reckless abandon, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. After incapacitating Wen Yan, Xi Yue chose not to kill them but instead departed, seeking a more secluded city in which to continue his ascent. Year after year passed, and in the course of 4 years, numerous righteous individuals sought to eliminate Xi Yue, only to be cast aside one by one. Since leaving the research facility, Xi Yue had not taken a single life, even as Wen Yan relentlessly pursued him like a tenacious parasite. The last time he encountered Wen Yan, the latter was inexplicably tethered to a zombie, which he had managed to clean up somewhat, though its decayed visage rendered it unrecognizable from its former self. Xi Yue instinctively sensed that the zombie was Liang Yi. I know you can speak. Can you tell me why you destroyed the research facility? The vaccine was nearly complete. Could you not have waited? I had received permission to transform her into a being like you. Why could you not have waited? Wen Yan, who had relentlessly attacked Xi Yue over the years without uttering a word, finally spoke. Fake. The vaccine is a lie, Xi Yue replied hoarsely, though his words were barely above a whisper. When Yan heard him, the vaccine is fake. How did you become like this? You are deceiving me. The one Yan before Xi Yue was a far cry from the gentle, amicable man she once knew. His eyes burned crimson as he roared at Xi Yue. His features contorted in rage. Xi Yue regarded Wen Yan with calm detachment. Because I am human. Wen Yan stood there, staring at Xi Yue for what felt like an eternity. Over the years, the dark patterns on Xi Yue's face had spread to cover 2/3 of his skin, and the remaining amber eye had developed a hint of crimson. Finally, Wen Yan laughed, tears streaming down his cheeks. He wiped them away, saying nothing as he led the zombie, Liang Yi, away slowly. Each day, Xi Yue faced relentless waves of ability users, growing increasingly weary. Ultimately, he journeyed southward to the vicinity of City B, intending to linger for a time in the city overrun by the undead. Kill him. This little beast thinks he can escape. Let us have him for dinner first. No need for all this fuss. Ah, my hand. My hand. As dusk approached, Xi Yue stumbled upon a scene in an alley where 6 or 7 ability users were besieging a child who appeared to be around 10 years old. The child, undeterred by the onslaught, unleashed vicious and lethal strikes, swiftly severing one assailant's arm with a gust of wind. Though the child's ability level seemed superior to that of his attackers, the overwhelming numbers ultimately led to his capture, ensnared by vines due to overexertion. A brutish man approached, delivering a resounding slap. Damn. Today my friends and I shall indulge. I have yet to feast on an ability user. The bound boy, covered in wounds and spitting blood, maintained an expressionless demeanor, his pitch-black eyes fixated on the man. The man, unnerved by the child's unwavering gaze, struck again. You enjoy watching, do you? I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Let me at him. I'll break a hand and pluck out both eyes. Then we'll roast him alive. Upon hearing their words, the child did not weep or beg for mercy. He merely stared at them with an intensity that suggested he intended to etch their faces into his memory. This group of brutes intended to consume human flesh. From their tone, it was evident that such acts were not new to them, and the child appeared vaguely familiar. Xi Yue observed the solitary, wolf-like child kneeling on the ground, a sense of recognition washing over her. Ooh, why can't I move? Me neither. Damn it. Don't hide. Come out. Xi Yue halted just behind the kneeling child. The ability users, preoccupied with the boy, only noticed a tall man emerging from the shadows. Clad in a loose hoodie, his face obscured by the hood, rendering him indistinguishable in the dim alley. What do you intend to do? Surely you don't intend to save this wretched little creature, do you? The menacing leader, a figure exuding an aura of intimidation, cast a disdainful glance at the slender form of Xi Yue, momentarily unperturbed, even laughing derisively. Do you truly feel pity for him? Ha ha ha. He has laid waste to the B City base, causing untold suffering to many. The audacity to feel sorry for him is utterly laughable. Chapter 61. The tale of Xi Yue concludes. This little beast has sullied the B City base with blades tainted by the blood of the undead, infecting numerous souls. He wielded his wind-based abilities to manipulate the blades, slicing through flesh without the victim even perceiving the pain before their transformation. He carried out this heinous act for 5 days before being discovered. Can you fathom how many lives were tainted in that time? The base lies in ruins because of him. Do you not think he deserves to perish? He is nothing short of a demon. The man's fervor escalated, his voice rising with each word, veins bulging upon his forehead. They all deserve death, and so do you. If I get another chance, I shall be even more vigilant and eradicate every one of you. The small child knelt upon the ground, back straight as an arrow, his tone remarkably calm yet resolute. Xi Yue approached the leader of the ability users, removing his hat. As the man finally beheld Xi Yue's visage, his eyes widened in disbelief, words caught in his throat, leaving him gasping for breath in fear. Observing the man's absurd expression, Xi Yue smirked, pulling his hat back down, and with a swift motion, severed the vines restraining the child. Having exhausted his powers, the child struggled to rise, bracing himself against the ground. He produced a dagger from his garments and advanced towards the leader of the ability users. With merciless precision, he plunged the dagger into the leader's heart, once, twice. Thrice the leader, rendered immobile and voiceless, his face contorted in horror, fell backward, his eyes wide with terror. The child withdrew the blade and turned towards the next individual, who displayed a blend of fear and pleading. In that moment, the alley reverberated with the sounds of daggers piercing flesh, mingling with the metallic scent of blood. Xi Yue observed the grim spectacle before turning to leave. The child sheathed his dagger and called after him, "I am Qianlele. What is your name? I shall repay you." Without glancing back, Xi Yue vanished into the shadows of the alley. Qianlele. The little emperor? Xi Yue recalled the visage of Qianlele and recognized an uncanny resemblance to the child before her. No wonder she felt a sense of familiarity. Contemplating the words of the ability users and Qianlele's palpable hatred towards them, Xi Yue began to comprehend the fate that awaited Fang Guohua and Fang Xiaojun. This B-City base was etched into her memory. Night descended, enveloping the city in darkness, even the moon concealed behind a shroud of clouds. Xi Yue huddled upon the meticulously clean bed, eyes firmly shut, his body twitching slightly, hair clinging to his sweat-drenched forehead. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed into the room. Xi Yue opened his eyes, revealing crimson pupils, intricate black patterns sprawling across his face, lending him an air of grotesque malevolence. While the skin beneath began to dim and gray, Xi Yue understood that he was on the verge of becoming a true zombie. Over the years, the Dawn base had dispatched numerous ability users to eliminate Xi Yue, yet they had only witnessed his burgeoning strength. The higher-ups, anxious about creating a sentient zombie king, sought out Zhou Lijun from the temple, imploring him to terminate Xi Yue. Disheartened by his romantic failures, Zhou Lijun, after learning of Xi Yue's prowess and the benefits offered by the upper echelons, took up the banner of humanity to confront Xi Yue. Pursued by a cadre of ability users, Xi Yue remained unfazed. When Zhou Lijun finally located him, Xi Yue lounged languidly in the sun on an empty street. Without hesitation, Zhou Lijun unleashed a psychic assault. Xi Yue, well versed in such ambushes, effortlessly countered with his mental fortitude. Zhou Lijun, realizing that this half-zombie was stronger than anticipated, resorted to his rarely used lightning abilities, striking out with electric whips. As a 7th-level dual ability user, Zhou Lijun had yet to break into the 8th level, while Xi Yue had already attained that rank in psychic abilities, rendering the outcome of their confrontation inevitable. Ultimately, Zhou Lijun found himself ensnared by Xi Yue's vines, flung aside like refuse. Whether out of embarrassment or confidence in Xi Yue's restraint, Zhou Lijun made repeated attempts to ambush him. Thus, Xi Yue's days devolved into a monotonous cycle of eating, sleeping, and thwarting Zhou Lijun's attacks. Perhaps wearied by this existence, Xi Yue, after one final ambush, broke both of Zhou Lijun's arms and sent him flying further away. From that day forth he ceased his pursuits. One night, after enduring a harrowing ordeal, Xi Yue suddenly sat upright in bed, gazing out the window with an inscrutable expression. Xi Yue heard the chilling wails of countless zombies echoing from B-City, sending shivers down her spine. What could be happening? She looked at Xi Yue, a sense of unease settling within her. As dawn broke, Xi Yue began his journey towards B-City. Upon rounding a corner, Xi Yue spotted a severed hand lying in the middle of the road, adorned with a jade ring upon its thumb. This was the hand of the ability user who had attacked Xi Yue days prior. Xi Yue vividly remembered the ring, a rare black dragon-patterned piece. Sure enough, as they pressed on, they stumbled upon the grotesquely disfigured body of Zhou Lijun, his remains ravaged by the undead, intestines strewn across the ground, and his skull seemingly drained of its essence. Despite having witnessed innumerable battles and zombies alongside Xi Yue, this was her first encounter with such a visceral scene, prompting her to instinctively shield her eyes. Suddenly sensing a disturbance, Xi Yue lowered her hands and looked up. A vast horde of zombies surged forth from B-City. Xi Yue, surveying the dense congregation of undead, paused momentarily before striding toward them. Xi Yue, what are you doing? Are you intending to join the zombie army? You wouldn't dare confront such a multitude of them, would you? Xi Yue trailed behind him, her anxiety intensifying to the point of tears. She had a sinking feeling she understood Xi Yue's intentions. This was the past, events that had already transpired, and Xi Yue was fully aware. Yet she felt it was unjust. In his moments of anguish, no one had come to his aid. Those who were privy to the truth remained silent, while the oblivious sought his demise. Yet he had never committed any wrongdoing. Xi Yue believed that Xi Yue's animosity towards the world was entirely justified. Even if he were to lead a counteroffensive with the zombie horde against humanity, she would find no fault in that. But why must he be so benevolent? As Xi Yue advanced, he released his psychic energy, causing the distant horde to halt in unison. Approaching closer, the zombies parted like the Red Sea, revealing a diminutive child zombie emerging from their ranks. Xi Yue observed the intense exchange between Xi Yue and the child zombie, before the two suddenly clashed. Xi Yue grappled with the child zombie, drawing them further away, while the horde behind them descended into chaos, scattering with anguished cries. The child zombie not only possesses an 8th-level psychic ability, but has also awakened 7th-level spatial and speed powers, making it a triadic zombie king. Xi Yue, enduring the agonizing rampage of the virus within, was pursued by the zombie king for an entire day and night, ultimately escaping to City M. He finally halted at the entrance of a dilapidated neighborhood, gazing at the faded name of the complex with a melancholic expression. The zombie king, driven by greed and excitement, approached him from behind, reaching for his faintly beating heart. Xi Yue offered no resistance, allowing the zombie king to extract his heart. However, in a moment of the king's lowered guard, he unleashed all his energy to shatter its psychic barrier, swiftly severing its head. Xi Yue murmured, her voice trembling as she beheld the gaping wound in Xi Yue's chest. She understood this was his choice. He did not wish to become a zombie. Each day, he fought valiantly against the virus, yet to no avail, as his body succumbed entirely to zombification. Once his healing powers vanished, he would lose his sanity, transforming irrevocably into a mindless monster. Xi Yue entered the neighborhood and seated himself beside an old flower bed. Xi Yue joined him, basking in the sun's warmth. It seemed as if something descended from the sky, landing softly on Xi Yue's shoulder before fading away. It was snowing. Sun snow. Xi Yue, filled with wonder, stood up to observe the increasing flurry of snowflakes. It had been ages since she had witnessed snow, gazing at the pristine flakes swirling in the sunlight. A faint smile graced Xi Yue's once grotesque visage as he shattered his zombie core with his psychic force. The infant Xi Yue had been carried into this neighborhood by old Xin, and today, the 30-year-old Xi Yue would remain here forever. Xi Yue leaned against Xi Yue's frail shoulder, whispering softly as the scenery behind them began to fade and fracture. Chapter 62. The Jade Pendant Filled with Grain. By 7 in the morning, with dawn barely breaking, Xi Yue awoke after only 3 or 4 hours of sleep. During these past days outside, his thoughts often drifted to Xi Yue, wondering what she was doing, what she had eaten, and if she had encountered any troubles. Such unfamiliar feelings were entirely foreign to him. After freshening up, Xi Yue prepared to head to the second floor to pack some breakfast, eagerly awaiting Xi Yue's awakening, so they could share a meal together. As Xi Yue opened her eyes, she found herself staring at the familiar ceiling, feeling somewhat dazed. She touched the soft, fluffy blanket covering her, realizing she had awakened from a dream. Coming back to her senses, she hastily dashed out of her room without even slipping on her slippers. In the living room, Xi Yue arranged the breakfast he had brought back onto the dining table. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned to see Xi Yue standing barefoot in the doorway, her hair cascading around her. He frowned slightly, ready to speak, but was taken aback by the expression on Xi Yue's face, a blend of tears and laughter, before she ultimately broke down in sobs. "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Or something happened? Why aren't you wearing shoes?" Xi Yue felt a rush of panic and hurriedly approached her, gently wiping her tears, intent on leading her back to her room to put on her shoes. Seeing the tender and kind-hearted Xi Yue bit her lip and shook her head. "Xi Yue, why are you so wonderful?" Xi Yue, perplexed by her sudden sentiment, could not grasp the situation. "Is it not good? Would you like to have breakfast? Let us put on your shoes first, and then you can tell me what happened, all right?" He spoke softly, patting her back with an unrecognized gentleness. It is well known that when one is sad or aggrieved, the more gentle the comfort, the more they tend to weep. Xi Yue was no exception. She found herself unable to control her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Upon hearing Xi Yue's words, she nodded through her sniffles. Xi Yue lifted Xi Yue, seating her on the sofa before fetching her slippers from her room. As she sat there still sniffling, she watched him intently. Once her shoes were on, Xi Yue sat beside her, and she gazed at him, pouting her lips, tears welling up anew in her eyes. Xi Yue wrapped his arms around her gently, patting her back in a soothing rhythm. As her sobs gradually subsided, Xi Yue went to the bathroom, wringing out a towel to help her wipe her face. "Would you care to share what happened?" Xi Yue asked softly, carefully dabbing at her swollen eyes. Xi Yue sniffled, her voice muffled. "I had a nightmare. It was terrifying." Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were slightly red, and tears clung to her lashes, causing Xi Yue's heart to soften. He brushed back a stray lock of hair from her cheek and whispered, "Are you feeling any better now?" Then, with a hint of concern, he added, "I packed breakfast from the restaurant, but I worried you might not like it." "I like everything you ordered," Xi Yue replied hastily. Xi Yue chuckled softly, his deep voice resonating like a melodious echo, his amber eyes seemingly immersed in a galaxy of stars, capable of ensnaring one's soul. Xi Yue found herself momentarily entranced, her heart racing uncontrollably. Indeed, the novels were not mistaken. Beauty could truly be mesmerizing. Snapping back to reality, her cheeks flushed crimson, Xi Yue hurriedly exclaimed, "I'll go freshen up. Is the restaurant crowded? We could call them for delivery next time." Xi Yue nibbled on a soup dumpling, carefully blowing on it. "It's quite busy, but when I went, I happened to spot Liang Yi, is that her name? And her boyfriend at their table." Xi Yue savored a delicious bite of the dumpling, the delectable broth soothing her spirit, then pushed the dumpling toward Xi Yue, saying, "This is so delicious. You must try it." "Yes, Liang Yi. The past few days while you were away, I often dined with her and her boyfriend, Wen Yan. They really don't act like people." Xi Yue picked up a dumpling, raising an eyebrow at her latter comment. "What do you mean by that?" "They're all about showing affection." I felt like a massive light bulb in the middle of their romantic glow. "Just joking, they're really kind." Liang Yi noticed I was a bit lonely and always invited me to join them. As she spoke, Xi Yue suddenly hesitated and asked, "Did anything happen while you were out?" Xi Yue looked up, smiling. "Take a look at this." He retrieved a neatly folded towel from his space, gesturing for Xi Yue to open it. As she unfolded the towel, she revealed a jade pendant of deep green hue, remarkably translucent, resembling a pool of emerald water, exuding an air of luxury. Xi Yue gazed up at him, puzzled, unable to decipher his intentions. "Look at the back." Upon inspecting the pendant, she discovered a small character etched into the back, Mu. Mu. What does it mean? "It's a peace pendant." Xi Yue's eyes lit up as realization struck. "Lin Muyan. You didn't acquire this from her cousin, did you?" "Indeed, her cousin is somewhat peculiar." Xi Yue set down his chopsticks and continued. "I found that the Dawn Temple was selling rice, and those semi-finished grains were all provided by her cousin, filling an entire warehouse. However, curiously, I didn't sense any energy fluctuations from her, unless her abilities surpass mine, or she possesses no abilities at all." As Xi Yue listened, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Gazing at the jade pendant in her hand, could it truly be a spiritual spring space? "I've encountered a golden finger that only existed in novels. It's truly a rare sight. Powers. What do I resemble to you? Zombies. Do I exist in your novel?" I recall Lin Muyan mentioning that she hails from City C, known for its thriving rice cultivation prior to the apocalypse. Logically, after the establishment of the base, they would have immediately sought provisions in the granaries. After all, the granaries in City C could easily sustain 1 million people for a decade. Yet astonishingly, there are only a few tens of thousands of survivors in the entire City C, subsisting on sweet potatoes and potatoes. This indicates that they glean nothing from the granaries. Are you implying that what Lin Shuyu produced is indeed the grain from City C's granary? This suggests that the jade pendant contains an abundance of food. Goodness. Xi Yue hastily returned the pendant to the table, fearing it might shatter. This is sustenance for tens of thousands of survivors. One must be exceedingly cautious. Xi Yue immediately recalled having heard in a fleeting dream that City C seemed to be faring quite well, with many survivors, which starkly contrasts the current situation. Thus, without Lin Shuyu's intervention in her past life, they managed to find food. This enigmatic individual, whether reborn or traversing realms, is truly infuriating. Xi Yue cleared the dining table, washing the dishes while responding. "This is my conjecture. I am unsure if this pendant indeed possesses a spatial attribute, but Lin Shuyu holds it in high regard." Xi Yue checked the hotel check-in information, and discovered that Lin Muyan's room was illuminated in red. She had not ventured outside. "Let us go find Lin Muyan. Once we return it to its rightful owner, we shall ascertain the validity of your conjecture." Chapter 63. Truly, she embodies the essence of a protagonist. After Xi Yue changed into a fresh outfit, she spent an inordinate amount of time gazing into the mirror, feeling as though her eyes appeared somewhat swollen. "Xi Yue, do my eyes look terribly puffy?" The girl, with her porcelain complexion and rosy lips, had slightly swollen apricot-shaped eyes, with a hint of redness at the tip of her nose and the corners of her eyes. Yet this did not detract from her beauty, rather, it rendered her all the more pitiable. Observing Xi Yue's focused gaze, Xi Yue felt her cheeks flush slightly and, feeling a bit awkward, she moistened her lips and said, You look lovely, not at all unattractive." Xi Yue's gaze darkened slightly as she earnestly replied, looking into her eyes. Then let us depart quickly. With that, Xi Yue rushed out the door. Is there something amiss? Lin Muyan, surprised to see Xi Yue and Xi Yue seeking her out, inquired. Xi Yue produced the jade pendant, asking, "Does this look familiar to you? Is this not Lin Shuyu's jade pendant? How did it end up in your possession?" Lin Muyan replied, "Come in. The room is a bit disordered, please excuse me." Upon seeing the pendant, a multitude of thoughts raced through Lin Muyan's mind. Could it be that Lin Shuyu had come to the hotel again? Xi Yue and Xi Yue settled into the chairs by the floor-to-ceiling window, offering the pendant to her. "Take a closer look at this pendant. There is a character engraved on the back." Lin Muyan accepted the pendant and, upon seeing the character Mu inscribed on the back, her expression shifted dramatically. But I have never seen this pendant before. Lin Shuyu, having lost her parents in a car accident at the tender age of 5 or 6, grew up in my household. My parents, feeling pity for her at such a young age, treated her exceptionally well, ensuring she had everything I possessed. In our childhood, due to our identical possessions, she would secretly swap out mine when she broke something. After enduring this once or twice, I could no longer tolerate it and confronted her. Lin Muyan, stroking the pendant, seemed to be lost in recollection. Eventually my parents found out. My father scolded me for not being understanding and not accommodating my sister. My mother harbored some resentment towards me as well, but from then on, I labeled everything that belonged to me, and for clothing, I wrote my name on the collar. Eventually, it became a habit for my parents to include our names when gifting us separate presents. Xi Yue furrowed her brow, voicing her confusion. Why purchase identical items? Couldn't you have differing styles or colors? Lin Muyan shook her head with a smile. That was not permissible, whatever I had. She insisted on having an exact replica, even if it was of superior quality. Isn't that peculiar? To this day, I still cannot fathom the reasoning behind it. I once saw this pendant around her neck. It left a deep impression on me. The quality and type of jade indicated it was quite valuable, far beyond what my family could afford, and it certainly wasn't a legacy from her parents, who were not well off. When she noticed me admiring her pendant, she became extremely anxious, and thereafter, she kept it hidden beneath her clothing, revealing it only that once. Lin Muyan's expression grew strange. Before the apocalypse, my parents continually urged me to take good care of her, even stating that the family assets would be divided between us. I never imagined they would leave me with this. I had no clue such a pendant existed in our household. They actually inscribed a character on this pendant. Could it be, Xi Yue pondered, that it originally did not appear this way? Having read countless novels, Xi Yue noted that such golden fingers typically appear unremarkable before the apocalypse in fiction. What do you mean? And where did you acquire this? Have you read any novels? The ones where the protagonist is reborn and possesses a magical jade pendant with spatial capabilities? We suspect that this pendant may contain a space, and your cousin might very well be a reborn individual, or perhaps she has traversed into a narrative. Xi Yue gestured toward Xi Yue, who stood beside her. Lin Muyan's eyes widened at Xi Yue's words. She had never tolerated spicy food before, unable to handle even a hint of spice, and would experience allergic reactions to nuts. After the apocalypse, however, she developed a taste for spicy foods and was unaffected by peanuts, leading me to believe she had awakened some special ability, as her demeanor and actions had changed drastically. It turned out she was an entirely different person. Everything suddenly made sense. Xi Yue gazed at Lin Muyan, her eyes sparkling. Wow, if she truly is traversing a narrative, then you might very well be the protagonist of that story. Lin Muyan laughed, waving her hand dismissively. How can I be considered a protagonist? For over 20 years, I have been utterly ordinary. Where is the semblance of a heroine in my life? Please do not jest. Xi Yue looked at her stunningly beautiful face and her alluring figure, then glanced down at her own, momentarily at a loss for words. Is this some form of humility? It seems that the goddess of creation bestowed her talents upon you alone. Do you truly consider yourself unremarkable? Does your conscience not ache? Lin Muyan examined the pendant closely. If this is indeed a space, how might one access it? Perhaps we should try the blood method? That is how it is depicted in novels, but it may have already been activated by Lin Shuyu's blood, making it uncertain whether it will work. Lin Muyan retrieved a sewing kit provided by the hotel, pricking her finger to extract a droplet of blood, and allowing it to fall onto the pendant. Xi Yue and Lin Muyan intently observed the pendant for any changes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. A minute passed. Yet the blood droplet remained unchanged. Xi Yue scratched her head, frowning in contemplation. Should we perhaps try a few more drops? Is it insufficient? Lin Muyen found this reasoning sound and pricked her finger a couple more times, squeezing out 4 or 5 droplets of blood. It changed. It absorbed it. Xi Yue, fixated on the pendant, was the first to notice when Lin Muyen squeezed out 3 droplets. The pendant began to absorb them. After absorbing the blood, the pendant emanated a blinding light before vanishing entirely. Xi Yue, witnessing the pendant's disappearance, abruptly lifted her gaze to Lin Muyen, wanting to say something but rendered speechless by astonishment. To her surprise, a red mole had appeared at the outer corner of Lin Muyen's eye, glistening like a drop of blood, enhancing her beauty even further. Good heavens! Truly remarkable. As the protagonist endowed with a magical artifact, she appears even more dazzling. The pendant is gone? What should we do? Lin Muyen expressed her dismay. Xi Yue regarded her with an odd look. You have acquired a new mole at the outer corner of your left eye. Why not try silently wishing to enter the space? Lin Muyen touched her new mole, and, concentrating on entering the space, she instantly vanished from the room. In an instant, a living person vanished before Xi Yue's eyes. Despite her mental preparation, she was still startled and immediately grasped the toolman Xi Yue beside her. Upon witnessing such an extraordinary scene, a shadow crossed Xi Yue's eyes. Upon entering the room, he had enveloped the area with his mental power. Yet he was astonished to discover that the jade pendant could obstruct his abilities, allowing others to enter undetected. It seemed Lin Shuyu had failed to master the pendant properly, rendering her ineffective. Meanwhile, far away at dawn, Lin Shuyu returned to her room, her heart racing with unease. During breakfast, she had sensed the departure of something significant, leaving her breathless with anxiety. Ever since the mysterious figure had appeared 2 days prior, Zhou Lijun had sent her numerous crystal nuclei, attempting to help her restore her spatial abilities, yet she remained devoid of any powers. Previously, she had concealed the crystal nuclei within her space, providing an illusion of capability, but now she was at a loss on how to maintain that facade. She was convinced that the enigmatic figure was an admirer of Lin Muyen, for otherwise, how could they possess such knowledge and seek her out? Cursed be Lin Muyen for not perishing. Why must he disrupt her newfound peace even after leaving? After her daily curses directed at Lin Muyen, Lin Shuyu sat on her bed, staring vacantly at the crystal nuclei. If all else failed, she would need to find an opportunity to leave, retrieve the jade pendant, and then return to seek Zhou Lijun. Chapter 64. All are laborers. After a while, Lin Muyen appeared in the room with a cup of water, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. The space was vast beyond measure. It contained an abundance of rice, the origin of which Lin Shuyu had managed to obtain was a mystery. There were also numerous crystal nuclei and supplies. A small spring was present, from which she filled a cup. Could this be Lin Shuyu's mutated water ability? Xi Yue took the cup from her hand, only to find it contained ordinary water, devoid of any refreshing scent, and silently inquired of the system. Low-grade spiritual spring water, containing a certain degree of healing energy, with slight cleansing effects. It appeared to possess healing properties with a hint of purifying capabilities. I observed her extracting a few drops daily. It turned out she had stored so much. Xi Yue mused that this bookish girl seemed somewhat stingy. By the way, do you know of the Sea City base? Of course, I am originally from Sea City. After the apocalypse, I intended to go to the Sea City base, but I ended up wandering with Lin Shuyu instead. The people who moved in from outside must be from the Sea City base. Are you aware of the granary in Sea City? Lin Muyen immediately grasped the implication. The rice in their space belonged to the granary in Sea City. Xi Yue nodded. That is our conjecture. But we cannot be certain. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Muyen affirmed, your guess is correct. I have been with her since the apocalypse began. It is impossible for her to possess such a large quantity of food. Either she rushed to the granary on the very day of the apocalypse, and then returned home, or she acquired it shortly after arriving at Dawn Base during the rescue mission for Dr. Guan. However, she lacks offensive abilities and would not leave the temple to seek out the granary alone. If the temple knew, they would not allow her to hold on to so much food. Thus, it must be from the granary in Sea City. Lin Muyen looked at Xi Yue, hesitating to speak, before smiling. This food is too hot to handle. It should be returned to its rightful place. Could you assist me in introducing me to the base leader? Xi Yue exchanged a knowing smile with her, while Xin Yu, who had remained silent, continued to act like a wooden figure. Descending from the upper floor, Xi Yue went to his front desk job. Xu Yu and Lin Muyan made their way to the office building across from the hotel. Following the previous day's encounter with the mutated wheat and rice in search of work, the ability users within recognized her and greeted her warmly. Xu Yu smiled and nodded at everyone, before knocking on Wang Li's office door. The food from the Sea City Granary. For the base. After listening to their intentions, Wang Li pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. 2 weeks after the apocalypse, the base organized a convoy to the granary in search of supplies. We fought our way into the granary only to find all the storages empty. With over 30,000 people in the base, even with frugality, our daily consumption is substantial. Initially, there was panic and fear. Yet everyone held on to the belief that the apocalypse would soon pass. As time progressed, our food dwindled, and the number of people leaving increased, until only 60,000 remained. I appreciate your goodwill, but the base has already weathered the most perilous phase. We cannot accept such a large quantity of food. If you are willing to sell us a portion at a low price, that would suffice. After exchanging glances with Lin Muyan, Xi Yue smiled. This batch of food came to us through a twist of fate. It does not belong to me. Had it not been for this serendipity, your group would have surely found this food initially. I am an ordinary person, both before and after the apocalypse, with no grand ambitions. This food holds no value for me. I wish to hand it over to those in greater need. Wang Li gazed at her intently, and after a moment he spoke. You young lady, are anything but ordinary. The outcome of their negotiations resulted in Lin Muyan joining the base, securing a stable position as a part-time doctor and mobile warehouse keeper. After storing 3 rooms worth of food, she accompanied Xu Yu back to the hotel, preparing to return to work the following day. Upon exiting the office building, Xu Yu found herself perplexed by Lin Muyan's consistent self-deprecation, prompting her to inquire directly. Has anyone ever told you that you are quite ordinary? No, not really, Lin Muyan replied, tilting her head in surprise at Xu Yu's question. Growing up, many must have admired you? Yes, there were confessions even in kindergarten. And as I grew older, many boys and girls expressed their affection. And how were your academic results? My grades were mediocre, but I didn't mind, as I eventually graduated from a decent university. Xu Yu remained bewildered. Then why do you perceive yourself as ordinary? Upon hearing this, Lin Muyan burst into laughter. Ha ha, you mean that? It's because too many people distance themselves from me due to my appearance. When I claim to be an ordinary person, others think I'm being pretentious. Yet it brings them closer to me. Wait, you are aware of your own pretentiousness? Xu Yu gazed at her in disbelief. Ha ha ha, aside from my looks, I am indeed quite average. An ordinary background, average studies, and an ordinary job. Moreover, I do not desire an extraordinary life. I simply wish for stability. Xu Yu nodded in agreement, resonating with her sentiment. Like a fellow fish in the sea, she too longed for a peaceful existence. As they approached the fountain, they encountered Xi Yue and Cheng Shangyun, who were emerging from the direction of the back garden. Xi Yue, the husky and that bird are incredibly clever. Who is this? Cheng Shangyun rushed forward, eager to share her day's discoveries, only to be taken aback by the stunning beauty standing beside Xu Yu. Goodness! I've never seen anyone like her before, even before the apocalypse. This is Cheng Shangyun, an ability user from the base, and this is Xi Yue. This is Lin Muyan, a guest at the hotel. She will be joining you for work tomorrow. After Xu Yu introduced them, Lin Muyan nodded at Cheng Shangyun and Xi Yue. Working with us. Did you just come back from Old Wang's place? Cheng Shangyun was taken aback, marveling at the base leader's recent fortune in attracting such beauty, which would surely boost his team's morale. Indeed. What were you about to say? Did something happen with Little Ha and Little Fei Jiao? Lost in thought, Cheng Shangyun quickly returned to reality. Oh right. Let me tell you. Today, as we nurtured the rice and wheat plants, Xiao Ha and Air Xiao, alongside Xiao Fei Jiao, busily engaged in their unique abilities nearby. One consistently hurled water balloons to obstruct our speech, while the other levitated, collecting our belongings into a spatial realm. Initially, I assumed they were merely causing mischief and contemplated reasoning with them. To my surprise, upon witnessing the curiosity gleaming in Xi Yue's eyes, Cheng Shangyun cleared his throat and continued. Our team leader suddenly inquired if they wished to work for the mutated wheat and rice in exchange for crystal cores. And to my astonishment, they nodded earnestly. It turned out they were attempting to curry favor with us, one providing us with water, while the other stored our possessions. How clever they are. Xi Yu promptly inquired. What happened next? Shangyan replied. Well, our leader signed them on. They are now unofficial members of our team, and will receive a salary in the future. Xi Yue was utterly astonished, her brows knitting together. In this day and age, even animals and plants are eager to work hard and strive for progress. Yet here I am, lacking ambition and merely wishing to laze about. This simply will not do. From this moment on, I shall diligently enhance my abilities and cease my idle ways. Chapter 65. The base we wish to integrate with. After bidding farewell to Qin Yu and Cheng Shangyun, the two entered the hotel. Lin Muyan waved goodbye and retreated to his room, while Xi Yue approached the front desk to find Xin Yu. Xin Yu, with a scarf he had knitted draped in his hands, was intently examining his work, seemingly engrossed in some form of study. What are you up to? Trying to learn how to knit scarves? Xi Yue leaned on the counter, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Upon seeing her return, Xin Yue's expression softened considerably. Did the base accept it? Xi Yue nodded with a smile and took a seat beside him. From now on, Lin Muyan will be working across the street, a solid government job at the base, a secure position. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. A mutated wheat plant and a silver-throated long-tailed tit have arrived in the back garden. Xiao Feijio is particularly adorable, round and plump like a glutinous rice ball. When the wheat first arrived, it had a scuffle with the rice, but now they are both working for the base. Truly a secure job. Xiao Ha and Xiao Feijio have also been recruited by Qin Yu as temporary workers, finding their own employment. Ha ha ha. The base leader must be thrilled to have acquired so many capable employees. Xin Yu listened attentively, smiling as he remarked, their jobs can't be more secure than mine. Qi Yu laughed. No one has a more secure position than you, ha ha ha. And the best part is, such an excellent employee like you doesn't even require a salary. How fortunate I am. Did you notice the base's perimeter wall upon your return? After you left that day, base leader Wang came by and gifted me a plethora of crystal cores, which I suppose serves as my protection fee. I then presented the steel wall to them as a housewarming gift. I've even rented out some soil to the base, so I'll have a continuous stream of rental income. Impressive. Our boss truly possesses a keen business acumen. Xin Yu particularly enjoyed observing her animated expressions as she spoke. Finding her utterly charming, Qi Yu shot him a proud glance and continued, you know what? Wen Nian actually has a twin brother who looks exactly like him. Xin Yu raised an eyebrow. Did his brother come to the hotel as well? No. Before the apocalypse, his brother took advantage of Wen Nian's accident to seize his college admission letter and enrolled in his place. The most shocking part is that Wen Nian and Liang Yi were in high school together, attending the same university. Upon hearing about the melodramatic twists concerning the previous life of that annoying character, Xin Yu couldn't help but become intrigued. So, did Liang Yi find out? After entering university, Liang Yi felt that Wen Nian seemed somewhat unfamiliar, but who could possibly imagine that her boyfriend had been replaced by someone who looked just like him? He assumed his brother's identity without informing Liang Yi, even bringing along a neighbor girl to date her. Who wouldn't exclaim in disbelief upon hearing such a tale? The most infuriating part was that after the apocalypse, they were rescued by a relief team, and that neighbor girl pushed Liang Yi out of the vehicle. Had Liang Yi not been fortunate enough to awaken her powers, we might never have seen her again. How could such twin brothers differ so vastly? Qi Yue's tone shifted from excitement to melancholy as she contemplated Xin Yue's past life. Due to the lies of his brother, Wen Hua, Liang Yi might never comprehend why her beloved had become so estranged, and Wen Nian had become utterly consumed by his feelings for her. Noticing Qi Yue's somber expression, Xin Yu sighed softly, seemingly troubled. What's wrong? Qi Yu shook her head. I just feel a bit regretful for them. It's been so hard. Suddenly recalling something, Qi Yu retrieved blueberries and tomatoes from the storage and handed them to Xin Yu. I planted 10 seeds that day, and blueberries and tomatoes sprouted. The other 8 are still a mystery. Please let me know how they taste once you return from gathering the harvest. After Xin Yu accepted the items, he stood to leave. Once the produce from the backyard was stocked at the supermarket, and she had played with the little cuties for a while, Qi Yu joyfully returned. At the front desk stood Mo Xiaoyu and her brother, who waved enthusiastically upon seeing Qi Yu approach. Sister Qi Yu, my brother wanted to thank you yesterday after he woke up, but he couldn't find you. Hello, Montag Feng. I am very grateful to you for saving my sister. I should have expressed my thanks the day before, but I was in such a poor mental state. My apologies. It's Mo Xiaoyu's good fortune. You needn't thank me. Upon seeing Mo Feng again, Qi Yu was still taken aback. How could such a petite and seemingly sweet girl like Mo Xiaoyu have a brother who was a towering figure, standing nearly 6 feet tall with a robust physique? Mo Feng's skin gleamed darkly, contrasting sharply with his delicate sister's fair complexion. Anyone would find it hard to believe these two were siblings. Noticing Xi Yue's gaze lingering on his complexion, Mo Feng smiled sheepishly, revealing a set of bright white teeth. We live in a coastal area where the sun shines intensely. Now that there are no plants, it's even more scorching. Before Mo Feng could finish, he sensed a chill emanating from behind him. Turning, he met Xi Yue's brooding gaze. The man who had been somewhat courteous moments ago now wore a dark expression. Mo Feng glanced at him, then back at Xi Yue, and suddenly wore a knowing smile. Ah, he has been through it before. I recall how Chen Yitzi reacted when speaking with unfamiliar men. Xi Yue followed Mo Feng's gaze to Xin Yu, who had returned to his usual demeanor, offering a slight smile upon noticing her attention. Mo Feng turned to face them, resting his hand on the reception desk as he remarked, "You both are simply wonderful. That blind box is incredibly cheap. I've brought my girlfriend along, planning to purchase more items to take back to the base." He then shot a glance at Xin Yu. "Did you hear that? I have a girlfriend. Can the seafood from your coastal area still be consumed?" Xi Yu inquired curiously, considering that mutated animals were edible. One would assume seafood could be as well. The sea differs from the land. The crucial factor is that the seawater is unclean. Even if the fish and shrimp haven tea turned into zombies, no one dares to eat them. We originally relied on the ocean for our sustenance. But when the apocalypse struck, we had little food stockpiled, and venturing out to sea became exceedingly perilous. We've been living in dire straits, Mo Feng lamented. Have you not considered relocating? Xi Yu pressed. Of course we have, but where would so many people go? Every base struggles. Who would take in so many ordinary folk? In truth, I wish to express my gratitude, but I also wanted to ask if, should your abilities enhance and the safe zone expand, could our base also relocate here? Mo Feng awaited Xi Yue's response with a hint of trepidation. Of course. However, there is only one cosmic base here. I understand. I inquired with base leader Wang previously. If we can come over, we will directly integrate into the cosmic base. Thank you all, truly, thank you. Mo Feng has obtained the answer he sought and departed with Mo Xiaoyu, his heart filled with satisfaction. Xi Yu glanced at the time. It was already past 12. And it was high time to indulge in a meal. Chapter 66. Xi Yu's Past 1. Perhaps the majority of the ability users had been summoned by Wang Li to attend to their duties. Or perhaps the bustling atmosphere of the restaurant had subsided. Today, at noon, the entrances of the two restaurants were not lined with the usual long queues. To Xi Yu and Xin Yue's surprise, they managed to secure the last available table. Xi Yu ordered 3 dishes and a soup. Yam and pork rib soup, stir-fried pork with green peppers, tomato scrambled eggs, and stir-fried vegetables with tofu skin, all quintessential home-style dishes. Once the dishes arrived, Xin Yu found himself momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the yam and pork rib soup and the stir-fried vegetables with tofu skin. Was it mere coincidence? Xi Yu understood the reason for his distraction. The yam and pork rib soup and the stir-fried vegetables were 2 dishes that old Xin frequently prepared, and they were also favorites of Xin Yu whenever he dined out. Xin Yu had never been a picky eater, yet Xi Yu discerned his inclination towards old Xin's lighter flavors. He also had a penchant for desserts, occasionally treating himself to a small cake after moving out for university. In essence, he was a remarkably sweet and endearing individual. Let us start with the soup. Xi Yu served him a bowl of soup. Xin Yu accepted the bowl, casting a complex look at Xi Yu. Why are you staring at me? Drink the soup before the meal. Xi Yu was aware of Xin Yu's thoughts, but she was not adept at concealing her feelings. It was only a matter of time before he noticed. They would tacitly understand each other. At 9 in the evening, Xin Yu returned home punctually after work. Upon entering, he discovered a box from a Western restaurant on the dining table. He approached and opened it to reveal a slice of tiramisu. Xin Yu glanced at Xi Yue's closed door, a faint smile gracing his lips as he sat down to finish the cake. Having not rested for the past couple of days and rising early that morning, he felt drowsy after his shower. Thus, after using his abilities to dry his hair, he lay down and succumbed to slumber. The Gui, how is it? Has the baby been born yet? Not yet, Mom. Why are you only just arriving? Were you playing mahjong again? Xioli is about to give birth. Enough shouting. If it weren't for my grandson, I wouldn't he have come? Mom. How could you? Before he could finish, the sound of a baby's cries echoed from the delivery room. Oh, it's happening. My grandson is here. I've already thought of a name. Qi Ronggui, a life of prosperity and wealth. Ha ha ha, truly a blessing from our ancestors. Xi Yue opened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar place, as though his abilities had vanished. Beside him stood an anxious, handsome man and a petite woman who arrived in a rush, their conversation oblivious to his presence. Xi Yue had little interest in waiting for the child's arrival, and was about to leave when he overheard the woman's excited words, prompting him to halt and gaze intently at the delivery room. Xi Yue approached to scrutinize the couple's features, attempting to discern any resemblance to Xi Yue, but found none. Was he overthinking? Just then, the delivery room door swung open, and a doctor and nurse emerged. The petite woman rushed forward. Where's the baby? Let me see. The nurse handed her a bundle, stating, the child weighs 5 pounds and 7 ounces. She is a remarkably beautiful baby. The mother is still inside getting stitched up. The woman gazed at the bundle with concern, exclaiming, oh no! How can she weigh only 5 pounds and 7 ounces? That wretched Wang Xiuli must have starved my grandson. Ah! This is a lovely little girl, not a boy. The nurse frowned, recognizing yet another family that favored sons over daughters. The woman's incredulous expression revealed her turmoil, her face contorting with disbelief. Impossible. We had someone check earlier. It's a grandson. As she spoke, she unwrapped the baby's swaddling. Upon realizing the child was indeed a girl, she thrust the infant into her son's arms, shot him a disdainful glance, and stormed off. The doctor and nurse, witnessing the scene, merely shook their heads before departing, leaving the man to await his wife while cradling the child. Xi Yue moved closer to the man, observing the newborn in his arms. The baby sported a thick head of hair, lacking eyebrows, eyes tightly shut, her face flushed, and smeared with various residues. If this child were Xi Yue, Xi Yue could have unreservedly declared her the most adorable baby. Yet, no matter how he looked, this little one bore no resemblance to the beautiful Xi Yue. Perhaps she needs more time? The delivery room door opened once more, and a nurse wheeled out a hospital bed. The woman atop it appeared dazed and disheveled, yet her beauty remained evident. Xi Yue studied her pale visage, and was astonished to find a striking resemblance to Qi Yue. He leaned closer to the baby again, and his furrowed brow relaxed. Indeed, the more he looked, the more adorable Qi Yue appeared. Xi Yue pondered the possibility that he was here, because Qi Yue had caught a glimpse of his past. He did not wish for her to learn about his history, for it was far from glorious. He himself could scarcely confront it. However, recalling her actions throughout the day, he felt that perhaps it was for the best. She did not shy away from her past, rather, it drew her closer to him. The thought of her enduring the hardships he had faced made his heart swell with emotion. The man, seeing the woman's eyes flutter open, offered no words of consolation but instead began to complain. How is it a girl? My mother was so furious she left immediately. The newly awakened woman, slightly dazed, snapped to attention at his words. What do you mean by that? Is she not going to take care of me during my confinement? Isn't she a woman herself? What a disdain for girls. What's with your attitude now? You weren't like this when you were relentlessly pursuing me. Upon hearing her ire, the man dared not complain further, muttering, no, please don't be angry. She is my mother, after all. She raised me single-handedly. It hasn't been easy for her. The woman's anger only intensified. Jiang, was it easy for me to bear your child? I'm feeling miserable. And you're talking about this now. I want to continue this life. I want a divorce. The man immediately begged, no divorce. I was wrong. Isn't that enough? I want to say it again. Xi Yue frowned as he observed their quarrel, placing a hand over little Qi Yue's ears, fearful they might disturb her slumber. After 3 days in the hospital, Xi Yue followed the young couple out, arriving at a notably dilapidated neighborhood. Their residence was in this aging complex, a small, approximately 40 square meter space, dim and damp, requiring the lights to be on even in daylight. Wang Xiuli lay on the bed the man had prepared, asking, what shall we name the child? Have you decided? Jiang scratched his head. Both my mother and I thought of names for a son. We haven't settled on one for a girl yet. Wang Xiuli fixed her gaze upon him, finally sighing, let us name her Qi Yue. It sounds auspicious. Thus, Qi Yue's name was casually bestowed upon her by her mother. Chapter 67. Qi Yue's past too. She is crying again. Go check on her. Wang Xiuli yelled at Jiang from the bed. I'll take care of it. Jiang hurriedly placed Qi Yue on the bed, so Wang Xiuli could change her diaper. Can't you just change her for once? I'm here in confinement with no one to help, and I still have to tend to the child. What are you even capable of? I'm a man. How could I change a diaper? Please take your time. I will go out to buy some food. With a face full of despair, Jiang left Wang Xiuli behind and stepped out. Such scenes transpired countless times each day, and ultimately, little Xi Yue was registered a month later. Having lost her mother in the process, Xi Yue followed Jiang, who was cradling the child, to a village in the suburbs, bustling with many people, creating a lively atmosphere. Jiang greeted acquaintances along the way, carrying the child to the entrance of a self-built 3-story house. Mom, I'm home. Dagwai, why are you back holding the child? The slender woman, Zhong Aihua, hurried out upon hearing her son's voice. Let us discuss this inside. Jiang glanced at the neighbors who had gathered at the door, and hastily entered. What? You've gotten a divorce? Zhong Aihua exclaimed, knocking over the cup of water in her hand. Mom, keep your voice down. I told you not to marry Wang Xiuli. She was as thin as a skeleton, clearly incapable of bearing a son, yet you insisted. Now look, the child has just been born, and you've divorced, bringing the baby back. How will you ever marry again while raising a child? You're driving me to my grave. As she wiped her tears, Zhong Aihua slapped Jiang a few times. Mom, please. Stop hitting me. I'm with our company as Xiao Sun now, and she's willing to marry me. Upon hearing her son's words, Zhong Aihua ceased her sobbing. Really? You've just divorced and are already entangled with someone else? What about the child? Is that girl willing? She is not some respectable young lady, is she? I truly am. She is the only daughter from a well-to-do family in the city, and she finds my looks appealing. I promised her I wouldn't keep the child close. Jiang quietly glanced at his mother. Not keep her close? What do you mean? I raised you with great difficulty, and you expect me to take care of your daughter too? Don't even think about it. Zhong Aihua immediately rejected the idea. Mom, listen to me. Xiao Sun is quite capable and will surely bear a son. Plus, she is from the city, the only daughter in her family. If you don't help me, my son may never find someone as good as her. Mom, please assist your son. I will send you living expenses every month. Next year, I promise to bring back a grandson for you. Just wait for a life of comfort. After much hesitation, Zhong Aihua finally agreed to care for Xi Yue. Although the old lady favored sons over daughters, she was a cleanly person and did not neglect little Xi Yue, ensuring she was not starved. Xiao Yu, are you done? Coming, Grandma. Little Xi Yue stood on a stool in the bathroom, washing her hands, responding in a sweet, childish voice. The little girl seemed about 3 or 4 years old, with soft short hair tied in a small bun atop her head. Her dark, bright eyes complemented by thick, curled eyelashes blinked adorably at the mirror. The city had developed rapidly, and in the past 2 years, many migrant workers had moved into the village. Zhong Aihua had rented out her 2-story house, and their life was relatively comfortable. Recently, she took up knitting scarves, earning 5 yuan for each completed piece, making about 15 yuan a day. Once Xi Yue finished washing her hands, she sat on a bench at the door, using her tiny hands to roll loose yarn into a ball, while Zhong Aihua invited friends over to play mahjong. Before long, a small head peeked through the door, quietly calling for Xi Yue. Upon seeing it was her neighbor's granddaughter, and then Xi Yue immediately brightened up with a smile. The woman next door, Ma Xiaoying, had never seen eye to eye with Zhong Aihua. Decades ago, they had quarreled over a piece of land, and since then, they had exchanged barbs whenever they crossed paths. Zhong Aihua had always forbidden little Xi Yue from playing with An, but Xi Yue had no friends. The village children either found her too young to play with or considered her an unwanted burden, while only An enjoyed her company. Though Ma Xiaoying also prohibited An from playing with Xi Yue, An was drawn to her. She thought Xi Yue was even prettier than her dolls and made every effort to play with her. Xi Yue glanced at Zhong Aihua, who was engrossed in her mahjong game, told her she was going out to play, and then dashed off. The 2 girls played house and picked flowers until evening, and as they neared home, An caught a whiff of chicken stew wafting from her house. My grandma must be making chicken and mushrooms today. It smells so good. Have you ever tried chicken and mushrooms, Xiao Yu? Xi Yue inhaled deeply, shaking her head. I had chicken during the New Year, but no mushrooms. Chicken and mushrooms are incredibly delicious. Wait for me at the door. I must let you taste it. An exclaimed before slipping into her house. A little while later, she stealthily emerged with a small bowl. Quick, taste this. I just had a piece, and it's so flavorful. Little Xi Yue giggled at the grease smudged on An's mouth, took a piece of chicken, and exclaimed, this is really good. Your grandma is amazing. Anan nodded in delight, and the two girls happily shared the food. Xi Yue felt somewhat puzzled. He knew Xi Yue disliked chicken and mushrooms when cooked together, though she could eat them separately. Yet here she was, enjoying the dish with such glee, watching Xi Yue devour the chicken. Her face smeared with grease like a little kitten, was utterly charming. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a short-haired woman appearing behind the child, her expression stern, igniting a sense of unease within him. Is it good, Xiao Yu? Anan asked, holding her empty bowl and inquiring about Xi Yu's meal. Delicious, especially fragrant. Xi Yue squinted her eyes, seemingly savoring the flavors. It's all chicken. How could it not be delicious? Ma Xiaoying suddenly appeared, yanking Anan away and gripping Xi Yu's ear, dragging her toward the door, unleashing a torrent of curses. I knew it. None of you next door are good. The old ones are shamelessly stealing others' land, and the young ones learn to pilfer food. Is your family starving, letting the little ones come to my house for free meals? Zhong Aihua, if you can't afford to raise a child, then don't. Zhong Aihua's mood had soured terribly after losing at mahjong that afternoon. And upon hearing Ma Xiaoying's loud insults at her doorstep, she rushed out. Seeing her granddaughter's ear being twisted by Ma Xiaoying and the grease stains on her face, Zhong Aihua's expression darkened ominously. Oh, who are you trying to scare with that long face? Look at your granddaughter. She instructed my Anan to steal chicken. The old ones rob, and the young ones follow suit. No wonder your son and daughter-in-law are getting a divorce, with a shameless old hag like you. Who would dare come near? You always brag about how wonderful your eldest grandson is. Bah, he'll end up a petty thief too. The more Zhong Aihua listened, the angrier she became. Unable to endure it any longer, she forcefully pried Ma Xiaoying's hand away and pulled Xi Yue back. You wretched woman! How dare you hit me? Xi Yue, feeling relieved at her grandmother's rescue, touched her sore ear and pouted, on the verge of tears. Silence. No crying. Did you eat her chicken? Zhong Aihua, eyes reddened, interrogated little Xi Yue. Startled by her grandmother's fierce demeanor, Xi Yue felt tears welling up but dared not let them fall. Ma Xiaoying, sensing the moment was not yet complete, fanned the flames. Not just that. Your granddaughter even said my cooking was delicious and fragrant. You'll never compare to me in this life. Your man died early, and your son won't even visit you. Zhong Aihua observed the villagers and tenants around her, their expressions brimming with morbid curiosity. Driven by an overwhelming impulse, she pried open the mouth of little Xi Yue and began to probe her tender throat. All right. I'll return it to you. I shall see just how delectable it is. Little Xi Yue, in pain and fear, wailed and struggled, but Zhong Aihua paid her no heed, resolutely pinning her down. Xi Yue desperately tried to intervene, but time and again, she found herself passing through Zhong Aihua's form, unable to make contact. Ultimately, little Xi Yue expelled a pool of chicken and mushroom mixed with blood, prompting Zhong Aihua to relent. Here, I've returned it. See for yourself how well you can consume what you've cooked. Shall I fetch a bowl for you? Ma Xiaoying appeared taken aback by her ferocity, muttering, to be your granddaughter is truly a misfortune. What a stroke of bad luck. She cast a glance at the coughing Xi Yue on the ground before departing. What are you still staring at? Disperse, disperse. Zhong Aihua shouted to the onlookers at the door before closing the courtyard gate. Little Xi Yue lay on the ground, coughing and sobbing, while Zhong Aihua completely ignored her, striding into the house. Xi Yue crouched beside little Xi Yue, observing her flushed face from coughing, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth and a bittersweet ache in his heart. Despite having endured numerous hardships, half of his life had been meticulously sheltered by old Xin. He had never imagined that the ever-cheerful and optimistic Xi Yue had such a past. After Xi Yue finished coughing, she lay quietly on the ground until Zhong Aihua, having calmed down, carried her into the house that night. From that moment on, Anan from next door never sought out Xi Yue again, and Xi Yue herself began to grow silent and withdrawn. When Xi Yue turned 5, Zhong Aihua enrolled her in the village elementary school. On the first day of school, the teacher asked everyone to introduce themselves. The children shared their names and who their parents were. When it was little Xi Yue's turn, she was at a loss for words. Aside from the first year after their marriage, her father Xizi had spent the subsequent 4 years living with his wife's family. Little Xi Yue had only seen him fleetingly a few times, and had only received occasional phone calls. Thus, she had little impression of this father. As for her mother, she had never seen her even once. Grandma said her mother had long since married, and had a younger sister who had forgotten all about her. I know. Her parents don't want her anymore. She's just a burden. A little boy shouted upon seeing Xi Yue, prompting an uproar of laughter from the other children. The malice of children is often so direct. They are blissfully unaware of right and wrong, never considering whether they inflict harm, only caring about their own amusement. Amidst the laughter and the teacher's admonishments, Xi Yue sat silently with her head bowed. Xi Yue gently stroked her head, his dark gaze fixed upon the group of innocent children. After school, the village elementary school was bustling with parents picking up their children. Xi Yue looked enviously at the children holding hands with their mothers and fathers. Eventually walking home with her head down, for Zhong Aihua had stated earlier that she would not come to fetch her. By the second grade, Xi Yue still had no friends. Making the journey to and from school alone each day, classmate Xiao Peng boasted in class that his father had seen his diary entry about wanting a toy, and the next day he bought it for him. The classmates were skeptical but eager to try it for themselves. A few days later, many students received toys from their parents, praising the utility of diary writing. Nearby, Xi Yue watched her textbook, her eyes flickering with intrigue. That day after school, Xi Yue returned home and unearthed a new notebook to begin writing, each stroke infused with earnestness and vigor. Xi Yue, finding her so engrossed, approached with a bemused expression, peering at her notebook which read, "I don't want toys, I want my father." Just as Xi Yue had penned this, Zhong Aihua called her to dinner. Today, Zhong Aihua was particularly in good spirits, having indulged in a couple of drinks. "Little Yu, your father is coming back this year with your stepmother and younger brother for the new year. You need to take good care of your brother, all right?" Upon hearing this, Xi Yue's eyes instantly sparkled. Indeed, writing in her diary proved fruitful. Xi Yue, noticing the shift in Xi Yue's gaze, furrowed his brow. From that day forth, Xi Yue diligently wrote in her diary after school, aspiring to fill an entire book to gift to her father, hoping to convey how much she missed him. Time flew by, and just as Xi Yue was about to finish her diary, the spring festival approached. During the winter break, Xi Yue spent her days learning to knit scarves from Zhong Aihua, who wished to teach her so she could earn twofold. "Mom, we're back." Upon hearing the voice, Zhong Aihua immediately set aside her yarn and rushed out. "Oh my dear grandson, was Xiaohong frozen?" "Kumein, Kumein." Little Xi Yue stood at the door, her father flanked by a strange aunt and younger brother, while grandma greeted them with unusual warmth. This marked the first time Xi Yue witnessed such fervor from her grandmother. "Little Yu, what are you standing there for? Hurry and brew some tea. Can't you see? Use your initiative." Watching the slender little Xi Yue climb onto a stool to lift the kettle, Xi Yue always feared she might scald herself. Yet he was powerless to intervene, merely watching closely. By the time Xi Yue placed the tea on the table, Zhong Aihua's gaze had already lingered on her grandson Xicheng's, seemingly unable to look away. "Little Yu, this is your brother Xiaogui. You must take good care of him these next few days, all right?" Before Xi Yue could respond, Xizi interrupted upon noticing his grandson's wan complexion. "Mother, why is he still called Xiaogui? His full name is Qingzi and his nickname is Xiaozi, named by his maternal grandparents." Zhong Aihua pursed her lips at this remark, but ultimately said nothing, retreating to the kitchen to serve the dishes. The family engaged in lively conversation, enjoying their meal, while Xi Yue sat apart, feeling like an outsider. Watching her chubby brother in the center, being coddled by their father and praised by their grandmother, Xi Yue's expression dimmed. It seemed her father had not acknowledged her since he entered. After dinner, Sun Hong accompanied Zhong Aihua to wash the dishes, while Xicheng scurried off to join the commotion. Seeing only her father sitting in the room, Xi Yue dashed into her room to retrieve her diary, slowly making her way back to Xizi's side. Xizi, picking his teeth, noticed his unfamiliar eldest daughter seemed to have something to say. "Is that you, little Yu? What's the matter?" Xi Yue remained silent, nervously extending the notebook toward him. Meeting her hopeful gaze, Xizi was about to open the book when a thunderous wail erupted from the kitchen, prompting him to drop the book and rush inside. "Momenjlate." He emerged cradling the sobbing Xicheng's, who was sniffling and hiccuping. Xi Yue stood still, curiously observing her weeping brother. Xizi smiled and explained to her, "It's nothing. He just fell down accidentally." Xicheng's clung to his father's neck, glancing at Xi Yue before his gaze fell upon the notebook on the table. Following his son's line of sight, Xizi discovered it was the very book Xi Yue had handed him. "This is your sister's book. She's already in elementary school, and you will have one too, Xiaozi." "I don't have a sister. She's not my sister." Upon hearing his father's words, Qixicheng's began to wail once more, the sound piercing and painful to the ears. All right, no sister. Stop crying. I want to see. After receiving Qixizi's affirmation, Qixicheng ceased his wailing. Leaning forward to grab the book, Xi Yue felt a pang of discomfort at her father's words and, seeing Qixicheng's reaching for her diary, instinctively attempted to intervene. Xi Yue and Qixicheng's each grasped opposite ends of the notebook, neither yielding, and Qixicheng's began to cry again. Enough. If your brother wants to see, let him. After all, he doesn't know you. You're the sister. You should let him, Qixizi declared, snatching the book and thrusting it into Qixicheng's hands. Qixicheng's, clutching the notebook, cast a triumphant glance at Xi Yue, before forcefully tearing a page from the fragile diary, tearing the paper while shouting, "You won't let me see it. I won't let you see it either." Su Jiang felt a twinge of embarrassment at his son's domineering behavior. He picked him up and casually remarked that his younger brother was still small, and didn't mean any harm before leaving the room. Su Yu, with her eyes downcast, picked up the scattered pages from the floor, remaining silent as tears streamed down her cheeks. Xing Yu clenched his fists tightly, his heart aching at the sight of little Su Yu crying silently. After collecting the torn paper, Su Yu went to the bathroom to wash her face, staring blankly at her reflection in the mirror. Just as she composed herself and prepared to head to the living room, she overheard a conversation between Zhong Aihua and Su Jiang. "Where's little Yu? That brat isn't helping with the cleanup. Where did she run off to?" Earlier, Xiaozhe accidentally tore her notebook. She might be feeling upset. Upon hearing this, Zhong Aihua became furious. Xiaozhe is still young. What's the big deal about tearing her notebook? I'll go find her. I just told her to take good care of her brother. And she dares to throw a tantrum. Su Jiang quickly intervened to soothe her. "Mom, it's the new year. There's no need to fuss. Let it be. Look at what Xiaohong bought for you. She is quite filial. You shouldn't have left her behind. Her mother doesn't care for her at all. Just seeing her makes me angry. She is so quiet at home, utterly ungrateful. All right, she is still my child. It's not right to let others raise her. As long as she has food to eat, she won't need us when she grows up." Su Yu stood in the shadows, lost in thought, her small figure radiating an overwhelming sense of loneliness. From that point on, Su Yu never approached Su Jiang again, becoming increasingly reticent, like an invisible person. Since childhood, Su Yu's hair had never grown long. Zhong Aihua would impatiently trim it whenever it grew out, keeping it short. Despite maintaining a boyish haircut, she was still renowned for her beauty. By 5th grade, some classmates began to enter puberty and exhibit signs of early romance. Some boys, eager to capture the girl's attention, devised ways to bully her. Su Yu experienced her hair being yanked more than once. With her short hair, it was an excruciating pain whenever it happened. Su Yu chose not to inform her teacher or Zhong Aihua, knowing it would be futile. They would not stand up for her, and might even blame her. Due to Su Yu's stoicism and lack of friends, the boys escalated their torment, from tearing her homework to soiling her clothes and hurling cruel taunts at her, calling her unwanted and a wild child. If only Shen Yu could confront them. Those who bullied Su Yu would have faced his wrath countless times. Yet these were merely bygone events he could only watch, powerless to intervene. As Su Yu approached graduation, their village was slated for demolition. The news had circulated long before, prompting Su Jiang to frequently visit with his wife and children, much to Zhong Aihua's delight, as she boasted to anyone who would listen about her son's filial piety. Their family received several million in compensation for the demolition, along with an apartment in the city. Zhong Aihua entrusted the house and money to her son, keeping a modest amount for herself as she moved Su Yu into the cramped and dimly lit 40-square-meter home, where Su Jiang once resided. Despite the small, gloomy space, Su Yu felt elated to finally escape elementary school and the tormenting classmates. However, when she eagerly stepped into middle school, she discovered that reality was far from her expectations. "Look at what I'm wearing. Goodness. Why do I have a fuchsia Jiang t-shirt at this age? How tacky. Oh dear, what else with this haircut? My shoes are even oddie ones, haha, how ridiculous. Stay away from me. I want to grow lice just because of this hairstyle." Due to Zhong Aihua's negligence, Su Yu's clothes were all purchased at the market for a mere 15 yuan for 2 pieces, with shoes costing 21 yuan a pair. To her, it sufficed for a girl to dress casually. Why bother looking good when it would only attract outsiders? As for the short hair, it was simply because long hair wasted shampoo, and city water bills were exorbitant. City children were often only children, cherished by their elders, wearing the finest clothing and accessories. Shuyu felt completely out of place. Even when a couple of girls showed interest in befriending her, their conversations about celebrity gossip, comics, novels, and brand-name clothing left her bewildered and unable to contribute. Even if Shuyu wished to learn about these topics for their sake, she could never keep pace with their discussions. Over time, they gradually distanced themselves from her, prompting Shuyu to abandon her desire for friendships. Coming to terms with her inability to make friends, Shuyu reassured herself not to force matters. At least they ignored her rather than bullying her like the children in the village, which she considered a significant improvement. Thus, she continued to sport the short hair that her grandmother had cut for her, wearing the humble clothes she had scavenged from the market, and enduring 3 years of middle school. As Shuyu entered high school, Zhong Aihua's health began to decline. She frequently suffered from minor ailments and no longer had the time to shop at the market. Consequently, Shuyu finally discarded her cartoon-printed attire in favor of fresh, solid-colored clothing, albeit still at a low cost. High school life proved to be relatively pleasant. Her classmates were friendly, often taking care of her due to her youthful appearance. Shuyu also found a few acquaintances to converse with, though none were truly close friends. One day, following a classmate's recommendation, she visited a stationery store near the school, only to encounter an unexpected person. Shuyu. The shopkeeper, a beautiful woman, bore a striking resemblance to Shuyu, sharing about 4 or 5 similarities. Upon seeing Suyu's bewildered expression, Wang Xiuli felt a pang of distress. "I'm your mother." Suyu's memories of her mother were faint, primarily consisting of toys received as a child and an occasional phone call. However, as time passed, the calls dwindled, and gifts ceased altogether. She felt as though she had never truly met her mother. Her grandmother often recounted tales of her mother being a bad woman, who abandoned her upon having a younger sister, even neglecting to provide living expenses. Shuyu had once contemplated searching for her mother, but was uncertain of her whereabouts, and sometimes questioned whether her mother truly no longer wanted her. "Have they treated you well these past years?" Wang Xiuli grasped Suyu's hand, her voice choked with emotion. Shuyu observed her weeping, feeling indifferent, and simply replied, "I have enough to eat and wear, they support my education." Sensing Suyu's emotional distance, Wang Xiuli felt awkward. That's good. Are you attending First High School now? Let us exchange contact information. Your sister wants to apply there as well. She would be overjoyed to know she has such an impressive sister. Shuyu gazed at her intently, softly saying, "No need. Let us pretend we've never met." Leaving a stunned Wang Xiuli behind, Shuyu departed. In her past, she may have yearned for familial affection, but now she had come to terms with the fact that some things cannot be forced, and she no longer desired them. Wandering aimlessly after leaving the stationery store, Shuyu eventually found herself by the river, enjoying the breeze. As the sun set, the sky and river glowed crimson in the fading light, creating a breathtaking scene. "Xi Yue?" Xi Yue called her name softly, gazing at her face illuminated by the afterglow, as if he wished to say something yet ultimately remained silent. Standing beside her to share the river breeze and admire the evening glow. After the college entrance examination, Xi Yue was accepted into the best university in her hometown, much to the delight of Zhong Aihua, who felt that her granddaughter had brought her pride, leading her to boast to acquaintances over the phone daily. However, Xi Yue had always aspired to attend a university in a distant city. The farther from home, the better. Yet, as she observed the gradually aging and increasingly frail figure of Zhong Aihua, she chose to remain. Despite the fact that Zhong Aihua had never treated her particularly kindly throughout her childhood, she had never allowed Xi Yue to suffer from hunger or hardship. Xi Yue had successfully gained admission to university, and throughout her education, Zhong Aihua had never faltered in covering her tuition or textbook expenses. Even the inexpensive, unremarkable clothes were replaced annually with new ones. Barely 2 days into her university life, Xi Yue received a call from Qi Zhichang, urging her to hurry to the hospital as her grandmother was nearing her end. Upon arriving at the hospital, she encountered Sun Hong and Qi Chengzhe standing at the door of the ward, who nodded at her in acknowledgement. Xi Yue entered the room directly. Hearing the aged Zhong Aihua discussing her final wishes with Qi Zhichang, "I still have 30,000 yuan in hand. Give it all to Xiaoyu. If she needs more for school, add a bit more. Once she graduates, find her a good husband. That way, she'll be settled," she instructed. "The little house? It's not suitable for Xiaogue and Xiaozhe. I dislike it." Qi Chang grasped her hand, his eyes brimming with tears, and choked out a promise before calling everyone into the room. Zhong Ai Hua cast a glance at each person before she departed amidst a chorus of wailing. Over the years, Chang had profited substantially from several million in demolition compensation, opening several shops and securing multiple properties. With the rise in real estate prices, he had amassed a considerable fortune, allowing for a lavish funeral for Zhong Ai Hua. After the funeral, Chang stopped Xi Yue, who was preparing to return to school. "This is a bankbook your grandmother left for you, with 30,000 yuan inside. I will add another 100,000. Consider it your tuition and living expenses. And the house. Your grandmother left it to you as well. Come with me to transfer ownership this weekend. You may return to your classes for now, and I will call you later." Xi Yue was momentarily taken aback. She had never imagined her grandmother would leave her the house. Shen Yu was equally astonished that Chang had not claimed the property for himself. Regardless of his intentions, Xi Yue ultimately received the title deed bearing her name along with the bankbook containing 130,000 yuan. As she commenced her university journey, Xi Yue delved into the world of online novels, becoming engrossed in reading and subsequently attempting to write her own stories on a vegetable-themed website, much to her surprise, receiving a positive response. With the earnings from her writing and her grandmother's bequest, Xi Yue undertook a comprehensive renovation of her dim, dilapidated abode. By the second semester, she had vacated her dormitory and moved into the refurbished home. During her free time, she devoted herself to writing novels or learning to paint via online tutorials. Perhaps due to her innate talent, she soon garnered attention for her artwork, receiving offers to create illustrations. As her savings gradually increased, Xi Yue began to indulge in self-presentation, not for the sake of others, but simply for her own joy. Naturally charming, her beauty became even more pronounced with her newfound style, causing her to attract the attention of her peers. Gradually, she found herself with a growing number of admirers. However, despite the abundance of suitors, few dared to confess their feelings, as Xi Yue often vanished after class, leaving them with no opportunity to approach her. One day, as Xi Yue hurried out of the classroom, she was cornered at the stairway by a boy holding a bouquet of roses. Dressed in designer attire, he presented a self-satisfied smile. "Xi Yue, I like you. Could you give me a chance? I promise to make you the happiest woman in the world." Both Shen Yu and Xi Yue exchanged bemused glances. This was the same boy she had encountered the previous day on her shortcut to the cafeteria. Sporting the same outfit and holding the same flowers, albeit with a different leading lady for his confession. After recalling the previous day's heroine's words, Xi Yue rubbed her goosebumps and replied, "I'm sorry, but I prefer milder flavors," before briskly bypassing him. The bewildered boy was left in confusion, as yesterday's belle had uttered the same phrase. What could it possibly mean? After all, he didn't favor heavy flavors either. Chapter 71. Xi Yue's Past. Shen Yu's rebirth. Xi Yue closed her phone and lay on her bed, tossing and turning, exclaiming in excitement. The chemistry between the male and female leads was simply delightful. The author had truly mastered the craft. Who wouldn't yearn for such a sweet romance? Reflecting on the novel she had just finished, Xi Yue felt both exhilarated and melancholic. She was thrilled by the gripping plot but wistful because she longed for a love like that. One that promised unwavering devotion, where the world favored only her. Yet, where could such love exist in reality? In this era, one could become true lovers after just a few days of acquaintance. A minor disagreement could lead to an estrangement, prompting the search for the next true love. Just like the boy who had confessed to her, who had used the same approach with someone else the day before, or the boy from 2 days prior, now the boyfriend of a classmate. Xi Yue had no close friends, no caring family, and no sweethearts. She yearned for someone who could listen to her thoughts like a friend, care for her life like family, and accompany her future like a lover. But where could such a person be found? If after coming together, they discovered incompatibility, it would be better never to begin. Disillusioned with familial and platonic bonds, she resolved to harbor no expectations for love. Observing Xi Yue's alternating joy and deep contemplation, Shen Yu sighed heavily, perplexed at how a mere novel could evoke such profound reflections. Time passed and Xi Yue graduated from university. Over the years, Chang had not contacted her during holidays or festivals, as if he had forgotten about her entirely. As a self-sufficient single person, she ultimately failed to find the romantic partner she desired. Fortunately, while love eluded her, fortune smiled upon her endeavors. Xi Yue had penned 6 or 7 novels over the years, yielding considerable earnings, and just days prior, an editor had informed her that one of her works had caught the attention of a production company, set to be adapted into a television series. Though she remained solitary, Xi Yue was, in her own right, a small fortune holder, enjoying a life free from financial worries. Thus, in the period following her graduation, she did not rush to find a job, but instead reveled in her freedom, indulging in cooking and watching videos, living a carefree, nocturnal existence. Xi Yue, concerned by the dark circles under her eyes, furrowed his brow, apprehensive about the toll such late nights could take on her health. As expected, one tranquil morning, shortly after Xi Yue had locked her phone and drifted into sleep, Xi Yue noticed her chest gradually ceasing its rhythmic rise and fall, as if she had stopped breathing. Sensing something amiss, he knelt beside the bed, trembling hands brushing through her hair. The world around him began to crumble. In the midst of chaos, Xi Yue found himself in a hotel room, identical to the one he had occupied, pristine yet devoid of life. A small hillock formed on the bed. Upon closer inspection, he saw Xi Yue's sleeping face, rosy and devoid of dark circles, her skin smooth and radiant, reminiscent of a delicate peach. She appeared to be dreaming of something delicious. Even smacking her lips, Xi Yue, concealing his reddened eyes, chuckled softly, silently expressing his gratitude. Whatever it is, thank you. He watched as she busied herself in her whimsical planning for the hotel, her expressions vivid and endearing, oscillating between surprise and worry at the zombie apocalypse, each moment captivating him further, until he beheld his own reflection. The dream shattered. Upon awakening, Xi Yue clutched her quilt, a smile gracing her lips, for she had just experienced a delightful continuation of the Huangliang dream, a truly enchanting encounter. The previous evening, after dinner, Xi Yue had ventured to the lobby while she returned to her room to enhance her abilities. After considerable effort, she successfully advanced her powers to the second tier. Glancing at the clock, she anticipated Xi Yue's return, so she ordered a slice of cake from the Western restaurant, discreetly placing it on the dining table. Fearing Xi Yue might inquire about her activities, she remained hidden, pressing her ear against the door to listen for his movements. After a prolonged wait, the sound of Xi Yue closing the door indicated his arrival, and she stifled a giggle behind the door, certain he had indulged in the cake. With such jubilant spirits, she drifted into a sweet slumber. In her dream, Xi Yue found herself on a desolate street, where Xi Yue stood beside her, wielding a baseball bat. Not far off, a military truck was parked, its occupants calling out to him. Do you remember me? We undertook missions together in the past. We are on a covert operation at the base this time, with substantial rewards. Care to join? Seeing this familiar scene, Xi Yue felt a flicker of surprise. Was this a continuation of the Huangliang dream? Or had her preoccupation with Xi Yue's decision to forego that vehicle conjured this vision? Xi Yue glanced at his hand, smiled down, and without a word walked away. The military truck roared to life, and she could faintly hear the disgruntled shouts of its passengers, cursing their own folly. Xi Yue discarded his bat and, moving with purpose, dispatched the zombies in his path. His powers now seemed significantly enhanced compared to this phase of his abilities in the past, as the zombies fell before him without close proximity. Xi Yue observed the legion of fallen zombies, astonished that Xi Yue had extracted merely 1 or 2 third-tier crystal cores using only vines before departing. What about the other cores? Are they of no interest? She murmured, trailing behind, a sense of familiarity washing over her, though she struggled to pinpoint its origin. Xi Yue meandered through the area, ultimately collecting a mere handful of third-tier cores, his head bowed in apparent disappointment. The cores gradually disintegrated into powder in his grasp, seemingly of little value. He procured a vehicle from his spatial storage and charted a course to his destination, B City, as per the map. Xi Yue drove leisurely, retracting the car into his spatial realm when faced with obstacles, resuming his journey only in open areas. Along the way, he encountered numerous mutated animals and plants that sought to attack him, all of which he obliterated with razor winds. By the afternoon of the third day, Xi Yue finally reached B City, and it was Xi Yue's first experience of viewing this zombie-infested metropolis from a different perspective. Indeed, B City lived up to its reputation as a zombie paradise. As a high-level ability user, the moment he settled into a relatively clean room, several zombies charged in. Frowning, Xi Yue dealt with the uninvited guests, but the once tidy room was now in disarray. After collecting a few 4th-tier crystal cores, he moved to a higher floor, only to be besieged again by more zombies shortly thereafter. Thus, Xi Yue's relocation became increasingly rapid, ascending higher and higher as if the zombies were inexhaustible. With waves of them arriving daily, driven to his limits, he pinched his brow and resolved to take the initiative. He unleashed his mental energy to scan for zombies of 4th tier or higher. To his astonishment, he discovered a 6th tier zombie in his vicinity, presumably the zombie king of B City. Locking onto its direction, he pursued, and indeed he soon encountered a familiar zombie. This childlike zombie appeared significantly more appealing than its previous incarnation, with a decent head of hair, unlike the baldness it displayed in its prior life. Xi Yue's heart sank at the sight of this zombie, her concern for Xi Yue palpable. Although Xi Yue had not perished at its hands, the image of it extracting his heart was one that lingered in her memory. Surely he could defeat it, couldn't he? Chapter 72. The Oil Cake of Memory. Though Xi Yue harbored worries for Xi Yue, his actions conveyed the meaning of swift execution. As their eyes met, the child zombie collapsed, the battle having not yet commenced, and he swiftly collected 3 crystal cores. Xi Yue stood in stunned silence. Indeed, the zombie king with hair, and the one devoid of it were not on the same level of combat prowess. Following the demise of the zombie king, the frequency of zombies invading Xi Yue's room diminished significantly. It appeared the zombie king had been testing his strength, only to find itself ensnared in the process. Xi Yue's daily existence revolved around eating, sleeping, battling zombies, and absorbing crystal cores, tedious and monotonous. Yet, he frequently encountered nightmares reminiscent of the pain and sweat he endured during the viral invasion of his past life, causing Xi Yue great distress. Until one day, having just emerged from a nightmare, he gazed through the window and noticed the lights of a distant building illuminating the words Cosmic Hotel. Xi Yue regarded the sign with a complex expression before breaking into laughter. Beside him, Xi Yue leapt with joy, lightly patting his shoulder. My hotel. Perfect staff, come forth. Xi Yue gathered his belongings and made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, a horde of zombies delivering crystal cores surged toward him, but within moments, they all lay sprawled on the ground. With each step he took, another group of zombies succumbed, yet he showed no inclination to turn back to collect the cores. Xi Yue followed closely behind, her heart aching. What a spendthrift, discarding so many cores. Suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind. Could it be that you are the god of wealth, the bringer of fortune? My word, what other surprises do you hold that I am unaware of? Xi Yue recalled the trio of Feng Guohua and his grandchildren, who had collected crystals on their journey. Eventually, Xi Yue stood by a fountain. Witnessing her own self emerging from the hotel, clutching her quilt, she reflected on her past sentiments regarding the benefactor who had gifted them the cores. Never imagining that the benefactor was so close at hand, she chuckled, pondering how Xi Yue must have felt upon hearing her musings. Rising from bed, Xi Yue stretched languidly before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the bustling activity below. After refreshing herself, she donned her newly purchased attire, only to suddenly recall that she had yet to present the clothes she bought for Xi Yue. Opening her bedroom door, she was greeted by a delightful aroma. To her astonishment, Xi Yue was clad in an apron, busily preparing a meal in the open kitchen. Placing the clothes on the sofa, she approached curiously. Awake are we? Breakfast is on the table. Please take a seat, it will be ready shortly. Xi Yue, his back to her, seemed engaged in frying something. The delicious scent wafted through the air. What are you frying? My abilities leveled up to 2 yesterday. Xi Yue seated herself at the table, eager to share her happiness. As she glanced down, she noticed the breakfast Xi Yue had brought back, puzzled as to why he was cooking as well. Remarkable. Your progress is exceptionally swift. Listening to Xi Yue's praise, Xi Yue felt a swell of pride. Alright, give it a taste and see if it's to your liking. Xi Yue turned, presenting a plate of golden oil cakes, adorned in a charming floral apron. Xi Yue, taken aback, was about to laugh at the sight of his dainty attire, but her gaze fell upon the oil cakes he bore. Wow, you can make this? What prompted you to suddenly prepare oil cakes? Her surprise was palpable. It had been ages since she last indulged in such a treat. Give it a try. I wonder if it tastes like the ones from the little stall by your school. Xi Yue placed the plate before Xi Yue, her eyes sparkling with a smile. It must be delicious. Of course, Xi Yue began, but her words caught in her throat, her smile faltering as she gazed incredulously at Xi Yue. Back in middle school, a vendor had set up a stall selling fried dough cakes right at the school gate, drawing crowds of students every afternoon. Xi Yue watched the blissful expressions of her peers as they savored the treats, longing to experience the taste herself. Yet, ironically, despite spending 2 or 3 years knitting scarves for her grandmother, She could scarcely spare 50 cents. It was only later, when her grandmother, finding breakfast preparation too cumbersome, began giving her 3 yuan each day, that she finally had the chance to indulge in the fried dough cakes. Whether it was the prolonged anticipation or the inherent deliciousness, Xi Yue relished that moment completely. Regrettably, it was a fleeting experience. The very next day, the school enforced regulations that prohibited vendors, and the stall vanished from her life. Though she later sampled many other fried dough cakes, and even attempted to make them herself, none could replicate that initial flavor. How could Xi Yue possibly know this? Seemingly sensing Xi Yue's lingering disbelief, Xi Yue settled beside her and remarked, "I think Xiao Yue doesn't sound as pleasant. Yue has a nicer ring to it, don't you think?" Ever since she could remember, Xi Yue had believed Yue far surpassed Xiao Yue in charm. For those who called her Xiao Yue never seemed to harbor affection for her. She envied the girls who were addressed with affectionate reduplication, like an Un or CC, as if those who were called such were enveloped in love. She wove this obsession into her own novels, naming the protagonist of her first book with the character Yue, where the heroine enjoyed the warmth of a loving family, reliable friends, and a devoted partner, all of whom called her Yue. With tears glistening in her eyes, Xi Yue nodded, her voice choked with emotion. "I think you're absolutely right. It's especially delicious. Even better than what they served at my school gate." Xi Yue understood that Xi Yue had glimpsed her less than ideal past, and Xi Yue likely grasped the unusual behavior she had exhibited the day before. Neither spoke of it, yet it felt as though everything had been said. After savoring a tranquil breakfast, Xi Yue tidied the table and began washing the dishes. "I bought you some clothes. Just not sure what size shoes you wear." Xi Yue, seated on the sofa, began organizing the clothing. Once Xi Yue finished washing the dishes, she dried her hands and approached Xi Yue. "I wear size 42 shoes. Have you forgotten there are still many clothes in my storage that you haven't taken out?" Upon hearing Xi Yue's reminder, Xi Yue was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, the items from the last zero-cost shopping spree. Aside from snacks, I forgot about everything else." The thought of so many beautiful clothes thrilled Xi Yue, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Xi Yue. Xi Yue chuckled softly and brought out all the clothing from her storage. In an instant, the area around the sofa was piled high with mountains of garments, encasing them within. Xi Yue gasped in astonishment. During their last exchange, she had handed over one item while Xi Yue took another, resulting in such a bountiful collection. How long will it take to organize all this? What a sweet dilemma. Xi Yue scratched her head, joining Xi Yue in sorting through an array of clothes, shoes, bags, jewelry, accessories, snacks, beverages, and toys, a veritable cornucopia of delights. Seated on the carpet, Xi Yue excitedly began categorizing, but despite her efforts, the mountains remained largely untouched, scattered with an assortment of items. Looking at the remaining clutter made her feel a bit overwhelmed. Sensing her slight deflation, Xi Yue smiled and suggested, "Why don't we enjoy a good dinner before continuing? If we can't finish today, we can always tackle it tomorrow, no rush." Xi Yue nodded vigorously in agreement, fully endorsing his proposal. Navigating through the labyrinth of their belongings, they exited the room. Chapter 73, The Golden Tree Seed. As Xi Yue stepped out of the room, she was greeted by the wide, pristine corridor, feeling the very air around her become refreshingly crisp. The two ascended in the elevator to the lobby. Just as they approached the front desk, a buzzing sound filled the air, followed by a crackling electrical noise. "Hello, hello. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing complete." A male voice resonated from outside the hotel, soon transitioning into Wang Li's voice. "Greetings, survivors of the base. I trust many of you are already aware that our Sea City base has been renamed the Cosmic Base. Over the past few months, we have battled fiercely against this world, striving for survival. We have sacrificed many loved ones and companions, enduring hunger day by day. Now we have relocated to this sanctuary, free from the menace of zombies and mutated flora and fauna, and we owe our gratitude to the owner of the Cosmic Hotel. As I've reiterated countless times, never interfere with the hotel's operations, and no disturbances within the base will be tolerated. Otherwise, everyone knows the consequences. I want to elaborate further. All survivors, regardless of age, are to bring their own containers to collect half a gene of rice to celebrate. We will no longer suffer from hunger. Staff will be assigned according to your accommodations to ensure everyone receives their share. Naturally, I must forewarn you, if anyone thinks they can rely on the base for sustenance without contributing, it would be wise to abandon that notion. This base does not support idlers. That's all. As Wang Li's voice faded, the hotel erupted into a chorus of cheers. He is quite the admirable leader, Xi Yue mused. Indeed, Xi Yue replied. His tone low, gazing into Xi Yue's eyes with a warmth that was utterly enchanting. Xi Yue found herself entranced by his starry gaze, a soft sigh escaping her lips as she mused on his striking beauty. Yet her cheeks flushed, and she awkwardly turned her head, exclaiming, "Of course. You're the one enjoying the good life with me. I must go gather the vegetables." With a nervous laugh from Xi Yue hastily retreated from the lobby. She dashed to the back garden, which was peaceful and quiet, as all the little darlings had gone off to work. Xi Yue took a few deep breaths, her fingers brushing against her flushed ear tips, reflecting on her earlier flustered demeanor with a tinge of regret. Why did I run away? I should have replied, "Having me around is your blessing," or tossed him a haughty glance and said, "Just so you know. Why was I so weak-willed?" Pondering this, Xi Yue let out a heavy sigh. "Ah, but he is Xi Yue, isn't he? He is so incredibly handsome and smiles at me. No, I mustn't. Next time, I must maintain my composure. I cannot falter like this. At the very least, I must not flee." Resolving to strengthen her resolve, Xi Yue diligently began collecting the vegetables. After lingering in the garden for a while, soaking in the lush scenery, she returned indoors. As everyone had rushed across to collect their rice, the hotel seemed quieter. Upon Xi Yue's return, Xi Yue looked up from his spot, smiling at her. Xi Yue's cheeks, having only just cooled, began to flush anew. She lifted her chin and approached the front desk, only to discover Xi Yue knitting with her scarf. Xi Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. Receiving her astonished gaze, Xi Yue gently remarked, "Just by watching, I learned. How does it look? Not too shabby, right?" Taking the portion of the scarf he had knitted, Xi Yue found it seamlessly blended with her own work. "You're incredible." Xi Yue chuckled softly. "Aren't you an ability level 2? Show me what you can do." Upon hearing the words, Xi Yue extended her hand, and from her delicate, pale fingers sprouted a small seedling. The leaves and stems of this seedling appeared much lighter in hue than before, almost translucent, resembling a jade carving. Xi Yue scrutinized the tiny plant. The last time she had seen it, it was a tender green, and indeed the mutated wood-type vine was unlike any other, though she remained uncertain about its species. After observing for a moment, Xi Yue stretched out her left hand, and Xi Yue promptly understood, grasping it tightly to channel her unique abilities. She was unaware that one need not make direct contact to feel the energy. Under Xi Yue's curious and expectant gaze, Xi Yue slowly spoke. "The healing energy I sensed last time was quite faint, yet this time it feels slightly stronger, albeit still different from healing. It seems we must wait for you to advance further to ascertain its true nature." Xi Yue nodded in a manner that suggested she grasped only part of the meaning, and retrieved the mysterious seed from her pocket, preparing to continue her endeavor of nurturing it. As Xi Yue knitted a gray-pink scarf, her attention was divided. Keenly aware of Xi Yue, fearful that she might overexert her powers as she had previously. After ascending to the second level, her abilities would no longer feel so strained. Xi Yue, while channeling energy into the glowing seed, simultaneously held a crystal core to absorb its energy. This way, I need not fear exhausting my powers. I truly am quite clever, she mused. After absorbing several crystal cores, the seed at last exhibited a slight crack at its apex, and Xi Yue felt akin to a relentless energy converter. Although the dual process of absorption and transmission appeared easier than before, Xi Yue soon realized that it still left her gradually fatigued. Just as she pondered this, Xi Yue's voice resonated nearby. "This method merely saves time compared to before. Yet you are still absorbing and transmitting energy through your body, so fundamentally, there is no distinction." Xi Yue smacked her forehead in frustration. "Oh right. I truly mistook myself for a mere conversion machine." The mysterious seed had opened a small fissure, revealing a faint glimpse of emerald green within. Xi Yue placed the seed back into her pocket, knowing she would have to wait until tomorrow to nurture it further. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she silently called out to the system. System, present." The calm, AI-generated voice echoed in her mind. "If I manage to sprout it, where should I plant it? Can it be planted in fertile soil?" The mysterious seed must be transplanted into a crystal soil pot upon sprouting. Once it grows into a sapling, the crystal soil pot will no longer suffice for energy, necessitating a transfer to crystal land. Crystal soil? A term unfamiliar to her. Xi Yue furrowed her brow, immediately bombarding the system with inquiries. "Where can I acquire a crystal soil pot? How large must the crystal land be? How long will it take to grow into a tree? Will it be of any use to me? The system did not respond immediately, seemingly organizing its thoughts. Before finally replying, crystal soil pots and crystal soil appear in the random marketplace, though the probability of occurrence is currently low. They are likely to become available after the hotel is upgraded. You will require 50 square units of crystal land. Based on your current abilities and coinage, it will take 100 years to grow into a large tree. The usefulness of the tree must be discovered by you alone. Xi Yue's brow furrowed deeply. I am nearing 5 million coins, and it will still take 100 years. Whether I can live that long remains in question. If the tree proves useless, wouldn't that mean a total loss? Torn between continuing or halting her efforts, Xi Yue felt utterly conflicted. In the system's realm, a small entity remarked in dismay. This host is exceptionally unfortunate. Drawing this is akin to encountering a ghost. How could it possibly be of any use here? Such a waste of time. Chapter 74. The mutated tree arrives. While knitting her scarf, Xi Yue sensed Xi Yue's unusual silence and turned to observe her. She discovered Xi Yue's brow furrowed, her adorable face contorted in distress as if grappling with a significant dilemma, prompting Xi Yue's heart to race with concern. Perceptive to the gaze upon her, Xi Yue met Xi Yue's caring eyes and, with a pout, began to confide. Ugh, this seed is a total trap. Given my current abilities and coins, it will take at least 100 years to nurture it, and I'm uncertain if I will even live that long. The system still hasn't revealed its purpose. Should I continue to cultivate it? Xi Yue, having caught the mention of coins and the system, understood and gently reassured her. But your abilities will upgrade, and your coins will gradually increase, won't they? Setting aside all questions, the crux remains. Do you wish to plant it? Xi Yue pondered for a moment, her troubled expression reflecting her curiosity. I am genuinely intrigued about what it is and what it can do. But if it grows and you discover it to be quite ordinary, perhaps even without any utility, would you feel disappointed? Reflecting on that possibility, she admitted, indeed, I would feel disappointed. Hence, I am uncertain about whether to plant it, yet when the time comes, I might not know either. Xi Yue chuckled softly, thus, if you choose not to plant it, you will think of it daily. However, should you plant it, even disappointment will not be an immediate concern. Xi Yue took a deep breath, resolute. Exactly. I must see it for myself. Observing Xi Yue's renewed vigor, Xi Yue finally felt at ease. Outside the hotel, a sign marking a base office stood by the building's entrance, where two long lines of people formed. The tall and robust Wu Zhongdao stood out amidst the crowd, holding a megaphone and repeatedly shouting, Hurry up, just report your name and room number. Residents of apartment 7, please be swift. Those from the back are about to arrive. No dalin. Collect your rice and leave promptly. Do not linger. Those on this side of the commercial street, form a proper line, no cutting in. Having shouted for an entire morning, Wu Zhongda's voice was nearly hoarse, yet witnessing the hopeful and eager expressions of the survivors brought him genuine joy. Suddenly, the crowd began to stir, and the lines disordered. Wu Zhongda took a sip of water, poised to speak, when a voice rang out from the distance. Everyone step aside. Move to the sides. Unknown mutated plant. A small green figure darted swiftly down the recently cleared road, pursued by several ability users. He Yanxin, in charge of distributing food, quickly directed, everyone move to the sides. Zhongda, go intercept it. Do not harm it. Wang Cheng, hurry and find the hotel owner. He Yanxin was aware that zombies and aggressive mutated flora could not enter Xi Yue's domain. However, he remained uncertain about the intentions of this mutated plant. Wang Cheng, possessing speed abilities, vanished in an instant. Wu Zhongda, now a level 5 ability user, unleashed numerous vines in an attempt to ensnare the mutated plant, only to find it effortlessly evade his grasp. This is bad. It's a level 6 mutated plant. I can't stop it. Wang Cheng rushed to the hotel reception, shouting, Boss, an unknown mutated plant has appeared at the entrance. Mutated plant. Upon hearing this, Xi Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. This task was about to be accomplished. She hurriedly rose to follow Wang Cheng. Xi Yue, witnessing this, set down her knitting needles and followed suit. As Xi Yue reached the entrance, she beheld a small ginkgo tree, barely the size of a bonsai, standing before her. Opposite it, a group of ability users stood still, neither side making a move. Not far away, a throng of survivors awaited their turn to receive rice, their gazes frequently drifting towards the standoff. Upon Xi Yue's arrival, the diminutive ginkgo tree approached her, and the ability users behind it felt a twinge of anxiety. only to relax upon recalling Xi Yue's inscrutable abilities. It's good that the owner has arrived. Without Xi Yue, they would stand no chance against this mutated plant. Xi Yue crouched down to observe it closely, softly inquiring, "Do you wish to remain here?" The mutated ginkgo tree slowly nodded its branches, as if acknowledging something, then extended a limb to point towards the vacant land beside the hotel entrance. On either side of the hotel lay expanses of around 200 to 300 square meters, which were originally intended for ornamental gardening. However, Suyu had yet to find suitable trees, leaving the area barren for the time being. Gazing at the diminutive mutated ginkgo, and then at the vast empty space, Suyu found it absurd yet still acquiesced. She spread the rich soil she had purchased the previous day across the vacant lot, and the mutated ginkgo ambled to the center of the area on its own accord. What unfolded next left the onlookers utterly astounded. The little ginkgo planted its roots into the earth, and in the blink of an eye, it grew larger and taller, transforming into a towering tree. Gradually, its leaves turned yellow and began to fall, blanketing the ground in a stunning cascade of golden foliage. Heavens! Suiwa et galim. Marveling at the ginkgo that was nearly filling the space. It felt as though, were the ground not so limited, it could continue to grow. The mutated ginkgo appeared quite content, shaking its branches and showering the spectators with a gentle rain of leaves. Ding! Successfully received 3 different types of mutated plants. 3. Reward, 1 task gift package. At last, it was accomplished. Suyu retrieved 2 bags of fertilizer that all plants adored and purchased some nutrient solution from the shop. Placing them next to the tree trunk, she observed roots emerging from the ground to drag them away, while a branch gently brushed against her hand. Returning to the entrance, Suyu smiled at the base's psychics and reassured them. All plants and animals that can enter the safe zone are non-aggressive, so there's no need for concern. Once the crowd dispersed, Suyu recalled that she had yet to provide fertilizer for Xiaomai, so she hurried to the backyard with Shenyu. Upon seeing Suyu approach, Little Ha wagged its fluffy tail excitedly, while Xiaomai and the rice seedlings promptly withdrew their feet from the soil, and little Fei Qiu leisurely floated over. Look! Just as I mentioned, little Fei Qiu and the mutated wheat are utterly adorable, Suyu exclaimed to Shenyu, not waiting for a response before petting each little creature in turn. Indeed, they are quite charming, Shenyu murmured softly, his gaze toward Suyu imbued with an almost incredulous tenderness. The mutated wheat elongated its leaves, curling a golden leaf from Suyu's hat and tremblingly presenting it before her. Suyu sensed the wheat's plaintive accusation, as if it were saying, "You have other dogs now." She found the mutated wheat incredibly endearing and stroked its leaves. A new companion has arrived at the hotel, just at the entrance. You'll see it when you come to work in the future. This is a gift for you, Xiaomai. I apologize for not giving it to you sooner. Xiaomai accepted the 2 bags of fertilizer, hugging them tightly, and waved its leaves at her, seemingly conveying forgiveness. It then strutted past the little rice plant, pausing briefly to raise the 2 bags high, as if to ensure it wouldn't be overlooked. Chapter 75. The Adorable Little Piglet. Upon returning to the hotel, Suyu seized the opportunity of a quieter moment to purchase 2 drinks from the beverage blind box machine before scampering back to the front desk, rubbing her hands together in anticipation of the reveal. With her heart racing, she gently clicked to open the task gift package. Congratulations! You have received a luxurious RV. Congratulations! You have acquired 2 pairs of super-powered piglets. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 units of the nutrient solution adored by all mutated animals. Congratulations! You have unlocked the back-end management for my hotel farm. That's it. How could it be over so soon? Suyu opened her storage to examine the hotel farm back-end management, clicking to use it. Goodness! This was essentially an advanced version of her farm minigame. Though she had previously been able to plant and raise animals in the back-end, she couldn't harvest with 1 click. This innovation meant she wouldn't need to head to the backyard for harvesting anymore. She could operate everything from the back end and list items directly in the supermarket, which was quite convenient. She clicked on the description for the super-powered piglets. Adorable little pigs endowed with a super buff, birthing 60 piglets per litter is no dream. Each pig can have 10 litters in its lifetime. Such industrious pigs, how could you not adore them? P.S. The pig couple are childhood sweethearts and must not be separated. The piglets born will be ordinary pigs and cannot inherit the buff. Adorable indeed. Although it was merely 4 piglets, they were the parents of 200 piglets, ensuring a continuous supply of piglets in the future. However, There was a serious issue at hand. She had no farm and no knowledge of pig farming. Xi Yue sighed, realizing she would need to seek out Wang Li for assistance. Since she had become a small landowner, acquiring shares in a pig farm shouldn't be too difficult, right? Closing the Piglet page, she clicked on the luxurious RV and was immediately captivated. The pearlescent white paint paired with expansive frameless mirrors gave the vehicle an exquisite and elegant appearance. Measuring 8 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 3 meters in height, it appeared slightly smaller yet taller than a magical bus. Upon opening the RV model, she stepped inside. To her right, the driver's area was furnished with 2 massage chairs, facing a large operational screen. To her left, along the corridor, lay a sophisticated dining table and a compact kitchen, complete with a spacious countertop and sink. Further in was a bedroom, equipped with a walk-in bathroom. Although not overly spacious, it had all the essentials, a shower and wash basin, and maintained a separation of wet and dry areas. Exiting the bedroom, she was surprised to find a spiral staircase leading to the second floor of the RV. Ascending the staircase, she entered a family screening room, where a comfortable sofa faced a projection screen. Deeper inside was a more luxurious bedroom, featuring a small dressing room and a bathroom that was considerably larger than the one downstairs, complete with a bathtub. The interior of the RV was adorned with carpeting, and the furniture boasted a high-tech aesthetic without feeling excessively cold. The more Xi Yue explored, the more she fell in love with it. This vehicle seemed to have been designed with her in mind. Who wouldn't he want to own such a magnificent creation? Yet, she pondered if the 3-meter height with 2 levels might be too low. Just as this small doubt flickered in her mind, she noticed a special introduction for the RV. It turned out that the vehicle employed some space-folding technology, making the interior feel much more spacious than it appeared from the outside. Furthermore, it possessed the same capabilities as the magical bus, shielding against zombies and traversing obstacles. Absolutely delightful. She could hardly contain her eagerness to move in at once. Perhaps it was time to devise a travel plan. Staying inside would be the safest option. Now let me see what the new task entails. Hotel name: Cosmic Hotel, 2 stars. Manager: Xi Yue. Abilities: Absolute Domain, invincible within your operating domain. Mutated Wood ability, level 2. Assets: 0 crystals. Storage: 4 bags of fertilizer adored by all plants. 10 units of nutrient solution adored by all animals. 1 luxurious RV. 2 pairs of superpowered piglets. Hotel star upgrade requirement: 11,213, 200 guests served in the restaurant. Task: The world is vast. Would you like to explore? Please visit 10 different cities to sample local delicacies. 010. PS. The local delicacies must be deemed delicious by the system to count. Oh, how splendid. The beautiful RV seems tailor-made for this task. Yet a new dilemma emerged. Where to find delicious food in 10 different cities? After pondering, Xi Yue glanced over at Xi Yue, who was diligently knitting. How could he not feel the weight of her gaze upon him? Slowly, Xi Yue ceased his actions, meeting Xi Yue's fervent stare. A cough escaped him. He tilted his head slightly, feeling a bit uneasy, and cleared his throat before taking a sip of the coffee on the table. Is something the matter? As soon as Xi Yue returned, she had eagerly procured 2 cups of beverages, handed one to him, and then sat down in silence. Her face a mix of joy and excitement. Such expressions from Xi Yue typically surfaced only during her escapades with scratch-off tickets or blind box draws, leading him to surmise that it likely pertained to some system lottery or luck-based reward. Little did he expect that, shortly thereafter, Xi Yue would regard him with such fervent eyes, as if asking, "The world is vast. Do you wish to explore it?" Was she yearning to venture out? Or was she suggesting he go alone? Meeting her expectant gaze, Xi Yue hesitantly nodded. Is there a task at hand? Xi Yue nodded vigorously. The system requires me to check in at 10 cities to sample authentic local delicacies, but I am utterly at a loss. After a moment's contemplation, Xi Yue posited. In comparison to the masters of authentic cuisine, those skilled in local fare are likely more renowned. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, finding individuals is no simple feat. Must we sample these delicacies in the respective cities? Or is it permissible to indulge elsewhere before checking in? Xi Yue's eyes sparkled with realization, and she promptly inquired of the system. The system's tone was somewhat hesitant, making Xi Yue feel that it was not as cold and rigid as she had thought. It is permissible, but if you choose this route, you must check in at the establishment or home of the chef who prepared your meal. Indeed, this is truly possible. I just recalled a previous hotel guest who seemed to be an exceptional chef. However, they moved away afterward. I must seek out the base leader and inquire about their whereabouts. Xi Yue exclaimed, her excitement propelling her to bounce up, ready to discuss the pig farm with Wang Li. As she passed the ginkgo trees, she noticed numerous people gathering fallen leaves beneath them. Upon reaching Wang Li's office, Xi Yue released 4 pigs from the storage and explained her intentions. 60 pigs per liter. And they can produce 10 litters. Each visit from Xi Yue brought new surprises to Wang Li, leaving this composed man utterly astonished. Xi Yue proposed that these 2 pairs of pigs be raised by the base with no involvement from her. But she requested a 10% share of the net pork from the first 200 pigs. Without hesitation, Wang Li agreed. Without Xi Yue's assistance, they would not have access to such normal pigs, let alone the opportunity for breeding. A 10% share was hardly a burden, and could be considered remarkably low-priced. The leftover rice husks and sweet potato leaves from the base could easily be used to feed the pigs, ensuring no waste. Wang Li affectionately gazed at the 4 rosy piglets, contemplating. Indeed, these pigs are a testament to Xi Yue's prowess, graceful and undeniably adorable. Chapter 76, Jinling Salted Duck. Bang Li, stroking each piglet with one hand, found himself increasingly enamored. Xi Yue observed Wang Li's gaze becoming increasingly entranced by the pigs, momentarily forgetting that she and Shen Yu were 2 living beings seated across from him. Base leader, I wish to inquire about the residence of Mr. Sun Mantian. He seemed to be a renowned chef, and I have some matters I would like to discuss with him. Wang Li finally diverted his attention from the piglets, reminiscing before replying, I remember him. He joined the base later, and when he registered his special skills, I noted he was an apprentice to a national banquet chef. We were even considering having him head the base cafeteria in the near future. Ha ha ha. He and his wife reside in an apartment behind the hotel. I will have Wang Qing escort you. Xi Yue stood to express her gratitude and prepared to leave. Just before exiting the office, Shen Yu halted and inquired, do all the residents at the base register their special skills and professions? Wang Li paused for a moment. Indeed, the base has many ordinary people, and it would be unreasonable to expect the ability users to shoulder the burdens of the everyday populace. Thus, to provide them with tasks and unearth potential talents, we maintain these registrations. Are there any particularly renowned chefs? Street food would suffice. After pondering, Wang Li set down the 4 piglets he had been cradling and began rummaging through the filing cabinet. The only standout I recall is Mr. Sun. There were many chefs from Sea City's time-honored establishments, but they have since departed, and I am unaware of their current whereabouts. Most of the chefs in the files are those who run small diners with mediocre business. As Wang Li flipped through the files, he paused on a particular page, retrieving it to approach Shen Yu. This young lad is named Xi Yue. When the base was first established, he sought employment at the cafeteria, claiming to be the heir to a prestigious restaurant in D-City, with a family legacy built on hot dry noodles. The cafeteria staff dismissed him as a braggart, particularly when he arrived with a frail girl, and we had insufficient ingredients for hot dry noodles, so he was not hired. However, I sensed a certain sincerity in his eyes. He did not seem to be lying. If you are looking for notable street food, perhaps you should seek him out. He currently resides in a shared space on the commercial street. I will inform Wang Cheng, and if you wish to visit, you may find him there. Shen Yu glanced over the files before returning them to Wang Li. Thank you. After we visit Mr. Sun, we intend to pay him a visit. Wang Li accepted the files and promptly dialed Wang Cheng. By the time Qi Yu and Shen Yu reached the door, Wang Cheng was already waiting for them. Wang Cheng smiled shyly at the 2 and led them to the apartment building. As they walked, Qi Yu suddenly recalled something. System. Tasting these delicacies requires ingredients. The marketplace only has condiments, not fresh produce. Are you responsible for providing the ingredients? All ingredients must be supplied by the host. Qi Yu felt disheartened as she attempted to extract some benefits from the system. Yet regardless of her entreaties, the system remained cold with its response. All ingredients must be supplied by the host. Qi Yu sighed, hoping that Mr. Sun's specialties would not demand overly complex ingredients. Upon knocking on the door, He Lifan's surprised expression lit up at the sight of Qi Yu and the others. Oh, it's the boss. Kumein. Kumein. Old son, look who has come to visit. Qi Yu smiled at her before stepping inside. The small living room was cluttered with various items. A bit cramped but not chaotic, yet it appeared that such supplies were beyond the reach of the elderly couple. He Leafin noticed their gaze and chuckled. We are cohabitating with 2 ability users, and all these supplies are thanks to them. Sun Mantian emerged from the kitchen with a ladle, equally warm in his welcome. Ha ha ha, the base has issued us rice and I am currently cooking porridge. Would you care to sample my culinary skills? Xi Yue felt it inappropriate to partake in another's rations and shook her head, directly inquiring, I recall you mentioning that you ran a restaurant in S City. Might you have any signature dishes, the authentic kind? Upon hearing this, Sun Mantian beamed with pride, saying, I was trained by a national banquet chef and have a culinary heritage. While I cannot claim to be the best at every dish, I can confidently say that when it comes to S City's salted duck, I would place second, and no one dares to claim the top spot. Salted duck? Today, I just harvested some chickens, ducks and rabbits. He exclaimed, I've set some aside and left a bit in the farm storage. Besides duck. Do you need any other meats? No, 1 duck will suffice. Are you willing to teach us this dish? Xi Yue quickly waved her hands, feeling that while she could manage some simple home-cooked dishes, mastering someone else's signature dish seemed beyond her capabilities. Would it be convenient for you to prepare salted duck for us just once? I will provide the ingredients. Of course. I have longed to cook. In this post-apocalyptic world, even the act of cooking has become a challenge. Indeed, my old partner dreams of cooking every night, ha ha ha. Wang Cheng exchanged contact details with Xi Yue, assuring them that they could reach out should the need arise. Before taking his leave, Xi Yue rummaged through her spatial storage, producing a stove, a large pot, and an array of culinary utensils that she had previously scavenged from the tavern. Under the guidance of the elderly gentleman's instructions, Xi Yue meticulously prepared all the necessary ingredients. Sun Mantian gazed at the pristine, fresh duck on the table, bubbling with excitement. What a splendid duck! After more than 8 months, he was finally able to behold such fresh ingredients. He wondered if he would ever encounter anything like this again in his lifetime. Xi Yue utilized her water-based abilities to thoroughly cleanse the pots and pans, filling a bucket with water. Sun Mantian's enthusiasm surged as he examined the kitchenware. It was a pity that his old companions were left behind in the tavern. Is there anything else you need? Xi Yue inquired. Fresh scallions and ginger would suffice. Xi Yue replied, promptly retrieving seeds to hasten the growth of the ginger and scallions. With Xi Yue's various abilities at play, a dish that would typically require 2 days to prepare was presented on the table just 2 hours later. Sun Mantian's delight was palpable. This young man is extraordinary. I never imagined this dish could be prepared so swiftly. Just look at the colors, white skin, red meat and green bones. It is a resounding success. Quick, let us taste it. You two join us, Xi Yue encouraged, noticing the couple standing nearby. It felt rather awkward to treat them as guests. Once seated, they picked up their chopsticks, and under their expectant gazes, Xi Yue took a piece of duck meat and savored it. Delicious. A chime echoed in her mind. Captured a qualified delicacy, Jiangling salted duck. The duck was tender and fragrant, devoid of any greasy or fishy odor. Such delectable fare was undoubtedly worthy of its accolades. Satisfied, Xi Yue turned her head, beaming at Xi Yue as though inquiring about his thoughts on the dish. Xi Yue nodded in agreement, his eyes twinkling with approval. Indeed, it was a delightful dish. Xi Yue's anticipation for the subsequent 9 delicacies grew ever stronger. Chapter 77. The Air of Hot Dry Noodles. As they exited the apartment building, smiles adorned their faces. Xi Yue left all the condiments with Sun Mantian, also gifting him a duck and a bag of rice as a token of gratitude for his hard work. Sun Mantian had not concealed any of the cooking steps from them. Xi Yue had memorized the entire process. As a form of tuition, he left behind a plethora of supplies in the kitchen, including the utensils. Most importantly, just as they were about to depart after acquiring the address of Sun Mantian's tavern, he called out to them for reasons unknown. If you seek such culinary delights, I have 2 senior brothers. One is in F City, renowned for his braised chicken. My elder brother is a state banquet chef, running a time-honored tavern in the capital, and no one understands roast duck better than him. He hurried inside to fetch paper and pen, jotting down their names, appearances and the tavern's address. Handing the note to Xi Yue and Xi Yue, Sun Mantian's expression grew somber. I wonder if they are still alive. How wonderful it would be to see them again in this lifetime. Walking side by side along the path, Xi Yue began counting on her fingers. Old Master Sun's salted duck is quite commendable. We must visit the tavern in S City. The roast duck in the capital and the braised chicken in F City. This makes 3 places. By the way, do you know what delicacies await us in B City? Xi Yue, unfamiliar with B City as he had not visited before, replied, I believe the pan-fried buns are quite famous, though I am not well informed about other dishes. However, the base in B City is located on the outskirts. We can explore it then. As they chatted, they returned to the hotel, intending to dine. For it was already past 2 o'clock, and they had only nibbled on the salted duck, leaving their stomachs still yearning for more. Perhaps it was due to the rice distributed by the base today, or the fact that they had missed the mealtime, but the usually bustling restaurant felt somewhat desolate. Xi Yue ordered 2 homestyle dishes, to which Xi Yue added a portion of salted duck. Ah yes. Let us compare the flavors of the hotel's rendition, Xi Yue remarked, giving Xi Yue a thumbs up, praising his cleverness. Xi Yue chuckled softly. Unbeknownst to Xi Yue, the image of the dish had been replaced in the restaurant. When the dishes arrived, Xi Yue eagerly sampled a piece of duck. How to describe it? The duck is fragrant, crispy, and tender. It seems to taste quite similar. She was not easily discouraged and continued her tasting. It appears that old Master Sun's preparation is indeed superior. Could it be the 2-hour wait that made the difference? Observing Xi Yue's serious demeanor as she meticulously chewed, Xi Yue noticed her deep engagement, as if she were analyzing the ingredients. After her tasting, Xi Yue declared, I believe old Master Sun's dish is indeed the best. He rightfully claims the top spot. For none dare to assert otherwise. Xi Yue, possessing heightened sensitivity due to his mental abilities, noted that both texture and color were slightly superior in the hotel version. Yet he smiled as he concurred, you are absolutely right. His preparation is indeed delectable. Once they finished their meal, they prepared to return to their room and pack their belongings. Let us tidy up the living room first and later seek out Xi Yue. I sincerely hope that his hot dry noodles will also be deemed satisfactory. Upon entering their room, Xi Yue felt overwhelmed by the mountains of clutter and various knickknacks strewn across the floor. Taking a deep breath, she rolled up her sleeves and commenced the cleanup. This effort consumed more than 2 hours, and as she glanced at the clock, she realized it was nearly time to head out. If they delayed any longer, darkness would fall. After successfully organizing most of the items, Xi Yue felt a sense of accomplishment, resolving to tackle the remaining mess upon their return that evening. Xi Yue called Wang Cheng, and as they stepped outside the hotel, they spotted him approaching. Arriving at the commercial street adjacent to the hotel, Xi Yue recalled having visited here previously during her 0 yuan shopping spree. It had been quite deserted then, but now it bustled with activity, with numerous individuals setting up makeshift stoves to cook porridge. Wang Cheng led them to the entrance of a shop, and as Xi Yue peered inside, she noticed that the modest establishment was partitioned into several small areas by curtains or plastic sheets. In some of the open sections, she could see a makeshift wooden bed. The odor within the shop was rather unpleasant, prompting Wang Cheng to smile apologetically at Xi Yue before calling out, Is Xi Yue here? Is Xi Yue around? Suddenly, a curtain was drawn back, revealing a slender young man, seemingly around 18 or 19, who emerged holding a bowl. He sported a buzz cut and wore a stern expression, exuding an air of unapproachability. Upon spotting Xi Yue and Xi Yue at the entrance, he scrutinized their appearance, puzzled as to why such individuals would be seeking him. What are you staring at, punk? He turned his head and upon seeing Wang Cheng beside them, his demeanor softened. Brother Wang, do you need me for something? I can do anything. They are looking for you. Don't just stand at the door. Come over here to talk. The 4 of them moved to the side, and Wang Cheng explained to Xi Yue and Xi Yue, please don't take offense. This kid has a bit of a silly side. His earlier demeanor wasn't he aimed at you. He just puts on a tough front to deter others from bullying him. Haha, he nearly got beaten up for it once. Yes. Fortunately, Brother Qin Yu and Brother Wang passed by at the time, Xi Yue added, a hint of bashfulness as he scratched his head. No worries. We came to inquire about the secret recipe for hot dry noodles that you mentioned. Can you make it? Xi Yue was taken aback, surprised that 2 seemingly formidable individuals were here solely for hot dry noodles. I don't have the ingredients. Xi Yue interjected. Just tell us what you need. Sui Rue nervously fidgeted with the hem of his garment. I do possess the secret recipe for hot dry noodles. My grandfather built his fortune upon this craft. My skills are adequate, though they pale in comparison to my grandfather's mastery. If you do not mind, Xi Yue and Xi Yue exchanged glances, and Xi Yue replied, It's perfectly fine. Your willingness to prepare it for us is more than enough, regardless of its taste. After Xi Yue spoke, she surveyed the bustling surroundings and felt that it was not the most suitable environment for cooking. Shall we perhaps move to the room to prepare the dish? Xi Yue seemed to sense her thoughts and leaned closer, whispering in her ear. The entrance to the back garden is quite serene. Shall we go there? The warmth of Xi Yue's breath tickled Xi Yue's ear, causing it to feel both itchy and warm, and she could only nod absent-mindedly. Noticing her flushed ears, Xi Yue subtly smirked and turned to Xi Yue, saying, "Would it be all right for you to cook for us there?" Xi Yue immediately nodded, "Of course." Then, a hint of shyness crept in as he added, "May I bring my girlfriend along? I worry about leaving her alone." Xi Yue snapped back to reality and eagerly responded, "Of course, bring her along." She had not anticipated that he was accompanied by a girlfriend. Previously, she had assumed the girl mentioned by Wang Li was his younger sister. Xi Yue pursed his lips, observing Xi Yue's cheerful silhouette with a complex expression. In just a few moments, Xi Yue emerged, holding the hand of a fair-skinned young lady. The girl was utterly charming, her delicate face still carrying a hint of baby fat. Even in the apocalyptic world, she appeared to have been well cared for, though at her age, she seemed no older than 15 or 16. How audacious young man. Chapter 78. Preparations underway. Xi Yue was completely oblivious to Qi Yu's complicated gaze as he bashfully introduced, "This is my girlfriend Fu Er."
Fu Er smiled at Xi Yue, taking over Xi Yue's introduction. "Hello everyone, I am Fu Er."
"I may look young, but I'm actually 19 years old." Qi Yu awkwardly returned her smile, and glanced down at her own toes. Ah, her smile is truly endearing. After bidding farewell to Wang Cheng at the hotel entrance, the group proceeded to the back garden. Resourceful Xi Yue produced 3 stools for Qi Yu and Fu Er to sit upon, and set up a large table, which left Qi Yu utterly astonished. She regarded him with a look of, "How did I not know you possessed this?" Xi Yue responded with a smile, continuing to unveil cooking apparatuses, including a gas canister. Qi Yu began preparing the ingredients as Xi Yue had requested. However, regarding the sesame paste, their family had a unique recipe that could not be substituted with store-bought versions. Consequently, the ever-resourceful Xi Yue began the task of cultivating sesame seeds. This was Qi Yu's first encounter with how sesame grew. The plants were astonishingly over a meter tall. Qi Yu attempted to help with a seed, but could only persevere for a few centimeters before conceding defeat, reluctantly setting it aside to watch Xi Yue's performance. After several attempts, Xi Yue finally harvested enough sesame seeds to meet Xi Yue's request for a pound. Observing Xi Yue's pallor, Qi Yu urged him to sit on a stool and rest. Xi Yue gathered the sesame seeds and prepared to create the sesame paste. As he roasted the sesame seeds, the garden's adorable inhabitants emerged to watch. Little Mai and Little Rice mimicked an arm-crossing stance, observing from the sidelines, while Little Ha tilted his head drooling. Even Little Fei Jiu flitted around Qi Yu, drawn by the delightful aroma. Qi Yu, having bought some snacks for them, chuckled as she distributed the treats. After grinding the roasted sesame seeds in a solar-powered blender, and adding various secret ingredients, he produced a jar of rich, brown sesame paste. Xi Yue dipped his chopsticks into the paste and tasted it, his eyes lighting up instantly. "This is the best sesame paste I have ever tasted. Freshly harvested sesame makes all the difference." After exclaiming, Xi Yue began kneading the dough, preparing a small pot of marinade in the interim. He then transformed the alkaline dough into noodles, which needed to be fluffed after boiling. Finally, Xi Yue boiled the noodles once more, adding various seasonings and the marinade. Skillfully mixing them together, he presented a bowl of finished hot dry noodles to Qi Yu, the noodles glistening and golden in hue, quite a sight to behold. "You all should eat as well. Don't just focus on us. I can share a bowl with him." With that, Qi Yu took a bowl and served a generous portion to Xi Yue. Upon tasting the hot dry noodles, a wave of savory flavors enveloped her palate. The noodles delightfully chewy. It was Qi Yu's first encounter with hot dry noodles, and she found them exquisite. However, as she finished her small bowl, the system's notification sound was conspicuously absent. "System, is this dish not delicious enough?" "Delicious, yet not sufficiently so." "Fine, you've answered. Yet it seems you haven't truly answered." Xi Yue handed a freshly cooked bowl to Fu Er, wiped his hands, and took a sip from his own bowl. Noticing Qi Yu frowning, he placed his bowl down, a hint of anxiety creeping in. "How is it? Is it not tasty?" Qi Yu smiled and looked up. "No. It's excellent. You're incredibly talented." Xi Yue scratched his head. "This bowl of noodles surpasses any I've made before. It's all thanks to the sesame paste. If you want the best, you must seek my master uncle." Qi Yu's interest piqued immediately. "Your master uncle? Where is he?" Aside from me, only my master uncle knows my grandfather's secret recipe. Due to certain circumstances, he left the restaurant to open a small eatery. His dishes are sure to be better than mine. I just don't know if he is still among the living. In truth, aside from him, Grandpa Man Hua from City D is also quite remarkable. He too built his fortune on a secret recipe, just like my grandfather. Finally, Sui Rue finished boiling all the noodles, leaving behind a note detailing his master uncle's appearance and name, before departing with Xi Yue and Fu Er, carrying the crystal core Xi Yue had given him. The crystal core was meant for safeguarding food in a public place. Xi Yue allowed Little Ha and Little Feijio to sample the remnants of the noodles, as the mutated animals had long since discarded any dietary restrictions. After tidying up, the two bid farewell to the adorable creatures and returned to their room. Today we pack our bags. We set off tomorrow. We'll stay for 7 days. What do you think about that? As long as you're happy. Xi Yue folded her clothes, her ears inexplicably heating up once more. Is he trying to woo me? Why does he speak so sweetly? No. I must remain composed. I can maintain my composure. By the way, did I forget to mention how we'll be departing? Xi Yue suddenly recalled her luxurious RV, speaking in a mysterious tone. Yes, how will we be leaving? Xi Yue suppressed a smile, curiously inquiring. Xi Yue raised her chin, casting a triumphant glance at him. I've already said. You'll enjoy a life of luxury alongside me. We have a luxurious RV for this business trip. Impressive, right? Observing Xi Yue's proud expression, Xi Yue could no longer contain his amusement, clearing his throat. Ahem, indeed remarkable. Having you as my blessing. Xi Yue nodded in satisfaction, realizing why those emperors on television often flattered their treacherous ministers. After all, who doesn't he enjoy sweet words? Yet, she soon furrowed her brow. The words sound pleasant, but why does it feel somewhat odd? The two busied themselves for over an hour, finalizing their packing. Xi Yue asked Xi Yue for a notebook and jotted down the names and addresses from the note. City XXX Restaurant Check-in, Jinling Salted Duck. In the city of F, Sun Montian's disciple, Zhao Cheng, possesses a rather unremarkable appearance, akin to a plucked chicken. In the capital, Sun Montian's elder brother, Man Jianghe, presents a striking visage reminiscent of roasted duck. In City D, Master Yuliang, a figure of reverence, has a countenance that is as delightful as hot dry noodles, while Ma and Hua represents a selection of snacks. In City B, the delicacy of pan-fried buns remains undecided. Suyu, after perusing her notes, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Indeed, a poor memory is no match for a poorly penned note. With a heart full of joy, she retreated to her room to pack her belongings. The act of packing, though identical in nature, evoked a vastly different sentiment within her. The mere thought of soon residing in a splendid motorhome filled her with exhilaration. She retrieved her luxurious luggage bag, procured at no cost, and commenced her packing. Skincare products were indispensable, and she decided to procure a set for Xi Yue as well. Such a lovely face must not be neglected. Beautiful clothing was a must, and with the weather turning slightly chilly, she made sure to include some warm attire. Comfortable pajamas were also a necessity. Her bag soon brimmed with assorted items, and she dragged it to find Xi Yue. After Xi Yue stowed the luggage in their designated space, Xi Yue began contemplating their meals. Is the space-time continuum truly frozen? Can we take food from the restaurant? Alas, it isn't frozen. We can only store items. Suyu sighed, realizing that restaurant meals were off the table. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Chapter 79, we are off. The refrigerator's fresh food compartment, treated for preservation, keeps its contents eternally in their original state, albeit hot items cannot be stored. There is also a warming cabinet for hot items, where time flows slowly, at a ratio of 1:17 compared to real time. Suyu's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, silently exclaiming, "System, you are my savior." The refrigerator compartment's time is static. We can order some cakes and desserts from the Western restaurant. And the warming cabinet, though not static, has a slow time flow. 7 days will suffice. Casting a glance at the time, she proposed. Let us explore the space before heading to the restaurant to place our order. It's just past 8 o'clock. Dinner is still being served. If we wait too long, it will turn into late-night snacks, and the options will dwindle. We can buy breakfast in the morning. What do you think? Naturally, Xi Yue, the diligent worker, would agree with her suggestions. To avoid drawing attention, Xi Yue parked the motorhome in the lot, and the two took the elevator down to B1, where they beheld a white motorhome. Wow, this motorhome is truly magnificent. As they approached the door, it automatically opened, revealing a series of steps, complemented by warm ambient lighting. Xi Yue ascended the steps and found a shoe-changing sofa directly opposite. She exchanged her hotel slippers for the motorhomes, then made her way to the refrigerator. The double-door refrigerator offered ample space, with a fresh food compartment the size of a nightstand. Adjacent to it stood the warming cabinet, matching the refrigerator's height, with a single door that comfortably accommodated a week's worth of food. With time pressing, the two hurried off to the restaurant, hastily packing numerous dishes and ordering delectable desserts from the Western restaurant, filling the fresh food compartment to the brim. Xi Yue noticed a row of buttons beside the preparation station, and discovered that the frameless window could be opened. Ah! This is reminiscent of the mobile food trucks I've seen before, ready to serve wherever they go. Ding! Detected the host's intention to operate a food truck. I am not. I did not. Don't make such assumptions. How could such a beautiful motorhome be used as a food truck? Xi Yue exclaimed, drawing the curious gaze of Xi Yue, who was engrossed in studying the screen before her. The system remained silent for a moment, then continued, however. The host's primary occupation is hotel management, and this service is not currently supported. While you indulge in leisure, do not forget to enhance the hotel's visibility. Fear not. As a competent hotel proprietor, I shall certainly promote our establishment. I will strive to expand and strengthen it, aspiring to achieve 5-star status. As time slipped away, Xi Yue and Xi Yue exited the motorhome to bid farewell to the charming little ones in the back garden. The following day, as dawn barely broke through the mist, Qin Yu and Cheng Shangyan awaited the little ones in the garden, their bodies cloaked in dew. Xiaomai and Xi, accompanied by 2 little companions, marched forth with an air of authority. Having spent more time with Xiaomai recently, Qin Yu understood its desire to maintain a certain image, and promptly crouched down to greet it. Unexpectedly, Xiaomai pushed his hand away with a leaf, continuing its forward march with an air of indignation. Today Xi surprisingly did not engage in playful banter, as both plants appeared united in purpose, seemingly seeking some form of trouble. Cheng Shangyan and Qin Yu could only follow along at a leisurely pace. Xiaomai and Xi arrived at the hotel entrance, their ire rising at the thought of the new little one who had failed to pay respects the previous day. It was utterly rude and required rectification. The 2 little ones gazed at the carpet of golden leaves strewn across the ground, convinced they had arrived at the right place. With the dim light and the swirling fog, they struggled to discern the true identity of the newcomer. The mutated ginkgo tree, sensing kindred spirits nearby, shook its branches, dispersing the mist and shedding a flurry of leaves. The droplets from the leaves cascaded onto Xiaomai and Xi, igniting their desire to teach this presumptuous intruder a lesson. However, once the mist cleared, the towering tree revealed its true form, and the 2 little plants found themselves craning their necks in vain to see its summit. Help! Startled, the 2 little ones stood upright, trembling as they scurried behind Qin Yu and Cheng Shangyan for refuge. Haha! So, you were here to stir up trouble. I can't take on that challenge, and our leader would surely find it daunting. Cheng Shangyan chuckled heartily. The ginkgo tree sensed the mischievous intent of the 2 little ones, but, being a millennia-old tree, it had no desire to quarrel with mere children. Thus, it extended a long branch, gently caressing Xiaomai and Xi. Feeling the tree's kindness and goodwill, the little ones cautiously returned the gesture, ultimately yielding to Qin Yu and Cheng Shangyan, who carried them off to work. Xi Yue, bleary-eyed, rose from her slumber, her excitement about the day ahead having robbed her of a restful night. After washing up, a pressing thought struck her. What will happen to this domain when I leave? System, will this domain vanish when I exit the hotel? No, the system will grant you an absolute domain with a radius of 2 meters. When paired with the motorhome, it may expand to 5 meters. That is reassuring. With a heart full of joy, she donned her attire and discovered Xi Yue already seated on the sofa, awaiting her. After finishing breakfast at the restaurant, where Xi Yue handled the packaging of their morning meal, Xi Yue sought out Wang Li to hand over the fertile soil she had cultivated in the early hours. With all arrangements in place, Xi Yue and Xi Yue met up again and proceeded to the parking lot, ready to embark on their journey. The splendid motorhome glided out of the hotel gates, capturing the awe of the survivors passing by. Once aboard, the 2 did not rush to explore the motorhome's amenities. Instead, they settled into the massage chairs at the front, with Xi Yue inputting their destination on the control screen, while Xi Yue gazed excitedly at the throngs of people along the roadside. Finally, the day of departure had arrived. Their first stop was to check in at Sun Montian's restaurant in City S. Yesterday, Xi Yue had familiarized herself with the control panel, enabling her to swiftly navigate it today. After entering the address of the restaurant, the RV would autonomously drive to the destination. As they exited the base, the guard station nearby did not impede their passage, evidently recognizing the opulence of the vehicle, much like the previous black bus, presuming it belonged to the hotel owner. Once beyond the confines of the base, the vehicle accelerated significantly, refusing to yield to any obstacles. Just as Xi Yue noticed the impending collision with an obstacle, the RV deftly maneuvered around it. Wow, how exhilarating! Due to the vehicle's speed, the outside scenery blurred past, leaving only a vague outline of the road ahead. Observing Xi Yue's rapt attention, Xi Yue inquired, "Would you prefer to take your time and enjoy the view? The screen allows for speed adjustments." "Never mind. Let us explore the interior instead and organize our luggage. We can admire the surroundings later," Xi Yue suggested, as they both placed their breakfast into the warming cabinet before eagerly ascending to the RV's second floor. Chapter 80, The Luxurious RV. Upon reaching the second floor, they were greeted by a row of spacious and plush sofas, directly facing a retractable projection screen. Navigating through the aisle between the screen and the sofas led them to the bedroom door. Indeed, it was as lavish as depicted in the model. On the left lay a walk-in closet, while the right housed a bathroom. With a cheerful demeanor, Xi Yue asked Xi Yue for her luggage to stow it away. After handing over the bag, Xi Yue furrowed her brow and surveyed the surroundings. "Don't you think the dimensions here seem somewhat inconsistent with the lower level? Furthermore, from the outside, the upper section of the front is mirrored glass, while the bedroom features solid walls." As Xi Yue arranged her skincare products in the bathroom, she paused to contemplate. "You're right. Logically, my room should be at the front of the vehicle, but given the corridor's length, it ought to align with the kitchen. Why is there a wall behind the staircase?" The excitement from the previous day had rendered her oblivious to these details. "I'll check," Xi Yue exclaimed, activating the RV's simulation map. She discovered that a row of buttons at the head of the bed could unveil a hidden door adjacent to the nightstand. Following the instructions, she pressed the switch, and the wall to the left of the bed gradually slid open, revealing a radiant balcony. This balcony, encased in frameless glass on three sides and topped with glass, offered an even more expansive view than the driver's seat. The RV's glass was treated to prevent glare or heat from direct sunlight. Lying here at night, gazing at the stars, would be absolutely magnificent. After marveling at the balcony, Xi Yue led Xi Yue to the staircase, where they discovered a door that she had previously overlooked. Opening it revealed a compact gaming area filled with various arcade machines. "Wow. We've never played anything like this before. We should give it a try someday." After thoroughly exploring the RV, they returned to their respective rooms to organize their belongings. Once Xi Yue had stowed her luggage, she walked into the kitchen, only to find Xi Yue seated at the dining table, holding a sheet of paper. "What's this?" Xi Yue inquired. Xi Yue gestured toward a stack of flyers on the table. "It's a brochure for the hotel. They might be looking for opportunities to promote it." Taking a seat across from Xi Yue picked up a flyer that detailed the hotel's address, amenities, prices, and various images of the establishment. "Does this flyer possess any special effects like the hotel business card did?" Sensing Xi Yue's curiosity, the system promptly activated. "Recite 'I want to go to the Cosmic Hotel 3 times with sincere intent, and the magical bus will find you.'" "Wow, how cool," Xi Yue exclaimed. "Xi Yue, this flyer even functions as a ticket. Just by mentally stating my desire to go to the hotel, the bus will come to fetch us." Before she could finish, the RV came to an abrupt halt with a beep. "Have we arrived? So soon? It feels like it's barely been 2 hours." Xi Yue gazed out at the streets in astonishment. After changing their shoes at the entrance, they disembarked. The autumn breeze was brisk, and for some reason, Xi Yue felt significantly cooler than within the hotel's confines. The RV had parked in an open space beside the restaurant, and both Xi Yue and Xi Yue immediately spotted the quaint eatery adorned with faded red lanterns at its entrance, the result of time's passage. The restaurant's doors stood ajar, and faint sounds of movement could be heard within, likely remnants of the many patrons who had mutated on that fateful day. This was Xi Yue's first genuine encounter with these creatures, and despite the absolute domain surrounding them, she felt a flutter of anxiety. Noticing Xi Yue's trepidation, Xi Yue unleashed a gust of wind. Moments later, the sounds of something collapsing echoed from within, followed by an unsettling silence. Xi Yue felt the breeze beside her, and turned to see Xi Yue smiling reassuringly. Her earlier anxiety dissipated in an instant. As they stepped into the restaurant, Xi Yue heard the system's notification. Checked in at S-City's Culinary Delight completed. The black bus slowly entered the base, and the gatekeeping ability users did not obstruct its passage, as anyone aboard the vehicle, regardless of their appearance, was exempt from resource payments as long as they checked into the hotel. Those not staying would naturally be registered by the staff stationed at the hotel entrance. The white vehicle had attracted the attention of passers-by in the morning, but now the black bus, emblazoned with the prominent words Cosmic Hotel, drew even more eyes. It halted at the hotel's main entrance, and the rear doors opened to release a dozen passengers, some appearing disheveled, others anxious, and a few looking composed and tidy. Once everyone disembarked, the magical bus closed its doors and swiftly darted into the parking lot, indifferent to the astonished gazes of those left behind. "I need a break." The base personnel stationed at the hotel entrance promptly approached. "Are you here to stay at the hotel? If so, please follow the robot inside. If you wish to join the base, you must register with me and provide resources." "How much do we need to contribute to join the base?" a woman asked. Cradling a baby, her attire neat yet slightly weary, standing beside a tall, refined man burdened with luggage, likely a family of 3. The staff recognized the woman and grew excited. "Wait, are you the renowned actress Tang Xuan?" "I'm your fan." Tang Xuan offered a gentle smile. "Thank you for your support in the past." The staff, momentarily flustered by the presence of their idol, quickly returned to their duties. To join the base, you must provide 10 first-level crystal cores. If you don't have them, it's alright. You can work within the base to repay the debt, providing 2 potatoes or sweet potatoes daily. Some areas of the base offer free accommodation, while others require a small number of crystal cores for lodging. The initial 2-week verification period is mandatory. Upon passing, you'll receive monthly rations of rice from the base. Should you engage in misconduct during this period, you will be expelled. Of course, even after becoming a formal resident. Poor behavior will result in expulsion. The stipulation regarding the 10 crystal cores and the verification period was a consensus reached by Wang Li and several others. The base, being a sanctuary of safety, necessitated certain thresholds to deter those seeking to exploit it. Ordinary individuals could engage in various tasks to repay their debts during the verification period, ensuring that rations of rice were not distributed indiscriminately. "And if we neither stay at the hotel nor join the base?" Tang Xuan inquired once more. "A toll of 1 crystal is required for passage, and one must depart from this place within a day." Tang Xuan, observing the pensive expressions of those around her, expressed her gratitude with a nod to the staff before entering the hotel with her husband and child. The couple, not lacking in crystal cores, had already seen the hotel prices displayed on the bus screen, and had made their decision long ago. It was merely the hesitance of their fellow travelers that prompted her to speak up. Following the robot's guidance, they booked a suite. It was only upon entering the room, and discovering that everything was indeed as the bus had described, that Tang Xuan's anxious heart finally found some solace. Chapter 81, F-City Base. Just days prior, Tang Xuan was a household name, a renowned star married to the affluent Su Wenin, and their love had always been steadfast. During her time in the limelight, Tang Xuan's path was smooth, leading many to perceive her as fortunate. Yet, unbeknownst to others, her remarkable sixth sense played a pivotal role in her success. Whether selecting scripts or making investments, she relied on her intuition to discover the most suitable opportunities. She regarded this intuition as a divine blessing and, in gratitude, engaged in numerous charitable endeavors. After their marriage, her husband supported her philanthropic pursuits, providing not only financial backing but also invaluable resources and manpower. Perhaps it was the karmic rewards of her charitable acts that led to their awakening of extraordinary abilities amidst the impending apocalypse while they were inventorying supplies for donation at a warehouse in the outskirts. Remarkably, their accompanying personnel remained unmutated. Within days, a base was established in that suburban area, and their warehouse fell within its bounds. After voluntarily surrendering half of their supplies, they secured ownership of the warehouse, not merely exempt from rent, but genuinely granted the land as theirs. However, their joy was short-lived as Tang Xuan soon discovered she was pregnant. Observing the diminishing influence of the base's upper echelon and the growing interest in their supplies, they resolved to sell their goods and leave after the birth of their child. Eventually, they located a decent buyer and managed to sell off their supplies and land, discreetly exchanging for a substantial quantity of crystal cores. With the aid of her strong intuition and her husband Su Wenin's level 5 ice abilities, they skillfully evaded numerous troubles within a month, ultimately resolving any challenges that arose. They initially sought to procure some baby formula on the same street, but returned empty-handed. Just as they intended to drive away, a black bus appeared before them. The bus halted in front of them, its doors opening. Fearing danger, her husband instinctively shielded her. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming urge to board the vehicle. After a brief discussion, he retrieved their luggage from the bus, and they stepped aboard. Beep. The watch on Su Wenin's wrist emitted a notification. This was regarding the task they had just posted at the trading machine downstairs. Since Tang Xuan had not properly rested after childbirth, and their baby was nearly out of formula, they sought to trade for some. Any news? It says my trade has been claimed by someone. I should go to trading machine number 04. You rest well, I'll be back shortly. With that, Su Wenin left the room. Recently, Lin Mayan had developed a penchant for observing the trading center. Each time she passed by, she would take a glance. Drawn by the abundance and variety of resources within the Spirit Spring space, hoping to find items she could trade for crystal cores. Today, she happened to spot someone seeking to exchange for baby formula. What a stroke of luck! Su Wenin hurried to trading machine number 04, exchanging a substantial amount of baby formula with Lin Mayan, and they exchanged contact details for future needs. Su Wenin paid little attention to Lin Mayan's appearance. As he was genuinely face-blind, he could not even recognize his own child. Could this possibly be the ancestral kitchen knife of the Sun family? Xi Yue mused as she sat in the driver's seat, eyeing the knife they had retrieved from the restaurant. The knife, encased in a wooden box, lay at the entrance. Had it not been for Xi Yue's keen eyes, it might have been overlooked. It must be the one. The handle bears the character for Sun. Leave it there. We'll take it back when we return. Are we heading to D City now? No, Xi Yue shook her head. Let us go to F City first. It's slightly closer. I've pinpointed a location 3 kilometers from the F City base. We'll arrive in a little over 4 hours. Great. Let's grab a bite to eat first. Let us pick out some dishes together. Sure. After a satisfying meal, Xi Yue relished a sip of milk tea extracted from Xi Yue's space. Thank goodness I stored so many drinks last time. I almost forgot to buy any. Following their feast, they ascended to the second floor to watch a film. Upon pressing a button, all the glass surfaces on the second floor turned opaque, creating an ideal viewing atmosphere. After consulting Xi Yue selected the most popular special effects film in this world, which depicted a group of heroes battling extraterrestrial invaders. Both were engrossed in the story. As the film concluded, Xi Yue craved more. The special effects in this world were truly remarkable. Just as she was about to select a second film, the vehicle halted with a beep. Has it really been over 4 hours already? It feels like no time has passed, she remarked. Xi Yue chuckled. This film was over 3 hours long. Xi Yue adjusted the glass back to its original state and peered out the window. It seems quite deserted, though there are a few zombies. We're 3 kilometers from the base. Our RV stands out too much. It could attract unwanted attention. Once they disembarked, Xi Yue and Xi Yue entered the vehicle within Xi Yue's space. The road was devoid of significant obstacles, likely cleared by the base personnel. As they ventured further, the zombies gradually vanished, and the number of people increased. The buildings lining the streets were desolate, with even the windows removed. The wall at the entrance of the F City base was constructed from bricks, standing approximately 4 meters high. A fence obstructed the entrance, leaving a narrow passage for individual entry, flanked by several guards. Xi Yue halted in front of the fence, and immediately someone approached, stern-faced, demanding, "Where are you from? What is your purpose?" "Step out for inspection. B City, here to find someone," Xi Yue replied while producing a level 2 transparent crystal core, handing it to the guard. "We want to enter. Could you assist in locating the person? This is a deposit." Upon receiving the crystal core, the guard smiled, noticing the couple's striking appearances and clean attire, instantly softening his demeanor. "Rest assured, as long as your acquaintance is within the base, I'll ensure you find them." Xi Yue described Zhao Cheng's appearance and occupation in detail, prompting the guard to dash off in haste. Xi Yue reversed the vehicle and parked beside the road. "You truly are impressive. I expected us to have to enter the base," Xi Yue remarked. Xi Yue smiled back. Those who can collect supplies at the entrance have connections. Finding someone isn't too challenging. Additionally, entering the base requires a thorough examination for wounds, and I worried you might find that uncomfortable. The thought of undergoing a full-body inspection made Xi Yue uneasy. Must one be examined to enter? Do you wish to see the base? It's not solely dependent on inspections. If you provide ample supplies and possess significant abilities, you could enter directly. However, this method is more convenient. Perhaps another time, though I am a bit curious. After a brief wait, the ability user returned, carrying an elderly man on his back. Apologies for the delay, he was slow, so I brought him back, he chuckled. Xi Yue understood his motive to acquire additional crystal cores, but paid it no mind. Confirming the elderly man was Jiang, Sun Mantian's apprentice. Xi Yue handed him the remaining crystal cores and gifted him a packet of cigarettes, prompting the man to leave with a broad smile. Only a gaunt old man stood in place. Chapter 82, The Greatest Chicken in the World. The old man looked at Xi Yue with a hint of trepidation, hesitatingly inquiring, "Do you know my senior brother, Sun Mantian?" "Master Zhao, let's discuss this in the car." The old man tremulously opened the rear door, glancing at the pristine leather seats, fearful of soiling them, and hesitated to enter. "It's all right, please get in." Cautiously, the old man settled into the seat and closed the door. Xi Yue turned her head. "Master Sun Mantian mentioned that you are the most skilled at making spatchcock chicken. Could you help us with that?" Mentioning his old craft, Jiang relaxed, a faint smile gracing his face. "Of course, I would be delighted. How is my senior brother doing these days?" "He is currently at the cosmic base in B City. And he's doing quite well." "The cosmic base, as long as he is well. And how is his wife and Xiaohong?" "Xiaohong? You mean Sun Hong?" Xi Yue recalled that Sun Hong had also been involved in the campaign against Xi Yue in his previous life. He was certainly still alive. "They are all doing well." "That's splendid." Xi Yue drove alongside the RV and the three disembarked. Observing Zhao Cheng's soiled appearance, Xi Yue worried it might hinder his cooking. He instructed Xi Yue to return to the vehicle while he retrieved various curtains and tools, setting up a shelter for Zhao Cheng to wash up. Although Xi Yue preferred to keep outsiders from entering the RV, he meticulously prepared hot water, enveloping the area with his spiritual energy, so that Zhao Cheng would not feel cold. After Zhao Cheng finished washing, Xi Yue handed him a fresh set of clothes. Once Zhao Cheng emerged, he appeared significantly revitalized. "Yeah, come down." Xi Yue called to Xi Yue at the vehicle's entrance, and then produced a large table and an array of cooking utensils. Upon hearing Xi Yue, Xi Yue hastily rushed out. "Yeah, sounds so much better than Xiao Yu." Zhao Cheng listed the ingredients, and Xi Yue procured each one. Before long, everything was ready. Standing before the table, the old man grasped a hen, tucking its feet into its body and wrapping its wings around its neck, transforming into a spirited figure entirely different from before. After being infused with Xi Yue's various abilities, the spatchcock chicken was finally complete. The dish presented was a vibrant red, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Xi Yue eagerly retrieved an array of dishes from the RV, including a salted duck. Once seated, Xi Yue gently pinched the chicken, and the tender meat effortlessly fell away. The chicken was so succulent that it seemed to dissolve upon contact with the tongue. Ding! Qualified delicacy captured. The greatest chicken in the world. Checked in at F City's culinary scene completed. Xi Yue noticed Xi Yue's astonished expression, indicating that the dish had met expectations. "This salted duck is surely crafted by my senior brother, right?" "No, it is even better cooked," Zhao Cheng exclaimed in wonder. Xi Yue smiled. "This is the salted duck from the hotel in the cosmic base of B City." As she spoke, she produced a flyer and handed it to him. "Is this all true?" Zhao Cheng inquired. "Is the cosmic hotel part of the cosmic base?" "Indeed, they are within the same vicinity. If you wish to go, simply hold it and recite 3 times that you want to visit the cosmic hotel. As long as your heart is sincere, a vehicle will come to fetch you." Zhao Cheng, upon hearing this extraordinary claim, did not question it. Instead, he quietly tucked the flyer away, thinking, who would deceive an old man like him? After the meal, Xi Yue remained in the RV while Xi Yue escorted Zhao Cheng back to the base. Sitting on the sofa, Xi Yue appeared somewhat troubled, as if grappling with something. Before she could clarify her thoughts, the system's voice resonated. "Indeed, the salted duck from the hotel is made using an optimized recipe from Sun Mantian. But you used the secret recipe without his permission. How awkward would it be if he found out later?" "That is a matter for the host to consider, not the system." Drat. This implies that the embarrassment would fall solely upon her. After a while, Xi Yue returned. Xi Yue shared her internal struggle with him. Since Master Sun was able to prepare it in our presence, perhaps he never intended to keep it a secret? If you remain conflicted, we could revisit him. You still need to return the knife to him, right? Xi Yue sighed, nodding her head in resignation. Observing her demeanor, Xi Yue chuckled and ruffled her hair. Is the next stop D-City? Let's slow down a bit, it will be better to rest tonight. Don't you want to watch a movie? How about I set it up first, and then we watch? That will have to do. Regardless, doing something without permission is never right. Much like her. She still owed Xi Yue an apology, which she had yet to express. Watching Xi Yue intently set the destination, Xi Yue softly murmured, I'm sorry, Xi Yue. Xi Yue turned bewildered. What's wrong? Why are you apologizing? Xi Yue remained silent, her eyes filled with remorse as she gazed at him. Xi Yue, understanding her sentiment, smiled gently. I forgive you. After all, you have invested yourself into this too, haven't you? Xi Yue felt a mix of shyness and guilt at his words. She turned to the refrigerator, retrieved 2 boxes of small cakes, and tossed back, then I'll head up to wait for you. Before slipping away. When Xi Yue ascended, Xi Yue had already found a movie and settled into the most comfortable position, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Watching movies was delightful, but she felt her mouth was a bit idle. Xi Yue caught her hint and retrieved some snacks from storage, placing drinks in front of her, and produced a portion of microwave popcorn, which he roasted with his fire abilities, releasing a delightful buttery aroma. Xi Yue's eyes sparkled as she beheld the popcorn in his hands, enthusiastically applauding him. Truly, you are the omnipotent Shen Ding Dang Yu. You can pull out anything. After watching 2 films in succession, it was time to rest. Xi Yue, invigorated by the thrilling movies, felt a rush of excitement. How wonderful it would be if the world were peaceful. She could even become a television screenwriter. Xi Yue smiled as she bid Xi Yue farewell, saying, Good night, Makabaka. Xi Yue turned and smiled back, Good night. Eager for her spacious bed, Xi Yue hurried back to her room. Xi Yue, observing her retreat, murmured uncertainly, Wuxie Dixie? After her shower, Xi Yue rolled around on the large bed, which was far more comfortable than the one in the hotel. Oh no. She hadn't yet tended to the seeds of the vengeful tree today. Xi Yue slipped on her slippers and stepped onto the balcony, marveling at the starry sky above. Whether it was the natural state of this world or a consequence of the apocalypse, it was simply enchanting. Underneath this celestial tapestry, Xi Yue took out the seeds and settled into a hanging chair, offering her love. Hopefully they would prove useful. The next morning, as Xi Yue descended the stairs, she found Xi Yue seated on the massage chair, knitting a scarf, with the vehicle parked by the roadside. Goodness, wasn't this the front desk? It seemed Xi Yue genuinely enjoyed knitting scarves. Hearing movement behind him, Xi Yue set down his needles. Did you rest well yesterday? Let's have breakfast. I slept wonderfully. This bed is even more comfortable than the hotel's. How about you? I also rested quite well, although there were a few pesky mice, which was rather annoying. Chapter 83. Arriving at the D-City base. The RV had stopped near D-City around 3 or 4 in the morning. Xi Yue, already a light sleeper, immediately awoke at the sound of a beep. Habitually, he released his spiritual energy to survey the surroundings. Apart from a few scattered zombies, he noticed a vehicle approaching their direction. That's it. I just saw a bus-like vehicle heading this way. It looks quite new. It must be packed with supplies. The 4 of us will simply seize it and discreetly divide it among ourselves. Ha ha ha. I understand. You mentioned it's a bus. What if there are too many people? Let's sneak a peek. If it's not crowded, we'll act, and if it is, we'll return to the base and inform the boss. Quick. Is that the one? Goodness, that doesn't look like a bus at all. It appears to be a camper van. Shh. Be quiet. Let us stealthily approach and crouch down. If those who disembark are formidable, we retreat. If they are akin to us, we seize the opportunity. Ideally, there will be some spirited ladies on board. Then the 4 of us could Ha ha. We've grown tired of those at the base. A new diversion would be delightful. Oh, be quiet. Softer. Xi Yue initially wished to ignore them, closing her eyes to continue sleeping, as they would inevitably leave in the morning. However, as their words became increasingly unbearable, the thought of their derogatory remarks about Xi Yue unleashed a palpable darkness that enveloped her. The quartet hiding in the shop, observing the camper, felt an eerie chill creeping upon them, and when they sensed something amiss and attempted to flee, it was already too late. The camper's door creaked open, and the steps descended one by one. The 4 could neither speak nor move, shrouded in the black mist, revealing only their 4 pairs of eyes, wide with dread, as they watched a young man step down from the camper, advancing toward them. The night was too dark to discern his face, yet they could feel the frigid aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Xi Yue refrained from killing them, opting instead to sever their wrists with a blade of wind before departing. Upon Xi Yue's return to the vehicle, the black mist and the force controlling them gradually dissipated. One by one they slumped to the ground, their limbs weak, believing they had narrowly escaped a calamity. What is happening? I have lost my powers. Me too. It must be that man. Hurry back to the vehicle. We must return to the base. The four scrambled towards the vehicle only to discover that it had been cleaved in twain by some unknown force. Oh, it must be that man. He hasn't spared us. If we rush back like this, we will surely be devoured by zombies. I don't want to die. The scent of blood wafted further away, soon attracting several zombies. Though the four struggled to run, their excessive blood loss ultimately led them to be overtaken by the undead. Xi Yue lay in bed, listening to the distant screams, finally drifting off to a satisfied slumber. TSK, utterly useless. Having grown accustomed to Chinese cuisine, she found the occasional taste of Western breakfast quite delightful. Xi Yue, what are you thinking about? Xi Yue inquired, curiously observing Xi Yue, who appeared somewhat lost in thought while savoring her creamy scrambled eggs. Oh, nothing. I was considering that after we finish this, we might enjoy a bowl of seafood congee as I packed some yesterday. Indeed, that is true. While Western cuisine is quite pleasant, the portions are far too meager. Xi Yue herself felt it barely sufficient to fill her, let alone Xi Yue. All right. I'll have a bowl. The rest is yours. After breakfast, Xi Yue took out her notebook, having already checked off 2 locations. Today, she aimed to find Master Yu Liang, with Master Ma and Hua as a backup. Shall we wait at the entrance today? If you wish to take a look inside, you can. Let us see. We should head to the base first. Sitting in Xi Yue's vehicle, they noticed that the number of people lining the streets was significantly greater than that of City F. Some individuals were well-dressed and rosy-cheeked, while many others appeared ragged, their faces pale and haggard, looking more destitute than the survivors in City CS base. The vehicle came to a halt not far from the entrance, where 3 or 4 cars queued to enter the base. There are so many people at this base. We have to wait in line even this early. City D is a merger of 3 cities, hence the large population. A crowded environment implies more chaos within, making it potentially harder to locate someone. Hopefully this time it goes smoothly. After a few minutes, it was Xi Yue and Xi Yue's turn. 3 ability users approached the window of Xi Yue's car, bowing their heads. You aren't from our base, are you? Where do you come from? What brings you here? What level is your ability? The individuals ahead were serious and responsible, casting a brief glance inside the vehicle without prying. However, one person behind them was fixated on Xi Yue, his gaze lecherous. Xi Yue positioned herself to shield Xi Yue, glaring icily at the man, who flinched and immediately lowered his head. The individual at the front, noticing Xi Yue's silence and the coldness of her gaze directed at the man behind, swiftly understood the situation, turning to speak a few words to him, allowing him to depart. Apologies, he is new here. City B, looking for someone level 6 water abilities. Noticing Xi Yue's icy demeanor, Lin Shuyu remained unperturbed. He had sensed from the outset that they were no ordinary individuals based on their attire. Hence he maintained a friendly demeanor. Once he received a response, it was evident they were top-tier ability users. It's normal for top-tier ability users to have a bit of a temper. Are you searching for ability users? We aren't sure if they have abilities. We only know their names and general appearances. Can you assist us? Certainly. Allow me to inform them and I'll be right back. Lin Shuyu quickly conversed with someone behind him, and then spoke a few words at the entrance before hurrying back to the vehicle. Just drive in. I'll first take you to see if the ability users you're looking for are registered. If not, you'll need to go to the shanty town. Xi Yue curiously asked, do we not need to be checked? Lin Shuyu laughed heartily, replying, Level 6 ability users don't require checks. They are allowed passage wherever they go, ha 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 ha. Driving is prohibited ahead. We'll have to walk from here. After the 3 disembarked, Lin Shuyu eyed the brand new SUV. It's not safe to leave the car here. I'll find someone. Before he could finish, he saw Xi Yue wave her hand, retracting the vehicle into her spatial realm, causing his words to choke in his throat. So you possess dual abilities, huh? Impressive. Just as the trio was about to approach the base center, a woman in a white dress suddenly rushed toward them. She was on a collision course with Xi Yue when Lin Shuyu reached out and pushed her aside. Lin Shuyu glared at the woman sprawled on the ground. What are you doing? Don't you see where you are? Are you trying to scam us? I didn't. I was just running too fast. The woman sobbed pitifully, gazing up at Xi Yue. However, Xi Yue didn't even spare her a glance, pulling Xi Yue into the base center, while Xi Yue frequently glanced back. Li Shu, seeing that the woman had departed, quickly remarked, "Hey, go on. Don't treat everyone like fools. Don't think I don't recognize you." Xi Yue noticed Xi Yue's frequent glances. "What are you looking at?" Xi Yue shook her head. "Nothing, just thought she was dressed too lightly for the weather. She could at least wear a bit more. Her body is her own. Perhaps she is naturally impervious to the cold." Chapter 84. A Glimmer of Hope Amidst Shadows. There are two ability users named Yu Liang, but the ages don't match. As for Ma Anhua, he doesn't fit either. It appears we must proceed to the shanty town. It may be a bit dirty and chaotic. I hope you don't mind. No problem. Please lead the way. Xi Yue smiled. This person has a truly pleasant demeanor. As they approached the entrance, they witnessed the earlier woman colliding into a man in the same manner. The man, unfazed, pinched her waist and led her away. What a laugh. The base only distributes a meager amount of rations each day. Everyone has their own way of living. Xi Yue certainly understood that. She neither looked down upon the woman, nor judged from a moral high ground. As Li Shu said, everyone has their own way of surviving. If the world were to suddenly face an apocalypse, she might not even possess the courage to continue living. How then could she look down upon those striving to survive? As the trio approached the shanty town, they were met with a pungent odor, reminiscent of various substances decaying and fermenting together. Utilizing her extraordinary abilities, Xi Yue conjured an invisible barrier to envelop Xi Yue, causing the foul smell to gradually dissipate. "Li Yi, what brings you here?" A man emerging from the shanty town greeted Li Shu, while furtively glancing at Xi Yue and Xi Yue. "I'm here looking for someone. By the way, do you know a middle-aged man named Yu Liang, and an elderly gentleman named Ma Anhua?" "I know Ma Anhua. He used to run a chain of snack shops. I frequented his establishment for noodles. Alas, he passed away 2 months ago." "Passed away?" "Indeed. It is said that his son and daughter-in-law confiscated his rations, leading to his demise from starvation." Xi Yue frowned deeply upon hearing this. What a dreadful situation. "Have you heard of Yu Liang? He was known for making hot dry noodles." "Yu Liang, known for hot dry noodles? I feel like I've heard that name before, but with over 100,000 people in this shanty town, I can't recall. Wait a moment, I'll inquire with my brothers." "Ah, thank you so much." After the man hurried away, Li Shu explained to the two, they are responsible for distributing food in the shanty town. If someone has passed away, they would also be in charge of the cleanup, so they are quite knowledgeable about this area. Moments later, the man returned, panting. "I asked my brothers and learned about Yu Liang. He was indeed here at the onset of the apocalypse, but it seems he offended Ma San's father-in-law, and his rations were consistently pilfered. Eventually, his daughter and son-in-law took him away." Ma San's father-in-law, Li Shu frowned. Ma San is a man marked by pockmarks, with a supernatural ability level of only 3 or 4. He joined a team of supernatural beings, I believe it was called C something, and he is reportedly Yu Liang's junior. "Do you know where Yu Liang's daughter and son-in-law are from?" "I think they are from M City, but I can't recall precisely." Upon hearing M City, Xi Yue immediately turned her gaze to Xi Yue, who maintained a placid expression, revealing no signs of emotion. "Thank you for your help. Next time, I'll bring you some cigarettes." "No trouble at all. I appreciate your kindness." After exchanging pleasantries, the trio prepared to depart the shanty town. Not long after, Xi Yue's watch vibrated. It was a call from Liang Yi. She glanced at Li Shu, who was walking ahead, and raised her hand to show Xi Yue. Uncertain whether to answer, Xi Yue nodded encouragingly, signaling her to take the call. "Hello? Xi Yue, where have you been? I couldn't find you yesterday. I wanted to invite you all to dinner as promised. I'm currently at the D-City base and won't be back for a few days." "D-City? Wen Yan and I are from D-City. Is that so? Do you know who cooks the best in D-City? They can prepare both snacks and large dishes." Well, I only eat and don't keep track of chefs." "Wait, let me have Wen Yan talk to you. His father used to run a restaurant, and he has some knowledge in that area." "All right," Xi Yue responded, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Xi Yue, while Li Shu stood nearby, equally astonished. "Master Wang from XX Restaurant, XX Hotel." As Xi Yue listed names, Xi Yue diligently took notes, recording 6 names in total before arranging a dinner with Liang Yi, leading to the end of their call. "We'll have to search again," they said in unison. Casting expectant looks at Li Shu, who, however, was fixated on Xi Yue's wrist. Is that capable of making calls? Indeed, Xi Yue replied, glancing at Xi Yue, who understood and retrieved a promotional flyer from her space, handing it to Li Shu. This was procured using a crystal core from the hotel. Is this really true? Li Shu exclaimed, incredulous as he held the flyer, astonished by the absurdly low prices listed. They're so low that one could wish to fly there immediately. Indeed, it would be worthwhile to visit when time allows. Last night, she had inquired with the system and learned that such flyers were available in abundance, but since there was only one magical bus, it would cease operations if overwhelmed. Thus, she refrained from disclosing the bus summoning matter to Li Shu. If he wished to go, his capabilities would surely allow him to reach his destination. Li Shu carefully tucked the flyer away and accepted the notebook, where Xi Yue had recorded information. The three then returned to the shantytown. Armed with information, Li Shu instructed Xi Yue and Xi Yue to wait at a distance while he approached to inquire. According to the notes, 3 individuals had not appeared at the base. One had passed away, and another had left the base and not returned. Only the last individual remained, who was currently feverish and somewhat disoriented. Xi Yue took back the notebook, noting that the last person was a chef from a D City hotel, renowned for the famous dish from Sea City, spicy chicken. Could you please assist in finding a healer with healing abilities to take good care of him? We'll return tomorrow. Not a bother at all. I will ensure he is well cared for. Would you like me to show you to where you can stay at the base? No, we will sleep in the car. You go on with your business, and we'll wander around. Xi Yue replied, handing him a bag filled with supplies, cigarettes, and some crystal cores she had just retrieved from her space. Li Shu received the heavy bag, grinning foolishly as he watched the two depart. Indeed, high-level supernatural beings are remarkably generous, though their peculiar quirk of preferring to sleep in their vehicle rather than a proper house is quite strange. Xi Yue and Xi Yue strolled leisurely, arriving at the D-City trading area, bustling with vendors and lively activity. Their attire caught the attention of the vendors, who immediately called out to them, "Sir, I have pre-apocalyptic perfumes and cosmetics, all unopened. Just 1 pack of biscuits. Complete luxury clothing. Only 10 level 1 crystal cores. Such exorbitant prices. You must be out of your mind. Look at my diamond bracelet. Jewelry galore. Just 3 crystal cores each. Take your pick. Unopened instant noodles and beverages. The lowest price in the entire venue. Only 15 crystal cores. You won't find them again." Xi Yue and her companion showed little interest in the food, opting instead to purchase an array of charming trinkets and some electronic gadgets with a modest amount of crystal cores. After leaving the D-City base, Xi Yue mused, how wonderful it would be if one day the hotel entrance were this lively. Chapter 85. The unexpected appearance of snacks. Today, the sun shone brilliantly. After finishing breakfast, Xi Yue and Xi Yue, as they had the previous day, drove towards the base. Upon arrival at the base's entrance, Li Shu had been waiting for quite some time. The generous reward from yesterday had left him eagerly anticipating the return of this magnanimous supernatural being. As he spotted their off-road vehicle, he greeted a nearby brother and waved them through. Li Shu jogged over to the vehicle. I arranged for Master Jiang to stay at the base's inn. A healer attended to him yesterday, and he is no longer feverish. When I visited this morning, he seemed quite spirited, though a bit anxious, continuously asking me who had rescued him. The trio arrived at the inn Li Shu had mentioned, a modest 3 to 4-story building with a sign reading XXX and hanging above the doorframe. Several nearby buildings bore similar signs, suggesting this was a place designated for short-term accommodations. Look, he's already waiting at the entrance. I noticed he was quite dirty yesterday, so I arranged for him to take a bath and change into clean clothes. Li Shu casually mentioned, devoid of any self-congratulatory tone. The middle-aged man at the entrance, like many survivors in this post-apocalyptic world, appeared gaunt and pallid. I'll go call him, Li Shu said, stepping out of the vehicle and running toward the middle-aged man. Are we sticking with the plan from yesterday? Xi Yue turned to Xi Yue, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Xi Yue smiled and nodded. Of course. We prepared everything yesterday. Didn't we? Ah, it's a pity I can't witness such a scene. Haha. It must be incredibly spectacular. I'll perform it for you when we return. Xi Yue nodded vigorously, overwhelmed with joy. Li Shu accompanied the middle-aged man, Su Daqiang, to the car, and Xi Yue inquired of Su Daqiang, you are the head chef at the XX Hotel, renowned for your spicy chicken, am I correct? Su Daqiang, having been asked the same question by Li Shu the previous day, nervously nodded in affirmation. Would you be able to prepare this dish for us? We will provide the ingredients, and the compensation will be generous. Su Daqiang glanced at Li Shu beside him, and then at Xi Yue. Why yes, I can do that. Upon receiving his response, Xi Yue turned to Li Shu and asked, Do you have a vehicle? Li Shu appeared somewhat perplexed but answered truthfully yes. Could you take him along with us to prepare the dish? Afterward, you can bring him back. Li Shu hesitated. While he was aware of Xi Yue's formidable nature and her generous offers, he felt uncertain about venturing outside the base with someone like him. Noticing his hesitation, Xi Yue added, I will double yesterday's compensation. Li Shu cautiously inquired, Where are we going? Is it far from the base? 3 kilometers outside the base. Considering the doubled compensation, and realizing that the man before him could easily have ulterior motives without the need for such a complicated arrangement, he steeled himself and said, I'll go fetch the car. Within minutes, 2 vehicles, one black and one white, exited the base in succession. As they departed, a strong wind swept through various areas of the base, lifting countless black papers into the air, scattering them across the premises. Oh, there are people by our RV. Xi Yue spotted 4 or 5 individuals standing near the RV, seemingly engaged in some activity. The 2 vehicles came to a halt beside the RV, prompting the 5 people to quickly approach and observe them. Among them were 3 men and 2 women of varying ages, including a middle-aged woman appearing to be in her 50s and a teenage boy of 16 or 17. Each person had their hands and feet bound with tape, looking gaunt and seemingly not possessing any special abilities. Apologies, we were just being chased by zombies and ran here, only to find that they haven't followed us. We were merely taking a break. We have no ill intentions. The middle-aged woman stepped forward to explain to Xi Yue and the others, clearly anxious to avoid any misunderstandings. Xi Yue nodded in response, saying nothing. Li Shu gazed at the pristine white vehicle with its vast expanse of glass, marveling inwardly, could this be the RV? No wonder they don't stay in the base. This must be the stature of a big shot. The 5 individuals did not depart but rather huddled at the rear of the vehicle, wary of being in the way. Xi Yue and Xi Yue paid them no mind, and began gathering the ingredients as per Su Daqiang's instructions. As the chicken was being fried, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, causing both Li Shu and the 5 onlookers to clutch their stomachs, unable to suppress their hunger. The spiciness intensified as the peppers were stir-fried, and saliva almost pooled in their mouths. Su Daqiang wiped his hands and presented the freshly cooked spicy chicken. Although Xi Yue was not particularly fond of spicy food, she always craved that particular flavor. After witnessing Chef Su incorporate various dried chilies and chili powder, she felt a slight tingling sensation at the back of her neck. Gazing at the vibrant red dish, Xi Yue quickly picked up a piece of chicken and tossed it into her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, the heat struck her, accompanied by a mild numbness, soon followed by the succulent crunch of the chicken, growing more delightful with each chew. Ding! Detected a qualified dish, Sichuan-style spicy chicken. Xi Yue became increasingly enamored with the dish, unable to stop, mentally querying the system. This chef works in D-City. Where should we check in C-City? His home or former workplace? Xi Yue produced a cup of milk to help Xi Yue alleviate the spiciness. Xi Yue paused her chopsticks and asked Su Daqiang, Could you kindly share the location of your former workplace or home in C-City? Although puzzled, Su Daqiang dutifully wrote down the address. Xi Yue then turned to Li Shu. Are there any other individuals in the base who excel at making snacks or dishes? Li Shu pondered for a moment before responding. Our base was formed by merging several smaller bases. Aside from those who record abilities and those who manage infrastructure, there is only one ordinary individual known for cooking. With everyone struggling to find enough to eat, no one pays attention to who cooks well. At that moment, the middle-aged woman from the group spoke up cautiously for snacks. How about scallion pancakes? I've been making them for over 30 years. Scallion pancakes? Xi Yue looked at her in surprise, having never heard of such a snack. Xi Yue inquired, What ingredients do you need? Nothing too complicated. Just flour, scallions, and a few additional ingredients will suffice. Xi Yue and Xi Yue exchanged glances. Regardless of the outcome, they would only know by attempting. Once the ingredients were prepared, the scallions were retrieved from the RV's refrigerator, something Xi Yue had arranged beforehand. The woman washed her hands and donned an apron. In addition to the ingredients, she requested a pan for frying pancakes and a spatula. Xi Yue had no supplies for these, but Xi Yue had purchased them from the marketplace. The woman skillfully kneaded the dough and fried the dough sticks, which, while not visually appealing, were passably ordinary. Xi Yue felt a twinge of disappointment, wondering what exactly they were making. After frying the dough sticks and letting them drain, the woman mixed a bowl of batter to prepare the sauce. After simmering a bowl of brownish-yellow sweet sauce, she spread it over the pancake pan to create a spring roll wrapper. The final layer encompassed a piece of dough stick stuffed with a segment of scallion, forming the dish. The woman placed the wrapped scallion pancake on the frying pan, pressing down firmly with the spatula until both sides turned golden brown. The middle was coated with sweet sauce, and with a deft motion of the spatula, it was ready to serve. Xi Yue received the bowl while the woman began preparing the next batch. The scallion pancakes were golden brown and subtly revealed the tender green of the scallions. Xi Yue placed one in her mouth, and an alert sounded immediately. Ding! Detected a qualified snack, Z City Scallion Pancake. What a delightful surprise. Chapter 86. Swift Distribution of Flyers. The scallion pancakes were unassuming in appearance, but upon biting into them, the sweetness of the sauce enveloped the salty dough stick, creating a surprisingly delightful flavor. Xi Yue gave Xi Yue a thumbs up, and Xi Yue understood, indicating that they had succeeded. Xi Yue took the freshly made scallion pancakes, a look of astonishment crossing his face. This snack truly suited his palate, with just the right hint of sweetness and a balanced flavor. The woman prepared several portions, and Xi Yue encouraged everyone to share and taste. Perhaps feeling more at ease with their amiable demeanor, the woman relaxed, sharing in the past. I supported my family through my stall, even managing to send my daughter to school. The most famous items at my stall were scallion pancakes and egg pancakes. My egg pancakes sold even better than the scallion pancakes daily. Would you like to try some? Seeing her enthusiasm, Xi Yue nodded. Sure, do you need eggs? Yes. A few eggs and a spatula. Xi Yue retrieved a spatula resembling a bamboo dragonfly, and some eggs. The woman wasted no time in whisking the batter. The scallion pancakes boasted a crisp, aromatic crunch, while the egg pancakes offered a wonderfully soft texture, each possessing its own merits. After everyone enjoyed a hearty meal, Xi Yue asked the woman if she could make a few extra jars of sweet sauce, having noticed that Xi Yue seemed quite fond of it. Xi Yue expressed his gratitude with various supplies and crystal cores, and Li Shu and the others extended their thanks as well. Out of camaraderie, Li Shu offered to drive the 5 individuals back to the base. Eventually, his small vehicle was packed with 7 people and set off, swaying as it began its journey. After tidying up the outdoor items, the two returned to the RV, where Xi Yue began to take notes at the table. S City XXX Restaurant Check-in, Jinling Salted Duck. C City XX Restaurant Check-in, Sichuan-style Spicy Chicken. F City Check-in, the first chicken in China. In the capital city, Sun Montian's elder brother appears, and the scene is set with the aroma of roasted duck. In City D, Master Yuliang of the Srei family has a notable presence, enjoying the local delicacy of hot dry noodles, possibly in City M. Meanwhile, in District XX of City Z, the famous scallion pancake is a highlight. The steamed buns from City B remain undecided. Xi Yue exclaims, "Let us check in at City Z and City C, and then we will have completed our tour of 4 cities." Xi Yue begins to input the address, suggesting they first visit Yuliang's restaurant, just in case he is indeed at the base in City M. Afterward, they can proceed to City Z for their check-in. Great. I'll fetch the crystal core. I was so engrossed in last night's video games that I completely forgot. With that, she rushes off. Inside the RV, a tranquil atmosphere prevails, while chaos brews at the base in City D. Is this flyer for real? The prices are shockingly low. Aren't there zombies everywhere in City B? Could it be a prank? Amidst the murmurs of disbelief, one wonders if such a place truly exists. The discussions echo throughout the base, even in the makeshift shelters. The previous day, Xi Yue and Xi Yue had devised an ingenious plan while wandering about. Xi Yue concealed flyers in various corners of the base, marking their locations with his psychic abilities. Today, as they depart, he intends to use the wind to scatter the flyers, hoping that interested parties will seek out the hotel, thus attracting more guests. Upon checking in at Yuliang's restaurant, the system does not emit a notification, but Xi Yue is undeterred, as they have not yet tasted the hot dry noodles. The RV accelerates and reaches City Z by evening. This city is renowned for its breathtaking scenery before the apocalypse. The vehicle gradually halts by the riverbank, and Xi Yue gazes at the sunset, resembling a salted egg yolk, and says to Xi Yue, "Wait here. I'm going to grab the instant camera." She darts upstairs in a flurry. "I got it. This view is too beautiful to miss." She snaps a couple of pictures of the sunset before turning to Xi Yue. With a smile, he takes the camera and becomes the designated photographer. In the lens, Xi Yue beams radiantly, striking various adorable poses. Xi Yue recalls how in his past life, she too enjoyed the riverside breeze, though back then, her face was clouded with sorrow. Let us take a picture together. The sun is about to set. All right. She looks lovely like this. As they return to the RV, Xi Yue holds a stack of photographs. Before it gets too dark, let us check in. He adds, we can return here tomorrow for the sunrise. Let us head to City M then. City M. Are we going to find Yu Liang? Xi Yue hesitates. Xi Yue chuckles, yes, it's a perfect opportunity to revisit. Great. It's settled then. Good morning, Xi Yue greets, as she stumbles down the stairs at 6, rubbing her eyes, eager to witness the sunrise. Good morning. What do you feel like eating today? Xi Yue sits at the dining table, appearing somewhat dazed, seemingly oblivious to Xi Yue's question. Noticing her blank stare and the way her hair flops adorably, Xi Yue pauses his breakfast preparations to retrieve yesterday's instant photos, capturing her current state of confusion. As if the flash has jolted her back to reality, Xi Yue blinks slowly. Huh? Are you taking my picture? Xi Yue shakes the photo and hands it to her. Just capturing a little daze. Xi Yue glances at the photo, finding herself surprisingly cute. I'll keep this. Yesterday, Xi Yue had chosen a prime location to watch the sunrise. BRR, it's quite chilly this morning. They both donned plush pajamas to step outside. And Xi Yue silently erected a psychic barrier. The horizon has begun to blush with layers of red, reflecting beautifully on the riverbank. The sun gradually rises, igniting the sky in vivid hues. Now that we've seen it, shall you return to the RV for a nap? You should rest too. You must be tired from last night. The previous evening, Xi Yue had gathered another stack of flyers from the system, while Xi Yue distributed them at the city's base, returning late. Let us both take a nap. I'll set the speed a bit slower, and we'll arrive at City M in the afternoon. Xi Yue returns to her room, but does not sleep. Still immersed in the beauty of the moment, wanting Xi Yue to rest, she rummages through her bag for the gray-blue yarn she purchased earlier. Since I'm bored, I might as well knit a scarf. Downstairs, Xi Yue also remains awake, leaning against his bed, flipping through yesterday's photos with tenderness in his eyes. After a moment, he puts the photos away and picks up a scarf from the cabinet to knit. His speed is swift. The scarf is nearly complete, requiring just a final touch. As the vehicle rolls along, unbeknownst to them, a rugged SUV has trailed behind. Chapter 87, Little Ha's Friend. Hey, did you see that? That car just flattened as it zipped through. Not just that, it drove so slowly that the zombies seemed oblivious and didn't chase after it. Could this be some special ability? How cool would that be? Brother, control old 3. He's starting to get rowdy again. I'm just using a casual exclamation. Not cursing. Your behavior really diminishes our team's reputation. People will think we're a bunch of thugs. The man in the passenger seat chuckles at the bickering behind them, but the mutated animals are quite fond of him. Remember that husky that was so affectionate with him? The bald giant, known as Old 3, perks up. Hey, listen to second brother. That husky was so friendly with me. Too bad I haven't seen it since. I wonder how it's doing, if it's being treated well. The man next to him, smaller in stature, rolls his eyes. It was friendly because you had the best mutated beast meat to lure it. Old 3 weakly retorts, I didn't know it was so clever. It learned right away. Besides, how can I call it deceit? It gave me a water balloon in exchange. The more he insists, the more justified he feels. As if Old 4 has tarnished his bond with the husky. Right, a little water balloon for dozens of pounds of beast meat. You're truly a good person. Xi Yue had sensed the SUV's approach from the start, and listening to the argument within, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Realizing that the foolish dog had picked up foul language from those behind. It's safe to say that the dog is truly a dog, and the humans are just as foolish. On the rooftop of an office building, the fields of wheat and rice cultivated by Xiaomai and Xiaoshu are ready for harvest. Everyone is bustling with energy when Cheng Xiangyun exclaims in exasperation, Little Ha! Stop digging in the dirt. It's raining down on my head. Little Ha, undeterred, continues to frolic, suddenly sneezing. Turning to Cheng Xiangyun, he barks, woof woof woof. You must be secretly cursing me. After his outburst, Cheng Xiangyun finds himself covered in dirt from head to toe. Little Ha. The RV came to a gentle halt at the entrance of a residential complex, closely pursued by an unwavering off-road vehicle that had followed them throughout their journey. even taking detours when faced with impassable paths. Finally, it stopped. My rear end has gone numb from sitting. The burly man inside the vehicle found himself constrained for space, especially after being cooped up for over 7 hours. The man in the driver's seat alighted. Come, let us go and greet them. The steps were lowered one by one, and the RV door creaked open. As Xi Yue slipped on her shoes, she noticed 4 men standing below. The quartet initially marveled at the RV's opulence, only to be taken aback by the sight of a lone, beautiful girl perched on a low stool, changing her shoes. Observing Xi Yue's cautious demeanor, the leader of the group took a step forward. Apologies, we mean no harm. We merely wish to pay a visit to the owner of this vehicle. Xi Yue had just returned from the 2nd floor, bringing back the leftover milk tea Xi Yue had sipped while watching a movie, and handed it to her before turning to gaze down at the 4 men. Now that you've made your visit, you may leave. Xi Yue's warning glance sent chills down their spines. They were acutely aware that this man was not to be trifled with. Apologies for the intrusion. We shall take our leave, the leader replied, recognizing Xi Yue's indifference and choosing to remain discreet. Wait. Xi Yue called out after donning his shoes and descending the RV with Xi Yue. He handed them a flyer without uttering a word and walked into the complex with Xi Yue. Damn, he looked at me, and I felt as though I had already met my demise. The 3rd man wiped the sweat from his brow. How terrifying, the 4th murmured, watching the 2 depart. Boss, what did he give you? The leader held up the flyer, feeling somewhat bewildered that such a man would hand him a pamphlet. Do you know them? Xi Yue inquired, intrigued by Xi Yue's unexpected act of handing out flyers. I don't know them, but they seem to be acquainted with Xiaoha. Xiaohua. How do you know that? Xi Yue exclaimed in surprise, realizing they were friends of Xiaoha. I overheard them talking. Xiaoha's foul language is something he picked up from them. He even tricked them into giving him dozens of pounds of meat with a small lump of water. Ha ha ha. It appears Xiaoha has been thriving outside. Who says huskies aren't clever? Xi Yue sighed, shaking his head. Who would have thought anyone could be fooled by a husky? As they reached the flower bed beside the entrance of the complex on the 2nd floor, Xi Yue recalled an old tree that used to stand there, a favorite gathering spot for the elderly residents to chat and boast. He had also collapsed there once. Noticing Xi Yue lost in thought, he gently tapped her shoulder. Would you like to come home with me and take a look? Xi Yue glanced at the flower bed, then turned her gaze to the handsome man before her. Yes. They ascended the dilapidated staircase, passing through open doors of rooms on the 1st and 2nd floors, evidence of previous scavengers. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they found Xi Yue's door ajar as well. Inside, the room lay in disarray. Cupboards toppled, and the floor strewn with scattered items. Xi Yue crouched down, picking up a picture frame from the ground and brushing off the dust. It was a photograph of him at 7 or 8 years old alongside his father. I haven't returned to this room since leaving for university, he mused, but fell silent, lowering his head as he began to collect and organize the scattered belongings. Xi Yue refrained from asking questions and joined him in tidying up, propping up the fallen cupboard. Once the living room was cleaned, they moved into the bedroom. Xi Yue's room was adorned with an array of certificates on one wall. She recalled how he had brought home his first certificate in elementary school, and how his father had been so thrilled he wanted to display it in the living room. The proud young Xi Yue had initially refused, but eventually relented, allowing it to be hung in his room. This old house was a repository of Xi Yue's joyful memories. After gathering the scattered items, he used his wind-based abilities to whisk the dust outside. The room, now restored to its former state, appeared as it once had. Standing at the doorway, Xi Yue glanced back at the house and said to Xi Yue, "Let us go. I want to take you somewhere." "Are you not taking anything with you? I remember you having many photo albums." Xi Yue smiled and shook his head. "No, let the memories of the past remain here." After the bus came to a stop, Xi Yue surveyed the desolate landscape surrounding them. Xi Yue had brought her to a cemetery. Due to its remoteness from the city, it had remained untouched. This was the grave purchased long ago by old Xin, where his grandmother was laid to rest. Next to her was Xin, my mother. Xi Yue had bought a plethora of paper money and paper offerings from the marketplace, and together with Xin Yue, they burned them as tribute. This marketplace. It was hard to describe. Aside from the lack of fresh ingredients, it catered to every aspect of life, from birth to burial. After leaving the cemetery, they drove toward the M-City base, unexpectedly encountering familiar faces. Chapter 88. Successful check-in at Hot Dry Noodles. As usual, the RV parked 3 kilometers from the base, and the 2 switched vehicles to enter. The M-City base was noticeably smaller in scale than the D-City base, with only a handful of individuals exiting, while many more were returning. The person in charge of registration approached the car window. "Where are you from? Are you a supernatural being?" "At the base, Xi Yue." "You are Xi Yue." He looked at Xi Yue with astonishment, then peered inside to see Xi Yue in the passenger seat. "You're back. Do you remember me? You're Jiang grandma's grandson from upstairs." Yes. "Are you planning to join the base? And you've brought family back, ha ha ha. How amusing. Let us go inside and chat. This is my friend. Let them through." Without waiting for a response, the man shouted to those behind him, and the front gate was swung open. Xi Yue recognized him as the one who had criticized Xi Yue as a white-eyed wolf after old Shen's passing. The man, overly familiar, hopped into the back seat. "Aren't you going to introduce us? This is Xi Yue. This is Xie Yang," Xi Yue said succinctly. Xie Yang was unbothered by Xi Yue's brevity. He had always been like that. He smiled at Xi Yue and asked, "Are you here to stay? My grandmother asked about you 2 years ago. I came to find someone. How is Jiang grandma? She passed away in her dreams last year. She didn't have to endure these hardships. It's for the best," he said with a hint of nostalgia before continuing. "Who are you looking for?" "I know quite a few people at this base. Perhaps I can help." A middle-aged man named Yu Liang, said to have been brought over from D-City by his daughter and son-in-law. Xie Yang slapped the seat. "I know him. What a coincidence. We went to D-City together. That son-in-law was just at the gate. Pull over to the side. I'll go call him over." Xie Yang hurriedly exited the vehicle and dashed away. Xi Yue watched his retreating figure, feeling a pang of nostalgia. "He has changed so much. I remember he used to dislike you." Xi Yue chuckled softly. "Yes, generally speaking, the kids in the neighborhood didn't like me." Xi Yue laughed as well. "You were the exemplary child. If I were in your neighborhood, I wouldn't like you either. Who enjoys being compared to others daily." Xie Yang returned with the man from the entrance. "This is Yu Liang's son-in-law, Wang Jiehui." "Hello, is there something you need from my father-in-law?" Wang Jiehui asked, puzzled as his father-in-law rarely ventured out and had no supernatural abilities. "We know his apprentice and came to find him to make a batch of hot dry noodles. It's a paid request." "Oh sure, I'll take you to my home." Indeed, it seems one must learn a trade. Even in the apocalypse, people seek out services. "Wait for me downstairs. The room is too cramped." I called for him to come down. After gathering everyone, Xie Yang drove Yu Liang, trailing behind Shen Yu's vehicle as they exited the base. "Incredible. Is this your vehicle, Shen Yu?" Xie Yang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the RV. "Indeed, it belongs to her," came the reply. "Impressive, sister-in-law." Xie Yang gave Qi Yu a thumbs up, and before she could respond, he leaned closer to Shen Yu and whispered, "You're not living off her, are you? I hadn't sensed your ability fluctuations before. You've truly outdone yourself." Shen Yu, still processing the term sister-in-law, chuckled softly. "I suppose that's accurate. After all, I haven't incurred any living expenses. Relying on Qi Yu isn't entirely incorrect. Your sister-in-law must be formidable. What level is she? You mustn't become a scoundrel just because you have a pretty face." Before Shen Yu could respond, Qi Yu called for him. "Shen Yu." The dining table. Shen Yu approached, retrieving various items from his spatial storage, while Qi Yu conjured an array of ingredients from thin air. Xie Yang was momentarily stunned, realizing both were spatial ability users. Without their powers active, he couldn't detect any fluctuations. Soon, he observed Shen Yu using wood abilities to sprout scallions, fire abilities to heat the pot, and wind abilities to sift flour. Yu Liang produced some cherished diced radish he had been reluctant to eat, adding it to the mix along with the sesame paste prepared by Xi Yue. In a deft motion, he stirred up a steaming bowl of noodles. Qi Yu took a taste, immediately discerning the notable difference between Xi Yue's and Yu Liang's contributions. Ding. Qualified snack detected. D-City hot dry noodles. Checked in at D-City snacks completed. Delicious. I'm going to grab some vegetables from the RV. It's just about dinner time. Let us all eat together. Shen Yu accepted the bowl from Qi Yu, smiling as he watched her dash towards the RV, only to meet Xie Yang's complex gaze beside him. His emotions had shifted from surprise to numbness. He had thought Shen Yu was genuinely living off her, only to realize how naive he had been. Shen Yu had always been exceptional. Even in the apocalypse, fate seemed to favor him. The four gathered around the table, enjoying the hot dry noodles alongside the vegetables, with a cup of warm beverage at hand. Xie Yang admitted that he had transformed into a sour lemon, feeling utterly envious. Do you eat like this every day? After Xi Yue nodded, he was too choked with jealousy to respond, resorting to devouring vegetables instead. As they finished their meal, the sky had darkened. After handing over supplies to the two, Xi Yue produced a flyer and handed it to Jiang before turning to head back to the RV. Xi Yue, Jiang called out, his voice slightly choked. I'm sorry, I was immature back then, and my words were wrong. I apologize. Xi Yue did not look back, merely waving his hand as he entered the vehicle. Xi Yue was busy marking items in her little notebook. Have they returned? Yes. I'll make another trip to the M City base later. Are we heading to the capital next? Xi Yue looked at her notes, somewhat conflicted. I'm not particularly fond of the Dawn base. Perhaps we can visit that later. Why don't we check out a closer base in the next couple of days, and then clock in at the B City and C City bases? Agreed. Jiang returned to the cramped single room, haunted by memories of his parents transforming into zombies on the day of the apocalypse. At that moment, he realized that true sorrow could leave one unable to shed tears. The loss of his family had taught him to mature and adapt in the harsh reality of the apocalypse, erasing the rebelliousness of his youth. Seeing Xi Yue remain unchanged was a comfort. Lighting a candle on the low cabinet with a lighter, he read the paper Xi Yue had given him. The room is fully equipped with water and electricity, and the environment is comfortable, all at a reasonable price. The hotel even features a restaurant and supermarket, along with a blind box machine for crystal cores. Does this truly exist in the apocalypse? He didn't believe Xi Yue would deceive him. For Xi Yue had no need for such tactics. Regardless, he was determined to visit this place. Lying on his bed, he pondered. Xi Yue's life is truly enviable. Residing in a luxurious RV, accompanied by a partner, no longer struggling for survival, and now even seeking to create gourmet dishes. Sigh. As he drifted to sleep, he mused drowsily. Today's meal was delightful. When will I have the chance to enjoy it again? Chapter 89 B City Base. Xi Yue. Hearing Xi Yue call for him, Xi Yue hurriedly ascended the stairs. What's the matter? What has happened? Xi Yue burst from her room, her face alight with joy. The hotel is about to receive a star upgrade. I don't know what happened, but the number of diners in the restaurant had been slowly decreasing, just over 10,000. Yet today I saw it had risen to 18,000. As soon as it hits 20,000, the hotel will upgrade. The rooms are nearly full as well. Xi Yue subtly exhaled in relief. Having initially feared something was amiss with the young girl, Xi Yue flashed him a beaming thumbs up. Could it be the flyers you distributed recently are starting to yield results? You're truly clever. Xi Yue, amused by her praise, chuckled. While I appreciate your compliment, I doubt it's the flyers. Even if someone were to believe them, it wouldn't lead to such a surge in numbers. Oh, is that so? What could be the reason then? No need to ponder. Let us have breakfast first. We should reach C City by this afternoon. Alright, I'll change and be ready shortly. Is the original base in C City nearby? It feels like this area has been thoroughly searched. Upon exiting the vehicle, Xi Yue noticed the streets were deserted. Yet unlike other bases, the shops were not stripped of all usable items. No, the base isn't close. The C City base lacks food reserves, so they can only send personnel out to scavenge for supplies. Sustaining a base is no easy task. They had indeed endured a tough time previously, but thankfully, the granaries had returned. Comrade Xi Yue, you are the greatest hero. The leaders ought to commend you. Stop with the teasing. Let us get on with the check-in. Xi Yue had long noticed that whenever Xi Yue received praise, his ears would involuntarily redden, even though he pretended not to care. Who doesn't enjoy flattery? Xi Yue likes it too. After successfully checking in at Master Su's old residence, they returned to the RV, preparing to head to their next destination. Xi Yue reclined in the massage chair, watching the rapidly increasing number of diners in the hotel details. Let us head back home after visiting the B City base. It feels like we'll reach the star upgrade by tomorrow at the latest. Xi Yue, seated nearby and setting the destination, smiled slightly. Alright, we'll return after that. The RV gradually made its way from C City to B City base, needing to traverse through the city. The city center was somewhat distant from their route, so they didn't have to pass through the vicinity of the safe zone. The exterior of B City base looks quite decent, Xi Yue remarked, observing the tall walls, new gates, and the clean, well-groomed ability users stationed at the entrance. A hint of sarcasm flickered in Xi Yue's eyes, all show and no substance. As the vehicles ahead entered, it was their turn. The ability user assigned to register them scrutinized the black SUV from top to bottom before approaching the window. Where are you from? What's your purpose? What level is your ability? Is the sister inside also an ability user? Come on, step out. We need to inspect the vehicle. The ability user's tone, and the way he stared at Xi Yue made her uncomfortable. Xi Yue showed no intention of exiting the vehicle, irritably blocking Xi Yue. Looking for someone level 6. S6. The extraordinary individual was momentarily taken aback, but soon donned a smile. Ah, so you are a high-tier ability user. Haha, then no need for inspection. However, entering the base requires a fee, a second-tier crystal core. If you please. The man gestured with his hands as if counting money, initiating a hasty price hike. Although a level 6 ability user is indeed formidable, the city of B is not devoid of such power. Moreover, there were only 2 individuals before him. Even the mightiest dragon would have to bow down in their presence. Xi Yue, unwilling to engage in further discourse, tossed a second-tier crystal core to him. The man received the crystal core with delight, pocketing it. Yet he did not allow them passage. This is the price for one person. You still owe for the lovely sister and the vehicle. Xiao Yu furrowed her brows, about to voice her thoughts, but Xi Yue gently placed a hand on her shoulder to stay her tongue. He lifted his gaze and regarded the man deeply, then revealed a smile that was beyond the man's comprehension, producing a third-tier crystal core. Is this sufficient? Can we proceed? The man, intimidated by Xi Yue's penetrating gaze, faltered momentarily. However, upon seeing the third-tier crystal core, all fear dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming greed. He snatched the crystal core and immediately gestured behind him, signaling for clearance. If you fail to locate your target, feel free to seek my assistance. For just one third-tier crystal core, I can procure anyone for you. Disregarding his words, Xi Yue pressed the accelerator and drove through the gates of the base. Noticing Xiao Yu's displeasure, he reassured her, do not worry. My crystal cores are not so easily obtained. Meanwhile, the man continued to boast to the guards at the entrance about how he had outsmarted a high-tier ability user, oblivious to the faint mist that had begun to merge with his hair. After Xi Yue and Xiao Yu disembarked, they followed a group of ragged ordinary folk to the shantytown. As they scanned the horizon, they beheld an endless expanse of makeshift tents constructed from various materials, with no end in sight. The ground was littered with a perplexing array of yellowish-green substances, rendering it difficult to find a place to step. Fortunately, with Xi Yue's psychic barrier, they were spared from the unpleasant odors. What are we to do in our search for people? There are no clear targets. Xiao Yu frowned as she surveyed their surroundings, when a sudden idea struck her. It seems there is no one overseeing this area. What if we set up a booth here and interview chefs? Oh wait, that won't do. If too many people show up, shall we require them to each prepare a dish? After some deliberation, Xi Yue positioned a table at the entrance of the shantytown, displaying crystal cores and various supplies atop it. Xiao Yu procured a writing board from the market, inscribing, generously seeking a culinary treasure or snack from City B. Requirements: simple ingredients, exquisite flavor. A reward will be offered for successful recommendations. Any waste of time for either party will be at their own expense. From the moment Xi Yue and Xiao Yu established their presence at the shantytown entrance, they attracted considerable attention. As they unveiled their supplies and crystal cores, the gazes upon them intensified with fervor. Observers at the periphery, upon noticing the erected signboard, either ducked into their tents or sprinted eagerly toward the area. Life in the shantytown was already devoid of purpose, and news of a booth offering various supplies in exchange for a dish quickly spread. Before long, an increasing crowd gathered at the outskirts, yet none dared to approach. A middle-aged man, eyeing the goods on the table, felt his heart racing with excitement. He had run a small eatery before the apocalypse, but due to his mediocre skills and lack of fresh ingredients, patrons were scarce. However, seeing 2 young individuals seated at the table, he thought he might deceive them into providing some ingredients for cooking. If they chose not to eat, it would merely benefit him. As the man hesitated, ready to step forward, he froze in place. Behind Xi Yue and Xiao Yu, a fireball was hurtling swiftly towards them.